Upon my bed lies a breathtakingly beautiful girl. She rests there serenely, her exquisite face flushed with a healthy glow, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. Her alabaster neck resembles fine jade, while beneath her pink skirt, her smooth, rounded legs kick off the covers, exposed to the air. Gazing at that enchanting visage, I swallowed hard. This girl is truly a natural beauty. "Miss, please awaken." I nudged her arm, yet there was no response. With a sigh, I rose to leave, only for her to suddenly awaken, wrapping her arms around my neck and sobbing. "Why must you treat me this way? Why must you treat me this way?" She seemed to bear a profound sorrow, her warm, damp tears quickly soaking my shirt. Embarrassment washed over me, yet my hands instinctively encircled her from behind. The fragrance of youth enveloped me, a delightful scent that intoxicated the senses. She wept softly, her delicate shoulders quivering, her charming form pressed closely against me, and I, with tears streaming down my face, could only thank the heavens. I am but a normal man, having longed for the day when a beauty might misalign her thoughts, presenting me with an opportunity. Thus, I had remained ensnared in the realm of fantasy. Yet the girl before me is the most stunning I have beheld in my 24 years. A question arose in my mind. Has fate finally shown me mercy, bestowing upon me such a wealthy and lovely young lady? However, the reality was not as I had envisioned. Just as I was about to take the next step, the girl abruptly pushed me away, exclaiming through her tears, "I am so hungry." I was left speechless. Could her tears be born of hunger? I stood up, only to find she too had risen. Upon catching sight of me, she let out a piercing scream. Boom! My cheap keyboard struck my forehead, and in an instant I was thrust out of the room. With a resounding bang, the door was locked. This seems to be my home. I lingered in the hallway for a moment before knocking. "Miss, please let me in." "You cannot do this." Silence enveloped me, prompting me to dash to the balcony. Looking through the glass, I saw her snuggled in my blanket, sweetly asleep, her lovely face utterly enchanting. I collapsed onto the floor in disbelief. What was happening? A fleeting glance revealed that remnants of her presence remained in the living room. A half-full bottle of wine and a round object contained within a bag, the contents unknown. Curiosity piqued. I reached for the bag and was astonished to discover it was a gaming helmet, frequently advertised online. To my further astonishment, the helmet bore the bold inscription, Ling Tong. Another wave of surprise washed over me. This was indeed the helmet for the game Ling Tong. Half a year prior, a promotional whirlwind for an online game had swept the globe, as the gaming behemoth Yue Hung Group, after a decade of development following their previous title Yuhung, unveiled a brand new game heralded by players worldwide as irreplaceable Ling Tong. Rumors swirled that Ling Tong employed an innovative brainwave connection technology capable of fully stimulating players' senses, achieving a true 100 gaming realism. Moreover, it boasted an exceptional storyline and an equipment system that tugged at the heartstrings. It was merely said that a plethora of captivating NPC beauties awaited players. Thus, as the previous game waned, players worldwide turned their attention to Ling Tong, with many professional gaming teams selling off their original game gear to seize the opportunity to excel in Ling Tong. Today marks the eve of Ling Tong's launch, a momentous occasion for gaming enthusiasts around the globe. Yet who is the girl in my room? Oh, I nearly forgot to mention how this beauty ended up in my space. It all began a few minutes ago. At some point, a brand new white BMW had parked downstairs. I paid it no mind until I overheard a few raucous laughs from below. Peering out, I spotted a group of ruffians surrounding the BMW, jesting among themselves, faintly hearing them say, "What a surprise, it's a girl. Why not drive the car away and take her home?" She looks rather appealing. A jolt of apprehension surged within me. Weren't these thugs previously apprehended by the police? How had they returned to the neighborhood? What if the occupant of that car was indeed a girl? Would she be safe? What might happen if I ventured outside now? Thus, I hastily descended the stairs, rushing to the BMW. Upon seeing me, the thugs greeted me with lewd chuckles. "Kid, what do you want?" A wave of disgust welled up inside me as I pushed through the crowd, yanking open the car door with a decisive click. An overwhelming scent of alcohol wafted out, mingling with a hint of youthful fragrance. Looking down, I was left dumbfounded to see a beautiful young woman lounging in the driver's seat. Her fair face breathtakingly exquisite, her elegant neck leaving one breathless. She appeared to be around 20, clutching a bottle of expensive wine, one I had admired countless times in stores but never purchased. In her other hand, she grasped a handbag that seemed to contain a rounded object. Simultaneously, the ruffians caught sight of this stunning girl, gasping in disbelief. One of them exclaimed, "Kid, what do you think you're doing? We saw her first." I turned, coldly declaring, "Step aside, she is my girlfriend." The thug retorted loudly, "Nonsense. If you had a girlfriend who drives a BMW, you wouldn't be living in this neighborhood. Let her go, or we'll call the police." I couldn't help but chuckle. "Call the police? Go ahead, do it. If you don't, I will." With that, I snatched a pink phone from the passenger seat, presumably hers. The thugs hesitated, fear creeping into their eyes. One of them said, "Fine, if she's really your girlfriend, let's see you take her upstairs." I was momentarily taken aback. What a predicament, seeing their relentless demeanor. I gritted my teeth, wrapped my arm around the girl's waist, and, with a gentle tug, lifted her from the car. Having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, she merely let out a soft sound, leaning against my shoulder. Smack! I withdrew the car key, shutting the door behind me, and used the key fob to lock the vehicle before guiding the girl upstairs. Behind us, the thugs stared, dumbfounded, murmuring, "Could it be that this beauty is really that kid's girlfriend?" Stumbling up the stairs, I opened my room door and laid the girl upon the bed. Thus, my bed became home to a captivating beauty. Chapter 2. The sequence of events today. Aside from encountering an exquisite beauty, I have been plagued by misfortune. This morning, I received a phone call regarding my termination from the company. Shortly thereafter, in a fit of agitation, I accidentally hurled my phone into the river. Oh, the poor imitation Motorola worth 300 yuan. Following that, I went to withdraw money from my rent, only to have it snatched away by a thief. And to top it off, my ATM card was swallowed by the machine. Oh, the omnipotent bank. Those 500 yuan in my account were meant for my rent, my lifeline. Then, my faithful bicycle, which had accompanied me for over 3 years, was taken from me, as it was deemed too dilapidated and a blight on the neighborhood. The city management swiftly apprehended it on the spot. With no prospects for dinner, I trudged back to my apartment complex in a daze, only to discover a BMW parked beneath my building. Peering through the car window, I caught a glimpse of a girl behind the wheel, her shoulders gently shaking. I wondered what was wrong, not wishing to meddle. I strolled through the complex, casting my gaze around, and lo and behold, fortune had not entirely abandoned me. I noticed that someone had planted some small vegetables in the flower bed. How industrious! Thus, I reached down and plucked a small bok choy. Shaking off the fresh spring soil, intending to make a vegetable porridge, it would suffice, especially since the bok choy was undoubtedly fresh. My room is on the 5th floor, a 3-bedroom apartment where I rent the middle room for 500 yuan a month. The reason for such a low price is that others are reluctant to rent here. Initially, I thought it was haunted, but it turns out the neighboring residents are rather peculiar. To my left live several young women who frequently bring middle-aged men home, and sounds of their activities often echo through the walls. Of course, as an upright, unemployed youth, I remain blissfully ignorant of their pursuits. On my right reside a group of university students engrossed in music. They possess an array of instruments and practice daily, making quite the racket. Thus, I often find myself jolted awake in the night, my room resonating with 2 distinct sounds. Aha, aha, love will endure even in death. Aha, aha, love will endure even in death. Consequently, on each lonely night, I find myself in a state of restless slumber. Shaking my rice bag, I discovered that there were barely 100 grains left. Upon closer inspection, I counted exactly 56 grains. Well then, 56 ethnicities, 56 flowers. Indeed, we are all one family. I felt a surge of excitement, for at least this meal would stave off starvation. Skillfully, I washed the bok choy, chopped it into pieces, and tossed it into the pot. This way, I could savor numerous bites, thereby tricking myself into believing I had eaten a substantial amount. If it could silence my stomach, it would suffice. Oftentimes, it is merely a matter of deceiving oneself, such is the law of life. As the millet porridge began to cook, I retreated to my room and opened my computer, only to find that nearly every website was fervently announcing the launch of Ling Tong at 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. For the virtual gaming market, which had languished for years, the introduction of Ling Tong was undoubtedly a bombshell, capable of resurrecting the industry. Alas, I could not afford a gaming helmet. Despite having connected the dedicated gaming network cable, I suspected my chances of logging in at the game's commencement were slim. Then, amidst a blend of joy and sorrow, an incident unfolded. I had bravely rescued the girl driving the BMW downstairs, yet I now found myself locked out in the lobby. The girl's belongings were still there, including a Ling Tong gaming helmet. I was taken aback. Could this be the very helmet for Ling Tong? Wasn't it supposed to be released nationwide tomorrow morning? How did it come to be here now? My mind raced with questions about the beautiful girl sleeping in my room. At that moment, a melodious ringtone filled the air, and I noticed the girl's phone and car keys were also in the bag. Looking at the phone's display, I was astonished to see it belonged to her sister. Wait, her sister was calling. Fantastic. I could ask her to come and take this girl, who had taken over my room, away. While I had prayed for a girl like her, there was no reason for me to spend the night outside. Right? With that thought, I promptly answered the call. A sweet voice came through. Hello, Ling Shui, where are you? Why haven't you come home? The voice was strikingly similar to that of the beauty in my room. It seemed to indeed be her sister. I replied, Are you her sister? The other end immediately became alert. Who are you? Where is Ling Shui? What have you done to my sister? I hastily clarified. Your sister is fine. She's in my room. She became frantic. You bastard. What have you done to my sister? I was instantly incensed. Today had truly been a series of unfortunate events. I had merely saved this girl named Ling Shui, yet I was being berated by her sister. Thus, I retorted, You fierce woman, let me explain myself. The other party was taken aback. Tell me where she is. I'm driving over right now. Just as I was about to speak, my phone chimed. Battery low. Wonderful, it was shutting down. Chapter 3. Ling Tong. The living room was desolate and sweltering. Devoid of air conditioning, I was drenched in sweat. Yet my grievances remained unvoiced. The girl named Ling Shui clearly would not awaken anytime soon, and the living room lacked even a sofa. What was I to do? Ultimately, my gaze fell upon the gaming helmet, and a sudden idea struck me. Splendid. I had previously installed a gaming interface in the living room, and it appeared to be of use now. I would find out if this helmet was indeed for Ling Tong. With haste, I retrieved the data cable from the bag, followed the instructions to set it up, and then settled into a corner of the room, donning the gaming helmet. In an instant, my mind felt remarkably clear, followed by a synthesized system voice. Scanning iris, player identity confirmed, locked in. Do you wish to enter the game? I quickly sent the mental command. Confirm. Welcome. Your ID number is 0000000002. Iris lock confirmed. I was taken aback. How was it that upon donning the helmet, I was immediately locked in? Did that mean I had inadvertently commandeered someone else's helmet? But then again, she was occupying my room. Never mind, it was already locked in. I would find a way to make amends later. Yet another system notification chimed. Sorry, the game is not yet live. Please wait another 23 hours and 42 minutes before entering the game. First, please create a character. I clicked to create a character, and suddenly the screen shifted, immersing me in a vast wilderness. Before me appeared several characters. One type was human, another was elf, and the last was half-orc. I had heard there would be hidden characters available for selection, but the odds of encountering one were about 1 in 10 million. It seemed I had no such luck. Thus, I selected human. Conducting facial scan, please hold. Before long, a character identical to me materialized before my eyes, clad in rudimentary leather armor. An absolute novice. Following that, there was no further instruction, and the system announced, The game has not yet begun. Please wait patiently. Suddenly, the scenery around me transformed, shifting to a battlefield drenched in blood. Within the expansive canyon, chaos reigned as a coalition of humans, elves, and half-orcs battled against dark forces. Cloaked in robes, mages hurled fireballs with fervor, while agile archers, graceful and alluring, drew their bows time and again, their arrows raining down upon enemy ranks. At the forefront, a throng of berserkers wielded spears and axes, their bodies radiating a crimson glow as they charged into a horde of dark skeleton soldiers, their axes carving through the enemy with lethal precision. On the opposing side, a dark elemental mage, shrouded in a black robe, unleashed a series of ominous growls, summoning a barrage of searing meteors to rain down from above. In the midst of the flames, the berserkers found themselves engulfed in a sea of blood as their heavy armor became searing hot. Radiant light flickered as gentle healing spells enveloped the berserkers. and priests of the light began chanting their healing incantations. Seizing the opportunity, several shadows stealthily infiltrated the dark camp, and soon, several dark elemental mages were decapitated, their black bones soaring through the air. At that moment, snowflakes began to drift from the sky, descending into the canyon. As a blizzard swept through, massive ice blocks crashed down, resulting in countless casualties among the warriors of the light. Everyone looked up to see a four-winged demon soaring above, arms outstretched, chanting an incomprehensible incantation. The canyon was suddenly encased in ice, as myriad beings struggled on the brink of death. In a flash, a brilliant light sliced through the air, and a bone-chilling sword aura swept across the canyon. The great demon let out a horrific cry as its wings were severed. The forbidden spell came to an abrupt halt, and the demon plummeted into the canyon, where it was torn to shreds by the furious berserkers. As my perspective gradually ascended, I beheld a strikingly handsome young man standing atop a high cliff, a sharp sword hanging low in his hand, its blade glinting ominously. Yet what was most astonishing was that his hair had turned frosty white. Gazing down at the vastness of the earth, his eyes were clear but bore the weight of profound loneliness and sorrow. A rumble of thunder echoed across the sky, heralding the arrival of a new storm. In the midst of a hazy aura, two luminous blue characters emerged in the sky, unmistakably spelling out Ling Tong. Perhaps the game's astonishing realism was indeed overwhelming. I was rendered speechless for a considerable time. However, one thing became abundantly clear. This gaming helmet was unequivocally the one from Ling Tong. The identity of the girl in the room deepened the intrigue. How had she managed to acquire this gaming helmet in advance? Especially with the account number being 0000000002. This indicated that the helmet I was currently using was the second one distributed. With nearly an entire day remaining before the game's launch, I decided to exit, removing the helmet, and was suddenly aware of my drenched state from perspiration. After this initial experience, it was evident that this game, touted as the culmination of a decade's worth of effort by the world's online elite, was indeed deserving of its reputation. The level of realism and the meticulous details transported me into an immersive experience, igniting a fervor within. In the promotional imagery of the game, a striking young swordsman vanquished a formidable four-winged demon. Did this hint that players, too, could reach such heights? This thought brought a faint smile to my face. If I could truly attain such a realm within the game, would it not allow me to traverse the world, claiming both empire and beauty? Just then, a whiff of burning caught my attention, and I recalled that my vegetable porridge was still on the stove. I hurried into the kitchen, turning off the power, only to find the porridge in a deplorable state. Extinguishing any appetite I might have had, in the room lay the girl named Ling Shui, completely inebriated and unlikely to answer the door. Thus, I resorted to pulling the yellow cloth from the dining table to cover my stomach, resigning myself to spend the night in the living room. Damn it, while others bask in romantic luck, here I was, stumbling upon such a captivating beauty, yet it felt like I was cursed with misfortune. I drifted into a drowsy state, uncertain of how long I had been asleep, when suddenly, a bright light illuminated my face. Upon opening my eyes, I was startled to find a rather rotund man shining a flashlight at me. My immediate reaction was one of fury, but then I recognized the man as my wretched landlord. He looked at me with disdain and said, "Ding Shusheng, your rent for next month is due. If you delay any further, I will have no choice but to evict you. What on earth are you doing sleeping out here at this hour?" I glanced at the clock in the living room. It was already past 2 in the morning. I inquired, "You came over this late?" "I came to check the power supply. Several tenants reported a blackout." "But only you haven't paid your rent." A sinking feeling hit me. The money I had intended to use for rent had been stolen by that thief. Where would I find the funds to pay? At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing the enchanting Ling Shui. Her attire was loose and casual, yet it accentuated her graceful figure, radiating a charmingly languorous demeanor. "I want water," Ling Shui murmured, half asleep. The landlord stood frozen in surprise. And after a moment, he remarked, "You kid, have a girlfriend as stunning as her? Fine. I'll come back another time. You better find a job soon, or I won't be so lenient with that." He left without further ado. By now, Ling Shui had slept for about 7 or 8 hours and had sobered up. She blinked at me and suddenly said, "I want water." I rolled my eyes and found myself inexplicably pouring a glass of hot water. Perhaps that was the effect of beauty, compelling one to act. Ling Shui took the glass and gulped it down, then glanced at me, a smile breaking across her face. "Your name is Ding Shusheng?" she asked. Feeling slightly embarrassed, I replied, "It's Ding Shusheng, which means comfortable and prosperous, not Shusheng." Ling Shui smiled gently, brushing her hair aside. "What you're called doesn't matter. The key point is that I'm hungry now. Could you find me something to eat?" I was taken aback. "At this hour, where can we find food? The convenience stores are closed." Ling Shui's brows furrowed slightly. "Having drunk so much, I need to eat something, or my stomach will be upset." Truthfully, whether or not she ate, her stomach would be troubled regardless, so I said, "Why would a girl like you drink so much in the first place?" "That's none of your business," Ling Shui retorted loudly, then turned her face away, murmuring, "How would you know I was perfectly fine?" Speechless, I went to the kitchen, scooped a bowl of the porridge, and with a thud, I dropped it on the dining table, declaring, "This is all I have. If you want it, go ahead and eat, but if not, you can drive out to find somewhere to eat. Your car is still downstairs." Ling Shui looked momentarily shocked, her gaze sweeping over the bowl of porridge with a curious expression. "Is this all you eat?" she asked cautiously. I had no reason to feel embarrassed, so I nodded. "Indeed, this is my current level of consumption." Just then, my stomach growled audibly, and Ling Shui cast a questioning glance at me, a charming smile blossoming on her lips. "You haven't eaten either. If not, shall we share this bowl of porridge?" I hesitated slightly, realizing that the pot was empty, all contents now in the bowl. Ling Shui seemed to read my thoughts, smiled lightly, and gracefully walked into the kitchen, retrieving another bowl. She divided the small portion of porridge into 2 bowls and pushed one toward me, saying, "Here, don't be shy." At that moment, I could hardly fathom the scene before me. A young beauty, driving a BMW and dressed in designer clothes, willingly sharing a bowl of porridge that even a beggar would disdain. Chapter 4. The overnight fee. I sat down and took a hearty sip of the porridge. Truthfully, I was quite famished. Ling Shui sat across from me, delicately picking through the greens, savoring each bite. Within a minute, our late-night meal was concluded. Ling Shui cutely licked her lips and remarked, "The taste is quite decent. But remember to use less salt next time." I was at a loss for words, observing that she appeared quite awake now. "You look rather foolish. I think I shall call you dunce from now on." Ling Shui suddenly declared with a laugh. I firmly replied, "That's derogatory." "Absolutely not." Yet Ling Shui smiled playfully. "Oh, come on." In many contexts, such terms can be endearing, like little rascal or silly goose. My goodness, I was at a loss for words. By that logic, terms like little turtle or little brainless would also be affectionate nicknames. Ling Shui glanced around the living room and noticed that the virtual gaming helmet had powered on. Instantly, she looked surprised and hurriedly picked it up, only to discover that the blue chip had turned yellow. Her expression froze and she turned to me. "Was this your doing?" I was momentarily taken aback, awkwardly explaining, "It was purely a misunderstanding. I had no idea it would lock once worn." Ling Shui gazed at me blankly, biting her lip, and exclaimed, "You big fool. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into obtaining this treasure, and you let it get used first?" Boo-hoo. She glanced at the clock and pouted. "Now look, with just 14 hours until Ling Tong opens, I certainly don't want to stand in line for a new helmet." I felt an overwhelming urge to sink into the ground, and I murmured, "I will compensate you later, but right now, I truly cannot afford it." Ling Shui stared at me intently, then suddenly thrust the helmet into my arms. I caught it, astonished. "What on earth are you doing?" "Humph, naturally, I'm giving the helmet to you. It's only of use to you now. Why should I hog it?" Ling Shui huffed, then asked, "Do you have a place to shower? I feel quite odorous and need to wash." I was taken aback. "Perhaps you should just drive out and rent a room to shower. It's rather inconvenient here, and besides, I don't have any women's clothing." Yet Ling Shui raised an eyebrow. "You want me to go out so late? Aren't you worried I might encounter bad people?" I replied, "Aren't you worried that I might be a bad person?" Ling Shui shot me a glance, but chuckled softly. "You look so foolish. I doubt you dare to touch a morsel of meat, so being with you is quite safe. Damn. Was that an insult?" However, Ling Shui didn't say much more, striding into the room, rifling through my wardrobe, and pulled out an oversized white shirt. When she searched for pants, she found only summer shorts, causing her to blush slightly as she took the shirt and headed to the bathroom. The sound of running water echoed, stirring feelings within me that I could hardly suppress. After what felt like an eternity of 10 minutes, Ling Shui emerged, wrapped hastily in the shirt, and I was taken aback. She wore nothing but shorts beneath it, revealing her flawless white legs, driving me nearly mad. Ling Shui entered the room, unceremoniously diving under my blanket, declaring, "You should sleep outside. Also, take this." With a swift toss, she threw a thin blanket at me, which I caught. Internally chuckling at the prospect of spending the night in the living room, clutching the blanket and the gaming helmet, I felt a surge of joy. With this helmet in hand, I could explore the realms of Ling Tong, where it was rumored that skilled players could amass wealth by selling gear and coins. Perhaps I could strike it rich too. On this night, I was graced with a splendid dream, in which I became an unparalleled master within the realm of Ling Tong, capable of severing 1,000 heads with a single stroke of my sword. In this dream, I was also immensely wealthy, surrounded by numerous wives and concubines. However, it was only upon the ringing of the doorbell that I realized I was merely dreaming. As I looked up, I noticed that my door was slightly ajar. I hurriedly got up, only to discover that Ling Shui had already departed, the quilt impeccably folded at the head of the bed. An unprecedented level of neatness. My phone and car keys, which I had placed in my bag, were nowhere to be found. They must have been taken by Ling Shui. Upon the bedside table, I noticed a stack of crisp banknotes. With a piece of paper resting atop them, I picked up the note and saw a line of elegant handwriting. "Fool, if you seek employment, report to the development department at Blue Star Digital Plaza. Also, this 1,000 yuan is your overnight fee." At the bottom was a charming smiley face, its eyes like the moon and its lashes gracefully curved, reminiscent of Ling Shui's enchanting smile. As I pondered this, the notion of an overnight fee struck me. Goodness! It seemed that Ling Shui had listened intently to my conversation with the landlord the previous night. Upon closer inspection of the handwriting, I found it hard to fathom that such beautiful script could belong to a girl, especially one as ethereal as Ling Shui. Some say that beauty comes at the expense of wisdom. Yet this adage clearly does not apply to Ling Shui. Fate had favored her, bestowing upon her a perfect blend of attributes. I was left in a quandary, uncertain of Ling Shui's true identity. Nevertheless, since she had indicated that there was a job waiting for me at Blue Star Digital Plaza, I felt compelled to give it a try. Thus, after freshening up and donning my clothes, I stepped out. Regardless of the job prospects, I had to return home by 6 o'clock. The realm of Ling Tong awaited, and I was determined to log in promptly to earn my first pot of gold. Chapter 5. Entering the game. Blue Star Digital Plaza, the burgeoning hub of digital commerce, was a place I had long heard of. It was merely a 20-minute jog from my residence, so I opted to run there. As my bicycle had been confiscated by the city management, upon my arrival at Blue Star Digital Plaza, the sun was already high in the sky, and the employees were busy at work. With a steady flow of students populating the plaza, I quickly made my way to the back to inquire about the location of the development department and proceeded directly inside. The office was located on the top floor of the mall, and upon seeing the nameplate of the development department, I was taken aback by the scene before me. In the small room sat 4 stunning young women. On 2 large sofas, several of them were engrossed in a stack of magazines, their laughter resonating joyfully. What struck me even more was their attire, which was quite revealing. They wore low-cut tops paired with short skirts. Just then, a woman dressed in a formal suit approached me, eyeing me for a moment before speaking. "You must be the one that Ling Shui referred, the scholar?" I nodded. "Yes. Is this the development department that Ling Shui mentioned?" She smiled coyly, extending her hand for a shake. "Welcome to Snow Moon Studio. I am Bing Cha, one of the members of this studio." Bing Cha exuded a poised demeanor and possessed an elegant appearance. I was momentarily stunned. "Snow Moon Studio?" "Indeed," she replied with a smile. "Our studio was established specifically for Ling Tong and is currently under the auspices of the development department of Blue Star Group. In the future, we shall become the elite gamers within the realm of Ling Tong." A sudden realization dawned upon me. Ling Shui had introduced me to this very studio. At that moment, the other young women approached. One of them, clad in a striking blue mini-skirt, blinked playfully and said, "I am called Last Summer. Just call me Summer." "What do we call this handsome gentleman?" I glanced at this charming girl, noting her smooth, alluring legs beneath her short skirt, and replied, You can call me Scholar." Summer giggled. "Hello, Scholar brother?" Beside her stood a quiet girl who smiled at me and said, "My in-game name is tentatively set as Silent Rain. You may call me Rain." And I nodded, then turned my attention to a girl in a pink skirt beside Rain. who was also gazing at me with a slight smile. I am called Ziyu. It's a pleasure to meet you. I was somewhat unaccustomed to this manner of conversation, so I waved my hand dismissively. No need for formalities. Bing Cha gestured towards a nearby chair. Please, take a seat. Clearly, she was the one in charge of the studio, as the other girls seemed to hold her in high regard. I sat down, yet Ling Shui was still nowhere to be seen. After having dinner in the company cafeteria and taking some pastries for a late-night snack, after all, Ling Tong was set to officially launch worldwide that very night. And staying up late was inevitable. Bing Cha placed a stack of documents on the table and announced loudly, according to higher directives, all members of our studio must log into the Ling Tong game tonight. And by tomorrow morning, each of you must reach level 10 and earn 2 gold coins to submit to the operations department. I remarked, 2 gold coins? I've heard that earning money in the early stages of the game is quite challenging. Bing Cha laughed. Regardless of the difficulty, we must accomplish it. Scholar, you may not know this, but our company's leader, Mr. Wang, has decided to seize the opportunity presented by the strong launch of Ling Tong to develop our virtual industry within the game, aiming to achieve great success. I was taken aback. Is that so? Mr. Wang certainly has foresight. Bing Cha shared a knowing smile. Indeed. As for the operational matters within the company, I won't concern myself too much. However, reaching level 10 in a single night isn't too difficult. The challenge lies in acquiring 2 gold coins. Everyone knows that in the early stages of Ling Tong, low-level monsters only drop copper coins. It takes 100 copper coins to exchange for a silver coin, and 100 silver coins to equate to 1 gold coin. So 2 gold coins amount to 20,000 copper coins. I can only wonder how long that will take. Nevertheless, I was confident that my years of gaming experience would not fall short compared to the other members of the studio. After bringing my late-night snack home, I found that night had fallen. Checking the time, I realized there were only half an hour left until the launch of Ling Tong, and my excitement was palpable. Returning to my room, I locked the door and carefully set up the gaming helmet, an item gifted to me by Ling Shui, albeit not in the most extravagant manner. Upon donning the helmet, the system promptly scanned my iris, confirming my identity before entering the game's login interface. Before me lay a void, within which a petite elven maiden danced gracefully, landing on a branch before me and cheerfully announcing, "Greetings. I am the guiding spirit of Ling Tong. Welcome to your first entry into the login interface. You currently do not have a character. Would you like to create one immediately?" A sudden realization hit me. I had nearly forgotten that characters could be created within the hour leading up to the game's launch. Hastily, I confirmed and opted for the standard human character, scanning my facial features without any adjustments, finalizing my character's appearance. When it came time to input my character's name, I typed, "Made in China." Just kidding. I am quite patriotic, confirming my choice. An alert sounded. "Sorry, this game name has already been taken." Night visit to the brothel. "Sorry, this game name has already been taken." Pure and innocent duck. "Sorry, this game name has already been taken." Goodness, all taken. I took a deep breath, deciding to think of something more unique. I quickly typed, "The handsomest scholar in history." Ding. "Sorry, this game name has already been taken." Blast. "Let us try again. Scholar 1te today." The system responded in a calm tone. "Sorry? This game name has already been taken." In exasperation, I clenched my teeth and resolutely typed, "Arrogant scholar." Finally, a chime sounded, and the system announced, "Congratulations, game character creation successful. There are 21 minutes remaining until the game begins. Please wait patiently." What followed was a period of tedious waiting. I had never experienced time dragging so slowly. Back in my student days, we would all play together, but now I was alone, entering Ling Tong in solitude. Uncertain if I would encounter any familiar faces. 20 minutes later, a delightful chime rang in my ears as the countdown commenced. I had heard rumors that players who entered the game early would receive equipment and rewards. So I was determined to seize this opportunity. I focused intently on the countdown, ready to dive into the game at a moment's notice. Ding! The system chimed. "Dear player, please note that there are 10 seconds remaining until the game begins." 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. System notification. The game is officially open. I had already cast aside the system's notification sounds, and as the countdown reached 0, I willed myself into the game. Before my eyes, I found myself in a quaint little village, reminiscent of the Stone Age, with structures so rudimentary they almost drove me to madness. Ding! System notification. "Hello, you are the 6th player to enter the game. earning 100 experience points. I was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt a warm sensation envelop me as golden light cascaded down, and I leveled up instantly. Opening my character attributes, I discovered my experience points stood at 0, indicating that leveling from level 1 to 2 required precisely 100 experience points. A tinge of disappointment washed over me. It seemed there were no divine artifacts or attribute bonuses, yet ascending to level 2 so swiftly was commendable, saving me precious minutes. I checked my inventory and found only a crude wooden stick and a tattered garment barely adequate for covering my body. Damaged wooden stick, rough quality, attack. 0 to 1 required level, 0, rough cloth garment, rough quality, defense. 1 required level, 0, not bad for initial equipment. I donned them without hesitation. Grasping the wooden stick, I stepped out wearing the tattered garment to train my levels. At that moment, a blinding white light flickered at the teleportation array, and a throng of novice players began to log in. I needed to leave the village swiftly. Otherwise, I might not even get a chance to slay monsters. Chapter 6. Goblin Battle Axe. Stepping out of the village, I gazed outward to find the expansive forest teeming with verdant little creatures. Devoid of any players, turning back, I noticed the novice village was bustling with incoming players. I dashed forward, but just as I was about to engage, I spotted a girl clad in burlap standing not far off. Glancing anxiously around as if seeking assistance, it appeared there was a quest to undertake. As the first to exit the village, I did not hesitate and hurried over. Upon reaching the NPC girl, she spoke. My grandfather lost his axe while chopping wood recently. I've heard it was taken by some vile little goblins. Could you help me retrieve my grandfather's axe? Ding, system notification. Do you wish to accept the quest? Collect goblin battle axes? Such a fortuitous opportunity. How could I refuse? I immediately clicked to accept, and another system notification chimed. Ding, system notification. You have accepted the quest. Collect goblin battle axes. Beginner quest. Current difficulty 10. Quest objective. Assist the girl Xiaohua in finding the lost axe. It should be with those goblins outside the village. Defeat the goblins and collect 10 battle axes from them. I was momentarily stunned. She clearly mentioned her grandfather lost only 1 axe. Yet she wanted me to collect 10. Truly, she was like me, engaging in a bit of opportunism. After our conversation concluded, the girl, Xiaohua, settled beneath a large tree, seemingly unable to accept any further quest. I gathered my belongings. Resolved to confront those goblins. At that moment, a goblin nearby had noticed me, an unexpected presence in this area, and charged at me with its axe raised, its diminutive form resembling a small winter melon. Topped with a ludicrous green helmet, I inspected the creature and realized this low-level monster could be easily assessed. Little goblin, common monster, level 1 attack, 1 to 3 defense, 1 health, 100. With an attack of only 1-3, my defense of 2 should render me capable of handling it with ease. I rushed forward and swung my wooden stick down upon the goblin's head. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as 12 points of damage floated above the goblin's head. The goblin's axe slowly tumbled onto my shoulder, causing a slight sting as I lost 5 health points. Fortunately, my health was comparable to the goblin's. I could endure. Importantly, my attack frequency far surpassed that of the goblin. As a novice monster, it certainly lacked the capacity to deliver a fatal blow to a player. After several strikes with my wooden stick upon the goblin's head, it let out a mournful wail and collapsed, revealing a few gleaming copper coins on the ground. Ding! Combat notification. You have slain a little goblin, earning 10 experience points. I quickly bent down to collect the coins, totaling 3, which I stowed away in my inventory. However, after defeating this goblin, my health had dropped below half. If I engaged another goblin, I would be in peril. I promptly checked my personal attributes and suddenly realized that I had yet to allocate the 5 attribute points granted upon account creation. Damn, with such meager capabilities. I was hardly seasoned. Embarrassed, I swiftly allocated all 5 points to strength. It was crucial to have attack power in the early stages, especially since I intended to choose a combat-oriented profession. After boosting my strength by 5 points, my attack range transformed from 0 to 3 to 0-8, making it considerably easier to take down a little goblin. Without delay, I targeted a nearby wandering goblin, delivered a swift blow, and immediately saw the damage number float above its head, 34. I was taken aback. I hadn't anticipated such a dramatic increase. With 2 more powerful strikes, the pitiful goblin let out another cry and collapsed, a rusty axe and several copper coins falling to the ground. Goblin Battle Axe, quest item. Upon picking it up, I discovered it bore no attributes, leaving me somewhat disappointed. I promptly tossed the battle axe into my inventory and resumed my monster slaying. The drop rate for the axes was not particularly high. On average, I had to defeat about 5 goblins to obtain 1 axe. To complicate matters, more players were gradually arriving. By the time I had acquired 9 axes, the landscape was dotted with various players. And nearly every goblin that respawned was simultaneously struck by several wooden sticks. It seemed this area was no longer viable for training. Otherwise, I would struggle to level up amidst these ordinary players. Just then, a small goblin appeared beside me, peering around suspiciously. I swiftly struck it with my stick, and at the same time, 4 other players swung their sticks at it. Crack! 3 consecutive sounds echoed as the little goblin, freshly spawned, fulfilled its duty and dropped a battle axe before collapsing at the forest's edge. Confident, I swiftly picked up the battle axe, and upon placing it in my inventory, I realized I had already gathered 10 axes. The other players glanced at me, seemingly wanting to ask something, but I had no time to engage. I simply turned back toward Xiaohua. Producing the 10 battle axes, a smile spread across her face as she exclaimed, "Thank you. You've helped me find my grandfather's axe. This is your reward." Ding, system notification. Congratulations on completing the quest, Goblin Battle Axes. You have earned 500 experience points, 2 silver coins, 1 reputation, and received the quest reward item, Rough Iron Sword. Ding, system notification. You have leveled up. Oh, an item drop. I was overjoyed and immediately opened my inventory to find a quiet iron sword resting within. Rough Iron Sword, rough quality, attack. 1 to 4 required level, 2. Haha, it turned out to be a level 2 weapon. Though still of the lowest tier, its attack power far surpassed that of the stick provided by the system. In the realm of equipment, the hierarchy is as follows: rough quality, white equipment, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, spirit, earth, divine artifacts, and there are even rumored to be super divine artifacts, though whether I would ever encounter one in my lifetime remains uncertain. I quickly equipped the iron sword, transforming into the sole player in this novice village wielding an iron weapon. Many players cast envious glances my way, and in their eyes, I had undoubtedly become the most formidable figure in the village thus far. Now at level 3, little goblins no longer sufficed for my needs. Moreover, with my new weapon, it would be a waste not to assign all 5 of my upgraded attribute points to strength, boosting my attack to a formidable 1-17. Such a powerful attack warranted the pursuit of more formidable foes. Thus, I hurried back to the village, where I purchased 10 potions from the apothecary, each restoring 100 health points. Albeit at a steep price of 20 copper coins each, fortunately, having completed the quest earlier, I had received 2 silver coins, allowing me to buy all the potions. I understood the principle that high investments yield high returns. Just as I was leaving the village, I noticed a soldier clad in armor standing at the village entrance, wielding a steel sword and scanning the surroundings. I approached him, and as expected, this NPC was the village militia captain. He gazed at me and said, "Brave young one, you are strong enough now. Would you be willing to assist me with a small task?" I nodded eagerly. The militia captain declared, "Recently, a group of bothersome fire bats has appeared to the south of the village. They possess a certain toxicity, and several of my soldiers have fallen victim to their poison. I hope you can slay these fire bats and collect a batch of antidote bat blood." I was momentarily taken aback and swiftly pressed the confirm button. Ding, the system prompted. "You have accepted the quest. Clear the fields. Beginner quest. Current difficulty, 50. Quest details. Eliminate the fire bats to the south of the village and collect 20 vials of bat blood to deliver to the militia captain." Masu! My heart sank. The previous quest involving the goblins had a difficulty of merely 10, and now this task had escalated to a daunting 50. The gaze of the militia captain bore an unsettling resemblance to the sentiment of the wind's howl, and the waters of the E River are cold. The valiant warrior departs, never to return. A shiver ran down my spine as I hastily gathered my belongings and hurried southward toward the village. Chapter 7. The Mutant Bat. As night fell, the forest was graced with gentle raindrops, each step producing an enticing squelch beneath my feet. I had been running briskly for nearly 10 minutes, and apart from encountering a few humans and goblins. Nothing else had crossed my path. However, upon cresting a small mound, I finally stumbled upon a new creature. Squeak! A large bat, engulfed in flames, emitted a discordant screech. Its body was a vivid crimson, with eyes that glowed a striking green. Firebat, common monster, level 5 attack, 4 to 10 defense, 4 health, 500 attack type, poison attack. I was taken aback. A level 5 monster stood before me, its attack capabilities far surpassing those of the goblins. And with a staggering 500 health, not to mention its unpredictable poison attack. I glanced at my own attributes and began to ponder. Arrogant Scholar, Vagrant, level 3 health, 210 attack, 11 to 17 defense, 4 reputation, 1 luck, 0. My attack power was decent, yet my defense left much to be desired. The fire bat was certain to breach my defenses with ease, and coupled with its poison attack, it would prove to be a formidable foe. Nevertheless, fortune favors the bold. I had to engage, and swiftly, before other players arrived. Thus, I brandished my iron sword and charged forward, delivering a decisive strike upon the fire bat. Crack! A dazzling number, 85, soared into the air. I was elated. My fully allocated attack power indeed proved formidable, nearly wiping out a substantial portion of the fire bat's health with a single blow. At that moment, the fire bat seemed to ignite with fury and launched an attack against me. However, I swiftly unleashed a second strike before it could land its blow, causing nearly another 100 points of health to vanish. Finally, the fire bat, with its fiery wings, struck my arm, eliciting a sharp pain. Battle alert. You have been attacked by the fire bat. Losing 51 health points. What? It took away a quarter of my health in one blow. I was astounded. The fire bat's attack was indeed ferocious. I could not hesitate. Before the next assault from the fire bat, I had to eliminate it quickly, especially since I was engaging a monster 2 levels higher without any remarkable defensive gear. This was the only way to level up, with 2 swift strikes. Numbers 91 and 87 appeared above the fire bat's head. Although the fire bat's attack speed was sluggish, it lunged at me once more. Green light flashed as a stream of poison splattered from its mouth. And I instantly felt a tingling sensation across my body, losing a staggering 70 health points. Battle alert. You have been hit by the fire bat's poison attack. Health decreases by 2 points every 3 seconds. Lasting for 60 seconds, I was momentarily stunned. I had indeed been poisoned. Fortunately, the toxin was not as dreadful as I had feared. Only 2 points every 3 seconds, totaling merely 40 points over the duration. However, I had not considered that ordinary players were unable to afford potions. The cheapest red potion cost 20 copper coins, while a goblin only dropped 2 to 3 coins, making it impossible for regular players to splurge on leveling up. Only I, blissfully unaware of my fortune, could afford such indulgence. With 2 decisive strikes, my iron sword fell rapidly upon the fire bat's back, draining its remaining health in an instant. With a mournful cry, it collapsed to the ground, dropping a few copper coins. Ding! Battle alert. You have slain the fire bat, gaining 120 experience points. I could not suppress a hearty laugh. Indeed, high risks yield high rewards. A goblin only granted 10 experience points. Yet I had unexpectedly received 120 points for defeating a fire bat 2 levels above my own. I dug through the dirt for the copper coins, counting a total of 14. Far more generous than the goblins. However, my health had dwindled to below half. The expenditure was considerable, yet still worth it. Thus, I promptly consumed a health potion and continued to hunt the second fire bat. In less than a minute, I had fought fiercely to topple the fire bat, earning another 120 experience points and 19 copper coins. Yet I still had not encountered the bat blood required for the quest. It was not until I defeated the 5th fire bat that I finally heard a plop. As a droplet of bat blood fell to the ground, bat blood, quest item, unremarkable, I tossed it into my pouch. After defeating 5 fire bats and accumulating 600 experience points, I had already spent 2 small potions, losing 40 copper coins in the process. Such expenditures were indeed painful. The forest was eerily quiet, save for the rustling of the fire bat's wings. At that moment, I heard voices behind me, someone exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow! This kid is actually taking down level 5 monsters alone." I turned to see 3 players, all at level 2, peering in my direction. Before long, One stepped forward to lure a fire bat, only to discover that the beast was remarkably fierce, instantly biting away half of the player's health, leaving him pale and shouting, "Help me, guys!" The other two players rushed forward, swinging their clubs at the fire bat's forehead, only to see two numbers pop up, 12, 8. I watched from a distance, nearly bursting into laughter. They wielded no suitable weapons, yet dared to challenge a terrifying level 5 monster, akin to courting death. As expected, within 2 minutes, the three players could not withstand the fire bat's relentless assault and were swiftly transformed into beams of white light. Returning to the town, leaving behind a battered fire bat, an opportunity presented itself. How could I not seize it? I immediately advanced, swinging my iron sword with ferocity. Crack, with a crisp sound, the fire bat wailed and fell. And I heard 2 consecutive chimes, indicating something had dropped. Without a second thought, I began rummaging through the dirt, discovering not only 17 copper coins, but also a vial of bat blood and, to my surprise, a piece of dull-colored leather armor. I was momentarily taken aback and quickly snatched up the armor, checking its attributes. Bat leather armor, white equipment, defense. 8 required level, 4. I could not help but smile. Fortune had smiled upon me. I had been lamenting my lack of armor, and now this splendid piece had come to me as a gift. Had those previous players known, they would surely be filled with regret. Glancing at my experience bar, I was just shy of leveling up to level 4. Therefore, I consumed a red potion and swiftly took down another fire bat. Basking in the golden light of my official upgrade, ding, system prompt. Congratulations, your level has increased, granting an additional 20 health points and 5 points to allocate freely. Haha. Finally, I was ready to embark on my journey. I immediately equipped the bat leather armor, boosting my defense from 4 to 12 points. I then allocated all 5 points to strength, raising my attack to 16-21. Though the bat leather armor was not particularly visually appealing, it was my first piece of armor, possibly the first ever to emerge from this novice village, and I wore it with great satisfaction. With my newfound 12 points of defense, I boldly sought out more fire bats, unleashing a powerful strike that resulted in a number appearing above the fire bat's head, 248. What? I could hardly believe my eyes. I had taken away half of the level 5 monster's health in a single blow. Checking my records, I soon realized it had been a critical hit. Even so, I could still deal 124 points of damage with one strike, which was quite impressive. At that moment, the fire bat, enraged, launched a fierce attack against me. I felt a slight sting and checked my health, only to find that the fire bat's poison attack had inflicted a mere 24 points of damage. I was overjoyed. It seemed that donning the bat leather armor had significantly bolstered my defense, enabling me to sustain prolonged combat. With renewed vigor, I resolutely set out to confront other fire bats. As time passed, within half an hour of the opening of Ling Tong, I had collected 19 vials of bat blood and successfully leveled up to level 5. Facing monsters of the same level, my attributes were no longer constrained by level, allowing me to fight with greater ease, effectively dispatching a fire bat with nearly every 3 strikes. After toppling yet another fire bat, I picked up my spoils, bat blood. Counting meticulously, I discovered that my pouch now held a total of 20 vials of bat blood, fulfilling the quest requirements. Thus, I promptly turned to head back to the village. However, at that moment, I felt a chilling gust of wind sweep in from my right, causing me to involuntarily shiver. When I turned to look, I was startled to see a colossal bat not far away. Engulfed in flames, its size at least 10 times that of a fiery bat, resembling a small airplane floating in the air. Mutated flame bat, mutated creature, level 8 attack, 20 to 28 defense, 18 health, 2000 attack type, mutated toxic attack. I was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a quasi-boss level creature. Its terrifying attack could reach up to 28 points, and with a defense of 18, my current level 5 attack of 26 points barely stood a chance of penetrating its defenses. The mutated bat seemed unwilling to allow me much time for contemplation and lunged directly at me, its sharp claws leaving a mark on my leather armor in an instant. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through me as I saw the damage indicator above my head flash 88 points. Although the number was auspicious, I felt no joy. I hastily swung my sword in retaliation, striking the fiery bat's forehead for 110 points of damage. The figure was commendable, Yet I realized it would take at least 20 strikes to defeat this mutated bat. Glancing at the potions in my inventory, I noted there were only 5 small potions left. Would they suffice to bring down this fiery bat? Chapter 8. Glimmering Battle AX At this moment, 2 paths lay before me. Either face death or engage in a fierce battle with the mutated bat. If only I had enough potions, I could safely defeat this mutated bat. However, the crucial fact remained that I currently possessed only 5 potions, each restoring 100 health points, and with my original health totaling merely 780 points. Whether I could vanquish this mutated bat remained uncertain. With this thought, I cast aside my hesitations and swiftly grabbed a potion, for I had no other choice. Swish, swish. I delivered 2 consecutive strikes upon the back of the mutated bat, inflicting over 200 points of damage, but its counterattack forced me to consume another potion. The battle escalated rapidly. I could not afford to hesitate and wielded my iron sword with fervor against the mutated bat. Suddenly, my sword swept across the bat's mouth, dealing a surprising 256 points of damage. I was momentarily stunned, struck by the realization that many creatures in games possess vulnerabilities. If one can target these weak points, the efficacy of their attacks can be greatly amplified. The likely weakness of this mutated bat was its gaping green maw. Thus, I pivoted and thrust my sword into the bat's mouth, feeling the blade sink into soft flesh. And immediately, the mutated bat suffered an additional 248 points of weak point damage. Witnessing the quasi-boss's health plummet brought me immense joy, and with each successive attack, I managed to deal weak point damage every 2 or 3 strikes. At that moment, I reached into my inventory only to find it utterly empty. A wave of despair washed over me. No potions left at such a critical juncture. This was dire. Just then, the mutated bat, now with but a sliver of health remaining, opened its gaping maw and lunged at me. With only 140 health points left, I had no choice but to fight back, gritting my teeth. I thrust my sword deep into the bat's mouth. I felt a sharp pain as I lost another 120 health points. Yet I also heard a gratifying system notification. Ding! System alert. You have slain the mutated flame bat, earning 480 experience points. System alert. You have leveled up. Ding! The mutated flame bat dropped an item, mingled among a few silver coins, lying on the ground. It was an axe radiating with a faint glow. A thrill surged within me. I had struck gold. A glimmering piece of equipment signified it was an attribute item. Had I truly obtained my first attribute weapon? I quickly picked up the axe and examined it. Glimmering battle axe, black iron equipment, attack, 12 to 18 strength, for required level, 6. Huh? It was indeed black iron equipment, an attribute weapon. It even granted me an additional 4 points of strength, precisely what I was lacking. In my exuberance, I swiftly equipped the glimmering battle axe, and my attack instantly surged to 33 to 40. Undeniably a high attack for a novice village. Elated, I gathered the silver coins scattered on the ground. True to its nature, a mutated creature was indeed more generous than ordinary ones, dropping a total of 4 silver coins. With joy swelling in my heart, I tucked the coins away, and with the copper coins I had collected thus far, my total wealth had reached an impressive 23 silver coins and 68 copper coins. However, I was still far from the 2 gold coins mandated by the studio, but that was of no concern. Time was still on my side, and I was confident I could amass the required 2 gold coins today. Having organized everything, I returned directly to the novice village. At this point, the village was bustling with players, though the vast majority still wielded crude wooden sticks. Consequently, I, equipped with the glimmering battle axe, stood out as one of the few skilled players. Drawing envious gazes from many, alarmed, I quickly turned off my name display. After all, one does not wish to attract unwanted attention. While I did not mind engaging in PvP, that was a matter for another time. For now, I needed to focus on leveling up. Finding the militia captain, Ma Su, I handed over 20 bat blood samples, prompting a look of astonishment on his face as he exclaimed, "Brave warrior, you truly accomplished it. I never imagined you would defeat those vile bats. Very well, here is your reward. Ding! System alert. Congratulations. You have completed the quest, clearing the fields, earning 2,400 experience points, 24 silver coins, 10 reputation, and the quest reward item, wilderness boots." I was overjoyed. Another piece of equipment, wilderness boots, black iron equipment, footwear, defense, 14 strength, 2 agility, 1 required level, 6, yet another black iron attribute item. This time it was even more formidable, providing bonuses to 2 secondary attributes, albeit modestly. The experience from the previous quest had already elevated me to level 7, and after equipping the wilderness boots, my defense had risen to 26, and my attack reached 35 to 45. Glancing at my iron sword, I dashed to the village entrance and shouted, "Iron sword with an attack of 1 to 4 for sale. Wealthy buyers, come quickly." Only 3 minutes, to my delight. My shout had an effect akin to a stunningly beautiful woman offering her first night for merely 10 coins. Within mere seconds, I was surrounded by a throng of eager players, each clamoring for the weapon. "Sell it to me! Sell it to me!" Faced with this ravenous crowd, I made my intentions clear. The highest bidder wins. Before long, several players began pooling their funds. One shouted, "I offer 1 silver coin." Another scoffed, "1 silver coin? Do you think you're buying a chick? I'll give you 2 silver coins." A dinosaur-like player bellowed, "Hey handsome, give me the weapon, and I'll make you my husband in a video." The crowd erupted in laughter, berating him. "Get lost. With that appearance, you dare to show your face. Go back to Mars." Just then, someone pushed through the crowd and announced, "I have gathered 20 silver coins. Sell it to me." The mention of 20 silver coins silenced the crowd, all eyes turning in astonishment at this player capable of amassing such wealth at the game's outset. Observing his travel-worn appearance, it seemed the others could not match that price. Without hesitation, I accepted his trade. 20 silver coins were exchanged, and I committed his name to memory, Jin Hua Long Hun. He appeared to be a professional player. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accumulated so many silver coins so swiftly. A wave of exhilaration surged through me. If a mere broken sword could fetch such a high price, how much could I command for my glimmering battle axe or wilderness boots? Of course, I had no intention of selling either, as they were essential for leveling up and acquiring even more equipment. Emerging from the throng, I hurried to the apothecary to review the potion list. Potions that restored 100 health cost 20 copper coins each, while those restoring 300 health were priced at 2 silver coins each. The disparity was significant, but the efficacy was equally apparent. I needed the higher-grade potions for critical moments, especially now that my health was 320 at level 7. Purchasing such potions was imperative, as higher-level potions restored health more rapidly, while lower-grade ones took time, which could be life-threatening. Checking my inventory, I found I had 43 silver coins and 68 copper coins. I decided to buy 15 potions for 300 health and the remainder as 27 potions for 100 health. With this, I was left utterly penniless. Every investment yields returns, and as I returned to the militia captain to initiate a conversation, he frowned and remarked, "The village chief seems troubled." Was this a hint? I pondered briefly before retracing my steps back to the village, where I found the white-haired village chief in the large central building. At that moment, most players were outside grinding levels, leaving the village seemingly deserted, with only me wandering around like a leisurely drifter. Upon my arrival, the elderly village chief let out a sigh and remarked, "Those demons have commenced their assault on the towns surrounding Twilight City once more. Our village has already been attacked. A multitude of liquefied malevolent creatures has emerged to the west of the village. Young one, could you do me a favor? Ding system notification. Do you accept the quest?" I promptly clicked confirm. The village chief continued, "A brave band of militia is besieged at an outpost to the west of the village. I hope you can assist them. Ding system notification. You have accepted the quest. Clear the outpost. Beginner quest. Current difficulty, 80. Quest details. Proceed west of the village, locate the outpost, eliminate the slimes there, and collect 100 slime medals." I was momentarily taken aback. Slime medals? What on earth are those? No matter, I shall discover their nature upon arrival. The difficulty of this quest is 80, which surely indicates that the slimes must be of a considerable level compared to my current level 7. Moreover, the requirement to collect 100 slime medals sent a shiver down my spine. Typically, quest monsters have a drop rate of around 20, implying that I might need to slay 500 slimes just to complete the task. Thus, with the glimmering battle axe in hand, I set forth towards the western outskirts of the village. Perhaps due to the conspicuousness of the glimmering battle axe, a black iron weapon, many gazes of astonishment were cast upon me. Though they remained merely surprised, however, not far from the village, I heard a voice calling from behind, "Friend, might we discuss a matter?" I turned to find 3 level 6 players standing behind me who seemed to have been trailing me for some time. Their names strikingly similar: Ao Shi Kuangren, Ao Shi Piaoyu, and Ao Shi Shui. Notably, Ao Shi Piaoyu was a female player, a striking young lady whose simplistic novice attire could not conceal her alluring figure. Her ample bust seemed poised to burst forth from her clothing. Had I not encountered a beauty like Ling Shui, I might have found myself entranced by Ao Shi Piaoyu. Casting a glance at them, I inquired, "What brings you here?" Ao Shi Kuangren let out a hearty laugh, pointing at my glimmering battle axe and asked, "Is your weapon for sale?" I shook my head resolutely. "Of course not." Ao Shi Kuangren's eyes narrowed coldly as he replied, "What if I insist on purchasing it?" A chill ran through me, and I squinted with a smile. "What manner of purchase do you have in mind?" Chapter 9. The Ao Shi clan suddenly. Ao Shi Kuangren drew a long sword, seemingly an iron blade, appearing to be of white quality and lacking any luster, while Ao Shi Shui brandished a small dagger, which also appeared to be of white quality. Noticing my slight change in demeanor, Ao Shi Kuangren laughed heartily. "You see, there are 3 of us, and you are but one. Should you choose to sell that weapon, I can offer a handsome price. However, if you remain obstinate, do not blame me for engaging in a transaction without capital." It was evident that Ao Shi Kuangren was envious of my glimmering battle axe. It seemed that this matter could not be resolved amicably. Thus, I smiled and declared, "In that case, let us engage in battle. My time is quite valuable." Ao Shi Kuangren tightened his grip on the iron sword, growling, "You are ungrateful." At that moment, Ao Shi Piaoyu grasped Ao Shi Kuangren's arm, exclaiming, "Brother, did we not agree to be benevolent in Ling Hong? Why must you seek conflict with this individual?" Ao Shi Kuangren chuckled, "This brat is ungrateful. I shall teach him a lesson." Ao Shi Piaoyu, clearly displeased, stepped aside and pouted, "Then you may handle it yourself. I shall not partake." "Ha! Just the 2 of us will suffice." Ao Shi Kuangren cast a glance my way, saying, "Such a novice as you, I need not concern myself with." I chuckled darkly, my expression turning cold as I charged forward, the glimmering battle axe sweeping down. Thud! A spray of spring mud was sent flying, yet it barely grazed Ao Shi Kuangren. Instantly, he wore an expression of disdain, laughing, "Indeed a novice. Shi Shui, let us finish him together." The iron sword came crashing down, while Ao Shi Shui, having moved to my right, lunged forward with her dagger without warning. Thud thud. A stinging sensation surged through me as 2 numbers floated above my head, 24 and 32. At once, both Ao Shi Kuangren and Ao Shi Shui were taken aback, unable to contain their disbelief. How can he have such high defense? Their combined assault had merely chipped away less than a quarter of my health, leaving them both astounded. Simultaneously, their names shifted to a gray hue, indicating malicious intent. This was the moment I had been awaiting. Whoosh! The glimmering battle axe swept through the air, landing precisely upon Ao Shi Shui's chest. A sharp sound echoed as the blade sent her flying, and before she even hit the ground, she transformed into white light, returning to town. Ao Shi Kuangren was instantly enraged, charging forward with his iron sword, cursing, "Bastard, you killed my brother," without uttering another word. I swung the glimmering battle axe from the right, crashing down upon Ao Shi Kuangren's armpit, as the damage number 178 appeared above his head. Yet he did not perish. His sword struck my shoulder, inflicting a mere 27 points of damage. I could not help but sneer. Gliding past him, I whispered, "If you lack ability, refrain from pretending to be grand." Smack! A crisp sound resonated as the glimmering battle axe fell upon Ao Shi Kuangren's shoulder, sending him flying with a damage value of 234, sufficient to claim his second demise. In an instant, I had dispatched 2 players with malicious intent without gaining a single point of evil value. While Ao Shi Kuangren dropped several small potions, which I promptly collected into my inventory, it seemed he had come to supply me. Ao Shi Piaoyu stood frozen in shock, finally stammering, I'm sorry." Perhaps she feared I might send her back to town as well. I could not help but smile, saying, "Hurry along and level up. Focus on defeating monsters rather than engaging in player combat. That is the way to progress swiftly." Ao Shi Piaoyu nodded gently, uttering another apology before turning to depart. After this brief commotion, I finally embarked on my journey, heading west of the village to clear the monsters near the outpost. Along the way, small goblins scurried about, often brandishing tiny axes and shouting as they charged towards me. However, these level 1 nuisances were of no concern to me, with a flick of the glimmering battle axe. I sent a goblin soaring into the air, earning 10 experience points and casually collecting 3 copper coins. According to the lore of Ling Tong, within the Chinese region, there exist 2 major cities, each overseeing 5 secondary cities, surrounded by numerous towns and villages, which include the novice village I currently inhabited. This time, a significant influx of players logged into the game, many rushing in without even having eaten dinner, resulting in the novice village becoming overcrowded. Consequently, players began to venture into the surrounding forests, where numerous high-level monsters awaited, promising experience and wealth, yet also the potential for death. As I made my way to the western village, I encountered several players battling level 3 goblins, with some already forming parties to take on the higher-level fire bats and wild wolves. However, after crossing a hill, I found myself amidst a multitude of slimes. And finally, I saw no other players. Slimes, green and resembling sludge, were adept at venomous attacks, which posed a significant challenge, as their ranged strikes allowed them to employ a hit-and-run strategy, leading players in circles and causing great frustration. At that moment, a slime came bounding towards me, halting just a few paces away. It crouched down and suddenly shot forth a stream of green liquid that splattered upon me, sending a sharp pain coursing through my body as my health plummeted by 70 points. I was momentarily stunned and quickly checked the slime's attributes. Green slime, common monster, level 10 attack, 25 to 35 defense, 10 health, 800 attack type. Venom attack, goodness, a level 10 monster. No wonder the quest difficulty is rated at 80. At my level 7, I would undoubtedly face significant challenges. Fortunately, I now possessed bat leather armor and wilderness boots, significantly boosting my defense. Otherwise, I might have lost more than half my health in a single blow. Without further ado, I charged forward and swung my axe, only to be greatly surprised as the slime leaped backward, evading my strike entirely. I inwardly cursed my luck, hurriedly pursuing it. This time, I refrained from rash actions. As the slime began to move, I swung my battle axe, producing a dazzling arc as the glimmering battle axe swept through the slime's retreating position, causing it to be nearly reshaped by the blow. A stream of venom oozing from its wound, and its health rapidly diminished by 254 points. It appeared that while the slime's attack was formidable, its defense was rather lacking, categorizing it as a high attack, low defense monster, quite suitable for leveling up. Certainly, this is predicated on having an ample supply of health potions. I felt a twinge of pride, for I had displayed remarkable foresight this time, while others carried little. I had stocked up on potions. After several evasive maneuvers against the slimes, I had completely discerned their movement patterns. I could almost predict their escape routes with the slightest wiggle of their gelatinous forms. My attacks with the glimmering battle axe had become nearly infallible. A single slime possessed merely 800 health points, and upon delivering my 4th strike, it let out a pitiful squeal before perishing and dropping a handful of copper coins. Glancing at my records, I was astonished to discover that due to my exceeding level 3 while slaying monsters, I had garnered a staggering 260 experience points from just one slime. Elation surged through me, for while others were still battling goblins yielding a meager 10 experience points, I had already begun to engage in combat with these formidable slimes. In the distance, I spotted a rudimentary outpost, manned by 2 flustered village militiamen, while below, the ground was teeming with slimes that had overtaken the area. My task was to convert each one into experience and copper coins. A moment ago, one slime had dropped an impressive 48 coins, undoubtedly classifying it as a wealthy foe. Time was of the essence, so I cautiously advanced, luring a slime before swiftly retreating, then methodically dispatching it with my axe. I could withstand the attack of a single slime, but any more than that would likely overwhelm me, even with a vigorous consumption of 300 health points and potions. After all, the slime's attack dealt a terrifying 35 damage, and even I, clad in iron boots, would have succumbed had I been less equipped. As time slipped away, each slime consumed nearly a minute of my effort. While the kills came swiftly, luring them was an art form. A few times, I inadvertently attracted multiple slimes, forcing me to frantically gulp down potions, nearly leading to my demise. Nearly 5 hours had elapsed, and as I checked the in-game clock, It was already 1 a.m. I had long lost count of the slimes I had slain, but I noticed my inventory was filling with their badges. Regrettably, after vanquishing so many monsters, I had only obtained a pair of level 8 white pants. Boasting a defense of 9, which I donned immediately, enhancing my defense by another 9 points. At this point, I had also reached level 10. Logically, I could pursue a job now, yet I was merely 1 badge short of the 100 needed to complete my task. So I resolved to finish the quest before returning to the novice village. The number of high-level players around me was increasing. Many had joined the ranks of slime slayers, with several boasting levels of 8 or 9. However, amidst the leveling ground, I alone stood at level 10. These players had evidently not undertaken any quests, as none had dropped badges. Perhaps this task was unique, who could say? After dispatching a few more slimes, I finally obtained a badge, and my quest could now be completed. Just then, a brilliant flash caught my eye, followed by a thunderous roar, and suddenly, a dozen players were instantaneously eliminated. A massive golden slime rampaged through the crowd, its golden venom spraying forth in blinding light, rendering the defenders clad in mere 1-point defense equipment utterly defenseless. Above the creature, the words King of the Golden Slimes loomed ominously. I couldn't help but gasp in shock. The super boss had finally emerged. Chapter 10. King of the Golden Slimes died in an instant. Its lethal venom attack annihilated all players except for me. Their defenses were pathetically low, while I, fortified by my 35 points of defense, endured the King of the Golden Slime's onslaught. One blast of its venom reduced my health by 150 points, prompting me to hastily consume a potion restoring 300 points, replenishing half my health instantly. My heart raced with exhilaration. Fortune favored me, as the first boss of the novice village had spawned right beside me, and I had an abundance of potions at my disposal. I quickly assessed the boss's attributes. King of the Golden Slimes, Bronze Tier Boss, Level 15 Attack, 85 to 150 Defense, 25 Health. Attack Type, Ranged Venom Attack. The formidable attributes of this boss made me gasp in horror. An attack potential of 150 points explained how it could so swiftly drain my health. Its health points were shrouded in mystery. Who knew how many it possessed? With a mighty swing, my glimmering battle axe struck the King of the Slime atop its head, causing it to recoil in pain, displaying a damage number of 135. A glimmer of hope ignited within me. It seemed my 60 points of attack could indeed breach its defenses. Having leveled up to 10, I had gained an additional 15 strength. At that moment, the King of the Slime unleashed another venomous attack, and my health plummeted by 167 points, nearly half of my total. Swiftly, I downed another large potion, refusing to back down as I swung my glimmering battle axe with fervor. In less than 10 minutes, I had managed to reduce the King of the Slime's health by approximately 1/10. It appeared its health was not as overwhelmingly terrifying as I had feared. However, the pressing concern was that my potions were dwindling rapidly. Just then, I noticed a flurry of figures approaching from the distance, quickly surrounding both me and the boss. My heart sank as I recognized the emblem above each of their heads. The members of the Aoir family had arrived. Nearly 300 strong. My goodness, Aoir was indeed a formidable force, wielding such influence even in the novice village. Seeing the oncoming tide of players, I resolved not to fight a losing battle against the Golden Slime King and instead made a hasty retreat into the surrounding forest. Just then, a figure parted the crowd, shouting, "Thinking of escaping? Not so fast, brothers, capture him. He is the one who offended me." The speaker was none other than Aoir, flanked by another individual, Aoir, the very one I had obliterated. The whereabouts of Aoir remained unknown. Upon hearing Quarren's words, several Aoir players around me began to stir, and I couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. More than half of them wielded only wooden sticks, attempting to threaten me with such meager equipment. Yet, the reality remained that numbers held power. I stood no chance against 300 foes. Gripping my glimmering battle axe tightly, I regarded the surrounding players. Though I remained silent, my posture clearly communicated that anyone daring to strike would be met with immediate retaliation. Strangely, those wielding wooden sticks hesitated, each one afraid to advance. Aoir, furious, barked, "You useless bunch, charge." Just then, another group approached from afar, swiftly encircling the area with clear intent aimed at the King of the Golden Slime. It was evident that the players who had perished 10 minutes prior had returned to the novice village and spread the news of the super boss's appearance. Attracting a host of capable factions, the newcomers were all level 8 or higher, and their ranks prominently featured players bearing the name Jianhua. Jianhua. I suddenly recalled that I had sold my iron sword to someone named Jian Hualonghun. A figure emerged from the crowd. It was indeed Jian Hualonghun, who greeted the scene with a nonchalant smile. Oh, what a lively gathering. I never imagined the Aoir clan would get here first. By this time, Jian Hualonghun had equipped a shimmering iron sword, presumably of similar quality to mine. It was no surprise that he possessed such a weapon, for he was the leader of Jianhua, and it would be odd if he lacked an exceptional piece of equipment. Faced with the unexpected arrival of Jianhua and his companions, the Aoir players began to falter. After all, the quality of the Aoir players was not particularly high, with only a handful exceeding level 8, while Jianhua's group appeared significantly stronger, despite numbering only around 100. Thus, Aoir Quan raised an eyebrow, remarking, I didn't expect Long Hun to be in this novice village. It seems our paths are destined to cross. Jian Hualonghun chuckled. I see you have all aligned with Ling Tong. It's quite the reunion. After the dissolution of the Pillars of Silver Moon City, the West has become a battleground between Jianhua and Aoir, and it seems the same holds true here. Aoir Quan grinned. Long Hun, today is merely a matter of personal grievances between us Aoir and this individual. If you could show me some courtesy, I would prefer to handle this matter myself. Jian Hualonghun glanced into the fray, seemingly recognizing me. After all, my glimmering battle axe was quite conspicuous. He then remarked with a hearty laugh, while I can extend you some courtesy regarding your enemy. The king of the golden slime must be surrendered to Jianhua. I can't let my brothers return empty-handed, can I? The arrogant world conqueror's expression immediately darkened as he exclaimed, Stop the nonsense. What right does this boss have to spare anyone? At that moment, a player wielding a massive axe stepped forth from the ranks of the Swordfire team, an already employed berserker by the name of Jianhua Xingtian. He laughed boisterously. Do the people of Aoshi think they can monopolize this golden slime king? Do you truly possess such capability? Ha! Stop kneeling here and let us witness a spectacle. Jianhua Xingtian's words left Aoshi's world conqueror visibly humiliated, prompting him to shout, Damn it! That bastard Jianhua is trying to take advantage of our predicament. Swordfire Longhun interjected sternly, Enough with the idle chatter. Are you not also trying to seize an opportunity? You cleared out so many solo players back at the leveling grounds. We will eventually settle that score. You Aoshi know your own nature well, preying on the weak while fearing the strong. Deceitful and sinister. Which of these traits do you not embody? I have heard that you even organized women to engage in flesh trade within the game. It's quite remarkable that you can stoop so low. Aoshi's world conqueror appeared to be struck at his core, his face a storm of emotions, and he bellowed in fury, Damn, brothers, Jianhua has clearly declared war on us. Let's dispose of them immediately. Instantly, a throng of Aoshi players surged forward. Wooden sticks and broken swords at the ready. Swordfire Longhun let out a cold laugh, saying, Let them come. After a few exchanges, several players at the forefront of Swordfire fell, but the cost was that a multitude of Aoshi players were reduced to ashes. Jianhua Xingtian laughed heartily, stepping forward with his battle axe raised high, delivering a resounding strike. A red flash erupted, and a fissure of fighting spirit cleaved the ground, instantly annihilating the leading Aoshi players. Aoshi's world conqueror's face fluctuated between rage and despair as he commanded, First team, hold back Jianhua's rabble. Second and third teams, focus on defeating the Golden Slime King immediately. In that moment, Swordfire's members were repelled, while Aoshi's forces split, half engaging Jianhua's team and the other half entangled with the Slime King. I quietly slipped into the forest, feeling a sense of injustice. The boss that I had aimed to claim was now a prize for these two competing teams. Damn it, venturing alone indeed feels like a constant struggle. Reluctant to leave, I concealed myself in the forest, observing the battle unfold. Though Aoshi's levels were generally low, a few skilled players emerged, with one or two already employed mages casting fireballs and meteors at the Golden Slime King, becoming the main force of the assault, for wooden sticks could hardly breach the Slime King's defenses. Time trickled by, and the Slime King's health quickly dwindled to below half. Yet, it remained undeterred. In mere moments, over 100 Aoshi players had fallen, leaving only a few distant mages sporadically hurling fireballs, while the lower-level players acted as mere cannon fodder. On the other hand, it seemed Swordfire recognized the situation with the boss and launched a fierce assault, sending the outer Aoshi players scurrying back to town. In an instant, flashes of white light illuminated the scene as Aoshi's numbers dwindled to fewer than 50. Witnessing this dire turn of events, Aoshi's world conqueror resentfully cried out, "Brothers, retreat for now." Aoshi's players scattered like birds, but Swordfire appeared unwilling to let them escape, swiftly executing them with ease, including Aoshi's world conqueror, who was dispatched back to town by Jinhua Xingtian's axe. Moments later, the forest was devoid of Aoshi players, and the entire area fell into the hands of Swordfire. After a fierce melee, Swordfire retained around 60 members, yet half of them bore red names. Should they fall, they would lose levels. However, with such a formidable boss before them, there was no question of letting it go. Thus, Swordfire Longhun commanded, "Surround it, kill the boss." I remained, quietly waiting. Chapter 11. Zeuner, however, the early game player's equipment was inadequate. Many wore only white boots or crude leg armor, with those boasting defenses exceeding 20 being a rarity. As a result, despite Swordfire's emphasis on teamwork, individuals kept falling to the Golden Slime King's onslaught. Furthermore, the boss's toxin attacks had splashing effects, greatly amplifying their lethality. Many Swordfire players were outright slain before even approaching. Yet, the fact remained that the boss's health continued to decline. As I watched the boss's health bar nearing its end, I found myself torn between seizing the equipment or watching them eliminate what was rightfully my boss. Honestly, Swordfire's members appeared devoid of malice. I could sense the camaraderie among their ranks, a stark contrast to Aoshi's disorganized rabble. Thus, I held a favorable impression of Swordfire. Nonetheless, despite my positive feelings, they were, after all, indirectly robbing me of my boss. Just as I wrestled with my thoughts, a shocking turn of events transpired. With a thunderous roar, the Slime King suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, its form swelling nearly double in size. Jinhua Longhun was taken aback, exclaiming, "Be cautious. This boss seems to have mutated." Jinhua Xingtian seethed. What terrible luck, facing a mutated boss right after the first. Before he could finish, the Golden Slime King unleashed a furious bellow, sending a wave of golden light rippling outward, forming a fierce shockwave that struck all Swordfire players. In a cacophony of sounds, damage indicators of 200 points appeared above nearly every head. Those with low health were instantly obliterated, while even the tankiest players lost a third of their health. But that was not all. With the Slime King's roar, a second wave of golden shockwaves surged forth. Swordfire Longhun, now alarmed, muttered in disbelief, "Damn. We've hit a brick wall." Jinhua Xingtian echoed his sentiment. "You can't force fate. I warned you that stealing the monster was a mistake." With two agonized cries, both Swordfire Longhun and Jinhua Xingtian were swiftly vanquished. What followed was a one-sided massacre, as Swordfire players fell to the Slime King's relentless onslaught. By the fourth wave, all of Swordfire's members had perished. Yet the Slime King seemed to revel in the chaos, continuing its assault with wave after wave, until the nth wave, which I could no longer count. However, I was patient, quietly waiting. The large tree that concealed me absorbed all harm, keeping me safe even at close proximity to the Golden Slime King. In the distance, a crowd of players watched in awe at the display of this super boss's might, but none dared approach. If even a formidable team like Swordfire fell, what chance did casual players have? After nearly 10 minutes of unrelenting fury, the boss finally ceased its roars, its golden radiance dimming abruptly. Due to my proximity, I received a combat notification. Ding, combat alert. The Golden Slime King's frenzy state has ended, entering a weakened state, defense reduced by 50. I was overjoyed. The opportunity had arrived. The vulnerability following its rampage was precisely when I could strike. Without hesitation, I leapt from the foliage, my glimmering battle axe soaring through the air, and with a satisfying thud, I cleaved a massive wound atop the Slime King's head. 346. The damage number exceeding 300 sent me into a frenzy of joy. The weakened Slime King had become mere mush. Although its toxin attacks remained potent, I had consumed 300 health potions, charging in recklessly. A horde of players rushed toward me in astonishment, shouting, "Where did this guy come from? Hurry up, or we'll be too late." Amidst their cries, I yanked my axe back, once again splitting the Slime King's head open. In an instant, the boss's colossal form crumbled. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations, you have slain the boss Golden Slime King, earning 50,000 experience points and 300 reputation. I instantly leveled up to level 12, and beneath the Golden Slime King's corpse, I clearly spotted 2 pieces of equipment. Racing forward, I swiftly picked them up and stashed them in my inventory before scouring the body for anything else. There was nothing but a pile of gold. To my astonishment, several coins gleamed with golden light. Gold coins. This boss had dropped gold coins. Counting them, I found a total of 12 gold coins, along with a significant number of silver coins. Many of the silver coins had tumbled into the grass, forcing me to search diligently. Had it not been for my principle of collecting every last bit, I would have ignored them. After gathering all 84 silver coins, the group of players who had been waiting at a distance arrived, many eyeing me with greed. After all, the chances of obtaining rare items from a boss on its first drop were 100. Having on subsequent drops, I cast a glance at them. The highest level among them was only 8, wielding rusty iron swords. Such novices were hardly worth my concern. Thus, I raised my glimmering battle axe and declared, "What's this? Do you wish to share a piece of the spoils?" At my words, the players hesitated, with several shaking their heads and departing. At that moment, a sudden group of individuals arrived, and to my astonishment, they were members of Jinhua. This time, Jinhua had come with only a small contingent, consisting of just 4 individuals, including Jinhua Longhun and Jinhua Xingtian, while another player named Jinhua Guizhi, a level 10 dark mage, accompanied them. A dark mage, such a hidden class. However, what truly captivated me was the presence of another individual with Jinhua Longhun, a female player named Ziyuner, who was a level 10 priest. Clad in a cream-colored robe, which appeared to be a white equipment, Ziyuner possessed a beauty that, compared to Ling Xue, lacked a touch of ethereality but was imbued with a more mature charm. Judging by her appearance, she seemed to be around 25 years old. Whereas Ling Xue could not be more than 20. My gaze lingered on Ziyuner for about 3 seconds before shifting to the others, which left Jinhua Longhun and the others somewhat taken aback. While Ziyuner slightly parted her lips, seemingly astonished by the clarity in the young man's gaze before her, Jinhua Longhun glanced at the gradually disappearing corpse of the Golden Slime King on the ground and chuckled. "Brother, you must have slain this boss, right?" I nodded, unreservedly admitting, "Indeed. I landed the first blow as well as the final one." My words clearly indicated that I had not stolen the kill. Jinhua Longhun, in good spirits, replied, "Then allow us to congratulate you. By the way, did you obtain any equipment? If there is anything you don't wish to keep, would you consider selling it to us first? We can offer you double the current market price." I regarded him with suspicion, to which Jinhua Longhun chuckled. "Oh, I nearly forgot to introduce myself. I am Longhun, and these are my friends, Xingtian, Guizhi, and Ziyuner. We are comrades from a battle network, having transitioned from Yueheng to Ling Tong, not for any other reason but to seek the lost glory, and our organization is called Jinhua, consisting of over 100 members. Of course, the core figures among us are the 4 of us." I smiled. "So, you all are not acquainted with each other?" Longhun suddenly laughed. "We are scattered across the north and south, merely connected through phone calls. Xingtian and I are from the northeast, Guizhi is in Shanghai. And this beautiful lady Ziyuner beside you resides in Suzhou, in the same city as I." I was slightly taken aback. Ziyuner also seemed surprised, glancing at me but saying nothing. Longhun continued, "My friend, since you managed to seize this boss from both Jinhua and Aoshi, it clearly indicates that you are no ordinary player. Would you like to befriend us and conquer the world together from now on? Moreover, we are still unaware of your true identity." It then dawned on me that I had kept my name hidden, making me appear to be quite the expert. Thus, I promptly revealed my name, Luxurious Scholar. Longhun mused, "Interesting name. Now, why don't you check what equipment the boss dropped? If possible, you may choose your future class right here. And for any unwanted equipment, we would be willing to purchase at a high price." Simultaneously, Longhun sent me a friend request, which I accepted. Soon after, Xingtian and Guizhi also added me as friends, while Ziyuner quietly stood by. I took the initiative to send her a friend request, and to my surprise, she blushed and accepted my invitation. Opening my inventory, I examined the 2 pieces of equipment. One was a bow, and the other was armor. First, I scrutinized the armor's attributes: wilderness golden armor, bronze equipment, armor, defense, 50 strength, 5 required level, 14, unidentified. I was taken aback, though the armor had yet to be fully identified. Its existing attributes were already impressive. If its attributes were enhanced upon identification, it would undoubtedly be a superb piece of equipment, and being a bronze item, it surpassed the tier of black iron, likely marking the first bronze item to emerge in Ling Tong, Chapter 12. Golden King Bao proceeded to create a visual guide of the wilderness golden armor's attributes and shared it with them, instantly igniting fervor in Jianhua Longhun and Jianhua Xingtian's eyes, for such a superb bronze armor was a rare treasure for both swordsmen and berserkers. Longhun inquired, "Scholar, is this all you obtained?" I replied, "There is also a Bao." Longhun grinned, "Let us see how the Bao fares then. By the way, what class do you wish to choose?" I pondered briefly and said, "If this Bao is outstanding, I will choose the archer class. If it's subpar, I will opt for the berserker." Longhun and Xingtian exchanged glances, then simultaneously sighed to the heavens. May the heavens bless that his Bao is extraordinary. I couldn't help but chuckle. These two were quite amusing. Should I choose the archer class, I wouldn't be able to equip the armor, thus allowing them to rightfully purchase the wilderness golden armor from me. Therefore, I swiftly took out the longbow, and as I did, its graceful curves and the subtle gleam of its string were visually stunning. With a flash of light, the name and attributes of the longbow materialized. Golden King Bao, bronze equipment, attack, 55 to 70 strength, 7 required level, 14, unidentified. For a moment, I was left speechless. It was indeed a bronze item, moreover, possessing a fearsome attack power of 70 even before identification. What would its power be post-identification? I hastily created a visual guide of the golden Bao's attributes and sent it to each of them. And at that moment, Longhun and Guizhi nearly drooled, while Ziyunar's enchanting eyes revealed a glimmer of envy. Xingtian seized my hand and exclaimed, "Brother, let us return to town to identify these. We'll assess the price of the armor. You set the price, and we will do our best to accommodate." I was momentarily startled. Xingtian was rather straightforward, displaying such blatant eagerness, while Longhun was much more subtle. In truth, Longhun was also swallowing hard but managed to suppress it. Thus, with a flash of light, the 5 of us appeared in the novice village and headed to the identification office, where an old master was leisurely tinkering with antiques, appearing quite content. With a thud, I placed the wilderness golden armor directly on the table and stated, "Identify." The identifier glanced back and said, "The identification fee is 10 silver coins." What? A fee of 10 silver coins? I felt a pang of regret. Yet I quickly produced the coins. The identifier waved his hand over the armor, and a radiant light burst forth, revealing the true nature of the armor. Wilderness golden armor, bronze equipment, armor, defense, 85 strength, 10 stamina, 5 required level, 14. To my astonishment, its defense value surged by 35 points, alongside an increase of 10 in strength and 5 in stamina. Everyone was left dumbfounded. After a long pause, Longhun finally remarked, "This equipment is impressive. Scholar, quickly check that Bao." I placed the golden Bao on the table once more, and the identifier, who had initially seemed indifferent, suddenly focused intently, examining the Bao closely. "Oh," he exclaimed, "I never expected such a treasure. The identification fee is 10 gold coins." I was left speechless. What? Are you kidding me? The identification fee for the golden armor was just 10 silver coins. How can the golden Bao cost 10 gold coins? The identifier lazily glanced at me and replied, "If you don't want it, feel free to leave." At this moment, Longhun pulled me aside, saying, "Fool, the higher the identification fee, the more exceptional the equipment. If you lack the funds, I'll cover the fee." I immediately became wary. If he paid the identification fee, he would surely attempt to undercut the price of the wilderness golden armor, and such a loss was unacceptable. Therefore, I promptly handed over 10 gold coins to the identifier, lamenting the loss of 10 out of the 12 gold coins I had earned from the boss. Fortunately, I still had 2 coins left for tomorrow's company expenses. The identifier took a deep breath and gently stroked the golden Bao, and with a flash of light, the Bao shimmered and revealed its true form. Golden King Bao, silver equipment, attack, 80 to 125 strength, 15 agility, 12 additional effect, unmissable. Attacks cannot be evaded by the target required level, 15. In that moment, everyone stood dumbfounded. The golden Bao had indeed transformed from bronze to silver during the identification process. After nearly 5 minutes, Long Hun finally exclaimed, "Incredible!" I was equally astonished. The investment of those 10 gold coins was well worth it. To wield a longbow with an attack of 125 at level 15. What an astounding prospect. Furthermore, this golden bow was a silver item, surpassing even bronze in tier, and it might very well serve me until level 30 or even 50. Most importantly, it possessed the additional effect of being unmissable. The seemingly inconspicuous attribute that cannot be missed by the opponent has sparked a bold idea within me. Ordinary archers typically allocate their points evenly between strength and agility, thus ensuring both attack power and accuracy. Agility determines precision, while strength dictates damage. With this golden bow, there is no need to worry about hitting the target. If I were to invest all my points into strength and use this bow for leveling up, what kind of leveling speed would that entail? At this thought, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. A novice-level expert is about to be born. Beside me, Long Hun and Xingtian looked at me eagerly, exclaiming, "Could this scholar be so ecstatic that he has lost his mind?" I stifled my laughter and promptly stored the golden bow in my backpack. Being level 12, I still could not equip it and needed to keep it safe. I then turned to Long Hun and said, "If Jianhua is interested in the wilderness golden armor, he should make an offer." Long Hun and Xingtian exchanged knowing smiles, and then Long Hun replied, "Our funds are rather limited. For now, we can only offer you 20 gold coins. This is all the savings our brothers have." I shot him a glance and chuckled, "Don't be like that. You know very well that the price of bronze armor is certainly more than this." Long Hun's expression turned awkward, and at that moment, Xioner whispered something and handed Long Hun an item. Subsequently, Long Hun approached me with renewed confidence, saying, "Scholar, take a look at this. If we add 20 gold coins, can we secure the wilderness golden armor?" After speaking, Long Hun opened the trading interface with me, and a flash of light revealed a book. Piercing Arrow. Ignores 50 of defense, with attack power determined by skill level. I was slightly taken aback. It is well known that in Linghong, skill books must be obtained through combat. One can only learn the most basic skills from NPC mentors. This piercing arrow is perfect for dealing with high defense knights or berserkers. Without hesitation, I placed the wilderness golden armor on the trading table, and Long Hun added 20 gold coins. The deal was sealed. Long Hun then handed the armor directly to Xingtian, who accepted it without hesitation. However, since he was not yet at the required level, he stored it in the warehouse. I also placed the golden bow in storage. That moment, Long Hun said to me, "Scholar, have you considered joining a team? Although Jianhua may not have many members, we are all good brothers. If you wish to join us, we would be more than welcome." I felt a slight temptation. Long Hun could trade the valuable wilderness golden armor directly to Xingtian, indicating his loyalty to his brothers. Following such a leader would surely lead to a life of abundance. However, I thought about how Ling Xue might also want to establish her own team. Given that I owed her so much, it would be quite ungracious not to serve her. Thus, I replied to Long Hun, "I prefer to hold off for now. Allow me some time to consider. If the need arises, I will inform you at once." Long Hun nodded and laughed heartily. "Very well. We still need to level up, so we shall take our leave." The 4 core members of Jianhua departed from the novice village, with Xingtian in high spirits, Guizhi accompanying him joyfully, while Xioner glanced back at me with a gentle smile before following suit. It seemed she had rapidly reached level 10, likely due to teaming up with Long Hun and the others. With this in mind, I set off towards the Job Change Guild. Chapter 13. Apprentice Archer. Inside the Job Change Guild, mentors of various professions were lined up. Naturally, in such a small village, they were not afforded any notable comforts, and their attire was quite shabby. The mentors of berserkers, knights, and swordsmen were bare-chested, showcasing their robust muscles, while the mentors of mages and priests donned rough cloaks. The assassin mentor lurked in the shadows, observing everything around, and the archer mentor was a beautiful NPC clad in simple leather armor. I felt a surge of excitement and approached the enchanting archer without hesitation, declaring, "I wish to take up this profession." The NPC looked at me and said, "The great god of light has bestowed us with power. Brave warrior, from this day forth, you shall be a member of the Archer Guild." With a flash, my title changed to Apprentice Archer. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have become the 5th Apprentice Archer of this novice village. Go speak with your mentor. She will teach you the fundamental skills of your profession. Ding. System notification. Your attribute growth has changed. Strength, 6 stars. Stamina, 5 stars. Agility, 10 stars, intelligence. 6 stars, the number of stars represents the potential growth of attributes. For instance, if there are 10 points in strength and the star rating is 10, it can increase attack power by 10-10. However, with a 6-star rating, it would only add 6 to the attack power. This illustrates the differing development paths among professions. Hence, the true kings of physical offense are undoubtedly the berserkers and swordsmen with a strength star rating of level 10. I was taken aback. I had thought I was leveling up quickly, yet I discovered that 4 others had already taken up the archer profession before me. This meant that there must be no fewer than 50 individuals who had already advanced in the entire novice village. And the southeast region of China likely boasted over 100 such novice villages. My ranking was likely to fall beyond the 10,000 mark. Approaching the archer mentor, I opened the conversation interface and found the option to learn skills. Upon clicking, 3 skills shimmered before me. The first was basic archery, while the other 2 were fire arrow and ice arrow. Basic archery, a passive skill that increases the archer's accuracy and damage to a certain extent. Fire arrow, a fire-based arrow shot with fiery guidance. Ice arrow, an ice-based arrow shot with freezing guidance. Upon glancing at the learning costs, I was taken aback. Learning basic archery required 50 silver coins. While both fire arrow and ice arrow demanded 5 gold coins each, the server had only been open for a mere 8 hours, and acquiring that many gold coins seemed nearly impossible. Fortunately, I had sold a piece of bronze armor for 20 gold coins, which would come in handy. Thus, I readily learned all 3 skills, spending a considerable portion of my savings, yet still had 12 gold coins remaining. I also learned the piercing arrow, and suddenly, my skill bar displayed 4 skills, all at the novice level. Basic archery, novice proficiency 10,000, does not consume MP. Fire arrow, novice proficiency 10,000, consumes 5 MP. Ice arrow, novice proficiency 10,000, consumes 5 MP. Piercing arrow, novice proficiency 10,000, consumes 10 MP. I checked my personal attributes and realized that my total MP was only 120 points, which meant I could hardly use the skills multiple times. To increase proficiency, I would need to stock up on blue potions. At that moment, I noticed a leaderboard option at the bottom of the interface, so I clicked on it. A series of rankings appeared before my eyes, including level rankings, equipment rankings, and reputation rankings, among others. First, I checked the level rankings and was astonished to find that the highest level player had already reached level 16, with even the 10th place holding a level of 15. Among the top 10 players, 4 were from China. Selecting the rankings specifically for Chinese players, I was taken aback to see that the top position was held by a female mage named Qingfeng Lanyue. How absurd that a woman could achieve such a high level. It was utterly outrageous. I muttered in dismay, then turned to the equipment rankings, where I was delighted to find my golden bow sitting proudly at the top, far surpassing the bronze great sword in second place. Naturally, a silver-grade weapon outclassed a bronze one by a significant margin, resulting in a much higher score. Moreover, the attributes of the golden bow were indeed formidable. A standard 15-level bronze bow might boast around 50 points of damage, while the golden bow possessed a staggering 125 points of terrifying damage. Such attributes would surely intimidate many. I smiled faintly, contemplating that I at least possessed an item that ranked first, and although my level paled in comparison to that of the female mage Qingfeng Lanyue, in a PK scenario, with my golden bow, I would certainly have a 90 chance of delivering a lethal blow. Looking at my level, I was at level 12 with 92 of the experience. I hadn't fallen too far behind, especially since I had yet to turn in the quest for clearing the outpost. After spending 6 hours gathering 100 badges, I anticipated a generous reward. When I arrived at the village chief's location, I found the old man peering outside. Upon seeing me, he immediately broke into a grin, his face resembling a split orange peel. "Young man, you truly accomplished it. Those wretched liquid monsters have been a bane. You have indeed aided our village immensely. Here, take your reward." Ding, system notification. "Congratulations on completing the quest, clearing the outpost. You have gained 50,000 experience points, received 5 gold coins, reputation 250, and earned the quest reward, Windrunner." With a flourish, the substantial experience reward catapulted me directly to level 14. Upon examining the details, I discovered that I was merely 98 points away from level 15. Overwhelmed with joy, I eagerly opened the parcel to inspect the equipment. Windwalker, bronze armor, leather, defense, 24 agility, 4 stamina, 2 required level, 10? It was a pair of leather boots, precisely what I needed at this moment. My rugged wilderness boots had become unwearable, as archers cannot don heavy armor, only leather. Now, the wilderness boots lay obediently in the parcel, and to my surprise, even the glimmering battle axe had automatically been unequipped. For archers may only equip bows and daggers. Left with nothing but my bare hands, I felt fortunate that defeating a few more monsters would suffice to reach 100 experience points and level up to 15. Once I equipped the golden bow, it would be akin to trading a toy gun for a cannon. I chuckled heartily and made my way to the square of the novice village. Bellowing, "Black iron boots for sale. Hurry if you wish to buy." Instantly, the square erupted in chaos. Countless newcomers surged forward, craning their necks to inquire, "Is someone selling black iron gear? Goodness, we must take a look, even if we can't afford it." Within just a few minutes, I found myself surrounded, unable to move, yet few were willing to part with their coins. Eventually, a small warrior purchased the wilderness boots for 5 gold coins. For after all, they were merely black iron. In a day or two, they'd be nothing but common wares, so selling them promptly was indeed a wise choice. I decided to sell the glimmering battle axe as well, fetching 10 gold coins, as the demand for weapons far exceeded that for armor, resulting in a significantly higher price. Thus, I once again possessed 27 gold coins, and I proceeded to the apothecary, purchasing an ample supply of low-level red and blue potions, spending less than 7 gold coins. Next, I visited the weapons shop to procure several iron arrows, which increased my attack power by 1 point, sufficient for the time being. Casting a glance at my surroundings, I observed that most players were busily grinding levels, only occasionally returning to the village for supplies or repairs. I once more concealed my name, retrieved the golden bow from my storage, though its name suggested grandeur. It was merely of silver grade. Should I manage to obtain true golden equipment now, the other players would find themselves utterly outclassed. The village had effectively been claimed by players, making further accomplishments improbable. So I chose to venture westward, traversing the area inhabited by slimes, seeking to explore the depths of the forest. Perhaps unexpected treasures awaited. Along the way, I dispatched a few minor creatures, and amidst a flash of golden light, I reached level 15, promptly equipping the golden bow. As the radiance shimmered, the longbow appeared in my hands, gleaming with golden brilliance, exquisitely beautiful. The aura of the golden bow immediately attracted the attention of several players. Adhering to the principle of leveling up discreetly while engaging in high-profile PvP, I swiftly disabled its visual effects, and in an instant, the golden glow dimmed, transforming the golden bow into a nondescript longbow. Resembling little more than a reasonably attractive piece of common merchandise, equipped with the golden bow and windwalker, I was astonished when I examined my attributes once more. Arrogant Scholar, Apprentice Archer, level, 15 health, 440 attack, 125 to 180 defense, 51 reputation, 551 luck, 0. The attack power was astonishing. Chapter 14. Shallow marsh. Glancing at the real-time clock, it was already past 4 a.m., and dawn would break in an hour. Yet, I felt no inclination to sleep, clutching the silver-grade golden bow. My heart surged with excitement. This was, at present, the most formidable equipment in Ling Tong, and it was mine. Despite the multitude of skilled players worldwide, none could surpass this novice in prowess. However, I understood that it was merely a stroke of luck that led me to defeat a top-tier boss in the novice village. Within a few days, others would undoubtedly acquire new silver-grade gear. Thus I must seize this precious time to significantly elevate my level. Only by advancing my level could I challenge even more formidable monsters and potentially obtain superior equipment. For the first 2 weeks following the game's launch, the currency exchange feature would not be available, meaning players could not convert their in-game wealth into real-world currency. However, after half a month, with the opening of personal banking accounts linked to game accounts, those aspiring to achieve greatness within the game could invest heavily, while I, a solitary player seeking to acquire exquisite gear, vanquish villains, and perhaps even charm a few remarkable beauties, would also be able to convert in-game currency into real money. Of course, all this hinged upon achieving a high level. When I arrived at the location where the Golden Slime King had perished merely half an hour prior, it was already swarmed by players, and a small team of dozens guarded the area. For a boss respawns after a certain period, I couldn't help but chuckle. I had perused the materials of Ling Tong a fortnight prior, learning that the typical respawn interval for bosses is approximately 1 week. Unless these players were willing to forego leveling up and remain here for a week, they had no hope of witnessing the return of the Slime King. Without lingering, I crossed the basin and walked for nearly another quarter hour. As the surroundings gradually brightened, presumably due to the dawn, monsters active during daylight began to appear in the forest: level 14 hawks, level 15 short-haired wild boars, and level 16 bloodthirsty antelopes. However, my focus was not on them. For my objective was the level 20 blue-eyed lizard. A shallow river flowed through the jungle west of the novice village, a place seldom trodden. Amidst the weeds by the riverbank lay several blue-eyed lizards. Clad in iron armor, their blue eyes appearing somewhat sinister. My level was just enough to discern the attributes of the blue-eyed lizard, so I swiftly checked the data. Blue-eyed lizard, normal monster, level 20 attack, 45 to 70 defense, 60 health, 1200 attack type. Inflicts paralysis effect. With a certain probability of paralyzing the target. Goodness, such high attack power, rivaling that of the Slime King. I was astounded. The attributes of this blue-eyed lizard were indeed formidable, boasting not only high attack but also an almost absurd defense of 60, rendering it akin to an iron wall. Were it not for the golden bow in my hands, I would likely struggle to penetrate its defenses. Thus, I nocked an arrow, drawing back the string, and with a swift motion, the arrow soared forth. Thud! The arrow struck the blue-eyed lizard squarely in the head, causing it to recoil in pain, with a damaged figure of 245 floating above its head. Momentarily taken aback, I barely had time to react before the blue-eyed lizard lunged at me, its grotesque tongue flicking out to strike my chest, draining 87 health points in an instant. I stumbled back, quickly nocking another arrow, this time employing the ice arrow skill. Boom! A blue radiance erupted above the blue-eyed lizard's head, enveloping it in a layer of frost, significantly reducing its mobility. Glancing at the available skills, an epiphany struck me. Armor-piercing arrow. This skill, which ignores 50 of the target's defense, was precisely the antidote to the blue-eyed lizard's ironclad nature. Thus, retreating swiftly, I expertly nocked another arrow, and as the bowstring vibrated, the armor-piercing arrow transformed into a milky white beam, piercing into the blue-eyed lizard's head, with a damaged figure soaring high. 624. I could hardly believe my eyes. Rubbing them to confirm the reality, indeed, it was 624 points of damage. This level 20 monster had lost half its health in a single strike. Elated, I decided to dispel any lingering doubts by firing another armor-piercing arrow. This time, the arrow's brilliance clearly embedded itself in the blue-eyed lizard's head, yielding a damage figure of 678. Howling in agony, the blue-eyed lizard collapsed, dropping several silver coins, having defeated a monster 5 levels above me. The experience gained was substantial. Merely one blue-eyed lizard granted me 550 experience points, and the equipment drop rate would be significantly enhanced. Naturally, aside from the 5 silver coins, this blue-eyed lizard yielded no other loot. This was understandable. The chances of obtaining equipment from normal monsters were exceedingly low. After slaying 5 slimes over the course of 5 hours, I had only procured a single white-grade item. Thus it is essential to cultivate a mindset accustomed to the reality that monsters do not always drop equipment. Surveying my surroundings, I noted that this small area was designated as the Shallow Marsh, teeming with blue-eyed lizards from level 20 to 25, ample to elevate me to level 20. Suddenly, at the forest's edge not far away, I spotted an NPC lying there, seemingly emitting faint groans. My heart stirred, and I rushed over, discovering it was a middle-aged soldier clad in armor, sprawled amidst the grass, his legs marred with bloodstains, evidently having been attacked by something. The NPC looked up at me, eyes widening with surprise, exclaiming, "Young warrior, it is a stroke of fortune that you found me here. Could you assist me with a task?" Ding, system notification. "Do you accept the request of the soldier captain?" I swiftly clicked confirm, and the system chimed again. Ding, system notification. "You have accepted the quest. Collect lizard skins. Current quest difficulty, 80. Quest content. Eliminate the nearby blue-eyed lizards and collect 50 lizard skins to deliver to Soldier Captain Yaluin, who will forge a suitable piece of leather armor for you." A faint smile crept across my face as I noticed the absence of a forge, yet the ability to craft equipment still prevailed. The designer of this game must surely be a bit eccentric. The difficulty of the task had escalated once more, now requiring 80 points. It was to be expected, as the system had pegged my level at 15, sending me, a mere 15-level player, to confront a horde of 20-level blue-eyed lizards, a classic case of an egg challenging a stone. However, the system overlooked the existence of my exceptional weapon, the golden bow, which was more than sufficient to disrupt this precarious balance. With a task at hand, leveling up became a matter of efficiency. Glancing at the leaderboard, I found myself ranked 4087th in the China region. And upon further investigation, the player in the 1000th position was merely at level 16. Very well, I resolved to reach level 18 before sleep, aiming to place myself within the top 1000 in China. Brimming with enthusiasm and devoid of any drowsiness, I turned and unleashed an ice arrow at a blue-eyed lizard. With its speed diminished, the lizard crawled towards me slowly, but during this process, my 2 armor-piercing arrows were poised to finish it off with absolute certainty. Moreover, should a critical hit occur, those arrows could potentially dispatch this level 20 creature in a heartbeat. The rich experience invigorated me, and time flowed like water. When I finally felt a hint of fatigue, I glanced at the clock. It was already 5 a.m. My pace of slaying was nothing short of astonishing, as I could eliminate 3 to 5 blue-eyed lizards within a minute in the span of just 1 hour. I had leveled up twice to 17 and collected a full set of lizard skins. Realizing the hour was growing late, with work at 9 a.m., I decided to catch some sleep at 5. Hoping for around 3 hours of rest, if necessary, I could always catch a nap during work hours and continue my grind at home in the evening. Youth is an asset, after all. With that, I tidied up my potions and headed off to complete my quest. From a distance, the soldier captain lying on the ground appeared to have improved significantly. Upon receiving the 50 lizard skins, he immediately exclaimed, "Brave warrior, your courage has conquered this swamp. Please wait a moment. I shall forge you a brand new leather armor." The soldier captain busied himself, and though I could not discern his crafting methods, a dazzling array of colors flickered before a gleaming leather armor materialized in his hands. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have completed the quest. Collect lizard skins, earning 25,000 experience points, 5 gold coins, 150 reputation, and the quest reward, luminous leather armor. Chapter 15. The enchanting Ling Yue. A gentle sound echoed above me, showering me in a cascade of golden light as I leveled up once more. Finally reaching level 18, scanning the leaderboard, I now stood at 83rd among Chinese players with my level 18. The top player remained a sorceress named Qingfeng Lan Yue, who had already attained level 20, while the rest were all men, and I paid them little mind. I had cracked the top 100. Today's tasks were accomplished splendidly. Glancing at the equipment from the quest, there was no need for identification. The attributes were all revealed: luminous leather armor, bronze item, leather armor, defense, 36 agility, 5 stamina, 4 required level, 18. Aha! A piece of leather armor with quite respectable defense, precisely what I desperately needed. Excitedly, I donned the luminous leather armor, and my defense skyrocketed to 82 points, surpassing the majority of knights at this stage. In fact, the blue-eyed lizards could no longer breach my defenses, though they were renowned for their ironclad protection. Looking into my inventory, I originally possessed 18 gold coins, and after slaying so many blue-eyed lizards, I had amassed 32 coins, certainly more than enough to settle any company-related matters, with the remainder perhaps covering some living expenses. Arriving at the safe zone on the forest's edge, I logged off. Upon removing my helmet, I realized that my fervor had drenched me in sweat, so I promptly headed to the restroom for a cold shower. Afterward, I devoured a few pieces of bread and downed a cup of hot water, setting the alarm for 8 o'clock before collapsing onto my bed, falling into a deep sleep. I could not tell how long it had been when a jarring ringtone jolted me awake. The abrupt disturbance of my slumber was akin to being yanked from a delightful dream. However, I dared not return to sleep, for being late to work the next day was hardly a pleasant prospect. Thus, I hurriedly sprang to my feet, freshened up slightly, and rushed out the door, navigating through the bustling street. By the time I arrived at the office, it was nearly 9 o'clock. I swiftly punched in and settled at my desk. Pulling out a piece of dry bread to nibble on that moment, the other 4 beauties from the office arrived one after another. Iced tea, with a small bag in hand, settled onto the sofa. Glancing at me with a smile, "Scholar, how did your practice go last night? What level did you reach?" I replied with a grin, "Not too shabby. I've just secured my job. What position, Archer?" Iced-Tea chuckled. "Ah, splendid. It seems our studio now boasts 2 archers. You and Liu Yuxing are both archers. I'm a swordsman. And what about you, Xia Tian? What class did you choose? Xia Tian, dressed in a loose-fitting outfit, plopped down beside me, her thigh nearly resting on mine. With a playful grin, she remarked, I'm a summoner now. I can summon a level 10 wolf pup. I was taken aback, as Xia Tian's attire was quite revealing. And she seemed utterly unfazed, casually draping a snow-white arm over my shoulder and smiling affectionately. Scholar, would you like me to help you level up? If so, leave me your QQ number. My face flushed crimson, and I found myself at a loss for words, as I had never been this friendly with a girl before. Observing my awkwardness, Ice-T teased, Xia Tian, mind your image. Don't scare the scholar away so soon. There's no rush. We have plenty of time ahead. I was perplexed. What do you mean? It sounds like I'm being raised like a fattened chick for later consumption, Xia Tian giggled. Not at all. Our Shuiwa studio is quite united. If anyone bullies you, I'll be the first to stand up for you. I was speechless. A mere summoner had such bravado. That moment, Ziyu approached with several cups of tea, saying with a smile, Come, you all stayed up late last night. Have some chrysanthemum tea to cool off. I nodded and shifted my body slightly to the left, allowing Xia Tian to settle comfortably on the sofa. I inquired, Xia Tian, don't you have a boyfriend? Xia Tian chuckled, I did. But that guy kept insisting we should take our relationship further and always wanted to book a room together, so, to preserve my pure and unblemished self, I kicked him to the curb. I was astonished. This woman was indeed extraordinary. Ice-T took a bottle of iced tea, sipped it, and asked, How did your gold coin quest go? Did you manage to secure 2 coins? Li Yuxing nodded. Yes, I managed to earn 2 coins overnight. Ziyu chimed in. I earned 10 silver coins, Xia Tian added. I only got 2 silver coins. It's not even enough for potions. Ice-T, left speechless, turned to me. What about you, scholar? I replied. I gathered some from friends. It's just barely enough. Ice-T immediately praised. You girls should take a good look. The scholaress attitude is commendable, unlike you lot, who VE turned into slackers within just a few days of joining the studio. I chuckled and opened the company computer to check the rankings online. The sorceress named Qingfeng Lanyue still dominated the leaderboard at level 22. And my golden bow held its position as the top equipment without challenge. Ice-T and the others gathered around, marveling at the rankings, exclaiming, This Qingfeng Lanyue is truly impressive. When I checked her records this morning, it seemed she had just logged off. I can't imagine what kind of woman she is, Liu Yuxing remarked. Level doesn't matter. She can hire someone to help her level up, weakening monsters to half health for her to finish off. That's doable. The real question is whether you all saw the number 1 equipment on the leaderboard, that silver bow. Incredible that someone managed to obtain a silver item so early. I don't even have a bronze item yet. Ziyu replied, You're lucky. After a night of grinding, I only got a black iron axe, which is why I've only reached level 15.at that moment. Xia Tian said, When I came over just now, I noticed Director Ling's office door was locked. It seems she hasn't arrived at work yet. I was taken aback. Who is Director Ling? Xia Tian immediately flashed a teasing smile. Director Ling? He is a stunning beauty. Scholar, if you meet her, make sure to keep your composure. I felt a stir of excitement. Could it be Ling Shui? It had to be her. Otherwise, how would she possess the authority to allow me into the development department? Besides, if she weren't in a high position, she wouldn't have the means to afford a BMW. Xia Tian continued, Scholar, for now, you don't have a task assigned. So just browse the internet until Director Ling arrives to allocate your tasks. I nodded, all right. Thus, I browsed the official homepage and forum of Ling Tong with a sense of ease until around noon, when Xia Tian finally approached me, gently tapping my shoulder and saying, Scholar, the director wants to see you in her office. I felt a slight twinge of nervousness as I made my way towards the director's office at the end of the office area. I knocked on the door. Come in, a soft female voice replied, remarkably similar to Ling Shui's. Upon entering, I was greeted by the sight of a striking figure seated behind a large desk, engrossed in writing on a notebook, her long hair cascading down to her chest. After about 10 seconds, she finally looked up, and I was taken aback by the sheer beauty of her face. Her skin was as delicate as jade, with a high, finely shaped nose, rosy lips, a graceful neck, and those captivating, expressive eyes. Who else could it be but Ling Shui? She glanced at me and said coolly, You must be Ding Shusheng. I was momentarily startled. Had she forgotten me after just one day? I replied. Ling Shui, I didn't expect to find you working here. To my surprise, the enchanting beauty raised her eyebrows and coldly retorted, I am not Ling Shui. Look closely. I am Ling Yu, the fierce woman you speak of. What? Ling Yu? I stood there, momentarily speechless, realizing that the day I received Ling Shui's call, this must be her sister, Ling Yu. How unexpected. Twin sisters. Ling Yu shot me a glance and continued. Humph. If it weren't for Schwerer insisting that I take you into the development department, I wouldn't bother with you, especially after you dared to call me a fierce woman. Humph. My heart raced. Working under Ling Yu would surely mean daily torment. Truly, a single misstep could lead to eternal regret, trouble from my own words. Ling Yu revealed a hint of fatigue and said, because of you, Ling Shui is still leveling up that is for you. Humph. Just stay put in the Shui studio and level up. And do not bully those young girls. The company spent a fortune to recruit them. Oh, understood. Ling Yu nodded. All right, you may leave. I need to sleep a bit more. Huh? Sleep a bit more? Ling Yu paused for a moment but then pursed her lips and said, just go. I exited and closed the door, catching a glimpse of Ling Yu adjusting her hair and resting her head on the desk. Chapter 16. Howling Wolf Ridge. In the afternoon, I lay on my desk until nearly the end of the workday when Xia Tianmim insisted on dragging me out to stroll around the square. According to her, a little fresh air would alleviate fatigue. Ice TMM was sipping tea, Falling Rain MM was browsing the web, and ZUMM was engrossed in a magazine, all unwilling to bask in the sun. Thus, I was left to accompany Xia Tianmim. To my surprise, her skin was remarkably fair, not at all resembling someone who frequently endured the elements. After wandering around all day, we ended up purchasing nothing. By the end of the day, I found myself feeling somewhat dejected at not having seen Ling Shui. Regardless, Ling Yu had mentioned Ling Shui was still leveling up, so it was understandable she wouldn't be here. Xia Tianmim offered to help me level up, but I politely declined, knowing that teaming up with her would mean I would essentially be the one carrying her. A low-level summoner lacks powerful summons, thus having little offensive output. According to Ice TMM, the studio was not fully operational yet, so everyone was still gaming from their homes. However, soon the company would allocate funds to purchase a house, providing professional players with a dedicated space for leveling up, allowing all players in the Shui studio to live together for mutual support and enhanced team cohesion. I found myself filled with anticipation for the future of the studio. But for now, I had to return home and log in alone. Upon appearing at the tranquil forest's edge, I checked my inventory. After a night of leveling up, I still had a substantial amount of red and blue potions left. Sufficient for extended practice, I had reached level 18, and the blue-eyed lizards here no longer held any allure. I needed to venture further to discover new leveling grounds. Moreover, many players were rapidly advancing in levels. With numerous groups already hunting blue-eyed lizards here, they looked at me curiously, as if puzzled by how a solo player could manage to survive here. Checking the leaderboard, I realized I had fallen from 83rd to 547th in the Chinese region, indicating many players had likely forsaken rest in their quest to reach the highest level within 24 hours. The top-ranked female player, Qingfeng Lanyue, was not online but had already reached level 23. I was currently at level 18, and reaching level 23 did not seem insurmountable, especially since I possessed the best weapon in Ling Tong. If I failed to reach a high level, it would be quite the embarrassment. With that thought, I promptly headed westward. The map indicated that the nearby main city, Twilight City, lay to the west. Twilight City was a level 2 main city, where players could advance their professions and where the adventurers offered various quests. Now, 7 players in China had surpassed level 20, likely congregating in the level 2 main city. With this in mind, I departed from the shallow marsh and walked westward for about 10 minutes, until I found myself before a chilling mountainous region, marked on the map, Howling Wolf Ridge. My heart raced. Was this truly the legendary Howling Wolf Ridge? A month prior, during Ling Tong's promotional campaign, it had been touted as a paradise for low-level players, but I was still uncertain about its benefits. A gusty mountain breeze accompanied the low growls of wolves. I in the distance. A dark figure loomed beneath the trees. It was a massive wolf. Its red eyes chilling to behold, drool dripping from its gaping maw, and protruding from its back was a bone as sharp as a blade, glimmering ominously. Hungry Sword Wolf. Enhanced Monster. Level. Attack? Defense? Health? A barrage of question marks. My level was insufficient to discern the attributes of the Sword Wolf. Without hesitation, I nocked an arrow and shot an ice arrow. A flash of blue light enveloped the sword wolf in a layer of frost, dealing 300 points of damage. However, it was evident that the sword wolf's total health far exceeded that of the blue-eyed lizards. 300 points merely represented a fraction of its health bar. I swiftly switched to a piercing arrow, which struck the sword wolf squarely in the skull, inflicting 500 points of damage. It seemed the sword wolf's defense was not particularly high, as the effect of my attack ignoring defense was not as pronounced. I then employed another active skill, Fire Arrow. After expending 5 MP, the arrowhead ignited in flames, and the fiery projectile struck the sword wolf's forehead. 1105. To my astonishment, it was a 4-digit damage. Realizing that the fire arrow had seemingly ignited the sword wolf's fur, it was no wonder it had dealt such significant damage. Clearly, the fire arrow was the skill that countered the sword wolf. I couldn't help but feel fortunate for having learned several skills. Otherwise, this sword wolf would have taken me at least 2 minutes to defeat. Now, with the fire arrow, the battle became considerably easier. As I reveled in this newfound advantage, the sword wolf seized the opportunity to close in on me. Its sharp claws swiped at me with a resounding crack, causing a searing pain in my chest as I lost 248 health points. Alarmed, I quickly consumed a red potion, but the sword wolf relentlessly pursued me, biting my thigh and inflicting another 240 points of damage. Within mere seconds, my health had plummeted to 0. In a moment of desperation, I unleashed another ice arrow, slowing the sword wolf's speed. Seizing the chance, I dashed away and, upon reaching the limit of my range, I released a fire arrow into the air. 2240. A critical hit. The formidable fire arrow effectively countered the sword wolf's attributes, and with a single strike, I felled the beast. With a mournful howl, the sword wolf's massive form collapsed, and with a thud, something fell to the ground. Several silver coins. Who could fathom the level of this sword wolf? 2 attacks had nearly taken me out. But fortunately, with my golden bow, I had managed to retaliate successfully. As I approached, I discovered the sword wolf had dropped a fiery red bracer and a handful of silver coins. I collected everything and examined the bracer's attributes. Crimson Flame Gauntlet, bronze item, leather armor, defense, 36 agility, 5 required level, 25, unidentified. I was left astounded. This Crimson Flame Gauntlet was indeed level 25 equipment. Logically speaking, items dropped by ordinary monsters should be of a lower level than the monsters themselves. This meant that the sword wolf I had just slain must exceed level 25. Having slain a creature nearly 10 levels above me, I could visibly see my experience bar increasing. Quickly stowing the Crimson Flame Gauntlet in my inventory and consuming another potion to restore my health, I was now prepared that I needed to rely on a combination of ice arrows and fire arrows, alternating between the two to keep the sword wolf perpetually slowed, ensuring safety while maintaining efficiency in slaying. Drawing a sword wolf toward me, I tested my new strategy, and indeed, it proved remarkably effective. I effortlessly took down another sword wolf, expending only a few MP points, and it dropped several silver coins. Filled with joy, I chanced upon a silver coin. Lifting my gaze, I was astonished to discover a small tent situated at a distance, on the outskirts of the sinister Wolf Ridge, from which wisps of smoke were gracefully rising. A thought stirred within me. A quest awaits. Consequently, I hurried towards it, spotting 2 NPC hunters gathered around a fire. After a brief exchange, one of the hunters remarked, "The Wolf Ridge has been tumultuous of late. Those accursed sword wolves have ventured into the village to assault the villagers. It is said that 3 cunning hunters arrived at the Wolf Ridge a fortnight ago, but they have since vanished without a trace. Rumors abound of a ferocious sword wolf king lurking deep within the ridge. Young one, do you possess the courage to confront the sword wolf king?" Ding. System prompt. Do you accept the quest? Quests are always welcome, and presently the entire forum's players lament the scarcity of tasks available. I should find solace in this. So I swiftly confirmed. Ding. System prompt. You have accepted the quest, Sword Wolf King. Current quest difficulty, 387. Quest details. Enter the Wolf Ridge, slay the sword wolves therein, collect 100 smooth pelts, and venture into the depths of the Wolf Ridge to defeat the Sword Wolf King. Obtaining its head to present to the hunter Vig. Staring at the quest details, I was left utterly speechless. The difficulty level was an alarming 387. According to the rules, quest difficulty represents a percentage. A task with a difficulty of 10 implies a 10 chance of failure at the current level. While a difficulty of 100 indicates a 100 probability of failure, of course, this is merely the player's interpretation. The higher the difficulty coefficient, the more formidable the task. This quest unmistakably signaled that attempting to slay the Sword Wolf King would be a perilous endeavor. Glancing at the faintly glowing golden bow in my possession, I realized it held the potential to alter my fate. Enlightened by this thought, I was overwhelmed with exhilaration. An opportunity had arisen once more. Following my battle with the Slime King, I was finally presented with a chance to challenge a level 1 boss. Chapter 17. Sword Wolf King in the Tranquil Forest. The haunting howls of wolves echoed, sending chills down my spine. Beneath the trees, sword wolves with fur glistening crimson glared menacingly at their surroundings. I dared not advance recklessly. As a solitary individual, a moment's negligence could spell my demise. Should my golden bow shatter, my fully invested archer would be reduced to a mere waste of a character. Warranting immediate deletion, whoosh, a flash of blue light, and an ice arrow pierced the neck of a sword wolf. Almost instantaneously, a powerful fire arrow struck, forcing the creature to stagger back several paces. As it lunged forward once more. The second ice arrow had already arrived. Before it reached me, the fierce sword wolf let out a mournful cry and collapsed, dropping not only a handful of silver coins, but also a palm-sized pelt. Upon inspection, it was precisely the item required for my quest, smooth pelt. After dispatching a few more sword wolves without further pelt drops, I finally secured the second pelt upon defeating the 7th sword wolf. It appeared the drop rate for quest items was rather low. However, the abundant experience and silver coins had already left me quite satisfied. An hour later, amidst a dazzling golden glow, I ascended to level 19. Simultaneously acquiring 14 sword wolf pelts, it seemed that to complete the task of collecting 100 pelts, I would need at least 7 or 8 hours of dedicated effort. Time passed swiftly, and 2 hours later, as a sword wolf charged towards me, a burst of red light erupted, scattering sparks, and the creature whimpered as it fell. Clatter. An item dropped to the ground, followed by the chime of the system. System prompt. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 20. System prompt. Congratulations. You have learned the talent. Low-level healing spell. I was taken aback. I suddenly recalled that every player, upon reaching level 20, could learn a talent. There are numerous types of talents, though their effects tend to be rather mundane. My talent, however, was the low-level healing spell, which would never upgrade, restoring 100 health points at the cost of 10 MP. A smile crept across my face. I could now masquerade as a priest to charm warrior maidens. Just then, I remembered the sword wolf had dropped equipment. It was a piece of leather armor, glimmering with a dark red light. Upon inspection, it was crimson flame chestplate, bronze item, leather armor, defense, 36 agility, 8 required level, 25 set bonus. Not identified. I rubbed my eyes, ensuring I had not misread, and then it dawned on me that this crimson flame armor must belong to a set. No wonder the system referred to the Wolf Ridge as a paradise. Not only were there experienced monsters, but also set items to be found. Truly a treasure trove for leveling up. I promptly stowed the crimson flame chestplate in my inventory, planning to identify it upon returning to town. I was eager to discover what effects would emerge upon completing the SETM. Why healing talent appeared quite useful. With a 2-second casting time and a restoration of 100 health points, I would scarcely require red potions. Considering that the exchange of 10 MP for 100 health was exceedingly advantageous. Furthermore, my ice and fire arrows were rapidly increasing in proficiency due to their continual use. Upon completing this quest, I anticipated that both skills would reach an intermediate level. As anticipated, upon reaching level 20, the experience required for subsequent levels escalated exponentially. Even with my frenzied monster-slaying pace, the experience bar progressed slowly. It was only in the early hours that I finally amassed enough sword wolf pelts, along with the helmet and boots of the Crimson Flame set, leaving only the leg guards to complete the ensemble. However, my level remained at only 22, yet this was sufficient to command respect, for I had surged to the 12th position in the Chinese rankings. With further effort, I could undoubtedly make my mark on the leaderboard. Upon reaching level 22, I finally discerned the levels of the monsters I had been slaying. The sword wolves were a formidable level 27, boasting an attack power of 150. It was no wonder they inflicted such substantial damage upon me. At approximately 3 in the morning, I had thoroughly cleared the monsters from the Wolf Ridge. Yet, to my astonishment, these creatures had not respawned even after 6 hours, leaving me perplexed. Venturing deeper, I encountered only 1 or 2 sword wolves, swiftly dispatching them with fire arrows. With a satisfying sound, the final piece of the crimson flame set, the leg guards, finally dropped. My heart soared with joy as I added the crimson leg guards to my inventory. Taking a deep breath, for I had arrived at the innermost depths of the Wolf Ridge. Beneath a pale, sheer cliff, the ground was strewn with dried grasses, and I beheld 5 wolves crouched nearby. For appeared unremarkable, while the one at the center exuded an imposing aura, its blood-red fur slightly bristling, towering at a height of 2 meters, with sharp teeth glinting ominously. I was momentarily taken aback. This colossal wolf was none other than the Sword Wolf King. The 4 wolves flanking it were its royal guards, matching the king in level, rendering their attributes invisible to me. I wrestled with my thoughts. Despite the evident danger, I was determined to engage. It was contrary to my nature to forsake a boss when presented with the opportunity. The next consideration was whether to eliminate the king first or the guards. If only I could see their attributes, devising a strategy would be simpler, but their stats remained concealed. After contemplating for a while, I thought, to hell with it. Let's fire an arrow and see what happens. Whoosh! A flash of brilliance, and sparks erupted upon striking a guard's neck. 2456. A critical hit. Yet, I could scarcely feel elation, for although I had dealt over 2,000 points of damage, the guard's health bar seemed barely affected. Its total health must exceed 50,000. I couldn't help but inhale sharply. That moment, the guard lunged at me, its claws raised high, striking down upon my shoulder. A slight sting, but upon checking, I was pleasantly surprised to find that the guard's single attack had only deducted a mere 35 health points, almost negligible. Could it be that the guard's attack power was less than 100? It made sense. These close combat guards were akin to meat shields, designed to absorb the blows meant for their leader, so high health was to be expected. Just then, a massive red figure flashed, and I felt a sudden, intense pain in my chest, causing me to stagger backward. Ding! Combat prompt. You have been attacked by the Sword Wolf King, losing 443 health points. I was horrified, glancing at my remaining 2 health points, my heart racing with fear. Initially possessing only 480 health points, after sustaining the attacks from both the guard and the Sword Wolf King, I found myself with a mere 2 left. Boom! I was struck by a fatal blow from the Sword Wolf King, sent crashing against the rocky wall behind me, with the hard stone at my back. I found myself trapped with the 4 wolf guards closing in. Swiftly, I consumed a potion restoring 300 health points, followed by a cast of my healing spell to regain my health to a safer level. At this moment, the 4 wolf guards lunged at me, their blood-red claws descending. Slap, slap, slap. The consecutive blows caused my health to plummet below 200, leaving me reliant on rapid potion consumption to sustain my life. Fortunately, the guard's attack frequency was relatively low, allowing me to survive through sheer luck. Just then, I was overjoyed to discover another piece of good news. The Sword Wolf King, glaring menacingly, remained stationary, for I had effectively blocked its approach with the 4 royal guards. The Sword Wolf King could not advance, only standing there growling in frustration. Aha! An opportunity had presented itself. Filled with excitement, I swiftly knocked an iron arrow and unleashed a fire arrow directly at the Sword Wolf King. With a resounding bang, flames erupted above the head of the Wolf King. The damage inflicted, though not exorbitantly high, was nonetheless sufficient. After all, this was a boss exceeding level 27, and to deal such damage was enough to leave many players in awe. Most of the current mainstream players hovered between levels 15 to 20, and lacking substantial equipment, their attack power typically fell below 100 points. To inflict more than 100 points of damage was already a source of great pride. The Sword Wolf King let out a furious roar, but alas, its strength was rendered ineffective. It was evident that the system had not endowed the wolf guards with much intelligence, as they merely focused on tearing at me. Obstructing the Sword Wolf King's path, I consumed potions in quick succession to withstand the onslaught of the wolf guards, and when I could no longer endure, I resorted to my talent for healing. It was a stroke of serendipity. Had it not been for my healing talent, I would surely have perished at the jaws of the wolf. The Sword Wolf King attacked with ferocity, yet its health was not particularly high. Within 10 minutes, it had already lost half of its vitality beneath my fire arrows. Another 10 minutes passed, and when the heated tip of my iron arrow pierced the Sword Wolf King's eye, it let out a wretched cry before collapsing, with several pieces of equipment faintly visible as they dropped. Ding, system notification. Congratulations, you have slain the boss Sword Wolf King, earning 120,000 experience points and 450 reputation. Ah, equipment. Seeing the shimmering items on the ground, I was filled with excitement and rushed to collect them. However, upon lifting my foot, I found myself still surrounded by 4 wolf guards, unable to escape. Damn, these bothersome creatures. I glared at the wolf guards, whom I had only recently regarded with fondness, and unleashed a barrage of fire arrows. Though the wolf guards possessed considerable health, they could not withstand such relentless assault. And in an instant, they fell to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, I sprinted at full speed, reaching the Sword Wolf King's corpse at 70 yards, and swiftly gathered the 3 pieces of equipment into my inventory. Chapter 18. The crimson flame set amidst the assaults of 3 wolf guards. I consumed potions while collecting the 25 gold coins dropped by the Sword Wolf King, tossing the bloodied head of the Wolf King directly into my bag. I could not afford to examine the equipment's attributes just yet. I needed to deal with the wolf guards first. Moments later, the evil Wolf Ridge fell into silence, all monsters lying defeated, transforming into my experience and currency. Of course, there was also a complete set of equipment, the 5 pieces of the Crimson Flame set, along with the 3 items dropped by the Sword Wolf King. In a single night, I had acquired 8 pieces of equipment, and I was certain that their quality would not be low. The experience from the Sword Wolf King propelled me directly to level 23, and I was on the brink of level 24. I believed that upon completing the quest, I would rise to around level 25. At that moment, the evil Wolf Ridge was shrouded in silence. I dashed past, unimpeded, and arrived at the hunter's camp, producing 100 pieces of sword wolf fur. And I tossed the Sword Wolf King's head onto the ground. Instantly, the hunters were left dumbfounded, and after a while, one exclaimed, "Brave young man, you have accomplished such a formidable task. Come, this is your reward." Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have completed the quest, Sword Wolf King, earning 180,000 experience points, 10 gold coins, and 400 reputation. The experience, gold, and reputation were substantial, befitting the quest's difficulty level of 387. However, what was somewhat disappointing was the absence of equipment. From the information I had gathered, the probability of receiving equipment from quests was approximately 25, so it was not unexpected that I had received none. As I had anticipated, the generous experience reward elevated me directly to level 25. I refreshed the leaderboard, and to my astonishment, I found myself ranked 6th in China. 5 players remained ahead of me, the topmost being a level 26 female mage named Qingfeng Lanyue, with the other 4 players all sharing the prefix Zhanhuan. I pondered briefly. Zhanhuan, that name sounded familiar. It belonged to a gaming organization that had suddenly risen to prominence in recent years, amassing a large number of gaming elites and sweeping through various online games. I had not anticipated their full-scale invasion of Ling Tong. It seemed that in the days to come, Ling Tong would witness its share of bloodshed and strife, akin to the rivalries between forces like Jinhua and Aoshu, as they would undoubtedly engage in both open and covert battles. After all, players were fiercely competitive and would not easily yield to one another. Ultimately, it would all come down to the strength of one's fists to determine victory. Glancing at the time, it was 4 in the morning, and with an hour remaining until my designated logout time, I took out a return scroll that I had purchased for 1 gold coin and returned directly to the novice village. A flash of white light, and I found myself in the novice village, where the sight before me was still filled with the pitifully inadequate equipment of low-level players. The majority still clad in the system-issued rags, offering a mere 0-1 defense. It felt as though I had stepped into a beggar's enclave. Arriving at the appraisal shop, I placed the 5 pieces of the Crimson Flame set on the table. The appraiser, upon glancing at them, was momentarily taken aback before solemnly stating, "The appraisal fee totals 15 gold coins." My heart sank. 3 gold coins per piece indicated that they were likely bronze-tier equipment. As expected, silver-tier equipment was not easily obtained. After paying the 15 gold coins, the appraiser waved his hand, and the 5 pieces of equipment shimmered with a faint glow. Crimson Flame chest armor, bronze tier, leather armor, defense,
55 agility, 12 stamina, 8 required level, 25 set effect activated. Your ranged skill attack power increases by 15, defense increases by 5, and there is a 12 chance to evade physical attacks from opponents. Crimson Flame Leggings, Bronze Tier, Leather Armor, Defense, 45 agility, 9 stamina, 6 required level, 25, Crimson Flame Boots, Bronze Tier, Leather Armor, Defense, 42 agility, 9 stamina, 6 required level, 25, Crimson Flame Hood, Bronze Tier, Leather Armor, Defense, 45 agility, 8 stamina, 4 required level, 25, Crimson Flame Gloves, Bronze Tier, Leather Armor, Defense, 42 agility, 9 stamina, 6 required level, 25. Though the 5 pieces of bronze equipment were not of the highest tier, their elevated level and formidable attributes made them particularly impressive. After replacing my glimmering leather armor and windrunner boots, donning the entire Crimson Flame set enveloped me in warmth, imparting a buoyant sensation. The Crimson Flame set radiated brilliance, making its extraordinary quality evident to all. Ding! System notification. Set effect activated. Your ranged skill attack power increases by 15, defense increases by 5, and there is a 12 chance to evade physical attacks from opponents. I was left astounded. Indeed, this was powerful. With my skills enhanced further, I felt invincible, laughter escaping my lips. Upon reviewing my personal attributes, Reckless Scholar, Apprentice Archer, level, 25 health, 880 attack, 175 to 230 defense, 205 reputation, 1041 luck, 0. After leveling up, I allocated all 45 points to strength, raising my attack by a total of 27 points. While my defense reached a staggering 205, it was hard to believe that an archer could possess such formidable defense. My health had also increased to 650 post-upgrade. However, the set added another 26 points of stamina, translating to an additional 130 health based on my archer's stamina growth rate, bringing my total health to 880. With a hearty laugh, I reveled in the fact that I had undeniably become a high-defense, tank-like archer. Suddenly, I recalled that the equipment dropped by the Sword Wolf King still needed appraisal. I retrieved each piece in turn. Starting with a pair of armored boots, upon handing them to the appraiser, he glanced at them without much interest and stated, "Appraisal fee, 80 silver coins." I immediately realized that this piece of equipment was likely of poor quality. Sure enough, with a flash of light, the attributes of the boots appeared. Wolf Tail Battle Boots, Black Iron Tier, Armor, Defense, 72 Strength. For required level, 27, cursed be it, they truly were of poor quality. Yet, I couldn't help but marvel at the immense defense offered by warrior gear. Even a black iron piece could far surpass any item in the Crimson Flame set. If a level 27 berserker donned a full set of bronze armor, I would likely need to rely on my armor-piercing arrows to breach their defenses. The second item dropped by the Sword Wolf King was a book, which did not require appraisal. Crimson Flame Sea. Skill book summons a sea of blazing flames to inflict continuous damage on targets within a specified area. Requires level 25 mage. I felt a surge of joy. This was a skill book for mages. Perhaps its value would rise once more players reached level 25 in the coming days. Regardless, I would hold on to it for now. The third item dropped by the Sword Wolf King was a dazzling dagger. Upon examining it, I had a premonition that it might be silver tier. When I placed the dagger on the table, the appraiser's expression shifted with excitement, exclaiming, such a treasure exists, appraisal fee, 10 gold coins." My heart raced with joy, and I promptly paid the gold coins. The appraiser waved his hand, and the dagger immediately burst forth with radiant light. Shimmering Dagger, Silver Equipment, Attack, 60 to 95 agility, 15 stamina, 8 required level, 25, a dagger of formidable attack power, yet it still pales in comparison to the Golden Bow. This indicates that the attributes of the Golden Bow have indeed surpassed those of silver equipment. Placing it firmly within the realm of gold, archers can equip 2 weapons, 1 bow and 1 dagger. Thus, I promptly equipped the Shimmering Dagger, increasing my health by an additional 40 points, bringing my total health to 920. The appraisal room was devoid of other players, so I activated the effects of the Crimson Flame set and the Golden Bow. Instantly, a dazzling light filled the room, illuminating it brilliantly, simply breathtaking. After indulging in a moment of self-satisfaction, I concealed the effects and continued to train discreetly. When the time came for PvP, I would undoubtedly make a spectacular entrance. Stepping outside, I stored the books from the fiery sea, then shouted a few times, selling the exchange glimmering leather armor and windrunner boots for a total of 10 gold coins. With this, my bag held a total of 76 gold coins, truly an indication of newfound wealth at this stage. After replenishing my potions, I found myself with nothing to do. Heading to the Wolf Ridge would not only risk encountering unrespawned sword wolves, but the journey itself would consume half an hour. Leaving no time for leveling up, I shook my head and chuckled. Forget it. Sleep is essential. Health is the foundation of all endeavors. Just as I was about to log off, a notification chimed. Friend message. Upon opening it, I saw the message from Zeuner, and immediately, an image of her curvaceous form flashed in my mind. What could such a beautiful priestess want from me? The message read, Are you busy? Could you do me a favor? With nothing on my plate at the moment, I replied. Not busy. A few seconds later, Zeuner responded. See you at the village entrance. I glanced toward the village entrance and made my way there. Before long, a stunning figure appeared before me. It was Zeuner. She was adorned in a slightly glowing robe, suggesting she had already acquired bronze-level gear. The members of the Swordfire family truly possessed remarkable skills to obtain a bronze robe so swiftly. Zeuner was scanning the area, seemingly searching for me, her beautiful eyes radiating a unique allure. Clad in my crimson flame set, she failed to recognize me until I approached and greeted her with a smile. Hi. Instantly, Zeuner looked up, her expression filled with astonishment. After a pause, she smiled. You've assembled a full set of equipment so quickly. Impressive. I humbly replied with a smile. It's nothing. By the way. What task are you undertaking? Well, it's a task to defeat a level 20 boss. Quangren and Xingtian have logged off, so I thought of you. It won't take much of your time, and I can offer a commission of 5 gold coins. Zeuner said earnestly that I couldn't help but chuckle. Come on, you don't consider me a friend? It's just a boss. I'll treat it as a lovely outing with a beautiful lady. If you don't charge me, I'll consider myself fortunate. My words elicited a gentle smile from Zeuner, a sight that was truly enchanting and tender. Meanwhile, in another corner of the novice village, a swordswoman was wielding her blade to dispatch a gnoll. A cascade of golden light enveloped her as she wiped the sweat from her brow, grinning sweetly. Finally level 20. I wonder if that fool has reached 20 yet. Under the moonlight, the girl's delicate face glowed radiantly, an unparalleled beauty. Chapter 19. The porcupine leader Zeuner's task required us to venture to a cave east of the village to slay a porcupine leader. When I inquired about the difficulty of the task, Zeuner smiled gently and said, The current difficulty is 150. So, are you up for it? I smiled back, of course. Why would I shy away? For some reason. Zeuner's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, Then let us hurry. This task can be taken by multiple players, and if we don't act quickly, we'll have to wait another 10 hours for the next boss to respawn. I nodded, running alongside her toward the east. Perhaps finding the journey too dull, Zeuner remarked playfully, Scholar, what do you do in Suzhou? I thought for a moment and replied, I work in a digital plaza. Planning events. Honestly, I'm not quite sure what I'm doing exactly. How about you? Zeuner furrowed her brow slightly but then smiled. What I do is quite similar. I work at an advertising company. But I haven't been going in much lately. I level up at night and sleep during the day. I felt a pang of envy and said, That sounds wonderful. I level up at night and still have to clock in during the day? Sneaking in naps whenever I can, Zeuner couldn't help but smile, saying, If you're not happy where you are, come work at my company. Oh, never mind. As a high-end player, you'll soon be able to exchange game currency and live comfortably without needing to step into my humble place. I laughed heartily. What makes me a master? I'm just a bit luckier than others. Compared to your Swordfire family, I'm miles behind. By the way, who came up with the name Swordfire? It's amusing that it sounds like Jinhua, cheap goods. Zeuner couldn't help but burst into laughter. That was the brainchild of Dragon Soul, and it has nothing to do with me. However, Dragon Soul is truly a good person. He is very loyal and will fight for his friends. Xingtian, on the other hand, tends to act without thinking. Thank goodness Dragon Soul can keep him in check. What about Guizhi? What is he like? I suddenly recalled the dark mage. Zeuner smiled gently and explained. I've never seen Guizhi in person, but in the game, he has always been quite silent and appears cold. However, I know he has a classic case of being cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Last time? In Yueheng, because Xingtian offended a guild leader, Guizhi didn't hesitate to single-handedly storm into that guild, slaying the leader right on the spot. I chuckled. Impressive. It seems the Swordfire team is quite outstanding. Xehanort glanced at me with a meaningful look and asked, "Would you be interested in joining us?" At that moment, any normal man would find it difficult to resist such temptation. Xehanort's gaze was like water, seemingly possessing an enchanting power that drew one deeper into her charm. However, I had my reasons to decline. After half a minute, I smiled faintly. If that person abandons me, then I'll join Swordfire. But until then, I must stay with her and do anything for her. Xehanort looked slightly surprised and asked, "Who is this person that means so much to you? Your girlfriend?" I couldn't help but laugh. Of course not. What girl would be interested in a poor guy like me? I'm talking about someone else. I owe her a lot. Without her, I wouldn't even be able to enter this game. Ah, I see. Xehanort smiled lightly. I won't push you. Just know that the doors of Swordfire will always be open for you. I nodded. Thank you. At that moment, we arrived at the entrance of a small cave. Deep within the forest, where hardly any players were present, as Xehanort was a priest, she naturally couldn't take risks, so I took the initiative to lead the way, inviting her into my party as we proceeded. Inside, the cave was dark, and the soft, damp earth felt uncomfortable beneath my boots. Xehanort, wielding a green staff forged of black iron, followed closely behind, cautiously observing our surroundings. Suddenly, a flurry of light echoed as a few bats were startled and flew out of the cave, creating a dark cloud overhead. "Ah!" Xehanort exclaimed. I quickly pulled her behind me, brandishing the shimmering dagger to fend off the bats. Fortunately, these creatures posed no threat. They were merely minor scene monsters and soon dispersed. Peering into the cave, I noticed it wasn't very deep, and a faint red shadow could be discerned inside. Xehanort gasped slightly, saying, "Scholar, is that the porcupine leader?" Being level 22, Xehanort had a limited view compared to my level 25, allowing me to see further. Indeed, amidst the dim light lay a robust porcupine, sound asleep. I nodded. Yes, it is the porcupine leader. Porcupine leader, black iron level boss, level 20 attack, 165 to 250 defense, 55 health, 40,000 attack type, bloodthirsty, with a 10 chance to deal a fatal blow. Being 5 levels higher than the boss, I could clearly assess its attributes and relayed the information to Xehanort, who gasped. "What do we do?" "It has an attack power of 250, far too high. We lack a tank to absorb the damage. If I had known, I would have kept Xingtian to help me with this task instead of going for a sauna." I couldn't help but feel speechless and then chuckled. "No worries, I'll handle this, boss. You just need to keep me healed." Xehanort looked up at me, smiling lightly. "Are you sure you can manage?" "Of course." I patted my chest confidently, declaring with assurance. Suddenly, I instructed Xehanort to retreat outside the cave, drawing out the porcupine chief into the spacious area beyond, where combat would be more advantageous. After all, both Xehanort and I were ranged attackers, and only in such an open space could we unleash our full potential. As I noticed Xehanort's silhouette retreating, I raised my golden bow and swiftly released an icy arrow. With a sharp sound, a blue radiance erupted, and the porcupine chief was struck, losing 245 points of health. How absurd! With my full power and enhanced damage, I currently boasted 230 points of damage, rendering the porcupine chief's meager 55 points of defense utterly insignificant. The porcupine chief, roused from its slumber, grunted in annoyance and charged forth. I wasted no time and swiftly turned to flee. Upon reaching the cave entrance, I spotted Xehanort with a worried expression on her face. As soon as she saw me emerge, she smiled faintly and skillfully retreated a few steps to create some distance between us. 2 Ranged players fighting a monster would be unwise if they stood too close together. The porcupine chief, brimming with aggression, barreled towards me, its sharp fangs slicing through the air. With a resounding thud, the chief's attack landed on my shoulder, inflicting a painful blow, and I saw a damage number of 124 appear above my head. Not too shabby, as I had managed to maintain my defense. I knocked another arrow in my golden bow and unleashed a fire arrow directly at the porcupine chief. The fierce fire attack proved extraordinary, dealing a staggering 467 points of damage. Xehanort gasped in astonishment and couldn't help but inquire, "Scholar, just how much attack power do you possess?" Against a monster with only 55 points of defense, Guaji could only deal around 200 points of damage. I chuckled lightly, maintaining an air of mystery. and replied, "Well, let's just say my attack power surpasses Guaji's." Ziyuner smiled, no longer pressing for answers, and cast a debuff spell of weakness upon the Porcupine Chief. With a chime, the battle prompt announced, "The Porcupine Chief has been afflicted with the weakness effect, causing a 5 decrease in attack and defense." I was slightly taken aback and exclaimed, "The weakness effect is surprisingly effective." Ziyuner replied with a smile, "This is merely a basic skill. Once you advance your profession, you can enhance the skill to higher levels, and then the effects will be truly remarkable." As we spoke, the Porcupine Chief abandoned me and charged directly at Ziyuner. However, she remained calm, casting a healing spell to restore my health to full. Naturally, I couldn't allow a priest to withstand the boss's attacks. With a twang of my bowstring, another fire arrow was released. The Porcupine Chief dashed back and forth between Ziyuner and me, unable to decide which target to attack, ultimately failing to strike either of us. Minutes later, with a resounding boom, my fire arrow delivered a critical hit, inflicting 884 points of damage on the Porcupine Chief. Letting out a pained howl, the Porcupine Chief collapsed and perished, dropping some gold coins and a piece of equipment. Ziyuner rushed forward to collect the Porcupine Chief's head, her brow slightly furrowed. The game's graphics were remarkably realistic. The head resembled a butchered pig's head, gruesome and bloody. After gathering the 2 pieces of equipment and the coins from the ground, Ziyuner approached me directly, opening the trade panel. She placed a pair of mage boots, a helmet, and 12 gold coins on the table, cheerfully saying, "This is all that dropped. If you don't mind, please accept these as a reward for the quest." I examined the 2 pieces of equipment, both seemingly of bronze quality. While I was not in need of gold coins, I promptly canceled the trade and said, "You should keep the mage boots. There's no reason for me to take something you would benefit from. As for the helmet, I can't equip it either, so it would be better suited for Xingtian or Longhun. As for the gold coins, could you initiate the trade again?" "I only want the coins." Ziyuner paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. "You?" She proceeded to initiate the trade again, transferring the 12 gold coins to me. I understood that if I didn't accept something, she would feel indebted to me. While 12 coins were not much and certainly less valuable than the 2 bronze items, it would allow Ziyuner to feel at ease. With the coins in hand, my inventory now held a total of 88 coins, a splendid number. Ziyuner, satisfied, placed the equipment into her own bag and said, "Well, I should head back to turn in the quest. Scholar, make sure to get some rest. Don't tire yourself out." Her voice was sweet and melodious, stirring a sense of warmth within me. It had been a long time since I had heard such caring words. Yet, my moment of sentimentality was abruptly shattered by a voice echoing through the woods. "Hey? Boss! The Porcupine boss has been defeated, damn." Another voice chimed in, "What the hell? Who stole my quest monster? Get them." Chapter 20. First show of power. From the shadows of the jungle emerged several figures, 2 berserkers, 2 assassins, and 3 mages. A glance revealed to me a sense of alarm. Familiar faces, the members of the Aoshi family, led by their leader, Aoshi Kwangren. He recognized Ziyuner and me immediately, his expression turning icy as he remarked, "It seems that fate has brought us together once again. This world is indeed small." Ziyuner retorted coldly, "Enough of your prattle. The Aoshi family holds no grievances with the Swordfire. It is merely that you have acted too brazenly." Aoshi Kwangren raised an eyebrow and commanded, "Swordfire? Humph. Yesterday we were caught unprepared, but today I shall see what tricks you 2 can muster." He then turned to the 3 mages and ordered, "As soon as we engage, prioritize taking out that priest. Heh, this insolent brat, I shall personally deal with him." I assessed Aoshi Kwangren's impressive gear. He wielded a gleaming axe, likely of bronze quality, and donned 4 pieces of armor, all with stat bonuses. At the very least black iron tier. The 3 mages also appeared adequately equipped, certainly mid-tier players. Ziyuner gripped her staff tightly and whispered, "Scholar, it seems we are in grave danger. You should find an opportunity to escape to town. I will buy us some time." I couldn't help but chuckle. No need for that. If anyone should stay behind, it should be me, and if I flee, how could I face Longhun and Xingtian again? Ziyuner sighed in resignation but nodded. "Then let us both stand our ground and face whatever may come." I smiled slightly. "It may not end that way." "Huh?" Ziyuner looked surprised, about to ask something, but I had already made my move. Charging forward with my shimmering dagger aimed straight at Aoshi Kwangren's chest. Aoshi Kwangren was taken aback, having not anticipated my sudden strike while at a disadvantage, and he barked an order, "Everyone, take him down together." However, in the instant my dagger descended, I abruptly halted, not striking him but instead fading into the shadows. Whoosh, fireball sword, crashing into my chest. I had to admit, the three mages possessed formidable attack power. Each fireball nearly stripped away 150 points of my health. Yet, my total health was an astonishing 920 points, making it difficult for me to be easily defeated. Swiftly, I consumed a health potion and angled my attack towards the enemy's rear, targeting them with precision. Aoshi Kwangren, mistaking my class for an assassin, paid no heed to my title and swung his battle axe, bellowing, "Earth Splitter, boom." A burst of flames erupted, and I immediately saw a damage number of 45 appear above my head. I couldn't help but chuckle. The Chi-Yin set truly lived up to its reputation as a 25-level bronze set. Even a high-damage berserker like Aoshi Kwangren could not breach my defenses. While Aoshi Kwangren was momentarily stunned, I swiftly switched to my golden bow, launching a fire arrow that blasted through the chest of their level 21 mage. Boom! The fire arrow obliterated the mage, taking him down in an instant. The Aoshi members were taken aback, still processing the shock when my second ice arrow was already in flight. The level 20 mage had no time to evade as the ice arrow struck, claiming yet another victim, but I did not halt my advance. As long as the three mages remained, Zeuner would not be safe. The last mage had just brushed past me, and with a flash of light, I switched back to my dagger, as anticipated. I slashed across the mage's throat, blood spraying forth, and once more, a white light signaled their demise. In just a few seconds, the tide of battle had dramatically shifted. The three mages from Aoshi had been eliminated, leaving only 2 berserkers and 2 assassins. After dispatching 3 foes, I swiftly positioned myself directly in front of Aoshi Kwangren, locking eyes with him as I laughed heartily. "Aoshi Kwangren, even a madman needs to possess true prowess. Do you truly think you can defeat me with this ragtag bunch of rotten tomatoes? If you wish to challenge me, then come at me with all you've got." In the gaze of Aoshi Kwangren and his companions, I unleashed the full effects of my equipment, illuminating the forest in a dazzling display. My golden bow radiated brilliant light, while the Chi-Yin set glowed with an eerie red hue. Flickering around me like hellfire, in an instant, not only were the proud and arrogant individuals left speechless in astonishment, but even Ziyun, who stood behind me, was equally taken aback, her small mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. However, just moments later, the proud and arrogant one exclaimed with venomous anger, "Damn it. Don't think that having good equipment makes you invincible. Today, I will undoubtedly eliminate you." The adage that malice breeds courage seemed to hold true for him. He appeared to have conspired with the bloodthirsty one, and then the two began to advance. The edge of the proud one's axe gleamed as it struck again, while the bloodthirsty assassin's dagger, faintly aglow with a red light, lunged toward my back. Their intentions were clear: to restrain me with the heavily armored berserker and then execute a lethal strike with the agile assassin. I retreated several steps, and as the golden bow shimmered, an ice arrow shot forth, striking one assassin squarely in the chest. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, he had already transformed into a wisp of white light and returned to the city. At the very moment of combat, I had deliberately drawn their fire. The members of the proud faction bore gray names, and in their helplessness, they had no choice but to engage, for otherwise, they would be left defenseless against my onslaught. My attack power was evident, and they were not foolish enough to stand still like targets. Once again, I suffered a heavy blow to my chest from the proud one, losing 100 health points. Yet it still posed no fatal threat to me. The only real danger came from the mages, who by now were ensconced in the novice village. With a swift motion, I released another arrow, and the approaching bloodthirsty one, caught off guard, was sent back to the city by the fiery projectile. An assassin's meager health simply could not withstand such brutality. In an instant, only 2 berserkers remained. Enraged, the proud one shouted, "Old Four, come at me!" The one referred to as Old Four nodded and charged forward with his war axe, but just as he reached halfway, I unleashed a penetrating shot. The milky light traced a straight trajectory through the air and exploded upon impact with Old Four's chest, a staggering 1240 damage. The astonishing figure nearly sent the proud one into despair. A high-defense berserker had been struck for over 1,000 damage by a mere archer. What hope did high-defense classes have? Old Four returned to the city in a flash of white light. And the proud one, face ashen, glared at me and roared, "You bastard! I will make you regret provoking me!" Boom. I retaliated with another penetrating shot, causing the proud one to lose 1069 health points, leaving him on the brink of annihilation with but a sliver of health remaining. Just as I was about to finish him off, Ziyun chimed in with a smile. "Let me handle this." With a graceful uplift of her hand, she cast a purple judgment skill upon the proud one's head. With a light sound, the proud one met his painful demise beneath the priestess's judgment skill, his expression one of utter humiliation. Thud! A helmet clattered to the ground, and I couldn't help but chuckle. The proud one's helmet had dropped. Chapter 21. A dragon among men. I stepped forward to pick up the helmet that had fallen from the proud one, the attributes flashing before my eyes: green helmet, bronze equipment, armor, defense, 52 strength, 6 stamina, 1 required level, 14. The helmet boasted decent defense and satisfactory additional attributes, though its name was somewhat unseemly. I remarked, "A green helmet, green," prompting Ziyun to stifle a laugh, saying, "If you mean a green hat, just say it outright." "Are you afraid I'll be embarrassed? I've faced many storms. I'm not some fresh-faced schoolgirl." I chuckled softly, realizing that Ziyun was indeed quite worldly, even if she was not a young maiden. She certainly had the poise of a mature woman. In my mind, I had categorized her as an elegant woman of distinction. Gazing at the green helmet, I suggested, "Let us return to town and sell it. Then split the profits evenly?" "No need, you did the killing, so this equipment naturally belongs to you." Ziyun smiled gently, adding, "It's getting late. You should rest early and not wear yourself out." I nodded and returned to the city. Upon arriving at the novice village square, I called out, and the green helmet was quickly sold for a staggering 40 gold coins. Now that players had leveled up, earning gold was not so arduous. And since the helmet served no purpose in my hands, it was better to sell it for cash. Before logging off, I checked the leaderboard and was dismayed to find that I had slipped out of the top 10 among Chinese players. At level 25, I ranked 17th, while the top spot was once again claimed by Qingfeng Lanyue at level 28. I couldn't help but wonder what sort of girl Qingfeng Lanyue was. And with that thought, I logged off. I awoke the next morning just past 8, realizing I was about to be late, and rushed to the company without even having breakfast. Yes, it turned out both Ziyue and Xiaotian were also late. Just before 11, the two arrived at the company, their eyes red-rimmed. When Luyun inquired, Ziyue explained, "I was leveling up with Xiaotian in the same novice village last night, and we reached level 19. It nearly exhausted me," Xiaotian added. "With a beauty like me accompanying you, you should count your blessings instead of looking displeased," Ziyue retorted. "Spare me, as if I'm not a beauty myself." Before they could continue, Bingxia entered, announcing, "Follow me. We need to attend a meeting in the operations department." "A meeting?" I asked, puzzled. Bingxia nodded with a smile. "Yes, a meeting regarding the game's industry matters, hosted by General Manager Wang." I smiled, finally getting the chance to meet the legendary General Manager Wang. The group rose, and I followed behind them into the office meeting room, which could accommodate around 50 people and was already filled with various members from the development and operations departments. Just then, someone shouted, "General Manager Wang is here." I looked up to see a rather handsome young man enter, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his hair slicked back in a sophisticated style. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this really General Manager Wang?" Bingxia confirmed, "Indeed, this is the top brass of our company, Wang Junjie, a dual master's graduate from Cambridge and Harvard, hailing from a prestigious family, appointed as the general manager of our Blue Star Group." Xiaotian chimed in, "General Manager Wang is remarkably accomplished. I hear he is only 28 years old." I was momentarily taken aback. He was merely 4 years my senior, yet had already ascended to such a position. Wang Junjie truly was a dragon among men. With graceful poise, he took his place at the conference table and inquired, "Is everyone here?" Nearby, the supervisor from the marketing department replied, "Director Ling hasn't arrived yet. The rest are all present. Ayu hasn't come yet?" Wang Junjie asked affectionately, suggesting familiarity with Lingyue. I was momentarily puzzled and asked, "What is his relationship with Lingyue?" Bingxia glanced around, biting her lip, and said, "That fool Wang Junjie is Director Ling's boyfriend, but Lingyue never gives him much face." A slight discomfort stirred within me. Lingyue was Lingxue's twin sister, and I could hardly distinguish between them. So whenever Ling Yue was present, I instinctively saw her as Ling Xue. Now, with this strikingly handsome boyfriend appearing, I felt a surge of annoyance. Wang Junjie cleared his throat and said, "Let us wait for her then." After nearly 10 minutes, Ling Yue finally arrived, her hair still damp, evidently having just gotten up and washed. To my astonishment, she unceremoniously took the seat of honor at the head of the table. I was somewhat bewildered. Who held more authority? The director or the general manager? Of course, the general manager has more authority. Bingxia interjected, then smiled knowingly. What you need to understand is quite simple. The real owner of Blue Star Group is Ling Tong, and Ling Yue is his daughter. Therefore, here, Ling Yue is the most powerful. As for Wang Junjie, he is essentially just an employee, albeit an exceptionally talented one, which is why Ling Tong values him and intends to groom him as his successor. That's also why he allows his daughter to date Wang Junjie. I nodded slightly, beginning to grasp the dynamics at play. Bingxia, with a meaningful smile, added, Wang Junjie's family has long since fallen from grace. He is likely trying to leverage this opportunity to become a son-in-law, using Blue Star Group's wealth to restore his family's prestige. In simpler terms, he is just a kept man. At that moment, Wang Junjie looked at Ling Yue with concern, asking, did you rest well? To which Ling Yue simply replied, let us start the meeting. Wang Junjie appeared slightly awkward but quickly regained his composure and announced, the theme of today's meeting is the operation of the virtual industry within the game, which I need not elaborate on further. Ling Hong has been open for 2 days now, and many of our employees have reached level 20 and above. This afternoon, everyone should log in and gather in Twilight City. Each of you will contribute 5 gold coins as initial operating capital. Is that acceptable? A group of male employees nodded in agreement, while many female employees grumbled, but we aren't even level 20 yet. We can't even afford the gold to learn skills. How can we contribute? Wang Junjie smiled faintly and remarked, those who do not wish to level up should all pursue professions in the production system, acquiring tools such as shovels, bows, and axes to commence their training in production skills as early as possible. As for the costs associated with learning these skills, let the players of combat professions bear them. I hope that we, from Blue Star, can unite as one and achieve great endeavors within Ling Tong. He then turned to the side and inquired of Ling Yue, what are your thoughts? Ling Yue furrowed her delicate brows and replied nonchalantly, I shall handle the statistics for planning and operations personnel. I do not wish to concern myself with other matters. Wang Junjie was met with yet another rebuff, offering a wry smile and choosing to remain silent. That moment, however, Ling Yue had already risen, gazing toward us as she commanded, Iced Tea, Summer, and Scholar, come with me to the development department. We shall converse there. I was momentarily taken aback as Summer had already taken my hand, leading me outside. I could vaguely discern Wang Junjie's face turning ashen, while the stout head of the marketing department wore an awkward grin, saying, President Wang, do not take offense. Perhaps Director Ling is simply in a foul mood. Wang Junjie stared at Ling Yue's retreating figure, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 22. Summer's Madness. Inside the development department office, Ling Yue leaned against the file cabinet. Iced Tea sat beside me, appearing composed and unruffled. After ensuring the door was securely closed, Ling Yue exclaimed, this is utterly ridiculous. Iced Tea cautiously inquired, Director Ling, are you referring to President Wang? Ling Yue seemed to bristle at the mention of his name, softly stating, forget about him. Everyone is well aware of the current situation, correct? The company intends to invest funds in Ling Tong to cultivate elite players, alongside a series of specialized production players. We will also be managing in-game commercial activities. And all members of the Shueiyue studio are seasoned online gaming experts, so we cannot afford to fall behind others. Thus, I hope you will take this matter seriously. Having finished her speech, Ling Yue cast a sweeping glance at us and declared, you need not attend work this afternoon. Return home and log in directly. We shall gather at the Eastgate Square of Twilight City. I need to cultivate my own team. If you have any friends of a decent level, feel free to bring them along. Before long, we shall establish our own mercenary group. I hesitated, wanting to broach the subject of Jianhua, but ultimately decided against it, as we were not well acquainted. And I knew little of Ling Yue, especially given her unfavorable impression of me. Ling Yue reached for a piece of paper and handed it to us, instructing, each of you write your in-game names on this. I will contact you later. Iced Tea and Summer promptly signed, and I inscribed my game name, Qinghuang Shusheng, on the paper. Perhaps due to my brief stay in China's top 10, they all seemed oblivious to my presence. Ling Yue then announced the meeting adjourned. Half an hour later, I had returned home, glanced at the time, and realized it was merely 1 p.m. After drinking some water, I opened my computer and checked the official forum for Ling Tong. To my surprise, the headline news featured a PK video of the #1 beauty mage. Could it be the PK video of Qingfeng Lanyue? My heart raced with excitement as I quickly clicked on it. After a brief loading period, the video commenced. In the footage, 5 berserkers surrounded a lone mage, their eyes filled with malice. Judging by the gleam of their gear, these berserkers were clad in armor of at least black iron quality. The besieged mage, faintly discernible as a female, had an attractive figure, though her face remained obscured. Above her head fluttered 4 prominent characters. Qingfeng Lanyue. Indeed, it was she. The first fireball erupted, signaling the commencement of battle. Qingfeng Lanyue's graceful form glided as if traversing waves, and after a few deft maneuvers, she astonishingly evaded the berserkers' pursuit. More impressively, her flawless positioning bewildered the 5 berserkers, leaving them disoriented as they struck at nothing. From this alone, I could ascertain that Qingfeng Lanyue was undoubtedly a masterful mage, and I was astonished that a woman could reach such heights in gaming. Fireballs and ice arrows soared as one berserker after another fell. And it was astonishing to see Qingfeng Lanyue's ice damage. A simple ice arrow obliterated the majority of a level 22 berserker's health in an instant. To slay a berserker within 3 seconds showcased her formidable prowess. The battle lasted under 2 minutes, during which several berserkers met their demise. As I continued watching, I discovered that this video had ignited a frenzy on the forum. Countless players fervently idolized this female mage, ranked first in China and third in the world, for she had ascended to level 28 within mere days of the game's launch, an achievement beyond the capabilities of ordinary players. The fervent replies were enough to make one blush. First, Qingfeng Lanyue, the #1 female mage in China, the most beautiful player. Qingfeng Lanyue, I love you. Leave your QQ number. My email is shousage163. Calm. Those berserkers, how foolish. They should have charged at her. Such a beauty is rare. It would be worth dying to pursue her, but how can an ordinary boy like me catch her attention? In reply to the 4th post, on a dark and windy night, quietly hang yourself at the Twilight City gate. Perhaps that will attract Qingfeng Lanyue's gaze. Reply from jealous, himph. What is so great about Qingfeng Lanyue? My figure is better than hers. Uploads photo moderator. To the 6th poster. Why did the moderator delete my photo, moderator? It's not because you aren't on the same level. I nearly spat out my tea. These people were truly outrageous. The replies had exceeded 1,000, leaving no time for thorough reading. I hastily closed the webpage, donned my gaming helmet, and entered the game. Checking my status, I found myself at level 25, possessing 88 gold coins. And my rank had dropped to 124th in the Chinese region, while the top female mage, Qingfeng Lanyue, had reached a terrifying level 30. I could only wonder at her training methods. I teleported to the square of the novice village, replenished my potions, and then spent 1 gold coin to teleport to Twilight City. Twilight City, one of the 8 secondary main cities in China, is a paradise for mid to low-level players to level up and replenish supplies, boasting rich leveling resources nearby and a plethora of NPCs offering quests. A flash of light enveloped me, and upon opening my eyes, I found myself in an ancient city with white walls and black tiles. Shops lined either side of the central avenue, and several NPC soldiers patrolled slowly, brandishing their halberds. Opening the map, I quickly identified the location as Twilight City and confirmed that the East Gate Square was not far ahead. I dashed forward, disabling the shine effects on my gear. If Purple Moon and Summer caught sight of my exceptional equipment, I would surely be stripped bare. The number of players in Twilight City was sparse, as most were still toiling around the novice village where monsters could reach level 30 and were well suited for leveling. From a distance, I could see a few figures standing on the square paved with white bricks. One imposing level 22 swordsman wielded a subtly glowing slender sword. His game ID was Ice-T. Indeed, the name Ice-T held a certain charm, much like her. Upon first meeting her, I perceived her as an ice queen. Yet as I got to know her better, I discovered her inner warmth, akin to iced tea that requires time to savor. Next to iced tea stood a delicate level 21 archer, who was none other than Liu Wuxing. Equipped with an unremarkable black iron bow, Not far away stood a level 20 rogue clad in half-leather armor, her ID clearly visible. Purple Moon. She was engaged in conversation with a level 19 summoner, who donned a robe and held a staff. Her name was Last Summer, unmistakably Summer. I hurried over and greeted, "You all made it." The girls turned, almost in unison exclaiming, "Wow, is that Scholar? Already level 25, how impressive." I offered a slight smile, replying, "It's not surprising. Archers level up quickly." Summer approached eagerly, taking my arm. "Scholar, will you take me leveling up later? I don't want Purple Moon. She is so clumsy. She died twice last night while leveling." I replied cautiously, "You must promise that while leveling with me, you won't flirt with other male players in the team. Otherwise, it will be troublesome for me to handle." Summer pouted playfully, "You're so mean. How could I be that kind of girl?" In just a few days, I had come to realize that Summer, with her penchant for playful teasing, was indeed quite formidable. However, I found myself lacking any interest in her. After all, addressing someone with a flat chest and asking me to express affection was beyond my capacity. After a brief wait, Ice-T remarked, "Why hasn't Director Ling arrived? Has she encountered some trouble? Does anyone know her game name?" Everyone shook their heads. That moment, a sweet female voice suddenly rang out behind us. "I'm so sorry to have kept everyone waiting." Turning around, I was instantly taken aback, and the others were equally stunned into silence. Dressed in a flowing crimson robe, exuding an ethereal grace, with long hair cascading about her, the vision before us was none other than an exquisite sorceress. Gulping hard, I managed to stammer out a phrase. "Qingfeng Lan Yu." Chapter 23. The Ghost King sloped to our utter astonishment. The renowned first female sorceress, Qingfeng Lan Yu, stood right before us, and her appearance was strikingly familiar. It was indeed Ling Yue. My mind was in a whirl. How could it be that Ling Yue was Qingfeng Lan Yu? It seemed impossible. Sensing our bewilderment, Ling Yue raised her delicate brows and said, "Don't be dazed. You're not mistaken." Bingsha, utterly astonished, murmured, "Director Ling, you're incredible. The top-ranked player in China is actually you." Ling Yue smiled slightly and replied, "There's no need for surprise. I had a few friends assist me in leveling up, which is why it happened so quickly." With that, Ling Yue took a few steps closer to me, gazing up with mild surprise. "Scholar? Your level is quite impressive, and your equipment isn't bad either." I gave an awkward smile, saying, "It's all right, it's all right." Without further ado, Ling Yue sent me a friend request, and without hesitation, I accepted it, feeling a surge of pride. MLGBD, the top female sorceress of Ling Hong, was now my friend. What an honor. In the game, Ling Yue appeared more approachable, shedding the aloofness of her directorial role, perhaps revealing her true self only within this virtual realm. Bingsha then asked, "Director Ling, I only have 6 gold coins. Shall I give them all to you as initial operating funds for the company's game?" Ling Yue chuckled lightly. "All right then, I'll take 5 gold coins. Let us consider it my potion cost for leveling." I gasped, "Potion cost?" "Indeed." Ling Yue replied with a teasing grin, "Sorcerers consume a lot of blue potions while leveling. I nearly spend 20 gold coins a day on leveling costs, and the equipment I earn is hardly sufficient to cover the expenses. Scholar, you should be quite wealthy. Do share a bit more." "One TU?" Ling Yue flashed a charming smile, her expression endearing. That moment, I couldn't help but notice how much she resembled Ling Xue, prompting me to trade her 50 gold coins and inquire, "Where is Ling Xue? What level is she at now?" Ling Yue, taken aback by my generous offering, laughed and said, "Goodness, you're quite concerned about my sister. What is your true intention?" Stunned, I stammered, "I wasn't just asking casually." Ling Yue smirked, "No need to be so nervous. I won't pry into Ling Xue's affairs. Although I am her sister, I'm just as young as she is, and I don't wish to play the role of both sister and mother. In this game, I want to enjoy my freedom, free from such troubles." After saying this, Ling Yue cast me a meaningful glance and added, "Scholar, come level up with me. The rest of you can form your own teams." Xiaoyan protested, "Why does Director Ling get to take Scholar alone?" Ling Yue replied, unabashedly, "I'm not just taking him to level. We'll be teaming up. Why party doesn't need those without offensive capabilities to dilute the experience?" With that, Xiaoyan had no further objections. Ling Yue then extracted some gold coins from Ziyue and Luoyu before heading off to purchase potions for leveling, instructing me to meet her outside the city. After a moment's thought, I retrieved a copy of the Qian Sorcerer skill book from my storage. This tome was a treasure dropped by the Sword Wolf King, and I believed it would be of great assistance to Ling Yue, especially since it appeared to be an area attack spell, a boon for leveling. Next, I rushed to the apothecary and sold off some red potions, trading them all for blue potions that restored 500 points of mana each, priced at 5 silver coins apiece. Most players could hardly afford such luxuries, yet I purchased 200 of them for merely 10 gold coins. I was confident that Ling Yue would find them useful. Once prepared, I exited the eastern gate of Twilight City, and there, amidst the trees, I spotted the enchanting figure of the first female sorceress of Ling Hong standing gracefully, gazing into the distance. As I approached, Ling Yue smiled and remarked earlier, Schwer asked me to take her leveling, but I declined. Do you know why? I paused, perplexed. How would I know? Ling Yue smirked, her expression teasing, because, dear sister, I'm too busy. What kind of reasoning is that? I was momentarily stunned when Ling Yue turned to leave, glancing back with a smile. Come, let me take you to a wonderful place. I was taken aback. Her glance was so enchanting that my heart began to race uncontrollably. Ling Yue, wait! I called out suddenly. Ling Yue turned to me, inquiring, what is it, scholar? I quickly opened the trade window, placing the Chi-Yin-Si skill book on display and saying, this should be useful to you. Ling Yue gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. It took her a moment to click the trade confirmation button, exclaiming, Scholar, how did you come by such a high-level area spellbook? I've been grinding at the monster spawn for ages, and haven't he found one? I replied, I was fortunate enough to defeat a boss that dropped this book. Since I have no use for it, keeping it would be a waste. Ling Yue beamed with delight, a smile gracing her lips. Thank you, scholar. The value of this book is immeasurable, and I will repay you in the future. Looking at her beautiful face, I felt a mixture of emotions. After all, she was someone else's girlfriend. What did this mean for me? Whether it was for Ling Xue or for myself, I couldn't quite tell. Therefore, I resolved to clarify matters and subtly inquired, Ling Yue, doesn't T. Wang Junjie have an account in Ling Hong? Why aren't you leveling with him? Ling Yue paused, a hint of vulnerability flickering in her beautiful eyes. After a few seconds, she replied, do you think I would want to level with someone I don't like? I was momentarily dumbfounded. What did this imply? Did she dislike Wang Junjie? Hence the reason for being with me? That would mean, seeing my expression, Ling Yue couldn't help but chuckle. Stop overthinking. Wang Junjie and I are not what you imagine. I am merely supporting him in the game to avoid disappointing our father. I smiled. It sounds like quite a burden for you. Ling Yue appeared momentarily lost in thought as she gazed at me. Then pouted slightly, let us not discuss this anymore. We should hurry. If we delay any longer, it might be too late. I leveled there for quite a while last night, and experience was gained rapidly. Oh, where is this place? You'll find out once we get there. Half an hour later, night fell, and dew began to settle in the forest. As we ventured further, we encountered a desolate landscape and faint, chilling cries echoed, reminiscent of ghostly wails. My nerves heightened. I asked, what is this place? Ling Yue turned back with a smile. The legendary Ghost King's Slope. I stumbled upon it alone yesterday and discovered it to be a sacred ground for leveling. The monsters are highly aggressive, but the experience gained is quite rewarding. I chuckled inwardly, thinking it might belong to the same category of leveling grounds as Evil Wolf Ridge. However, if even the top-ranked sorceress Ling Yue deemed it worthy, it must surely be of a higher caliber than Evil Wolf Ridge. Looking ahead, a long, barren hill emerged, devoid of any vegetation. Chapter 24. The underworld warrior. A low, rumbling growl echoed, and suddenly, the ground erupted. A pale arm bursting forth. Following that, a skeleton clad in tattered rags emerged from the earth, its hollow eye sockets glowing with a ghostly light, fixating on me and Ling Yue. The surprise attack from this creature startled me, and I instinctively stepped back, positioning Ling Yue behind me. To my relief, she seemed pleased with my reaction, smiling slightly. Scholar, you have quite the courage. I thought to myself, MD, I'm trembling in fear, and you think that is commendable. Without further ado, I quickly assessed the skeleton's attributes. Skeleton warrior, common monster, level, 30 attack, 245 to 280 defense, 60 health, 1500 attack type. Weak point attack, reduces target's defense by 25. I was taken aback. Wow. Its attack power reaches 280. That is terrifying. Ling Yue merely chuckled. Scholar, Have you considered its health and defense? I instantly understood. This undead creature had weak defenses and health, but its attack was indeed formidable. Thus, I swiftly drew my iron arrows and expertly unleashed an ice arrow. Smack! A damage number of 724 appeared above the skeleton warrior's head. Without hesitation, I followed up with a fire arrow. Dealing another 879 points of damage, the skeleton warrior stood no chance and collapsed to the ground. Ling appeared pleasantly surprised, her mouth agape. Goodness, scholar, your physical attack is impressively high. The implication being that her magical attack was likely no less formidable. I smiled knowingly. Ling, why don't you give it a try? Ling smiled with annoyance and tossed a fireball onto the head of another skeletal warrior. Instant kill. With a single fatal blow, she dispatched a level 30 monster in an instant. No wonder Ling wished to level up here. It turned out that her fire magic damage was astonishingly powerful. She looked at me and chuckled, saying, "Our little duo seems rather violent." I couldn't help but be speechless. A duo like ours was not merely violent. Our damage output was likely enough to conquer the world. Thus, the subsequent events unfolded smoothly. I ventured ahead while Ling closely followed, fireballs whistling through the air. Annihilating every monster in our path, my fire arrows would occasionally erupt, and although their attack power was slightly inferior to Ling fireballs, they were sufficient to take down a level 30 skeletal warrior in 2 shots. The experience bar soared rapidly. Nearly every monster yielded over 1,000 experience points, and whenever a monster dropped a blue potion, Ling would eagerly exclaim, "Scholar, quickly pick up the potion." In truth, Ling was quite frugal. Despite purchasing potions worth 24 gold coins before arriving, she was always keen on collecting every resource. Within an hour, we had swept the monsters on the hillside clean, and I had leveled up from 25 to 27, an astonishing rate of progression, while Ling remained at level 30, indicating the considerable difficulty of leveling up at higher tiers. Of course, I understood that my lower level must have cost her a significant amount of experience. Eventually, we arrived at the entrance of a cave, where ominously inscribed words read, "Yinming Cave." Ling smiled and said, "This is the purpose of my journey, scholar. Look at that pile of skeletons on the right. Interacting with them will allow us to obtain a quest for Yinming Cave. Let's go in and see if we can complete it." I glanced over and indeed noticed a heap of ancient bones on the ground to the right of the cave entrance. Already reduced to a pile, I turned back in astonishment and asked, "Ling, it's so eerie here. Aren't you afraid?" Ling smiled lightly. "Afraid? Of course. Did you not see how far I was standing?" I was at a loss for words and initiated a conversation with the pile of bones. The system promptly responded, "Ding, system prompt. This skeleton seems to conceal a secret. Would you like to investigate further?" I quickly confirmed, and another system notification chimed, "Ding, system prompt. Quest, Yinming Cave, accepted. Current quest difficulty, 550. Task. The kingdom's general met his demise outside the cave. Please enter the 5th level of the cave, locate the culprit, and eliminate them." The task was straightforward. Enter the Yinming Cave and slay a specific monster to complete it. Ling asked, "What is the difficulty of the task?" 550. What about you? 450, hee. It seemed that due to Ling Yue's higher level, the difficulty was considerably lower for her. As I stood up, Ling Yue remarked, "Initially, I intended to find a high attack, high defense player among the top 10 in the Chinese region to tackle this quest, but it seems there's no need for that now. You can handle it." After saying this, her beautiful eyes roamed over my Qian set with a mischievous glint. I inwardly groaned. Dealing with a clever girl was certainly no easy task. She had undoubtedly noticed the exceptional qualities of the Qian set. So, I feigned ignorance, saying, "No way, I'm just a frail archer." "Do you really expect me to tank the monsters?" Ling Yue shot me an exasperated look and said, "Stop pretending. The defense of this equipment must be over 150. My judgment is impeccable." I was secretly astonished that she had guessed correctly. At that moment, Ling Yue smiled gently and proceeded to unveil her equipment effects, and in an instant, a dazzling light radiated from her entire set of mage gear, which sparkled prominently. Ling Yue did not hide her equipment attributes. Sharing each piece within the party, she wore a complete blazing set, a level 30 mage bronze equipment set. Each piece of the blazing set added roughly 5 to fire magic damage, and the set bonus granted an astonishing 50 increase to fire magic damage. Along with a skill that provided a fire shield, allowing the mage to withstand physical damage for a brief period. I was utterly amazed. Truly, one could not compare oneself to others. I had thought my Qi-Yin set was impressive. Yet it paled in comparison to Lingyue's blazing set. Hence, I no longer held back and shared the attributes of my Qi-Yin set with her, as well as the attributes of my golden bow. Upon seeing the golden bow's attributes, Lingyue's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "Goodness! So, the first piece of silver equipment is actually in your hands, humph, and you still pretend to be pitiful every day. Yet you possess such formidable gear." I sighed in resignation. There's no choice. I must endure. Otherwise, I don't know how many times this equipment would have been looted from me. I can't just fear thieves. I need to level up without constantly being on edge. Lingyue chuckled softly. That's true. Now, I feel more confident. Let us charge into the 5th level of Yinming Cave today and complete this quest. The rewards must be substantial. I nodded. For a quest with a difficulty of 550, it would indeed be surprising if the rewards were not generous. I stepped into the cave, only to feel a sudden drop in temperature that sent a shiver down my spine. The interior of Yinming Cave resembled a large, circular pit, with stairs leading down to the next level on the opposite side. A hoarse growl echoed, and Lingyue quickly warned, "Watch out on your right." I turned to look and was startled to see a skeletal monster clad in armor, brandishing a heavy sword toward me. With a crack, the heavy sword grazed my shoulder, sending a sharp pain coursing through me. My health plummeted by nearly 300 points, such ferocious attack power. I hurriedly examined the monster's attributes, only to find myself speechless. Yinming Warrior, Common Monster, Level, Attack, Defense, Health. At that moment, Lingyue had already skillfully cast a fireball, striking the skeleton and reducing its health by nearly a quarter. I felt a chill. No wonder Lingyue needed assistance. The monsters in Yinming Cave were significantly stronger than those outside on Ghost King Slope. I raised my hand and shot a fire arrow, which struck with a bang, causing the skeleton to lose 421 health. I was dissatisfied with this damage. Just moments ago, Lingyue had taken off 600 health in one hit. So, I quickly switched to a piercing arrow, and with a flash of white light, it pierced through the skeleton's armor, dealing 894 points of damage. Lingyue's fireball then struck for 558 points, finally bringing the skeleton down. Lingyue gazed at me in astonishment and asked, "What skill did you just use? It was so powerful. You took off 900 health in one shot." I proudly explained the piercing arrow's ability to ignore 50 of the target's defense. To which Lingyue grinned even wider. "In that case, we are even more capable of completing the quest. The monsters below are mostly of this armored type. Your piercing arrows will be incredibly useful." Just then, another Yinming warrior was revealed nearby, but I could not see its level or attributes. Lingyue informed me that this Yinming warrior was level 34, with an attack of 250 to 320 and health of 2,400. I was at level 27, and the monster's level exceeded mine by 6 levels, rendering it invisible to me. I bent down to pick up the silver coins dropped by the previous Yinming warrior, then coordinated with Lingyue to take down another Yinming warrior with 2 piercing arrows. However, at that moment, a shadow emerged behind Lingyue, and before she could react, the glint of a dagger flashed. Chapter 25. Red flames see a light sound echoed, and a number appeared above Lingyue's head. 428. In an instant, Lingyue, with her fragile mage constitution, could not withstand it. Her health plummeted to the brink. She hurriedly retreated, gulping down a health potion while simultaneously raising her staff. A fiery red shield enveloped her. At that moment, I clearly saw that the creature ambushing Lingyue was a Yinming assassin. I could not see the monster's attributes, but Lingyue's serious expression indicated that its attack power was certainly formidable. In a moment of misstep, Lingyue distanced herself from the Yinming assassin and swiftly cast an ice arrow spell. The Yinming assassin's body was enveloped in frost, drastically slowing its speed, leaving it to futilely swing its dagger in the air. Seizing the opportunity, I released an ice arrow as well, achieving a similar effect to Lingyue's spell, rendering the Yinming assassin utterly ineffective. Soon, under the barrage of Lingyue's fireballs, it dropped a pile of silver coins. Alas, it was merely silver coins. As I collected the coins one by one, I remarked, "The monsters here are quite elusive. Lingyue, you should keep your fire shield active." Lingyue pouted, saying, "That won't do. Activating the fire shield consumes a lot of MP. It uses up a 500-point blue potion in just a minute. I couldn't help but chuckle. It's fine. Go ahead and open it. If we happen to perish, we would merely drop a level, which would be a loss not worth the risk. Rest assured, I am fully stocked with blue potions, so our supplies should be more than sufficient. Ling Yue immediately responded with a charming smile, saying, very well then. Thus, Ling Yue kept the flame shield activated, which eased my mind. No matter how high the attacks of the Nether Assassins, they wouldn't be able to eliminate me instantaneously. After all, I had reached level 27 and boasted nearly 8,000 health points. In the first layer of the Nether Cave, there were only two types of monsters, the Nether Warriors and the Nether Assassins. They lurked in the shadows, revealing themselves only when players approached, which posed a minor inconvenience for us. After all, I was an archer clad in leather armor. Had it been a berserker in bronze gear, they would likely have around 350 defense against the 320 attack of the Nether Warriors, resulting in a damage taken of no more than 150. Nevertheless, with the formidable attack power of both Ling Yue and myself, we effortlessly cleared the first layer of the Nether Cave. Observing the multitude of monster corpses littered around, my experience surged, and I promptly leveled up to 28, while Ling Yue finally broke through level 30, ascending to level 31, her delight evident in her beaming expression. Gazing down the dim staircase leading to the second layer, Ling Yue nudged my arm and softly said, Scholar, you go first. I dared not oppose her. She was my superior, the esteemed young lady of the Blue Star Group. Offending her could jeopardize the job I had just secured. Thus, I stepped forward to the stone steps, cautiously descending while Ling Yue followed closely behind, her delicate hand clasping my arm, causing my heart to flutter uncontrollably. I couldn't help but muse how such an enchanting girl could be the top mage in Ling Tong. It was truly unfathomable. Those mage men were utterly disappointing. With a soft thud, I stepped onto the second layer of the Nether Cave, and suddenly the surroundings illuminated, revealing a spacious hall teeming with monsters. Unlike the first layer, these creatures did not remain hidden. It was still a combination of Nether Warriors and Nether Assassins, but their levels had significantly increased to 36. Ling Yue could barely see them, and I feared that upon reaching the third layer, we would be left to blindly attack. Cautiously, I used a piercing arrow to lure a Nether Warrior toward us, while Ling Yue simultaneously cast an ice arrow to slow it down, followed by a fireball. Typically, a single Nether Warrior would perish before it could even reach us, yet occasionally, if Ling Yue accidentally targeted the wrong monster, we would find ourselves overwhelmed by two, resulting in frantic moments filled with potion drinking and fleeing. Though we ultimately managed to dispatch the foes without serious incident, before long, Ling Yue and I developed a tacit understanding, almost communicating without words as we targeted the same monster. The experience gained from these level 36 monsters was exceptionally bountiful, and my experience points surged dramatically. Ling Yue cheerfully remarked, if we eliminate all the monsters on this layer, I could reach level 32. I replied, take your time. Don't level up too quickly, or I won't be able to keep up. Ling Yue smirked, you have a silver tier bow and piercing arrows. Even if you train alone, you'll manage just fine. Just don't leave me too far behind in levels. I chuckled, we can train together from now on. Ling Yue smiled slightly, acknowledging my sentiment. At that moment, another Nether Warrior, its body riddled with arrows, came rushing toward us. Ling Yue's ice arrow struck its chest with a resounding impact, while my piercing arrows unleashed a rapid barrage. As the Nether Warrior approached, it let out a low growl before collapsing into a pile of shattered bones, dropping a considerable amount of silver coins and a piece of armor. I swiftly picked up the armor and examined its attributes. Revenge chestplate, bronze tier, armor, defense, 72 strength, 8 required level, 30, undiscovered. Ling Yue glanced at it, unable to contain her astonishment. Wow, such high defense. When identified, it could even exceed 100. I nodded with a smile and prepared to trade the armor to her, but to my surprise, Ling Yue quickly canceled the trade, laughing. What use does a mage have for such equipment? I countered, but as an archer, I cannot equip this armor either. Ling Yue chuckled, then keep it. When we return to town, if its identified attributes exceed 100, you may give it to me. If not, it will be yours. Does that sound fair? I was left speechless, pondering her illogical reasoning. Ling Yue, much like her sister Ling Xue, was indeed an enigma. I decided against further discussion and placed the armor into my inventory. The total number of monsters on this layer likely surpassed 500. Although Ling Yue and I were efficient in our slaughter, it would still take us 2 to 3 hours to clear them all. Moreover, it was rather convenient, as these monsters were clustered around the entrance to the third layer, making it impossible to proceed without defeating them. Fortunately, this map had a relatively slow monster respawn rate, approximately every 6 hours, which granted us some respite. Otherwise, it would be an endless cycle of kill and respawn. However, continuously battling was still advantageous, given the rich experience and the potential for high-level equipment drops. Naturally, the drop rates for equipment were exceedingly low. The level 36 monsters were 8 levels above me, and after slaying hundreds, we had only managed to acquire one piece of bronze equipment. Had we been fighting monsters of equal level, even this single piece of bronze might not have dropped. Yet, this bronze item's value was beyond measure. For a level 30 player, the norm was to wear around level 15 black iron gear, making a level 30 bronze piece exceedingly rare. Players like Ling Yue, being at the pinnacle, were exceptions. I could only speculate how she had acquired a complete set of the flame set, likely through similar fortune as mine. In due course, we cleared the last few monsters of the second layer, and as I had hoped, I leveled up to 29 with 50 experience. Ling Yue had already reached level 32, but she candidly stated that to reach level 33, she might need to clear both the first and second layers entirely, which left me in awe. Indeed, leveling up became progressively more difficult. Next, we prepared to enter the third layer. The Nether Cave consisted of 5 layers in total, and we had explored 2/5 of it thus far. Upon stepping into the third layer, I was taken aback to find that the Nether Warriors and Nether Assassins had vanished, replaced instead by a host of Nether Archers wielding bows. Their levels were indiscernible, but they were likely above level 38, and these monsters possessed an exceptionally wide field of vision. As Ling Yue and I appeared, we immediately drew the ire of at least 5 Nether Archers. Swish, swish, swish. A series of arrows whizzed past as the Nether Archers unleashed their volleys, causing my health to plummet by over 300 points. Fortunately, their attack power was not overwhelmingly fierce, yet a coordinated assault could still prove unbearable. Ling Yue was not faring any better. 2 Nether Archers had set their sights on her, and their arrows ricocheted off her flame shield, which began to show signs of strain, while her health rapidly dwindled to about half. The situation was dire. I hastily fired an ice arrow to slow down the monster's assault, and Ling Yue suddenly began a lengthy incantation. As flames erupted, a torrential rain of fire descended upon the feet of the 5 Nether Archers, igniting them in a blazing inferno. Damage numbers soon appeared above their heads, and in the blink of an eye, they were all reduced to half health. The Crimson Rain skill I had just given Ling Yue proved to be remarkably effective. However, the initial skill duration was limited to around 10 seconds, so Ling Yue cast it once more. Finally, amidst the flames, the 5 Nether Archers released agonized cries, dropping a multitude of silver coins as they perished. Regrettably, those coins were beyond our reach. With such a horde of Nether Archers nearby, anyone attempting to collect them would undoubtedly be turned into a pincushion. Ling Yue lamented. What a waste. I replied. Survival comes first. It's just that the monsters on this layer are far too strong, making it exceedingly difficult for us to fight. Just then, voices echoed from outside, and Ling Yue cast a surprised glance at me. Cautioning, scholar, players are approaching. I felt a jolt of alarm and swiftly grasped Ling Yue's arm, pulling her to hide in the corner against the inner wall of the third layer, where a protruding rock conveniently shielded us from view. Ling Yue blinked and leaned against my arm, instantly enveloping me in warmth. I lowered my gaze only to notice that, in her hurriedness, she had inadvertently pressed her softness against my arm, oblivious to it. My heart raced uncontrollably. Ling Yue seemed to sense something amiss and chuckled softly. Are you nervous? I managed to nod, my heart pounding. Who wouldn't be anxious with such a captivating beauty beside them? Ling Yue looked up at me, her beautiful eyes sparkling with playful amusement. At that moment, a voice drifted up from the second layer. There are numerous monster corpses here. Has someone already been through? Another voice chimed in. No matter. Let's go down and take a look. It would be splendid to reach the 5th layer directly to complete the quest. A wave of dread washed over me. It seemed we were not alone in undertaking this task. Exchanging glances with Ling Yue, both of us could discern a hint of concern reflected in each other's eyes. In less than half a minute, 3 figures materialized on the 3rd floor, startling both Ling Yue and me. Remarkably, all three individuals were players from the renowned organization, Zhanshuan, whose prowess should not be underestimated. Zhanshuan Aoir, a level 29 berserker, Zhanshuan Fenglu, a level 28 mage, and Zhanshuan Tie, a level 30 mage. Each of them was a notable figure on the Chinese regional leaderboard, ranked 2nd, 4th, and 5th respectively, while Ling Yue held the top position at level 32, and I occupied the 3rd spot at level 29. What a coincidence that the top 5 players in China had gathered in this tiny yumming cave. Zhanshuan is an illustrious organization, dominating various online games, and has long been recognized as the sovereign of gaming in China, and these three individuals were evidently part of its management. Zhanshuan Fenglu, slightly skeptical, remarked, "There are monster corpses here, yet no one is around. Have they returned to town?" Zhanshuan Aoir laughed heartily and called out, "Friends inside. Come out." Ling Yue and I exchanged astonished glances. How could he have guessed that we were inside? We had no choice but to reveal ourselves, so I stepped forward cautiously, carefully avoiding the monster's line of sight. Ling Yue followed closely behind, gracefully emerging with her staff in hand. Upon seeing me, Zhanshuan Aoir couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, it's the light-hearted scholar, the third-ranked expert on the leaderboard." However, when Ling Yue appeared by my side, the expressions of Zhanshuan's members truly revealed their astonishment as they exclaimed, "It is Qingfeng Lan Yue, clad in a flowing red gown." Her skirt billowing gently, Ling Yue's exquisite beauty was accentuated by her delicate features and slender, alabaster neck, while her graceful figure hinted at her stunning allure beneath the fabric. For a moment, everyone was transfixed, and Zhanshuan Fenglu's eyes gleamed with admiration as he murmured, "So beautiful! Qingfeng Lan Yue is truly enchanting." Zhanshuan Aoir quickly cleared his throat and admonished, "Second, mind your demeanor. Show some restraint. Look at you, getting all flustered at the sight of a beauty." Zhanshuan Fenglu promptly averted his gaze, then smiled and said, "I never expected to encounter the illustrious Qingfeng Lan Yue here. Truly, she is a breathtaking beauty." Ling Yue let out a soft huff, likely accustomed to such flattery, and chose not to respond. Zhanshuan Fenglu appeared somewhat embarrassed, while Zhanshuan Aoir interjected, "You all must be here for this quest as well, right? How about we form a party? It's beneficial for everyone since we can't see the monster's levels here." However, Ling Yue was unyielding, stating, "I have my own companions. There's no need to team up with more people." After saying this, she took my arm, her demeanor quite affectionate. Unsurprisingly, Zhanshuan Fenglu's gaze flickered with a hint of jealousy, a fleeting expression that I noticed all too clearly. Humph, how ungrateful. The previously silent Zhanshuan Tie suddenly let out a soft grunt. I immediately retorted angrily, "Hey, mage, mind your tongue. Remember that trouble often comes from careless words." Zhanshuan Tie raised an eyebrow and shouted, "Do you think being higher level makes you special? Let me tell you, I never regard people like you." Ling Yue promptly raised her staff, indignantly declaring, "If you want to fight, then do it swiftly. Stop babbling endlessly." Zhanshuan Aoir chuckled and, seemingly casually, stepped forward a few paces. I felt a jolt of alarm. Was this berserker planning to close the distance before attacking? Faced with 3 experts from the leaderboard, I was certainly not arrogant enough to let them strike first, so before they could make a move, I quickly unleashed a shattering arrow. With a resounding thud, the milky white arrow pierced directly into Zhanshuan Aoir's chest. 872. A conspicuous number floated above Zhanshuan Aoir's head, but it was clear that this elite berserker possessed nearly 2,000 health points, and my strike merely reduced his health by less than half. With a swift motion, Ling Yue launched a fireball that struck Zhanshuan Aoir squarely in the chest, inflicting another 642 points of damage, leaving him with a severely depleted health bar. Clearly, our overwhelming attacks took Zhanshuan Aoir by surprise. He had not anticipated our offensive power to be so formidable. The members of Zhanshuan were no novices. Zhanshuan Aoir wasted no time, stepping forward and raising his massive axe to execute a ground splitter. With a burst of flames, I felt a sharp pain in my chest, causing me to stagger backward, and upon glancing at my health bar, I was shocked to see over 800 points of health had vanished. I was on the brink of collapse. Zhanshuan Aoir, evidently more astonished than I was, seemed taken aback that my health had not been entirely obliterated by that blow. Meanwhile, Zhanshuan Tie and Zhanshuan Fenglu, the 2 mages, were not idle. They unleashed fireballs aimed directly at Ling Yue, intending to suppress the top female mage of Ling Han's and deny her any chance to retaliate. Instantly, Ling Yue's flame shield trembled violently, and her health plummeted to half. I suddenly dashed away, evading the range of Zhanshuan Outyan's axe attack, and loosed another arrow targeting the level 28 mage, Zhanshuan Fenglu. In perfect synchrony, Ling Yue also hurled a fireball at Zhanshuan Fenglu. With two resounding impacts, Zhanshuan Fenglu was unable to evade, and two numbers floated above his head in rapid succession. 5, 4, 6, 6, 7, 8. A bright light erupted, and after a pitiable scream, Zhanshuan Fenglu exploded into a shower of potions before returning to town. Simultaneously, Ling Yue's name turned a vivid red, marking her as a criminal. Zhanshuan Outyan immediately erupted in fury, shouting, "Kill Qingfeng Lan Yue!" Unfazed, Ling Yue took a couple of steps back, exiting the range of the enemy mages, and swiftly conjured an ice arrow that struck Zhanshuan Outyan's shoulder, enveloping him in frost and drastically reducing his movement speed. Seizing this precious opportunity, I hurriedly consumed a red potion to restore 500 health while rushing towards Zhanshuan Tie, my golden bow inexplicably replaced by a glimmer dagger. Zhanshuan Tie, slightly startled, clearly recognized the formidable power of the glimmer dagger and quickly retreated, heading down to the second floor while shouting, "Boss, watch yourself." Watching Zhanshuan Tie flee, I promptly raised my middle finger, cursing under my breath, "Damn experts." Meanwhile, Ling Yue found herself cornered, using her flame shield to absorb a blow from Zhanshuan Tie's axe, yet still losing a significant portion of health. The shield had mitigated at least 70 of the damage, showcasing the terrifying might of Zhanshuan Outyan's attacks. With a crack, a blue light enveloped Zhanshuan Tie, and my ice arrow had successfully slowed Zhanshuan Outyan, allowing Ling Yue to finally find an opening. She swiftly maneuvered past Zhanshuan Outyan and dashed to my side. Just then, I heard a voice behind us. "It's these two. Help me eliminate them, and I'll reward you with 100 gold coins." I inwardly groaned. That was Zhanshuan Tie's voice. Had this bastard hired assassins? Suddenly, the air thickened with tension as a blazing fireball hurtled towards Ling Yue, cast by none other than Zhanshuan Tie. Panic surged through me. Ling Yue's flame shield had yet to recharge, and her health was slowly recovering but was still under half. She would surely falter under Zhanshuan Tie's assault. As I positioned myself in front of Ling Yue, I realized that the fireball had passed through the gap beneath my arm, striking Ling Yue directly, just as it seemed Ling Yue was about to meet her demise. She gasped in alarm, but at that moment, a radiant light surged forth, and her health was instantly restored. A healing spell. A priest's intermediate healing spell. Zhanshuan Tie's fireball had failed to claim Ling Yue's life, and she was safe once more, her flame shield re-established. I looked up and realized, with a start, that the beautiful priest who had saved Ling Yue was none other than Ziyuner. Accompanying her were several others. Clearly Jianhua Longhun, Jianhua Xingtian, and Jianhua Guizhi. Ziyuner flashed me a smile, but did not utter a word. Meanwhile, Zhanshuan Tie was seething with rage, cursing, "Damn it. What are you doing?" I said to kill them. "Why are you using healing spells?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a burst of flames erupted as Jianhua Xingtian raised his battle axe high and brought it crashing down. Boom! The ground split beneath Zhanshuan Tie, who was instantly obliterated, dissipating into white light as he returned to town. Jianhua Xingtian chuckled and said, "Kid, you didn't know that the scholar is one of us, did you?" Chapter 27. The cannon fodder takes the lead with Zhanshuan Fenglu and Zhanshuan Tie swiftly dispatched. The tide of battle had undeniably shifted. Zhanshuan Outyan's expression was exceedingly grim. The foremost figure of Zhanshuan stood there with a sullen face, uttering not a word, merely consuming potions to regain health. Clearly intent on continuing the fight. At this moment, Jianhua Longhun stepped forward, smiling. "Outyan, how have you been these past years?" Zhanshuan Outyan replied, "It matters not whether I have been well or ill. The game is but a fleeting dream, and only the mundane pursuits of grinding gear, selling items, and flirting with girls remain unchanged." I interjected, "How tedious. Speak of something else, like revenge in the future." Jianhua Longhun laughed. "Revenge?" Zhanshuan would never lay a hand on Jianhua. "Why not?" "Because Zhanshuan Outyan is my high school classmate." Jianhua Longhun shrugged helplessly. At this moment, Zhanshuan Outyan had approached and remarked, "Since Qingfeng Lan Yue and Qinghuang Shusheng are friends of Longhun, it appears there has been a misunderstanding. It is merely unfortunate that my two brothers have fallen." Jianhua Longhun scoffed. "Unfortunate? Those two brats, relying on their affiliation with Zhanhuan, have been utterly arrogant. Humph, the reputation of Zhanhuan, built over many years, has been tarnished by these two rascals. Zhanhuan Aoir could not help but retort, and you dare to speak. When you left Zhanhuan to establish Jinhua, weren't you also branded a scoundrel? Humph, you turned against your brothers for a woman in the game. And it turns out that she is a cross-dresser. How delightful for you. Jinhua Longhun immediately looked somewhat awkward. Let's not dwell on events from so long ago. One misstep leads to eternal regret. Zhanhuan Aoir sighed but continued. I urge you, Longhun, to return. Zhanhuan desperately needs someone with your managerial skills. Otherwise, chaos will reign. As you have seen, Fenglu and Tie are utterly incapable. The entire Zhanhuan is virtually sustained by me alone. Jinhua Longhun laughed. I have made new friends, and I am reluctant to abandon Jinhua. Zhanhuan Aoir paused momentarily and said, very well, since you have friends like Qingfeng Lanyue and Qinghuang Shusheng, I shall not press you further. Farewell. Wait, shall we not complete the task together? Zhanhuan Aoir chuckled bitterly. Both brothers have perished. Can you remain here alone to finish the task? With that, Zhanhuan Aoir used a return scroll and departed. Jinhua's group exchanged amused glances, and Xingtian, somewhat surprised, looked at me and Ling Yue, exclaiming, Shusheng is quite remarkable. I never expected you to be with the foremost female mage. Indeed, your fortune is extraordinary. I was momentarily taken aback, while Ling Yue feigned calmness. Her cheeks slightly flushed as I said, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. Otherwise, both she and I would have perished here. Jinhua Longhun waved his hand dismissively. What is this? Just yesterday, you two fought against the people of Aoshi for Xian'er. We should be the ones thanking you. It is said that a parting of 3 days brings a fresh perspective. Who would have thought that in less than a day, you have ascended to the top ranks of the Chinese region? Impressive. I glanced at Jinhua's group. All were level 25, slightly slower, yet undoubtedly skilled. As players of Zhanhuan are indeed rare, of course, Ling Yue was even more exceptional. Thus, I proposed in that case, let us form a team and complete this task together. You have 2 tanks and a healer, perfectly compensating for our shortcomings. Longhun immediately nodded. Indeed. Let us expedite the completion of this task. Otherwise, Zhanhuan may bring more people, and Fenglu and Tie are not to be trifled with. By the way, are you two together? I was unsure of Longhun's intent and had not yet replied when Ling Yue cheerfully said, yes, Shusheng and I are friends. She then glanced at Xian'er, adding, I didn't expect Shusheng to know your teammates. Xian'er smiled and replied, I only know Shusheng from the game. There is no need for you to overthink it. Ling Yue shot me a sidelong glance, saying with a hint of annoyance, I am not overthinking it. Since that is the case, let us complete this task together. It will be quicker. Consequently, I invited Jinhua's 4 members into the party. This time, Jinhua Longhun did not act arrogantly but instead inquired of Ling Yue. Miss Lanyue, how shall we proceed? Ling Yue glanced at the nearby Yuming archers, suggesting, let us adopt the standard mode. The swordsman and berserker shall engage the enemies up front, while the mages and archers focus on dealing damage. The healer will monitor health, primarily healing the berserker and swordsman. Longhun nodded and turned to Xingtian, saying, Bro, it's time to get to work. Xingtian eagerly agreed, and the 2 heavy armored classes advanced, immediately drawing the fire of several Yuming archers. It was evident that the attacks from these archers posed little threat to the heavily armored fighters. Both Longhun and Xingtian wore more than 2 pieces of bronze-grade armor, and even when struck by the archers, they lost merely a little over 100 health points each time. Xian'er easily restored their health with intermediate healing spells. Ling Yue and I focused on offense, while Jinhua Guizhi was also busy. After a chant, a dark fireball soared through the air, striking one of the Yuming archers squarely in the chest, inflicting 457 points of damage. Ling Yue unleashed a powerful fireball, dealing 724 points of damage to another Yuming archer. My fire arrow shot forth, swiftly eliminating that Yuming archer with a damage total of 845 points. At once, Jinhua Guizhi stared in disbelief, exclaiming, Wow! What kind of attack is this? Such insane damage. Are we even allowed to survive? Ling Yue chuckled lightly, downplaying it. This is merely a standard attack. Guizhi was left in awe. His confidence shattered. Xian'er, with a gentle smile, remarked, Guizhi, look at the level rankings. Qingfeng Lanyue is first in China, and Shusheng is third. Do you think they could reach the leaderboard without merit? Guizhi, feeling reassured, laughed. True. With such heavy hitters, completing this task should pose no problem. At that moment, Lingyue grew impatient and suggested, "Why not increase our monster-killing intensity?" Jianhua Longhun expressed surprise. "Increase it? We are already attacking 5 monsters simultaneously," Lingyue smirked. "Why not lure some more and group them together? I can eliminate them all within 10 seconds. Can you manage that?" Longhun, not one to back down, nodded solemnly. "All right, let me give it a try." With that, he charged ahead, drawing the aggro of a dozen or so Yuming archers before swiftly returning. As the archers gathered along the designated path, Longhun halted, hastily consuming a red potion. Xiuner focused her attention, casting consecutive healing spells on Longhun. Meanwhile, Lingyue began chanting a large-scale spell. In a flash of fire, countless fire rains cascaded down upon the group of monsters, causing significant damage as numerous damage numbers prominently appeared. By the time Lingyue unleashed her second Inferno Sea, the Yuming archers began to fall in droves, and our experience points soared. Xingtian, eyes gleaming with excitement, could not help but exclaim, "Heavens, the experience is coming in so quickly. I'll probably level up in less than half an hour." Indeed, the Yuming archers were approximately 10 levels higher than Xingtian and his companions, and the experience gained from defeating them was exceptionally rich. Not long after, Jinhua's group began leveling up one after another. With the presence of 2 tanks and a healer, our monster-slaying speed drastically increased, and within less than half an hour, we had cleared all monsters from the 3rd level. No equipment dropped, but we did collect a considerable amount of silver coins. After surveying the battlefield, Longhun returned to me, trading 25 gold coins, saying, "A total of 30 gold coins were acquired. Since you and Qingfeng Lanyue consumed more potions, this is for you." I felt somewhat guilty. Is that appropriate? There are only 2 of us. It seems unfair to take the majority. Longhun chuckled. "Just take it. If it weren't for you two, we wouldn't know how long it would take to finish." Considering that, I accepted the coins and turned to trade them to Lingyue, for she was the one genuinely in need of gold to purchase potions. The archer skills consumed little MP. A piercing arrow required only 10 MP, while Lingyue's Inferno Sea consumed 100 MP. There was no comparison. It was no wonder Lingyue had been lamenting her lack of gold upon our meeting. Looking at the now desolate 3rd level, Longhun and Xingtian stepped onto the staircase leading to the 4th level. Guizhi quickly followed suit. I glanced at the remaining 2 ladies, who were also looking at me, and said, "Ladies first?" Lingyue retorted, "Cut it out. The cannon fodder goes first." I rolled my eyes, realizing I was indeed the cannon fodder. Xiuner stifled a laugh beside me, and alongside Lingyue, we entered the 4th level of the Yuming Cave. Chapter 28. The vanishing set as the light flashed before my eyes, we stepped into the 4th level. Surrounded by monsters. Death Priest, Enhanced Monster, Attributes. Death Mage, Enhanced Monster, Attributes. Death Knight, Enhanced Monster, Attributes. The Death Priest, wielding a bone staff, let out a low, guttural growl, while the Death Mage, cloaked in a black robe, revealed a bony arm with flickering ghostly lights in its eye sockets. The armored Death Knight stood without a mount, gripping a heavy sword and surveying the surroundings. Clang, Longhun swung his great sword, engaging a Death Knight in battle, while Xingtian struck the knight's back with his axe. However, the knight merely swayed slightly, losing only 35 health points. Xingtian, at a loss, exclaimed, "Damn! I can't penetrate its defense." Longhun, having been struck by the Death Knight's blade, was sent reeling, losing nearly a third of his health. He lamented, "This is impossible. The disparity in levels is exceedingly vast. We are significantly suppressed and weakened by his attributes." Without a moment's hesitation, I unleashed a piercing arrow, its pure white light swiftly penetrating the chest plate of the Death Knight, revealing a damage number of 549 above its head. I exhaled in relief. Thankfully, my piercing arrow could breach defenses, Lingyue softly chanted, releasing a fireball that struck with a damage of 347 points. While not particularly substantial, our combined assault had already diminished nearly a third of the Death Knight's health. The onlookers were left astonished. They had witnessed the might of our attacks, and now, to see us inflict such minimal damage, the strength of the monster we faced was evident. We could no longer rely on the Crimson Flame Sea to slay beasts. Even a single strike from a Death Knight had left Longhun and Xingtian overwhelmed. Should we face several more, it would undoubtedly result in fatalities. Thus, we resorted to luring monsters one by one for elimination. The synergy of Guizhi's attacks proceeded at a steady pace. While the Death Knight possessed a slightly higher health pool, it did not target ranged combatants, ensuring our safety. However, the Death Priest and Death Mage posed considerable headaches. The Death Priest's voice was a harsh rasp that made Ling Yue instinctively cover her ears, looking at me with a helpless smile. Simultaneously, a purple halo enveloped us. Ding! Combat alert. You are affected by the Death Halo, reducing your attack power by 10. I was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated such an irritating status effect from the Death Priest. Consequently, Ling Yue's and my attacks were dulled. Instead, the melee fighters, Long Hun and Xingtian, became the primary force, swiftly dispatching the Death Priest with a flurry of sword and axe strikes. Thud. A pair of black leg guards fell at my feet. I picked them up and examined them. Leggings of Oblivion, bronze equipment, cloth armor, defense, 28 intelligence, 10 bonus, increases damage from dark magic by 3 required level, 30 set bonus. Unidentified. I was momentarily stunned to find a piece of bronze equipment set dropped here. Ling Yue leaned beside me, glancing at the equipment's attributes, her eyes widening in surprise as she chuckled. A level 30 set. I whispered, "What should we do, Ling Yue?" Ling Yue replied with playful exasperation, "You decide. I can't use it anyway." Thus, I smiled and shared the attributes of the leggings of Oblivion with the party. In an instant, Long Hun and Xingtian were nearly drooling, while Guizhi displayed a look of yearning. Among those present, only Guizhi's attack type was dark magic. If this equipment were given to Ziyuner, it might add some mana, but it would certainly be a waste. The true value of the Oblivion set could only be realized on Guizhi. As Guizhi stood in a daze, I had already initiated a trade for the leggings of Oblivion, cheerfully saying, "Guizhi, come, today is your lucky day." Guizhi was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly canceled the trade, saying, "Well, actually, Qingfeng Lan, you could use it too. I can't just keep it for myself." I was astonished. "This is your class equipment. If not for you, then for whom? If you feel guilty, then just give me 10 gold coins as a share for me and Qingfeng Lan you." Guizhi hesitated, but Long Hun chimed in, "Guizhi, just accept it. Brother Shusheng is offering his goodwill. Besides, do you still consider Shusheng an outsider? In my heart, he had long been a member of the Jinhua family, one of our own brothers." I chuckled. Long Hun truly knew how to speak, stirring a small sense of emotion within me. Today, I had suddenly gained 3 brothers in this game. Xingtian boisterously laughed. "Guizhi, just accept it. Besides, aren't you still owing 10 gold coins?" Guizhi couldn't help but smile wryly. "You have no idea. This piece of equipment is worth at least 200 gold coins. Your 10 gold coins are practically nothing." Though Guizhi's words were quite blunt, they struck a chord. I laughed heartily. "All right, no more bickering. If all goes well, this 4th floor will certainly yield the Oblivion set. Instead of wasting time chatting, we might as well slay a few more monsters." Guizhi nodded vigorously, and in the trade window, he promptly sent me 80 gold coins before accepting the leggings of Oblivion. Long Hun then remarked, "Brother Shusheng and the beautiful Lan, you have shown great kindness to my brother. I, Long Hun, will remember this and will not hesitate to brave fire and water for you in the future." Ling Yue couldn't help but chuckle. All right, no more sweet talk. I can't handle it. Shusheng, let's continue slaying monsters." Everyone shared a knowing smile, and I turned to trade the gold coins to Ling Yue. In this way, I had truly given Ling Yue 155 gold coins today, enough for her medical expenses for several days. We resumed our monster hunting. The bustling creatures of the 4th floor kept us engaged for nearly 5 hours before we finally reached the conclusion. The Oblivion set had yielded 3 more pieces, leaving only the helmet to complete the set. Guizhi was anxious, placing all hopes on the last few monsters. As the clock approached 9 p.m. and none had dined yet. Ling Yue furrowed her brow and said with a smile, "Shusheng, I'm so hungry." I was momentarily taken aback. Ling Yue's expression bore a striking resemblance to Ling Xue's, especially when she voiced her hunger, exuding a captivating charm that was utterly enchanting. Noticing my dazed stare, Ling Yue chuckled, "Hurry into the 5th floor. Then, Schwer and I will go out to eat." "Shusheng, would you like to join us?" I inquired. "Where are we going to eat?" "By Yuland." I took a deep breath. Goodness, that was a 5-star hotel. I could consider heading to a nearby stall for a bowl of mixed noodle soup, but Bai Yulan was out of the question. So, I shook my head. "You all go ahead. I won't join." Ling Yue smiled lightly, teasingly asking, Don't you want to see Schwer? She often mentions you at home, causing her father to suspect she has a boyfriend. The memory of that night flooded my mind. With Ling Xue weeping in my arms, evoking a sense of tenderness. That beautiful girl, was she truly thinking of me? Seeing me lost in thought, Ling Yue chuckled, Shusheng, continue slaying monsters. Once we finish, I'll log off to eat. Don't starve yourself. I nodded and let a piercing arrow fly, directly eliminating a death priest. Thud. A soft sound echoed as a black helmet fell to the ground. Guizhi jolted awake, swiftly picking up the helmet. Exclaiming in delight, wonderful, the Oblivion set is finally complete. Upon saying this, Guizhi began to display the set for everyone to admire. As the set had yet to be identified, it could not be equipped. After 5 hours of slaying, the monsters on this fourth floor were indeed plentiful. Ling Yue had reached level 34, while I had ascended to level 32, making me the second highest level player in the Twilight City region. The members of Jianhua had also reached near level 30, with Guizhi hitting level 30, and even Xehanort reaching level 29, ranking 11th in Twilight City. Gazing at the enigmatic Oblivion set, Guizhi felt a sense of fulfillment. While Long Hun had nearly traded all his gold coins to Ling Yue. However, Ling Yue was unreserved, cheerfully accepting them all. The more coins she had, the higher quality potions she could purchase, making leveling up far more efficient. Finally, after clearing all the monsters on the fourth floor, we advanced to the fifth. Xingtian was the first to enter, but merely 2 seconds after stepping into the fifth floor, he reappeared in the fourth. His face pale and trembling as he stammered, pointing towards the fifth floor. To there's a super boss in there. Xingtian was nearly beside himself with excitement, while Ling Yue and I exchanged knowing smiles. Splendid, the main event of the evening was finally at hand. Chapter 29. Summoning the 1,000 armies. What a load of nonsense. Long Hun kicked Xingtian down to the fifth floor and rushed in, with me following closely behind. Ling Yue and Xehanort entered side by side, while Guizhi lagged at the back, ready to deal with any sudden monster spawns. Upon entering the fifth floor, a chilling wind swept through, and the temperature dropped sharply, rendering the atmosphere quite frigid. As Ling Yue and Xehanort appeared together, they both gasped in surprise. Ling Yue tightened her robe, while Xehanort crossed her arms, accentuating her impressive figure. As we gazed ahead, we collectively gasped in shock. Before us stood a sword-wielding skeleton, its ashen hair billowing wildly, clad in golden armor, and draped in a purple cloak fluttering in the wind. Its hollow eye sockets radiated an imperious aura, surveying us as if we were mere ants, filled with disdain. Eternal Skeleton King. Golden equipment level boss. Level? Attack? Defense? Health? Bonus. Millennia ago, a king perished here, his unwillingness and rage at defeat resurrecting him. Now, the Skeleton King commands legions from the depths of hell, seeking to sweep across the spirit-wailing continent. Everyone stood dumbfounded, and Xingtian exclaimed with wide eyes, "My goodness, a golden equipment level boss. Our doom has truly arrived." Long Hun gripped his great sword tightly. Stay calm, stay calm. Whether we strike it rich or not depends on today. Ghost Blaze lamented, "What a pity. I cannot equip the Annihilation set right now. Otherwise, we might have truly defeated this boss." Ling Yue, her alluring lips parted in surprise, murmured, "It's actually a golden level boss. Scholar, we are about to strike it rich?" I inquired, "When shall we make our move?" With my prompt. Not only did everyone awaken to the gravity of the situation, but even the Skeleton King abruptly opened his eyes, an icy glare emanating from his eye sockets, a chilling luminosity that instilled terror in all who beheld it. The warhorse beneath the Skeleton King had long been reduced to bones, yet it remained clad in armor, issuing a fierce neigh as it stomped thunderously on the ground before charging forth at breakneck speed. Suddenly, a flash of cold light illuminated the scene, the Skeleton King's sword gleaming ominously, its blade radiating a mesmerizing glow, clearly no ordinary weapon. "Be cautious," Dragon Soul exclaimed, and the first to confront the onslaught was Xingtian, who hastily raised his battle axe in defense. A sharp clang echoed as the Skeleton King's strike sent Xingtian soaring, crashing against the rocky wall with a resounding thud, having already lost a significant portion of his health. The crowd gasped in horror. Xingtian had seemingly managed to defend himself, yet he still lost over 1,000 health points. Had the Skeleton King's blow struck him directly, would he even have survived? Ling Yue immediately commanded, "Everyone, scatter. Utilize Frost's skills to slow him down. He is too swift." As the highest-ranked player in China, Ling Yue's orders were naturally obeyed, and the group quickly dispersed. To my astonishment, I realized that the Skeleton King's next target was none other than Ziyun. In a flash, I fired a penetrating arrow, and a burst of white light erupted from the Skeleton King's back, delivering a damaged figure that was still manageable. 542. Ziyun's face turned pale with fright, and she shot me a grateful smile, but I had no time to return the sentiment, for the deadly Skeleton King was already lunging towards me. Dragon Soul suddenly appeared beside me, brandishing his sword with a fierce cry, "Sweep the army!" A flash of purple light signaled Dragon Soul's massive sword striking the rear of the skeletal steed, causing the Skeleton King to lose health in two significant bursts, tallying 234 and 185 damage points respectively. Given the Skeleton King's defenses, it was commendable that Dragon Soul was able to inflict such damage. Sweep the Army was a multi-strike skill, capable of unleashing up to 5 furious attacks in succession. However, at this stage, players could only execute 2. After landing his blow, Dragon Soul wisely retreated at lightning speed, leaving the Skeleton King to roar in indignation as he charged after him. Dragon Soul's panicked call ringing out, "Brothers, help me!" Yet, it was not his brothers who came to the rescue, but Ling Yue's ice arrow, which significantly reduced the Skeleton King's speed, alleviating Dragon Soul's burden. I, too, unleashed an ice arrow, complementing my penetrating arrow to deliver heavy blows to the Skeleton King. Among all the players present, it was clear that I had become the primary force capable of inflicting substantial damage, as even Ling Yue's fireball spell could only chip away 400 health points from the formidable foe. After an initial bout of panic, we finally steadied ourselves. Ling Yue, Ghost Blaze, and I formed a triangle, each drawing the Skeleton King's ire, while Dragon Soul and Xing Tian waited for an opportune moment to unleash their skills like Earth Splitter or Sweep the Army, then frantically retreating. After all, they knew all too well that a mere brush with the Skeleton King's sword could spell their doom. Time trickled by, and our progress was steady. After half an hour of our relentless assault, the Skeleton King's health dwindled to a mere sliver, on the verge of collapse. Xing Tian, brimming with excitement, charged forward with his battle axe, delivering a thunderous blow before immediately retreating, his comical antics eliciting a delicate laugh from Ziyun. As the main attacker, I had nearly exhausted my remaining blue potions in a short span of time, and had even requested Dragon Soul to deliver a batch of blue potions to Ling Yue, whose consumption was far greater than mine. Observing the once mighty figure of the Skeleton King now diminished, I realized that even the most formidable boss could be rendered powerless under perfect tactical control. Dragon Soul licked his lips, exclaiming in exhilaration, "The first golden-level boss in Linglong is about to fall at our hands. With this, our names shall be etched in history." Xing Tian interjected, "Boss, do you think our names will be inscribed on the tombstone of the souls perished by the Skeleton King's blade?" Dragon Soul scowled, "Damn it, can't you say something more auspicious?" Xing Tian shouted, "Long live the Skeleton King. For eternity, his deeds surpass all ages, invincible in every battle." My goodness, that is quite a fortunate sentiment. Just then, calamity struck unexpectedly, as Xing Tian's ominous words came to fruition. The severely weakened Skeleton King abruptly halted, raising his sword high, an obscure incantation echoing around us, causing the very earth to tremble. Stones to tumble, and it felt as if the entire underworld cave was on the brink of collapse. Ding system notification. Attention, the Eternal Skeleton King is casting a skill. Summon 1,000 armies. Amidst the sound of galloping hooves, the rocky wall before us transformed into a void, and countless skeletal knights mounted on warhorses brandished their long halberds, charging forth like ferocious tigers, instilling dread in our hearts. In mere moments, nearly 100 undead knights surged towards us. The first to bear the brunt was Xing Tian, who valiantly swung his massive axe, unleashing the light of Earth Splitter, toppling several knights in the front row, but the knights behind swiftly overwhelmed him. Engulfing his figure in an instant, a flash of white light signaled his demise as he returned to the city to respawn. Dragon Soul gasped in shock. Just as he turned, he caught a glimpse of the Skeleton King's colossal form racing towards him. The blade of the sword cleaved down onto Dragon Soul's chest with a resounding crack, and before he could register what had happened, His health plummeted to 0, a staggering damage figure of 3,458 displayed. Another flash of white light, and Dragon Soul perished as well, leaving a scatter of red potions behind. Chapter 30. Flowing light sword. My goodness, Dragon Soul fell so easily. He is the leader of the Swordfire Guild. I glanced at Ling Yue, who was also looking at me, both our eyes reflecting a flicker of fear. The Skeleton King's attacks were overwhelmingly fierce. We could scarcely withstand even a single blow. Ziyun, surrounded by the undead knights not far from me, offered a wry smile as she said, "Scholar, I'm heading back to the city." She transformed into a beam of white light and departed calmly. Ghost Blaze, however, was enraged, furiously attacking the Skeleton King. I bellowed, "Ghost Blaze, return to the city immediately!" Ghost Blaze exclaimed, "No way! How can I abandon you all?" I retorted loudly, "Stop the nonsense. Do you want the annihilation set to drop? Get back to the city and wait for us. I'll hold off for a while." Ghost Blaze was taken aback and ceased his protests, swiftly retreating to disengage from battle and use a return scroll, while I dashed forward to attract the ire of the undead knights, then turned back toward the Skeleton King. Mere seconds later, Ghost Blaze successfully used his return scroll and vanished. My strength surged as I began to assault the Skeleton King. Whether we could succeed hinged on these fleeting moments. Ling Yue understood my intent and joined me in the attack, her fireballs raining down upon the Skeleton King's chest. Yet, this detestable boss seemed to possess an inexhaustible reserve of health, refusing to falter. Eventually, a horde of undead knights surrounded Ling Yue, and her fiery shield shattered after only a few feeble defenses against their onslaught. Their attacks were no jest. Watching Ling Yue transform into white light and return to the city, a pang of pain gripped my heart, oddly sharpening my focus. I maneuvered swiftly to evade the pursuit of the undead knights while launching penetrating arrows at the Skeleton King, who charged at me with sword in hand. The blade slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh. I was keenly aware of my limitations. My defenses could never compare to Dragon Soul's, who had been obliterated in a single strike. If the Skeleton King landed a blow on me, I would surely be reduced to nothing. Thus, I closed my eyes, releasing one final penetrating arrow into the void. Boom. As the milky white light penetrated the Skeleton King's armor, he suddenly halted, his entire form leaning towards me, an overwhelming weight crashing down. Ding! System notification. Congratulations! You have slain the golden level boss, Eternal Skeleton King. Experience gained. 400,000 points. Reputation 2,000. A cascade of golden light enveloped me, and I immediately leveled up to 33, but in the blink of an eye, I found myself surrounded by a throng of undead knights. As the sword flashed, my newly replenished health was instantly obliterated. I was taken aback, quickly glancing at the loot dropped by the Skeleton King, a tome and a sword, promptly stowing both items in my inventory. As for the gold coins, I could only grab a handful. But just as I did, a sharp pain coursed through me, and the world shimmered before my eyes. Ding! System notification. You have been slain by the undead knights. Level decreased by 1. Ding! System notification. Unable to complete the quest in death state. Quest failed. My goodness, I actually failed. Could it be that this quest has a time delay? Moreover, I had reverted back to level 32. Surrounding me were familiar faces. Ling Yue and Dragon Soul were evidently waiting for my revival at the resurrection point. Dragon Soul remarked, "It seems we all bit the dust." Xingtian remarked, "That is undoubtedly correct. Returning to the city occurs in the square, not here." In the distance, Guizhi was sprinting towards us from the square. Beside me, Ling Yue and Ziyun stood there with vivacious grace. Ling Yue chuckled softly. "So, what was the final outcome?" I replied, "Just look at my level." Ling Yue paused momentarily, then suddenly realized, exclaiming, "You defeated the Skeleton King, brilliant." Everyone had lost a level. Yet I remained at level 32, indicating that I had indeed leveled up just before my demise. Upon learning that I had vanquished the Skeleton King, Long Hun and the others were visibly elated. However, when I mentioned the division of loot, Long Hun immediately shook his head, saying, "One must not be overly greedy. Guizhi has already acquired the annihilation set from you, and since it was you who defeated the Skeleton King. To put it bluntly, we did not contribute significantly. Even if the Skeleton King were to drop a divine artifact, we would never claim even a fraction of it." After finishing, Long Hun smiled and added, It's time to log off for dinner, Brother Shusheng. Until we meet again. Xingtian and Guizhi went to identify their gear, while Xioner also mentioned her intention to log off for a meal. I, too, was inclined to identify my equipment, with Lingyue accompanying me, saying, I wish to broaden my horizons. When we arrived at the identification center, Guizhi had already donned a dazzling annihilation set and was flaunting it, with Xingtian joyfully trailing behind, occasionally pointing at Guizhi and telling passers-by, this is my brother. Impressive, isn't he? I retrieved the 2 items from my inventory, only to discover that the skill book did not require identification. Thousand Blade Arrow. Inflicts a certain degree of damage to enemies surrounding the target. Requirement. Apprentice Archer level 30. I was overjoyed. Indeed, fortune favored the bold, as I had swiftly received a group attack skill book for archers. Glancing at the book's description, Lingyue smiled happily, saying, Shusheng, from now on, I must bring you along for leveling. I chuckled. I would be delighted to. Then, I examined the sword dropped by the Skeleton King. Flowing Light Sword, Golden Artifact, Attack. 140 to 185 Strength, 15 Stamina. 10 required level, 30, not identified, a golden artifact. How astonishing! Lingyue and I stood there, momentarily speechless. The sword shimmered with flowing light, a ripple-like radiance gliding gently along its edge, and its contours were exquisitely designed, overall exuding a sense of delicate beauty. After a while, Lingyue shook my arm, asking, Shusheng, shall we proceed with the identification? I replied, of course. As I placed the flowing light sword on the table, the identifier gasped in astonishment, hastily rushing into the back room while exclaiming, Master, Master, there is an item here that requires your identification. A few minutes later, an elderly identifier emerged, his title revealing his rank. Royal Palace Identifier. The old identifier gazed at the flowing light sword, visibly excited, gently caressing its hilt and trembling as he said, I never imagined I would see such a treasure in my lifetime. He then declared emphatically, the identification fee is 100 gold coins. What? 100 gold coins? I exclaimed in shock. The identifier nodded earnestly. Do you wish to identify it? At that moment, I had only 56 gold coins, far from sufficient. Lingyue seemed to sense my predicament, smiled gently, and directly handed over 100 gold coins to the identifier, saying, I'll cover his expenses. After receiving the payment, the identifier swiftly waved his hand over the flowing light sword, and amidst a dazzling brilliance, the sword radiated golden light, illuminating the entire identification center. Upon reclaiming the flowing light sword, I eagerly opened its attributes. Flowing light sword, golden artifact, attack. 185 to 270 strength, 24 stamina, 20 agility, 15 additional. Increases the user's total skill attack power by 20 required level, 30. Staring at the sword's formidable attributes, Lingyue and I were once again astounded. This is utterly ludicrous, Lingyue murmured. I stood there, gripping the flowing light sword, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through me. Regrettably, as a mere archer, I could not wield a sword. Lingyue smirked and inquired, What are your plans for this sword? Will you gift it to Long Hun? I replied, Do you think I am that generous? A golden artifact is not something I would simply give away. Unless I had lost my senses, Lingyue smiled knowingly. Who can say? Perhaps Long Hun lacks sufficient charm. Since you do not intend to gift it, let us store it for now and half a month's time. When mainstream players reach level 30, the true value of this sword will be realized. I nodded in agreement, saying, All right, if I sell this sword, you shall receive a 10 commission. Goodness, you truly are generous. It is only fitting. Chapter 31. The Blue Wolf Guardian. Once more, I checked the equipment rankings. The flowing light sword had replaced the golden bow at the top position, and its evaluation score was nearly 10 times that of the golden bow, and 100 times that of the bronze sword in third place. If others were to discover that both the sole golden and silver artifacts were in my possession, I could only imagine their reactions. Some might even contemplate jumping from a building. I approached the warehouse manager to store the flowing light sword. Noticing the time, it was already 10 p.m., and my stomach was empty. Thus, I logged off, retrieved the 1,000 yuan left for me by Ling Xue for overnight expenses, paid 500 for rent, and then headed downstairs, pondering. Currently, the in-game currency cannot be exchanged, so I need to apply for a new bank card. In about a week, the game will enable the bank account binding feature. which will mark the beginning of my true fortune. The flowing light sword is undoubtedly a significant asset, and with my exceptionally high level, I could sell other equipment to ensure my own comfort. I arrived downstairs and settled at a small restaurant, ordering 2 dishes and a bottle of beer, savoring the moment as I drank. Outside, pedestrians thronged the streets, each a stranger to the other. Only fate could bring 2 people together. And in my case with Ling Xue, perhaps we shared such a connection, though I wondered if she felt the same. Ling Xue was likely dining with Ling Yue now. I couldn't help but smile, their exquisite faces flashing in my mind. These stunning twins, whom I was fortunate enough to know, truly felt like a stroke of destiny, I mused. If one were to possess both, holding Ling Xue on my left and Ling Yue on my right, I would not trade that for even a celestial being. As I indulged in these daydreams, 2 students entered, ordering a pot of pickled fish, and began chatting. One exclaimed, "I've reached level 24 now. I even scored 2 black iron pieces this afternoon, so my attack power is quite high." The other scoffed, "Puffed. Don't get ahead of yourself with black iron gear. I heard there's a senior in our school who obtained an 18-level bronze axe. Now that is impressive. If I had such a weapon, I'd be racing to level 30 tonight. Dude, you're only level 13. What makes you think you can reach level 30 tonight? I'll help you aim for level 18 instead. By the way, have you heard about that mage? Qingfeng Lanyue. Her candid photos surfaced online today. She's absolutely gorgeous. I heard she's from Suzhou. Suzhou? Which school? I should pursue her as a girlfriend. She could even help us level up. Come on, talk about being useless." Listening to the students' conversation, I smiled slightly, quickly finishing a few bites of my chives and downing a glass of beer. Dining al fresco in summer was particularly refreshing. After satisfying my hunger, I returned to my residence, only to spot several young ladies from next door gathered around a table, dining together. One girl in green smiled at me, saying, "Hey, Shusheng, would you like to join us for a meal?" I shook my head, replying, "Thank you, but I've just eaten outside." I must admit, the girls were quite attractive, dressed revealingly, with shapely thighs and ample bosoms, which explained the restaurant's popularity. After bidding farewell to the young ladies, I closed the door and logged online, marveling at the soundproofing of my gaming helmet. I had been immersed in the game for days without hearing any distracting noises. Upon logging in, I found myself in Twilight City. Checking the rankings, there had been little change. Qingfeng Lanyue still held first place at level 33, while I occupied second place at level 32. Following me were several players from the Battle Spirits Guild, with Jinhua's Guizhi and Longhun ranked 7th and 8th at level 30. I glanced at my friend list. Ziyuner and Lingyue were offline, and Longhun had also logged out, while Xingtian and Guizhi remained online, likely having found a new leveling spot to test the Annihilation set. Examining the equipment rankings, there were no significant changes. The flowing light sword still held its position with an extraordinarily high score. It felt surreal. A weapon ranked number 1 in the world was in my possession. Leaving me in disbelief, I dashed to the warehouse to confirm, and upon seeing the gleaming, flowing light sword still resting there, I burst into exuberant laughter, drawing the attention of players in the square. Next, I should plan where to level up. Earlier, while browsing the forum, I stumbled upon a high-level player's leveling paradise located in the western canyon of Twilight City, where there stands a grand ancient temple known as the General's Tomb. This temple, a relic of millennia, is steeped in legend. It is said that thousands of years ago, a renowned general, once a formidable force across the continent, betrayed his king. Enraged, the king led 1,000 sorcerers to seal the general and his loyal officers within the temple shell. Over the long passage of time, the bitterness and solitude transformed these once valiant warriors, and millennia later, this ancient site has become a forbidden zone, shunned by all. Essentially, the information provided by Spirit Whale regarding the General's tomb is quite limited, lacking both coordinates and details about the monsters within, leaving everything to the player's exploration. However, insiders from Yueheng have revealed that the tomb is situated in a canyon to the west of Twilight City, serving as a prime leveling ground for players between levels 30 and 60. It is rumored that the drop rate for treasures is exceptionally high, yet no player has managed to locate the General's tomb. It remains as elusive as a mirage. After purchasing a satchel of potions, I resolved to continue my solitary journey, reviewing my skills: basic archery, intermediate proficiency 50,000 0, no MP cost; fire arrow, intermediate proficiency 50,000 0, consumes 10 MP; ice arrow, Beginner proficiency 10,072-34, consumes 5 MP, armor-piercing arrow. Intermediate proficiency 50,000, consumes 20 MP, Thousand Blade arrow. Beginner proficiency 10,000, consumes 50 MP. Through persistent use, both fire arrow and armor-piercing arrow have advanced to the intermediate level. However, as a novice archer, I can only elevate my skills to this rank until I reach level 40 and undergo a class change, at which point my proficiency can rise to advanced skills. It is said that skills can progress beyond advanced to master level, then grandmaster, and ultimately to divine level. The higher the level, the more formidable the skill. This time, in addition to leveling, I also need to enhance my proficiency with the Thousand Blade arrow. As I remain uncertain of the effectiveness of this area attack skill, I sincerely hope it is not merely a decorative skill, for that would drive me to despair. Upon checking my potions and equipment durability, I discovered that after a single defeat, the durability of my Crimson Flame set had already halved. Thankfully, nothing had broken. Otherwise, I would have been inconsolable. Thus, I made my way to the equipment repairman in Twilight City. Presenting my Crimson Flame set for repairs, the repairman, without lifting his head, stated, "Repair cost? 7 gold. I was taken aback. Such an exorbitant fee for a simple repair? Despite my shock, I had no choice but to comply, surrendering my gold. Once the Crimson Flame equipment was restored to its former glory, I wasted no time and directly opened the map, heading westward. Along the way, I encountered numerous players emerging from Twilight City, dispersing in groups toward the mountains and forests to the west. The two prime leveling spots outside the city are the Clear Wind Grove, which spawns level 25 corrupted rabbits, and the Twilight Forest, which spawns level 25 to 35 porcupine monsters and vicious wolves. However, both spots have been overrun by hordes of players, and teams from organizations such as Aoir and John Hun have assembled large groups to occupy the area. Leaving solo players with no chance, I in the distance, 2 players from Aoir eyed me and whispered, "Isn't that the young scholar our boss specifically wants to eliminate? Should we go take him down?" The other replied in alarm, "Are you crazy? What can we do? 2 level 20 players. He is a level 32 master on the leaderboard. We should report this to our boss and let him gather the brothers to surround and eliminate this guy. Look at his well-equipped gear. He must be wealthy." I couldn't help but shudder. Indeed, fame brings trouble. Once I ascended the leaderboard, countless issues followed in its wake. Thus, I promptly veered southwest toward the Clear Wind Grove, planning to navigate through to locate the fabled general's tomb. This way, even if Aoir's players pursued me, they might not find me lost in the vast forest, while I could easily escape them with a simple town return scroll. After approximately half an hour of travel, I suddenly startled a flock of birds as several players stumbled out of the thicket, their health reduced to half, in a state of utter disarray. Following closely behind them was a monstrous creature with a wolf's head, wielding a massive blade, exuding a miasma of bloodlust. The beast raised its weapon high and, with a resounding crash, instantly dispatched a swordsman player. I felt a chill. This creature's attack power was formidable. A level 24 swordsman had lost more than half of his health in a single blow. I quickly examined the monster's attributes. Blue Wolf Guardian, normal monster, level 28 attack, 185 to 240 defense, 80 health, 2400 attack type, normal. So, it was a level 28 monster. Observing the beleaguered party, 1 swordsman had already perished, leaving 2 mages, 2 berserkers, and a priest. Exactly 5 in total. The Blue Wolf Guardian swiftly raised its blade again, targeting a terrified mage. Chapter 32. Beautiful maiden, the little mage gasped in horror, exclaiming, "Damn it, I'm done for." Just then, a flash of white light zipped through, piercing the Blue Wolf Guardian's mouth, followed by a spurt of fresh blood. 1848. My armor-piercing arrow had delivered a critical blow, finishing off the half-health Blue Wolf Guardian. The remaining players, still in shock, turned to me, astonished. "Isn't that the leaderboard master, the young scholar?" I smiled and replied, "Just lucky to level up a bit faster. By the way, how did you all end up in such a predicament?" Normally, the monsters in Clear Wind Grove aren't that formidable. One berserker spat, "Who knows? We entered the woods as a team, and suddenly came upon a deep canyon, so we ventured inside. To our surprise, there was a tall tower within, and upon entering, we encountered a horde of these Blue Wolf Guardians. Our team of over 10 has now dwindled to just 5, I was taken aback and asked, "A tower? Is it the general's tomb as shown on the map?" "No, it's the first level of the Soul Ghost Temple." My heart leaped with joy. This was it. It is rumored that the general's tomb comprises 7 levels, with the first level being the Soul Ghost Temple, leading all the way to the 7th level, where the ancient hero of the light god resides. I then inquired, "Where is the Soul Ghost Temple? Can you lead me there?" The berserker appeared momentarily stunned, then chuckled, "You, the illustrious young scholar, surely can navigate the Soul Ghost Temple with ease. But for us..." The others displayed hesitation, and sensing their thoughts, I proposed, "How about this? We form a party to enter together? I'll take responsibility for any leather armor drops, and the rest can be divided amongst you, fair and square. How does that sound?" "Haha, sounds great." The berserker laughed heartily and promptly invited me into their party. I didn't mind too much. After all, the highest level monsters in the Soul Ghost Temple reach a terrifying level 60, and it certainly isn't a place one can easily conquer to reach the 7th level. This is a long-term leveling ground, and at this moment, my priority is to ascertain the location of the Soul Ghost Temple. Having 5 level 24 teammates isn't so bad either. At least there's a priest and a berserker for added safety. The berserker brandished his axe and boldly led the way into the jungle, followed by the others, with me gripping my golden bow closely behind. The jungle was shrouded in mist, teeming with various level 25 wild creatures bouncing about. Yet, with my attack power ranging from 195 to 250, they were no match for me. Typically, 2 arrows were sufficient to take down a level 25 monster, leaving my teammates in awe, exclaiming about my prowess. After about 10 minutes of winding through the dense jungle, we finally pushed through a thicket of leaves and, through the mist, spotted an ancient towering structure amidst the foliage. Strangely, while the temple rose majestically into the clouds, it was invisible from afar, likely due to the heavy fog within the forest. The berserker pointed at the temple and grinned. "We've arrived. Would you like to enter first?" I felt a twinge of disdain. This berserker was trying to pass the buck. Did he truly see me as some sort of laborious fool? Nonetheless, I stepped forward. A level 28 monster was nothing to fear, and with my 240 attack power, it was unlikely to breach my 200 defense value. Furthermore, with 1060 health points, I certainly wouldn't be one-shot. Surrounding the temple were stone lions, known as Swani, seemingly guarding its sanctity, and a solemn atmosphere enveloped the area, adding an air of mystery to the ancient site. The bronze door of the temple stood firmly closed, rusted and worn, covered in verdigris. When I leaned against the door and exerted force, it resisted my efforts due to its immense weight. Thus, I summoned nearly all my strength, finally managing to push the door open, and a thunderous roar echoed as a violent aura surged toward me. Roar. Before me stood the formidable trio of the 3-headed blue wolf guards. With a swift series of 3 strikes to my chest, I felt a slight sting, yet I had already lost over 400 health points. Fortunately, it was not fatal. The priest behind me promptly initiated a healing spell. While the mage swiftly began to chant an incantation, I retreated rapidly, unleashing 2 consecutive armor-piercing arrows that felled one of the blue wolf guards. Glancing back, I was taken aback to find the 2 berserkers cowering in fear, hesitant to advance. "Curse it! Those damned scoundrels!" I inwardly cursed, suddenly realizing the peril of this situation. Clearly, these 2 berserkers were not genuinely afraid of death. They seemed to be waiting for my health to dwindle to 0 before striking to eliminate me, a move that would likely yield valuable loot upon my demise. The equipment dropped by a player ranked 2nd on the leaderboard would undoubtedly be of exceptional quality. I inhaled deeply. The world is indeed treacherous. I had just saved them, and not only did they show no gratitude, but their ulterior motives chilled my heart. Seemingly prompted by the berserker's demeanor, the priest ceased his healing, and the mage's fireballs were cast sporadically, as if they intended to see how I would handle the 3 blue wolf guards alone. Witnessing this, I felt a surge of indignation. Do they think I am easy prey? With a resounding thud, 2 blue wolf guards were slowed by my ice arrows, and I quickly circled around to a nearby statue of a guardian beast, calling out loudly, "Hey, it's your turn to act," as I anticipated. The considerable distance caused the blue wolf guards to lose their aggro, redirecting their wrath upon the other 5 members of my team. Confronted by the 2 ferocious blue wolf guards, my teammates struggled immensely. With the 2 berserkers nearly meeting their demise, However, I managed to save them with an armor-piercing arrow. It was not out of mercy. Rather, they still held some utility for me, since they were using me. We might as well benefit from each other. After dispatching the 2 blue wolf guards, the mages sat down to recover their mana, and the berserkers frantically consumed health potions while I ventured alone once more into the ancient temple. Upon entering, I was momentarily taken aback. In my previous haste, I had not observed clearly, but now I could see distinctly. Before me lay a series of gray cages, partitioning the entire first floor of the ancient temple into countless small enclosures. A wide avenue ran through the center, and within each cage, measuring approximately 10 meters in length and width, were imprisoned blue wolf guards, ranging from a few to dozens. Furthermore, more blue wolf guards had broken free from their cages and roamed the stone-paved paths of the temple. Wielding their massive blades to shred any intruders, a quick glance revealed several corpses of blue wolf guards strewn along the path leading east, prompting me to ponder. Has someone else come in before us? Behind me, one of my berserkers chuckled. No, those were killed by our previous team, but later. There was a slight mishap, which is why we were pursued by the blue wolf guards. I furrowed my brow and ordered, "Berserkers, lead the way. We shall continue our advance." The berserkers were visibly startled, evidently not expecting such a direct command from me. Noticing their hesitation, I smirked coldly. What's this? Aren't berserkers supposed to charge to the front? If you two are too cowardly, then perhaps you should return to town. My team has no need for mere decoration. My words were firm and resonant. The 2 berserkers immediately wore awkward smiles and replied, "Look who's talking, of course. We'll serve as the meat shields." They exchanged glances, a glimmer of malice evident in their eyes. I noted this, but chose not to address it, allowing them to clear the path while I took on the role of primary attacker with my armor-piercing arrows, thereby conserving my potions and ensuring my own safety. After approximately half an hour, our 6-member team had carved a path through the first level of the ancient temple. Ahead lay a massive circular cage, resembling an arena. It seemed to be the core structure of the first floor. At that moment, the 2 berserkers exchanged knowing glances, seemingly preparing for action. I was momentarily taken aback when, without warning, the arena's grand entrance was violently shattered, and a dark figure surged forth, inexplicably crashing into my arms and sending us tumbling a considerable distance. Thud. My head collided painfully with the wall, and a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted into my senses. As I reached out, I felt the soft, delicate skin beneath my touch. The figure in my embrace was none other than a young girl, who had knocked me flat on my back, her body pressing down upon me, making it difficult to breathe. Her long hair brushed against my cheek, sending shivers across my face. Ouch, that hurts. The girl, clutching her arm, scrambled up from my embrace but was taken aback upon seeing me. Her mouth agape in astonishment as she blinked her beautiful eyes, her fair face reflecting sheer disbelief. After a moment, she murmured, "You fool." Just then, my teammates shouted in unison from behind. It was this little girl who caused our captain's demise. Otherwise, we would have slain the boss by now. Reckless scholar. Eliminate her immediately. Chapter 33. Qingfeng Feishue. The girl in my arms could only be Ling Xue. I looked up to see her game name. Qingfeng Feishue, floating above her head, echoing her sister Ling Yue's name, Qingfeng Lanyue. This confirmation sent a wave of excitement through me as I exclaimed, "Ling Xue, is that really you?" Ling Xue flashed a charming smile, then quickly glanced back, exclaiming, "You fool! The first floor's boss has been attracted. We must escape quickly." Just as I was processing this, a low growl reverberated through the air as the arena's entrance was violently breached. A ferocious aura enveloped us in an instant, and I beheld a boss wielding a blood-red greatsword charging forth with menacing intent. Blue Wolf King, Black Iron Tier Boss, level 30 attack, 275 to 360 defense, 150 health, 40,000 attack type, knockback. I was momentarily startled. The boss had indeed emerged. At that moment, my 5 teammates shouted in anger, "Reckless scholar, what are you hesitating for? This woman is no good." Grasping Ling Xue's hand, I rose to my feet and swiftly loosed an armor-piercing arrow. The pale white light erupted against a berserker's chest plate, and before he could utter a sound, he was instantly slain by the arrow, a damage figure of 1540, leaving the other berserker in shock. Ling Xue's face turned cold as she admonished, "You idiots! Do you think cornering me near the boss will leave me helpless? No sooner had she spoken than she dashed forward, her sword glinting with cold light as she swiftly slashed across the neck of the priest. Blood sprang forth as he was struck at his weak point, immediately disintegrating into white light and returning to town. The other berserker, taken aback, cursed vehemently, "Damn it! Reckless Scholar is in cahoots with this woman. Brothers, attack!" Before he could finish, my 3-second cooldown for the armor-piercing arrow expired, and with the sound of my golden bowstring, a brilliant white light pierced through his chest plate, blood splattering forth as he too was instantly slain. Meanwhile, Ling Xue's graceful form flashed once more, and she swiftly dispatched another mage with 2 consecutive strikes. The last mage, panic-stricken, stumbled backward but inadvertently entered the line of sight of several blue wolf guards, resulting in a tragic fate as he was torn to shreds, leaving a cascade of potions in his wake. I was momentarily surprised. I hadn't expected Ling Xue to choose the swordsman class, indicating that she was not the docile Persian cat she appeared to be, but rather a feisty little wildcat, clad in glimmering bronze armor, which had adapted beautifully to her form. Ling Xue's 2 alluring assets were strikingly accentuated, and the flowing design of her armor skirt revealed her smooth, slender legs, further enhanced by her stunningly beautiful face, rendering her utterly captivating. "Hey, you fool, the boss is coming. Stop staring," Ling Xue exclaimed lightly, snapping me back to reality as I felt a chilling wind behind me, followed by a jarring impact that sent me sprawling to the ground, landing at Ling Xue's feet and losing nearly 600 health points. Ling Xue looked at my disheveled state and couldn't help but chuckle. "Stop standing there dumbfounded. Let's take down this boss first." Nodding, I quickly rose to my feet to heal, while Ling Xue's defense was clearly superior to mine, her bronze armor boasting at least 300 defense points, allowing her to withstand the Blue Wolf King's attacks, though her damage output was less than ideal, only whittling down the boss's health by a little over 100 points with each strike. Thus, I immediately began to unleash my armor-piercing arrows. With a flash of white light, the Blue Wolf King was struck hard, and a damage figure of 1025 appeared above his head. I breathed a sigh of relief. The Blue Wolf King was merely a level 30 Black Iron tier boss, and as I was of a higher level, dealing such damage was to be expected. However, Ling Xue's expression was one of shock, as if she had seen a ghost, and she promptly invited me into her party, saying in the group chat, "You fool, how can your attack be so high?" I replied with a smile, "Let's discuss it after we finish." "We need to focus," Ling Xue smiled back. "Okay." Thus, our first collaboration occurred amidst the chaos of our red names. Killing a player grants 100 points of evil value, and after slaying monsters for 2 consecutive hours, one can cleanse their reputation, which was hardly a significant concern. Before me stands the Blue Wolf King, whose rank pales in comparison to that of the Sword Wolf King, not to mention the formidable golden equipment level boss. The Skeleton King, Ling Xue, evidently stocked up on numerous health potions, relying solely on them to withstand the boss's onslaught, rendering the presence of a priest entirely unnecessary, enough to make the 2 berserkers from earlier feel quite embarrassed. 10 minutes later, with a mournful howl from the Blue Wolf King, my armor-piercing arrow struck true, ending its life. Amidst the clattering sounds, the Blue Wolf King dropped a plethora of gold and silver coins, as well as a pair of armored bracers, Bloodfang bracers, bronze equipment, armor, defense, 42 strength, 9 required level, 28 unidentified. Upon seeing the attributes of the bracers, Ling Xue giggled. "These are mine now? Right? You can collect the coins." I nodded with a smile and sat atop the Blue Wolf King's corpse, gathering the coins while inquiring, "Ling Xue, what exactly happened earlier? Why did those people claim you were responsible for their captain's demise?" Ling Xue blinked innocently, replying, "I came here alone, so I cleared a path to the 2nd level. Who would have known my attacks were insufficient, causing me to kill monsters too slowly, just as I finished off one. The monsters behind me respawned. Thus, those players thought they were the first ones to arrive, only to be utterly annihilated by the Blue Wolf King I had lured out. I was left speechless. "So, did you intentionally lure out the Blue Wolf King?" Ling Xue feigned indignation. "How could you think that? Do you believe I am so unscrupulous?" I decisively nodded. "Yes, it must be their fault. They got what they deserved." Ling Xue smiled faintly but then asked, "Silly, do you trust me that much?" I chuckled. "It's not trust. It's that I cannot help but trust." "Why? How would I know?" At that moment, I had already counted the coins dropped by the Blue Wolf King, 11 gold coins and 48 silver coins in total. I traded half to Ling Shui, but she immediately canceled. Laughing, "You keep it. I don't lack for money." I glanced at her. Ling Shui was already a level 28 apprentice swordswoman, equipped with top-notch gear. Overall, her strength surpassed that of Swordfire Dragon Soul by a small margin. After all, her series of swift and decisive actions during the recent PK showcased the demeanor of a true expert. It was no surprise, as Ling Yu and Ling Shui were identical twins, with the elder sister being the premier female mage of Ling Huan. How could the younger sister be any less? Some things are simply determined by genetics. Thus, I remarked, "Ling Shui, you're leveling up quite quickly." Upon hearing this, Ling Shui pouted in displeasure. "You say that, but it's because you used my helmet. Humph. It caused me to wait in line until after 11 p.m. the next day just to buy another helmet. By the time I logged in, there were already a plethora of players in the novice village, making it impossible for me to find even a single monster to hunt. Otherwise, do you think I would still be below level 30? I was taken aback. Is that so? I truly apologize. I will compensate you." Ling Shui then revealed a mischievous grin, teasing, "Silly, how do you plan to compensate me?" After a moment's contemplation, I suggested tentatively, "By offering myself?" Ling Shui couldn't help but chuckle, playfully retorting, "Well, are you compensating me or am I compensating you?" I laughed heartily, my mind racing, and proposed, "Ling Shui, let's team up for some practice tonight. After you reach level 30, I have a surprise for you." Ling Shui looked at me with curiosity, then smiled. "All right then, I suppose I can reluctantly accept you as my personal training partner." I nodded, glancing at the Blue Wolf guards on the first level of the ghostly ancient temple. They were merely level 28 monsters, hardly suitable for Ling Shui's level. After all, defeating monsters above 1S level is what truly defines a master. So I suggested, "Then let us head to the second level of the temple for practice." "Have you been there before?" Ling Shui shook her head. "Of course not. I just killed the Blue Wolf King, and only now has the entrance to the second level opened." I nodded slightly and stepped into the arena, where I noticed a stone staircase leading up at the center, which must lead to the second level. Chapter 34. A chilling breeze swept through, sending shivers down my spine. The second level of the ghostly ancient temple bore a striking resemblance to the first in terms of layout. Yet the monsters had changed significantly. Not far ahead, several formidable warriors stood, clad in silver armor, adorned with tiger-shaped ornaments on their chest plates. Ling Shui urged, "Draw one over." I immediately loosed an ice arrow, watching as the warrior slowly turned, only for Ling Shui to gasp in shock at its visage. The warrior's skin was grotesquely decayed, almost desiccated, with sunken black eyes and cracked lips, revealing darkened teeth. Resembling a mummified corpse. Yet, its movements were remarkably agile, wielding a black spear. Ghostly warrior. Enhanced monster, level, 35 attack, 265 to 350 defense. 200 health, 4000 attack type, normal defense type, heavy armor additional. These warriors, who have long suffered from the ravages of death, have become slaves to darkness, their sole unwavering belief being to protect their master from any harm. It was indeed an enhanced creature. I promptly shared the monster's attributes in a codex with Ling Shui, who instantly beamed. "Silly, we've hit the jackpot. I've heard that enhanced creatures possess attributes slightly higher than ordinary monsters, yet yield double the experience." I smiled faintly. "In that case, shall we get to work?" To my surprise, Ling Shui's brows furrowed slightly as she murmured, "Well, but it looks so disgusting. What should we do?" I couldn't help but roll my eyes, replying, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. What could it possibly do to you?" Ling Shui pursed her lips, chuckling, "Fine. I'll just pretend it's an old grandpa from KFC." I rolled my eyes again, incredulous at her imagination. Indeed, the ghostly warrior did bear a resemblance to that old man, especially with the goat-like beard on its chin. Raising my bow, I unleashed an armor-piercing arrow that struck the ghostly warrior in the chest, causing it to shudder violently as its health plummeted by 578 points, a decent amount of damage. Sufficient for continued practice. Ling Shui swiftly advanced, her sword sweeping through the air, executing the basic swordsman skill. Whirlwind Slash, 123, 131. With two crisp sounds, the numbers floated above the ghostly warrior's head, prompting Ling Shui to lament. "While my attack power is too low, Silly, you mustn't laugh at me. I stifled my laughter, earnestly stating, your defense is still quite commendable. Indeed, Ling Xue's defense was sufficiently high. The ghostly warrior's attack of 350 barely managed to breach it. Ling Xue's armor was evidently of high quality, and it was not hard to predict that these pieces had been provided by Ling Yu, the premier female mage, who undoubtedly had equipped her sister with the finest gear. Originally, I intended to test the mass-killing power of my thousand-blade arrow, but it was evident that such a strategy would be ill-suited here. Although Ling Xue's defense was robust, it was only sufficient to handle a single monster. Should more appear, a priest would be required to heal. The mid-tier armor-piercing arrow significantly increased in power, and after a flurry of arrows, the ghostly warrior let out a howl before collapsing, dropping a gold coin. I rubbed my eyes in disbelief, confirming that it was indeed a gold coin. It was rare for a non-boss monster to drop one, and although it was just a single coin, I felt a deep sense of gratitude. Wow! So much experience! Ling Xue exclaimed in delight, gazing at her experience bar with glee. She was one who valued equipment over currency, leaving the coins for me, smiling as she said, currently, the exchange rate for gold coins to RMB is 1.5. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 5 yuan. I joyfully picked up the 5 yuan on the ground, at which point Ling Xue had already drawn another ghostly warrior, prompting me to re-engage in battle. Fortunately, I had adequately prepared iron arrows and potions, allowing us to train for a considerable duration. Perhaps, I might even be able to help Ling Xue reach level 30. Time passed unnoticed, and before I realized it, 4 hours had slipped away. I had been battling monsters while chatting with Ling Xue, learning that she was studying at a nearby university and currently playing Ling Huan using the school's network. Hence, her occasional disjointed control was entirely understandable, given that China telecom service can be quite variable. During this time, Ling Yu came online and sent me a message. Did you enjoy dinner? I replied, very well. She continued, you can come in 2 hours later tomorrow. There's no need to adhere too strictly to the rules. I'll sort out the attendance issue for the end of the month. I responded with joy. Thank you so much, Director Ling. Ling Yu sent a smiley face and said, continue. I'll also go level up. Perhaps tomorrow I'll log in later than you. Shortly thereafter, Ziyuner came online, sending me a message. I ate too much. I echoed. Same here. She giggled and replied with a couple of hee-hees. A few minutes later, Ziyu, the elder sister, came online and messaged me. Scholar? Come take me leveling, I replied. Not a chance. I'm currently leveling with a beautiful girl. Which beautiful girl? Director Ling or Summer MM? I glanced at my friends list and noticed that Summer MM was not online yet. So I replied, guess. Ziyu responded in confusion. I can't guess. Just a few seconds later, a notification chimed. Your friend logged in last summer. Before I could respond, Summer MM messaged me. Scholar, take your sister to level up. I don't want Ziyu. Her skills are too poor. I firmly declined. No way, there's no benefit in that. I won't take you. Summer MM immediately flashed a charming smile. How about this? Sister lets you touch her tomorrow while at work. I replied. You have nothing remarkable to touch. I might as well touch the plump supervisor from the marketing department. Summer MM playfully pouted. Scholar, you're so naughty. I won't talk to you anymore. Of course, I wasn't worried at all. If she ignored me, Summer MM would surely feel distressed, as she was just that kind of restless, love-struck girl. Turning off the communicator, Ling Xue retracted her slender sword, glanced back at me and smiled. Silly, you're grinning so wickedly. What are you up to? I quickly shook my head. Nothing, just messaging Ice TMM and connecting with some colleagues. Ling Xue chuckled softly. Actually, I've long been a part of the Shueiyue studio. I was somewhat surprised and asked, really? Ling Xue immediately responded with a smile. Of course. Didn't you notice that Shueiyue studio derives its name from me and my sister? She continued, how about this? I'll visit Blue Star Square tomorrow and see how you're doing there, okay? My heart raced with excitement and I said, of course, that's no problem. It was a joke. The little princess of Blue Star Group coming to visit an ordinary employee like me was certainly no issue. However, Ling Xue giggled and said, actually, I can't. I have a final exam tomorrow afternoon, Mao Gai. I must finish it first. Let's wait until summer vacation. I'll intern there instead. I felt a slight disappointment. All right then. How many days until summer vacation? Today is June 20. What do you think? As soon as I finished speaking, a ghostly warrior fell to the ground, dropping a gold coin and several silver coins, along with a helmet. However, What was most delightful was the golden light cascading down from above Ling Xue's beautiful figure. She had already reached level 30. Ling Xue smiled slightly, extending her fair hand toward me. Silly? Where's my surprise? Chapter 35. The brilliance of the flowing sword. I chuckled. Ling Xue, come back to Twilight City and wait for me at the warehouse manager. Ling Xue looked slightly surprised but nodded with a smile. Okay then. Thus, we both took out our return scrolls and shattered them, a powerful magical force whisking our bodies back to Twilight City. Players were bustling around, but soon, everyone's gaze fell upon Ling Xue, such a beautiful and adorable swordswoman. It was no surprise she attracted attention. I quickly approached the warehouse, retrieved the gleaming flowing sword, then entered a nearby material shop and messaged Ling Xue. Come to the material shop within minutes. Ling Xue's lovely figure appeared in the shop, finally escaping the swarm of admirers. I opened the trade window and carefully placed the flowing sword inside, then confirmed the trade. Flowing sword, golden weapon, attack. 185 to 270 strength, 24 stamina, 20 agility, 15 bonus. Increases the user's attack power by 20 for all skills required level 30. The dazzling golden sword shimmered. Its formidable attributes were astounding. This first golden weapon from the Ling Tong had already stirred excitement worldwide. Players had learned within hours that a golden equipment had emerged in the China region, yet no one knew it was in my possession. Gazing at the flawless curves and radiant brilliance of the flowing sword, Ling Xue's beautiful eyes glistened with tears, her voice trembling. Silly, where did you steal this golden weapon from? Why are you tempting me with it? I was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, reaffirming the trade. What do you mean stole? I obtained it from a boss. Ling Xue, your attack power is too weak. This sword is meant for you. Don't say anything polite. Without your helmet, I wouldn't have had the chance to acquire this equipment. Giving you this sword alleviates some of my guilt. A smile danced on the corner of Ling Xue's lips as she gently clicked to confirm the trade, softly saying, Thank you. I teased. Is that all? Ling Xue's face turned crimson as she whispered. What else do you want? Do you expect me to offer myself for a golden weapon? Absolutely not. At least a dark gold weapon would suffice. I chuckled. All right, dark gold weapon it is. I'll get one eventually. Ling Xue smiled sweetly and said, Okay. But truly, thank you. In fact, the value of a golden weapon far exceeds that helmet. Watching her charming demeanor, I couldn't help but smile. If you feel indebted, then take me along to level up. Ling Xue nodded earnestly. I felt a surge of joy. With this, Ling Xue's attack would be significantly enhanced, and our leveling speed would increase tremendously. Moreover, leveling up with Ling Xue was genuinely delightful. After all, who wouldn't he feel elated while teaming up with such a charming beauty? Glancing at the time, it was already past 2 in the morning, so I suggested, Shall we go level up in the haunted ancient temple for a while? Ling Xue nodded with a smile. Yes, let us. Thus, we repaired our equipment, purchased ample potions, and set forth on our journey once more. Deep within the whispering woods, the grass was lush and the orioles sang in February. However, as I passed through this time, I felt a different sentiment. Walking side by side with Ling Xue, I had longed to find her in the game, and now my wish was fulfilled, leaving my heart elated. Ling Xue did not disappoint. Her in-game presence remained breathtakingly beautiful. Her every smile and frown seemed to spread joy to those around her. Ling Xue was unlike Ling Yu. She was naturally a spirited girl, presenting her purest self to everyone. In contrast, Ling Yu exuded a deeper beauty. As the company director, she often appeared stern and unapproachable, only revealing the smile of a 20-year-old girl within the game. Perhaps Ling Yu bore heavier burdens as the family heir, Ling Xue remarked. Sister is an incredible person. I've always been proud of her. Of course, I was unaware that in the days to come, Ling Yu would say the same to me. However, in my eyes, both Ling Xue and Ling Yu were exceptional, inspiring no sense of insolence within me. After nearly half an hour, we had traversed the Whispering Woods, encountering several leveling teams along the way, each consisting of at least 5 members, with some full teams of 10. Naturally, our duo drew envious glances. Nearly all male players cast astonished looks our way. Some even approached, Brother, take me along to level up. I'm already level 19, a berserker. I have a black iron axe. I won't hold you back. I replied, Well, little brother, it's better to stay in the novice village and hunt wolves. It is quite dangerous out here, Ling Xue smiled and said. You're too harsh on him, I responded. How can one flirt like that? It's terribly unrefined, Ling Shui playfully challenged. Then show me a more sophisticated line. Taking a deep breath, I smiled at Ling Shui. Fair lady, please pause. Our outfits happen to match, such a coincidence. Might I borrow your? I halted abruptly, as Ling Shui burst into laughter. Silly, I didn't realize you could be so lewd. I was about to explain, but Ling Shui dismissed it, and soon, we entered the depths of the forest, arriving at the entrance of the haunted ancient temple. Upon entering the first level, the monsters had respawned. Evidently, the previous team had not returned, as their equipment was rather mediocre, unable to survive in the first level of the temple. Just then, a wolf guardian charged at us with a massive blade. Ling Shui smiled slightly, leaping forward, her flowing sword carving a beautiful arc through the air as it struck the wolf guardian's shoulder. 1989. The striking damage number leaped into view, and I was astounded. It wasn't a critical hit, yet still dealt nearly 2,000 points of damage. This moment, Ling Shui's attack power was simply terrifying. With a swift motion, her second strike dealt another 1872 damage. And the wolf guardian let out a groan before collapsing. It was clear that Ling Shui's attack power had exceeded 500, nearly double mine. Explaining the horrifying damage numbers, Ling Shui cheered, grasping my arm. Silly. Did you see? I took down a level 28 monster with just 2 strikes before I needed 20. I laughed heartily. Indeed, that's impressive. Let us quickly eliminate these monsters and face the boss on the second level. Let us, on the path ahead. We encountered no obstacles, with the radiant sword paving the way. Why opportunities to strike had significantly diminished. The ordinary monsters could hardly withstand even 2 strikes from the radiant sword. Furthermore, should Ling Shui unleash her sweeping attack, she could instantly vanquish the creatures, rendering the once ferocious blue wolf guard as fragile as tofu, suffering grievously under her blows. The boss on the first level of the ancient temple had yet to respawn, allowing us to proceed to the second level. Upon our arrival, the spectral warriors we had previously defeated had respawned, brandishing their long spears as they patrolled the corridors. This time, Ling Shui was particularly exuberant, launching into a sweeping attack that caused the spectral warriors to erupt with damage values of 1346 and 1423, instantly depleting over half of their 4,000 health points. Following one of my armor-piercing arrows, Ling Shui struck again, and the level 35 enhanced monster perished immediately, dropping a gold coin and several silver coins. With the radiant sword in hand, Ling Shui beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Fool, our leveling speed is going to be remarkable." I nodded in agreement and continued to slay monsters. What once took a full minute to defeat the spectral warriors now required only 10 seconds, thanks to the transformative power of the radiant sword, which had turned this petite warrior into a vital source of firepower within our team, leaving me feeling somewhat idle, only occasionally using my healing talent to restore Ling Shui's health. When I first cast the healing spell, Ling Shui was instantly taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you an archer or a priest?" I replied, "This healing spell is a low-level skill that cannot be upgraded, a talent. By the way, what is your talent, Ling Shui?" She smiled coyly. "I won't tell you." Well then, Chapter 36. Spectral Warlord. In nearly 2 hours, Ling Shui and I had cleared all the monsters in the second level of the ancient temple. The sheer might of the radiant sword was overwhelming. These level 35 enhanced creatures simply could not withstand our onslaught. Ling Shui was exhilarated. Her cheeks flushed as she darted ahead in search of more foes. I had reached 33rd level with 89 experience, while Ling Shui had attained 31st level, astonishingly breaking into the top 10 of the Twilight City leaderboard, a feat made possible by several members of the War Souls Guild leaving the city. Seizing the opportunity, I returned briefly to the first level of the ancient temple, only to find numerous players forming parties there. Unsurprisingly, these individuals were poorly equipped, their levels hovering around 25, and they were swiftly slaughtered by the respawned blue wolf guards. As I contemplated whether to scavenge for potions, Ling Shui excitedly announced in the party channel, "Fool, come quickly. I've spotted the boss on the second level." Upon hearing the mention of a boss, I immediately turned back to the second level, carefully circumventing the freshly spawned spectral warriors. Opening my minimap, I located the oranged, indicating Ling Shui's position. In under 2 minutes, I spotted her lovely figure in motion. Behind her loomed a colossal warlord, approximately 3 meters tall, brandishing a long sword. With a swift motion, it cleaved downward, Sending a shockwave that sent Ling Xue flying, I rushed forward, deftly catching her slender waist, preventing her from falling, though her health had already taken a hit. My heart raced as I beheld the warlord, shrouded in dark armor, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. Spectral warlord, silver tier boss, level, 38 attack, 320 to 450 defense, 250 health, 40,000 attack type, armor-piercing attack additional skills, earth-shaking. I couldn't help but be startled, promptly sharing the boss's attributes with Ling Xue. She gasped in astonishment, murmuring, "What should we do now?" "It uses armor-piercing attacks. No wonder it took so much of my health in one hit." I replied gravely, "This time, we mustn't confront it head-on. I will take the lead in attacking." "Ling Xue, wait for the right moment to unleash your sweeping attack." Her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied. "All right." We immediately distanced ourselves, and the spectral warlord seemed to have fixated on Ling Xue, advancing with heavy footsteps that echoed ominously, as if the very structure of the ancient temple might crumble under its weight. Gripping my golden bow tightly, I released an armor-piercing arrow that struck the warlord's chest plate with a resounding thud, inflicting 568 points of damage as it tore through its defenses. Instantly, the warlord was drawn towards me. Charging forth, though fortunately, its speed was not exceptionally fast, giving me a chance to evade. Ling Xue glided forward, the radiant sword gleaming as she executed her sweeping attack. 456, 432. I must admit, facing this boss with its formidable 250 defense, even Ling Xue wielding the radiant sword could not inflict significant damage. The swordsman's attacks were basic, and against a heavily armored foe like the spectral warlord, their effectiveness was diminished. Had Ling Xue been here instead, a single fireball could have likely drained the boss of nearly 1,000 health points. Nevertheless, our strategy allowed us to maintain safety. I kept my distance from the boss while Ling Xue, ever astute, danced in and out of reach, leaving marks on the warlord's armor with her sword. While its health steadily dwindled, in less than 10 minutes, the spectral warlord was left with less than 1/5 of its health. I smiled, pondering what treasures this level 38 boss might yield. Ling Xue, with her charming dimples, replied, "No matter what it drops, it's all yours. This time, I'll just play the supporting role." I chuckled, "No need. The equipment meant for swordsmen should be yours." "I have no need for it." Ling Xue said nothing more, gracefully executing a dance-like maneuver, leading the boss in circles while remaining untouchable. Just as the boss was on the verge of collapse, a commotion erupted at the entrance to the second level. My heart sank and I silently cursed. Just when it mattered most, more players had arrived. I hoped they were friends rather than foes. Yet, as fate would have it, when a group approached, I noticed the emblem of the Proud World Guild above their heads. I cursed under my breath. Damn it, it's already past 3 in the morning. How can there still be so many of those Proud World scoundrels online? In the party channel, I exclaimed, "Ling Xue, we might not be able to take down this boss. Brace yourself for a PK." Upon hearing about the potential for a PK, Ling Xue's excitement only grew, and she quickly responded sweetly, abandoning her pursuit of the boss to retreat and restore her health. At the front of the formation were none other than Proud World Madman and Proud World Bloodthirsty, both of whom were my old adversaries. Since entering Linghong, I had faced them in 2 PKs, emerging victorious both times. Upon seeing me, Proud World Madman immediately wore a venomous expression, declaring, "This world is too small. We Proud World Guild spent 50 gold coins to acquire the coordinates for the General's tomb. And yet someone has already beaten us to it." I replied sternly, "It's you again." Proud World Madman chuckled darkly, "Arrogant scholar. This time I'll see if you're as lucky as before." He then turned to his fellow Proud World players, commanding, "Prepare for battle. Whoever takes down this arrogant scholar will be rewarded with 100 gold coins." Damn. 100 gold coins. I almost felt tempted to take myself out. Instantly, a dozen or so berserkers from Proud World surged forward, wielding their battle axes, slowly closing in with malicious intent, while dozens of mages and archers also began to converge, awaiting the signal to strike. I assessed the distance between us, taking a cautious step back to remain just outside the range of my ice arrow, much to their frustration. I knew all too well that if they got the chance to cast ice arrow to slow me down, my chances of escape would vanish, especially as Proud World had sent at least 50 players, the lowest of whom was level 20, while the highest, Proud World Madman, had already reached level 28 in the party channel. Ling Xue's sweet voice rang out. What should we do? Should I go out and attack? I quickly responded, don't go out. Although you have a golden tier weapon, your defenses aren't at that level. You wouldn't withstand the combined attacks of their mages. If the radiant sword were to drop, that would be a significant loss. Ling Xue blinked, asking with a smile, what should we do then? Should I just stand here foolishly? I took a deep breath, glancing towards the spectral warriors that continued to respawn in the distance. And a plan formed in my mind. I said in the party channel, Ling Xue, you go behind them and draw the monsters. I'll lead the charge in front. This time, let's use their blades against them. Ling Xue, being exceptionally clever, immediately understood, stealthily wielding the radiant sword as she maneuvered behind the proud world players, where a horde of spectral warriors had just spawned. Meanwhile, Proud World Bloodthirsty had already entered stealth mode. This top assassin of Proud World, at level 27, was vastly more formidable than he had been just a day prior, his attack power truly not to be underestimated. As Proud World Bloodthirsty vanished, I felt a chill run down my spine and quickly retreated. Proud World Madman shouted, thinking of escaping. Such ease is hardly to be found. My comrades have overwhelmed this fellow, yet I cannot help but chuckle inwardly as I boldly plunge into the throng of phantom warriors. Darting swiftly and weaving through their ranks with nearly flawless Z-shaped movements, in but a moment, a large contingent of phantom warriors, armed with long spears, has taken up the chase, their low growls echoing ominously behind me. In a mere 2 minutes, I have lured nearly 50 phantom warriors, though only I am aware of the peril I face, for my maneuvering skills are not yet second nature. After being grazed by the phantom warriors, my health plummets alarmingly, leaving me pale with fear, and I hastily consume healing potions to avoid a grim fate. However, as I turn back, an excruciating pain seizes my back, and a flash of crimson light erupts. Ding. Combat alert. You have been ambushed by the player Aoshi Shirshue, losing 568 health. Instantly, a chill grips my heart as I realize my health is perilously low, barely 100 remaining. There is no time to ponder further. I sprint forward, gulping down healing potions, while Aoshi Shirshue lets out a chilling laugh and activates the assassin's dash skill, transforming into a swift phantom racing towards me. Chapter 37. The duel at the ancient temple. The outcome hangs in the balance. I steel myself and unleash an icy arrow, just as Aoshi Shirshue's dagger thrusts towards my chest. Whoosh! A flash of cold light cuts through the air, yet astonishingly, I remain unscathed, a large mist hovering above my head. Ha! Fortune favors me. Aoshi Shirshue seems equally baffled by the miss, and in that moment of surprise, my icy arrow bursts upon his chest, enveloping him in a layer of frost and significantly slowing his movement. Seizing the precious opportunity to recuperate, I hastily restore my health, carefully leading a horde of phantom warriors towards Aoshi's camp. At this juncture, even a fool could discern my intentions, and Aoshi Kwangren's face pales as he furiously declares, "This kid seeks to use the monsters to annihilate us. Archers and mages, take him down." I chuckle slyly and veer sharply, executing a perfect arc as I skirt the perimeter of Aoshi's formation, narrowly evading the attacks of all archers and mages. Meanwhile, the throng of monsters behind me loses their focus on me and unleashes their wrath upon Aoshi's players. To make matters worse, the previously weakened silver-grade boss, the Phantom General, erupts in anger, slaying an outer knight of Aoshi with a single, mighty strike. Aoshi Kwangren's heart sinks as he finally grasps the gravity of the situation, promptly issuing a decisive command. "Everyone, listen up. Retreat to the city immediately." I cannot help but be impressed. Aoshi Kwangren indeed possesses a remarkable acuity, his command delivered with impressive swiftness and decisiveness. However, I have no intention of granting them this reprieve. Since I have already made Aoshi's family my enemy in the realm of Ling Tong, I shall enjoy this game to the fullest. After all, it's merely PK. Who fears whom? Thus, I charge ahead, witnessing a multitude of elite mage players from their ranks utilizing return scrolls. With a 5-second casting time for the scrolls, they cannot be interrupted, and once engaged in combat, they cannot use the return scrolls. Suddenly drawing an iron arrow, I opt for a skill I have yet to employ, Thousand Blade Arrows. A radiant burst of colors erupts as countless arrows rain down upon Aoshi's ranks. The cacophony of sounds fills the air as thousand-blade arrows swiftly pierce through more than half of Aoshi's players, disrupting the mages' and archers' return spells. To make matters worse, they are thrust into combat, now required to endure a minute before they can escape, during which they will face over 50 phantom warriors alongside the ferocious phantom general. Damage numbers flood above Aoshi's players. The heavily armored ones fare better, losing just over 100 health, while the mages and archers fare poorly, sustaining 200 to 300 health loss, with some low-level mages nearly obliterated. I cannot help but laugh heartily. My golden bow is no mere decoration. Though it may not rival the Liuguang sword, it is undoubtedly a lethal weapon against these players, especially as it currently ranks as the second-best weapon in the equipment leaderboard. At that moment, a phantom reappears not far to my right, and I curse under my breath. Damn it! Aoshi Shirshue, this assassin, is truly relentless. Yet, my level surpasses Aoshi Shirshue's by 6 levels, easily unveiling his stealth. Without a hint of hesitation, I launch my assault, sending forth an icy arrow, followed swiftly by a fire arrow. After 2 fierce strikes, Aoshi Shirshue falls silent, vanishing as he returns to the city. Even more thrilling. While Aoshi Kwangren stands bewildered, a delightful young lady appears, leading a horde of monsters towards us. Much like my earlier maneuver, she slices through the arc of Aoshi's camp, redirecting the monsters towards them. Enraged, Aoshi Kwangren exclaims, "Where did this woman come from? Is she allied with that arrogant scholar?" It becomes painfully clear, and Aoshi Kwangren, in a fit of rage, bellows, "Eliminate this Qingfeng Feishue!" In an instant, a berserker from Aoshi charges forth, raising his battle axe high to strike at Lingshue's back. This berserker is well equipped, clad in bronze armor, his axe also of bronze, as the onlookers hold their breath. Anticipating the demise of the charming maiden, the unthinkable occurs. A sweet smile graces Lingshue's lips as she gracefully pivots, tracing a half-circle in place, her Liuguang sword effortlessly carving a beautiful arc through the air. Her movements fluid and exquisite. Crack. With a crisp sound, the Aoshi berserker is struck with such force that blood erupts from his body. 32-48. A critical hit. Lingshue's ordinary attack has dealt a devastating blow, undoubtedly slaying the berserker. A collective gasp resonates through Aoshi's ranks as they are taken aback, never expecting this delicate beauty to wield such formidable power. Swiftly, Lingshue retrieves the berserker's dropped axe and rushes to my side, flashing a sweet smile as she hands it to me. "Here, you can keep the spoils." I say nothing further, grasping her hand as we swiftly retreat a considerable distance, successfully shaking off the phantom warriors. The 2 groups of monsters converge, encircling Aoshi's players in a corner of the ancient temple's 2nd floor. However, Aoshi Kwangren remains undaunted, commanding, "Stay calm, archers, use icy arrows to restrain the phantom general, and the rest of you. Form groups to slay the phantom warriors." In an instant, Aoshi's players heed the command, organizing themselves to engage in battle. Yet, they underestimate the formidable strength of the 35-level enhanced phantom warriors, amidst a series of anguished cries. As several berserkers are swiftly dispatched by the phantom warriors, Aoshi Kwangren finally realizes the dire situation. These imposing phantom warriors are far beyond what his current level can contend with. Before long, the phantom warriors breach Aoshi's outer defenses, brandishing their long spears to attack the inner mages and archers, while Aoshi Kwangren clutches his battle axe, struggling to hold his ground. Behind him, 3 priests work tirelessly to keep him alive. Lingshue and I exchange knowing smiles, and she playfully suggests, "Why not continue leveling up?" I reply with a grin. That is precisely my intention. Thus, we assist in dispatching the phantom warriors that have lost their focus. For if we aim to defeat the boss later, these lesser foes must be cleared first. Lingshue, sword in hand, swiftly dispatches a fully healthy phantom warrior with 3 precise strikes, then turns to me with a smile. "Silly boy. Our monster-slaying speed is faster than theirs." I laugh heartily, and the despair in Aoshi Kwangren's heart deepens. We continue to eliminate the remaining phantom warriors, and once we have cleared the area, we sit leisurely to chat. Lingshue asks, "Silly boy, what did you have for dinner?" "Scrambled eggs with chives and a bottle of beer." "What about you?" "Abalone soup." Your standard of living is quite impressive." "Hee, if you want to eat, I can treat you every day." I am overjoyed, yet I reply, "That would be unwise. You are still young and should not waste so much." Ling Xue readily acquiesces. Oh, I understand, however. I am already 20 years old. I am not so young anymore. How about you? 23 years old, Otto? Then you are quite old. I am left in tears. It is maturity, not old age. Our conversation nearly drives Aoshi Kwangren to despair. As he grits his teeth and mutters in frustration, "Damn it! I will settle this score one day. Brothers, do not concern yourselves with the minor foes. Concentrate your fire on the weakened boss. We cannot leave empty-handed." Thus, Aoshi's group redirects their efforts to focus on the boss, neglecting the Phantom Warrior's onslaught. Little do they know, fortune does not favor them. Suddenly, the Phantom Warrior, a silver-tier boss, brandished his long sword and let out a furious roar to the heavens. In that instant, the earth trembled violently, and the ancient temple appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, the players of the Proud World faction found themselves rapidly losing health amidst the seismic chaos. Bursts of white light flickering in succession. Chapter 38. The Flame Staff. Ding. System notification. The Phantom Warrior has activated the skill, Heavenly Shock and Earthquake. Enormous boulders coalesced in the air, crashing down upon the crowd, while spikes of stone erupted from the ground, launching the Proud World players into the air. Many mages, already low on health, were impaled by the stone spikes, their blood spilling forth as they hung there until they transformed into white light and returned to the city. I was utterly astounded. Thank goodness the Proud World players arrived. Otherwise, the ones enduring the boss's desperate struggle would likely have been me and Ling Xue. Observing the grim scene from a distance, Ling Xue chuckled lightly, expressing her regret. "Quick, start recording." "What a spectacular scene," I replied. "I started recording 10 minutes ago." In the blink of an eye, the Proud World players were decimated, leaving only a handful of mages desperately counterattacking. After several priests were sent flying by the Phantom Warrior, the Proud World madman finally lost his last line of defense. He turned to me and Ling Xue, seething with anger, and declared, "I will settle this score. Just you wait." With a swift thrust, a Phantom Warrior thrust his spear brutally into the Proud World madman's chest. In an instant, he let out a pained groan and vanished back to the city. Within half a minute, every player from the Proud World faction had perished, with none surviving. This meant that in this battle, they all lost a level. Ling Xue chuckled. "That person is quite fierce. How did you manage to provoke them?" I explained. "They stole my items, so I gave them a beating, and thus, we became enemies." "Oh, I see." Ling Xue smiled gently. Pointing towards the distant boss, she said, "Then let's lure the boss over. We shall reap the benefits." I laughed heartily and cautiously approached, drawing my golden bow and unleashing an ice arrow that struck the Phantom Warrior's chest. However, inevitably, I also attracted the attention of 7 additional monsters. The Phantom Warrior's Heavenly Shock and Earthquake skill had ended, and he charged towards me wielding his long sword. I sprinted back, calling out to Ling Xue, "I'll keep the boss occupied. You deal with these small monsters first." Ling Xue nodded eagerly, brandishing her radiant sword and dashing forward like a whirlwind. In the blink of an eye, she had already depleted half the health of a Phantom Warrior. Although I was well aware of Ling Xue's formidable attack power, witnessing it firsthand left me in awe. With such a powerful weapon at her side, it would be difficult for Ling Xue to avoid ranking on the leaderboard. Within just a few minutes, Ling Xue had successfully vanquished several pursuing Phantom Warriors and turned her attention to the boss, the Phantom Warrior. At this point, the Phantom Warrior was left with only a sliver of health, yet he stubbornly refused to fall, leaving me quite vexed as I continued to attack with armor-piercing arrows. Fearing that the Phantom Warrior might trigger his Heavenly Shock and Earthquake skill from close range, Ling Xue refrained from approaching, instead watching me battle while we both evaded the boss's pursuit. I must admit, Ling Xue's mastery of game rhythm and positioning was exceptionally refined, even making me feel somewhat embarrassed. Finally, with a reluctant roar of anger, the Phantom Warrior's health was finally depleted, his massive form collapsing like a small mountain. Accompanied by the dropping of equipment and gold. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have slain the silver-tier boss, the Phantom Warrior, earning 100,000 experience points and 500 reputation. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, your level has increased. The consecutive system notifications filled me with joy. I had finally reached level 34. Glancing at the leaderboard, I was disappointed to find myself in 3rd place within Twilight City. with the first being the level 35 player, Qingfeng Lanyue, and the second being the level 34 player, Jianhua Guizhi. It seemed that after obtaining the Desolation set, Guizhi had truly dedicated himself to leveling up, skyrocketing in levels within such a short time. Ling Xue cheered, gracefully darting to the boss's side to collect the equipment and gold, then returning to my side, first handing me 50 gold coins and subsequently laying out all the equipment before me with a gentle smile, saying, "Dunce, come, let's divide the loot." I couldn't help but chuckle as I examined the equipment. There were 3 pieces in total, a helm, a staff, and a pair of boots. Judging by their luster, they were all bronze tier equipment. Phantom helm, bronze tier, armor, defense, 65 strength, 8 required level, 35 unidentified, flame staff, silver tier, magic attack, 35 to 80 intelligence, 12 additional, fire magic attack power 5 required level, 35 unidentified, soul war boots, silver tier, armor, defense, 75 strength, 14 required level, 35 unidentified. Seeing the attributes of the 3 pieces of equipment left me slightly astonished. I had indeed misjudged, as 2 of them were surprisingly silver tier. Ling Xue glanced over the equipment with a smile and remarked, "These silver boots are truly excellent." I promptly traded her the phantom helm and soul war boots, stating, "Since we fought for these together, the ones you can use are yours. I've had such bad luck today that I haven't even received equipment for myself." Ling Xue accepted the equipment with a soft smile, saying, "The flame staff is quite good too. You can keep it to sell." I nodded in agreement, saying, "Back to the city. Let's get the equipment identified." "All right." I immediately used a return scroll, and with a flash of light, we arrived in Twilight City. I hurried to the identification shop, only to find Ling Xue already waiting inside. Placing the phantom helm on the counter, Ling Xue sweetly smiled, "Master, could you give me a discount?" The identifier glanced at the charming young lady and replied, "I'll give you an 80 discount, 80 silver coins." I was utterly taken aback. Could one actually haggle here? Why had I never known this before? Ling Xue quickly paid the silver coins, and with a flash of light, the attributes of the phantom helm appeared. Phantom helm, bronze tier, armor, defense, 85 strength, 12 stamina, 8 required level, 35. Its attributes had increased significantly, and with the high-level equipment also came high defense. I believed Ling Xue's defense value would soon reach the level of ironclad. Once again, Ling Xue placed the silver tier soul war boots on the counter and inquired, "Master, how about this one?" The identifier glanced at it and replied, 10 gold coins. Ling Xue smiled sweetly. "So after the 80 discount, that would be 8 gold coins, right?" The identifier was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Ling Xue swiftly paid, and after identification, the attributes of the soul war boots were revealed. Soul war boots, silver tier, armor, defense, 95 strength, 18 stamina, 10 required level, 35. Gazing at the attributes of the soul war boots, I couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, these attributes are incredibly powerful." Ling Xue smiled brightly. "Once I reach level 35, I'll truly be able to tank monsters and slay them." "Dunce, let's continue tomorrow and head to the 3rd level of the ancient temple. You'll definitely be able to obtain some equipment." I nodded. With the radiant sword in her hands, I knew I had to make good use of it. At this point, Ling Xue's monster-slaying speed felt almost like a whirlwind. I then took out my own spoils, placing the flame staff on the counter. The identifier rolled his eyes and said, 20 gold coins. I asked, "Isn't that also subject to a discount?" "No discounts." I was momentarily speechless. Was it that beauty had privileges? I regretted not having Ling Xue identify the staff with me, feeling an immense sense of loss as I reluctantly handed over 20 gold coins. The identifier casually waved a hand over the flame staff, and light erupted. Flame staff, silver tier, magic attack, 50 to 125 intelligence, 16 stamina, 10 additional, fire magic attack power 25 required level, 35. Staring at the flame staff, Ling Xue's mouth fell open in awe, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "What? Such a powerful magic attack." I too was taken aback, immediately relieved that the 20 gold coins were well spent. Ling Xue grinned as she estimated, "This weapon would definitely fetch over 1,000 gold coins in the market. It's priceless." I nodded, very good, very good. "I'll sell it in a few days, however," Ling Xue teased. "Why not sell it to your sister?" I paused, then recalled that Ling Yue was also adept in fire magic, and her flame set was indeed a fire-themed set. Pairing it with this flame staff would seem utterly perfect, however. I harbored ulterior motives in my heart. This matter could easily turn unpleasant. It was nearly inconceivable to bestow such fine equipment upon Ling Yue. Given that my relationship with her was not particularly profound, I had gifted the Liuguang sword to Ling Xue solely because I owed her a valuable gaming helmet, which had significantly hindered her leveling. Ling Yue, however, was a different story. I had no legitimate reason to offer her equipment. Moreover, should I choose to do so, it would inevitably incite gossip, considering that Ling Yue was ostensibly Wang Junjie's girlfriend. If I wished to continue my tenure at the Blue Star Group, I needed to tread carefully regarding this matter. Noticing my furrowed brow, Ling Xue smiled and said, "Silly, what are you pondering?" I stowed the flame staff into my bag and replied, "Nothing much, it's getting late." "You should rest early, Ling Xue. You have the Mao Gai exam tomorrow, right?" "I also have to go to work." Ling Xue nodded with a smile. "Yes, I'll log in after my exam tomorrow, so remember to wait for me." I chuckled. "All right, off you go to sleep, or next time we meet, you'll have panda eyes." Ling Xue flashed a sweet smile before preparing to log off. I also accessed the offline system, my form slowly fading away. Just then, however, Ling Xue suddenly grasped my arm and exclaimed, "Silly, wait, what is up?" I asked. "Idiot, you haven't added me as a friend yet. How will you find me tomorrow?" So, I quickly added Ling Xue as a friend. And then we both logged off. Chapter 39. Infinite Spring Light. I didn't log off until after 4 in the morning, and consequently, I slept until 9 o'clock, waking up late. Fortunately, Ling Yue had promised to look out for me, so I was not too anxious. After freshening up, I stepped out feeling quite revitalized. Upon arriving at the office, I clocked in late. As I entered the office, I found Xia Tian lounging on the sofa, boastfully declaring, "Bing Cha, you must believe me, I've seen all kinds of men. Humph, I've matured to be as hard and shining as stainless steel." Bing Cha, at a loss for words, retorted, "Didn't you just say you were a novice last time? How did you become a master this time?" Xia Tian chuckled, explaining, "It's not the same thing. Being experienced doesn't necessarily mean you've lived it." Ignoring her, Bing Cha sipped her cool tea. Upon my entrance, Bing Cha immediately put down her newspaper and smiled. "Scholar, you've finally arrived." I nodded with a smile. "I logged off late last night." Bing Cha promptly opened a webpage and said, "Come look, you're already a celebrity in Linghong." I leaned closer and was startled to see a highly popular post pinned at the top of the Linghong forum. Post title: War Rages. AOC family declares war on the reckless scholar and Qingfeng Feishue. The poster was AOC Quangren, and the content was roughly as follows. The usually righteous AOC family encountered an ambush by 2 despicable players while leveling at the ghostly ancient temple, resulting in their total annihilation. These 2 culprits were none other than the renowned reckless scholar and Qingfeng Feishue from the Twilight City leaderboard. AOC Quangren, swear by the heavens that I will make these 2 regret for life, ensuring they have no place to stand in Linghong. Following this, a flurry of AOC players proclaimed their support for AOC as a righteous team, the embodiment of justice in Twilight City, while Ling Xue and I were branded as despicable minions sent by the demon god Lucifer. However, the wise often silence rumors, as someone astutely pointed out. Does AOC not know what they truly are? Do they think they can alter their dog-like behavior by stirring the pot on the forum? Yet, amidst the replies, one post was pinned again, authored by none other than Qingfeng Feishue, Ling Xue. Her statement was simple, a mere line. Who attacked whom first? Everyone can watch the video. Following this was a video window. Upon clicking, I was shocked to see the scene of Ling Xue and me leading monsters that resulted in AOC's downfall, with AOC Quarren's arrogant words clearly audible in the audio. The truth was apparent. And soon AOC faced a torrent of scorn, with countless players courageously denouncing AOC's various misdeeds in Twilight City. Some even stepped forward to defend the beautiful Ling Xue, as her stunning visage was unmistakably captivating. It was infuriating to see such beauty wronged, however. It wasn't long before someone pointed out that Qingfeng Feishue bore an uncanny resemblance to the first female mage, Qingfeng Lanyue. This ignited yet another storm on the forum, with various speculations emerging. Some even boldly suggested that Qingfeng Lanyue and Qingfeng Feishue could be twin sisters or, at the very least, siblings, as inferred from their gaming IDs. The flames of war continued to spread, and soon the focus shifted back to me with inquiries arising about the relationship between Reckless Scholar and Qingfeng Feishue, prompting a new wave of conjectures. I couldn't help but smile. It turned out that after logging off, Ling Xue hadn't gone straight to sleep but had instead stirred the pot on the forum. Truly, she was an unpredictable character. After watching the video, Xia Tian gazed at me with sparkling eyes, saying, "Scholar, I've never realized how handsome you truly are." I shot her a glance, deciding to ignore her, lest she become even more smug. Just then, a beautiful figure entered. Ling Yue, dressed impeccably, she stood gracefully at the door of the development department. Inquiring, "Are you all at work?" Bing Cha replied respectfully, "Yes, Director Ling." Ling Yue stepped in, approached me, and produced an envelope, extracting 800 yuan in cash. "Scholar, this is your reward." I was taken aback. "What reward?" Ling Yue continued, "Did you forget? Last night, you gave me 155 gold coins, which, at the current exchange rate, amounts to 775 yuan. Here's 800 yuan in total. Please accept it." I graciously took the money, recognizing it as a lifesaver. There was no need for false modesty. After all, I was here to earn a living. Ling Yue smiled slightly, then retrieved another envelope from her bag, which was filled with a thick stack of red bills. When she handed it to me, I was utterly stunned. "Director Ling, what is this for?" Ling Yue's smile faded as she said seriously, "I'm aware that you obtained a level 35 silver item, the flame staff, last night, so I've decided to purchase it." I was momentarily speechless. "So, Ling Xue has already informed you," Ling Yue replied. "Of course, she is my sister. How could she possibly hide anything from me? Here's 5,000 yuan, equivalent to 1,000 gold coins. I know this amount is a bit low for the flame staff, but I hope you won't mind." I chuckled, knowing I wouldn't mind at all. Currently, those engaging in offline equipment transactions often fell victim to scams, and with real cash presented before me, it would be foolish to decline it. Thus, I accepted the envelope and said, "I'll wait for you in Twilight City this afternoon." "All right." Ling Yue nodded slightly and then exited. The atmosphere among the girls in the Shuya studio lightened considerably. Ling Yue, as the head of planning and operations, indeed carried an air of authority. She always conducted herself with such grace and poise at work, making her both approachable yet distinctly aloof. Perhaps the greatest difference between Ling Yue and Ling Xue lay in the burdens they bore on their shoulders. In the morning, after lingering for a while, I received notice that we need not work in the afternoon. We could all return home to level up while still receiving our pay. Thus, everyone left with cheerful spirits. Luo Yu spent the day online, jotting down many notes, and after packing her notes into her bag, she left with Ziyue. Meanwhile, Bing Cha and Xia Tian chatted and laughed as they exited. I was the last to leave, locking the door before catching up with them at the elevator. The office was located on the 15th floor of the building, so we naturally had to take the elevator. When the elevator opened, I found it already quite crowded. As our group of development department girls entered, it became overwhelmingly full. I stood in a corner, extending my arm to block the advances of a rather large woman from the marketing department. However, when I turned my face, I was met with another surprising figure. Standing beside me was none other than Wang Junjia, the company's general manager, impeccably dressed in a suit. It seemed even the general manager had to take the elevator. Several newly arrived employees glanced over, respectfully greeting Manager Wang. Wang Junjia nodded with an air of ease, surveying the scene like a leader inspecting his constituents. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared. "Ling Yue." She glanced around and, after a moment's hesitation, bit her lip and decided to squeeze in, for time was of the essence. Wang Junjia immediately raised his hand, calling out, "Ah, you, over here." Ling Yue froze for a moment, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes, but the elevator doors had already closed, leaving no time to escape. The women from the marketing department hurriedly made way, attempting to create space for Ling Yue to stand next to Wang Junjia. With the elevator packed to the brim, if Ling Yue moved closer, she would inevitably find herself embraced by Wang Junjia. Bing Cha and Xia Tian exchanged glances, while Ziyue and Luo Yu remained silent, merely observing that moment. Ling Yue's enchanting gaze fell upon me. A flicker of delight crossed her face as she deliberately approached, sidestepping Wang Junjia's outstretched arm. Amidst the throng of people, she suddenly lost her balance and, quite involuntarily, tumbled into my embrace. I was leaning against the wall, and as a result of Ling Yue's sudden arrival, we found ourselves locked in an unexpected embrace. Instantly, I felt two soft, delicate mounds pressing against my chest. I was momentarily stunned. Ling Yue's figure was undeniably genuine and alluring, and a waft of youthful fragrance enveloped me. My hands hung awkwardly in midair, unsure of how to react. Wang Junjie's face turned ashen, his expression a mix of resentment and fury as he exclaimed, "Ah, you? You?" Ling Yue merely huffed lightly, yet nestled comfortably in my arms. She extended her arm to rest on my shoulder, leaning her cheek against me and whispered softly in my ear, "Scholar, thank you." I felt utterly awkward and replied, "No need to mention it, it was nothing." Consequently, Ling Yue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, radiating warmth. Wang Junjie's face instantly turned a shade reminiscent of liver. For it was well known that Ling Yue was his girlfriend, and here she was, openly nestled in another man's embrace. How could he possibly endure such an affront? However, it wasn't long before Wang Junjie revealed why he had managed to ascend to the position of general manager at such a young age. With a slight smile, he graciously remarked, "Well, it's quite crowded in the elevator during working hours, isn't it?" Iced tea in summer, the two young women, wore serious expressions, betraying no hint of emotion, while Ziyue and Luoyu clung to each other, desperately stifling their laughter. The women from the marketing department chimed in, "Indeed, Manager Wang, we should consider adding another elevator line to our office area." Wang Junjie nodded, "Yes, I'll look into it shortly." Chapter 40. A clash of wills as we exited the elevator. Ling Yue's alluring form finally departed from my embrace. I let out a long sigh, thinking to myself, goodness, reciting the Diamond Sutra fervently had spared me from any physiological reactions. What a close call. Had I been caught in such a predicament in front of everyone, I would have surely become infamous within the Blue Star group. Ling Yue did not walk far, keeping pace beside me, and asked, "Would you like me to give you a ride back? My car is just ahead." I shook my head. "No need. I can return on my own." If I allowed her to drive me, I would soon find myself resembling a kept man. Ling Yue smiled slightly. "All right then, just remember to log on later for my flame staff." "Understood." Rest assured. With that, Ling Yue made her way to the parking lot. Shortly thereafter, a red sedan emerged, and she turned back to me with a radiant smile. Waving goodbye before disappearing into the urban traffic, I chuckled to myself, just as I was about to leave when a voice called out from behind, "Ding Shusheng, stop right there." The voice was painfully familiar. It was Wang Junjie. I couldn't help but inwardly groan, knowing he would come, but I hadn't expected him to arrive so swiftly. Turning back, I saw him standing a short distance away, his eyes gleaming with venomous anger. As he enunciated each word, "You'd best keep your distance from Ayu. You know your place." I offered a faint smile and casually inquired, "And what place would that be?" Wang Junjie gritted his teeth in anger. "You re merely a poor worker. Don't flaunt yourself before me. If you wish to continue at Blue Star, keep your distance from Ayu." I couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "Manager Wang, aren't you in the same boat? We're all just workers here. You don't truly think your worth is so exceptional, do you?" Wang Junjie's teeth ground in frustration as he retorted, "Don't be ungrateful. I've already shown you considerable leniency. Otherwise, I would have kicked you out of Blue Star Group long ago." I glanced at him with a hint of pity and said, "Is this really the tactic you resort to when you can't win the affection of the woman you desire? To be frank, do you think I'm still concerned about this job? Besides, I came here at Lingshue's recommendation. As long as Ling Yue and Lingshue don't say a word, no one can force me to leave." I spoke candidly, and Wang Junjie snorted disdainfully. "Very well. We shall see." With that, he turned on his heel and strode away, exuding an air of menace. Left standing there, I couldn't help but smile wryly. The road ahead was unlikely to be smooth sailing. I couldn't help but ponder whether this was truly worth it. Deep down, I knew Ling Yue was likely using me to send a warning to Wang Junjie, which meant I was merely a pawn in her game. Yet, witnessing Wang Junjie's arrogant demeanor, I found myself willing to be that pawn. Who says a pawn cannot change the entire game? Upon returning home, I ordered a sumptuous takeaway meal, having finally earned my first bucket of gold in the game with 5,000 renminbi from Ling Yue. I could afford to indulge a little. Before long, the delivery arrived, authentic spicy Sichuan cuisine from Chuanfu Lu, a delicacy that was utterly irresistible. 4 dishes set me back 300 yuan, but it wasn't too bad. Any leftovers could be stored in the fridge for later, averaging 50 per meal, such as the blissful life of a single man. After finishing my meal, I ventured downstairs and spent 800 yuan on a counterfeit brand name mobile phone at a nearby electronics store. I excitedly installed my new SIM card, only to realize I had forgotten my original contact numbers, including Lingshue's. Oh well, I deal with that later. I logged onto the game, and it was already nearly 2 in the afternoon. Within moments, I received a message. Qingfeng Lanyu, my staff? I chuckled and replied, come to the warehouse. Before long, Ling Yue's beautiful figure appeared at the eastern gate of Twilight City, adorned in a fiery set of armor that shimmered with a faint crimson glow. Resembling a phoenix reborn from the flames, truly breathtaking. Players in the square couldn't help but turn their heads. Those who had initially planned to venture out for leveling paused in admiration, murmuring isn't that the top-ranked female mage in China, Qingfeng Lanyu. She is indeed a stunning beauty. I've never encountered such a gorgeous girl before. Wow, her curves, her figure. Ling Yue wore a cold expression, pretending not to hear, and walked straight to my side, asking, have you retrieved it? I nodded, quickly trading her the flame staff. The staff glimmered with radiant light. Its attributes laid bare before us. Flame staff, silver item, magic attack. 50 to 125 intelligence, 16 stamina, 10 bonus. Fire magic attack power 25 required level. 35. Ling Yue's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at me. Scholar, thank you. I smiled and confirmed the trade, saying, I didn't give it away for free. I did expect some payment. Ling Yue immediately flashed a teasing smile, but just last night, someone gifted Ling Shue a golden sword. I felt a rush of embarrassment and hurriedly stammered. That was because I owed Ling Shue. It's a different matter. Ling Yue seemed lost in thought, murmuring, if one day you could gift me some equipment. I was taken aback and asked, Director Ling, what do you mean by gifting equipment? Ling Yue snapped back to reality, shaking her head with a smile. Nothing. Where do you plan to level up later? I pondered for a moment and replied. Ling Shue said she would log on after finishing her course, and I intended to join her at the ghostly ancient temple, where the monsters yield high experience. Ling Yue smiled. Do you mind if I join you? I was momentarily stunned but quickly replied, of course not. With a high output mage by my side, that's a blessing. We'll sweep through the first 3 levels. Ling Yue cheerfully equipped the flame staff. Its fiery glow captivating as her fair face glimmered in its light, a gentle smile gracing her lips, evoking thoughts of beauty. Now, I had truly gathered the complete flame set. Ling Yue beamed. Tonight, let us venture to the ghostly ancient temple. We should aim to reach the 4th level. If we do, we both stand to level up at least once. However, Ling Shue, being a swordsman, might struggle against the monsters, so it would be best to bring a high healing output priest to support her. That would make our team composition perfect. Ling Yue pondered briefly, but among my friends, I don't have a priest. The priests in our company are only at level 25 at best, so their healing output is limited. I contemplated this and suddenly remembered someone. I said, I'll find a priest. Ling Yue nodded in approval. Great. I promptly opened my friend list, and indeed, Sorcerer was online. I sent her a call request, and after a brief pause, she answered, her melodious voice coming through. Scholar? I chuckled and asked, do you have time tonight? Sorcerer replied with a playful tone. Oh? Are you inviting me to dinner? I replied, well, we can discuss dinner later. I wanted to know if you have a team tonight. If not, join mine. I've gathered 2 other experts for the 3rd and 4th levels of the ghostly ancient temple. Sorcerer laughed. All right. If that's the case, I 1T level up with Long Hun today. I'll team up with you tonight. Let us hope the other 2 experts meet my expectations. I patted my chest confidently. You 1T be disappointed. I promise you'll be amazed. Just kidding. Ling Shue possesses a golden weapon, the flowing light sword, while Ling Yu wields a bronze flame set along with a silver flame staff. Their combined attack power undoubtedly places them among the top 10 in Ling Tong. As for me, I find myself slightly delayed. The attributes of the golden bow were indeed formidable just a couple of days ago, yet as time progresses, I must acquire a new weapon to keep pace with the true masters of the game. Upon witnessing Zi Yun's eager agreement, I declared, all right, we have a pact. Let us convene at the East Gate Square of Twilight City at precisely 6 p.m. It is best not to be late. Yes, indeed, Zi Yun replied with a smile. Subsequently, I turned to Ling Yu and stated, we'll meet at the East Gate Square at 6 p.m. Is that acceptable? Ling Yu nodded, of course. I'll just have an early meal. So, what shall we do now? I pondered for a moment and replied, I need to enhance my proficiency in group attack skills. Let us find some minor monsters to slay this afternoon. Ling Yu smiled gently. Oh, I see. My red flame C skill also needs to reach the intermediate level, and I know a perfect spot for you to practice this skill. There are plenty of monsters there, I instantly inquired. Where is it? Follow me, Ling Yu said, effortlessly pulling me into her party. Chapter 41. The sunbai set amidst our replenished potions. I walked alongside Ling Yu as we exited Twilight City, heading eastward for quite a distance. Eventually, in the eastern expanse of Twilight City, we discovered a highland that once served as a battleground for the Light Army against the Dark Legion. Countless ancient heroes' tombstones stood erect upon the hills, allowing the descendants of the Light God to pay their respects. Indeed, from the moment I chose to be human, I had already become a valiant warrior of the Light God, gazing at the endless mountain ranges and graveyards ahead. Ling Yu smiled softly. This place is known as the Heroes' Cemetery. It's an excellent leveling ground. As I looked from afar, I was astonished to find that within the graveyard, numerous hell skeletons wandered aimlessly. These skeletal beings bore green rust all over their bodies, wielding broken iron swords, their eyes gleaming with menace and their movement sluggish. Hell skeleton, common monster, level 35 attack, 240 to 295 defense, 160 health, 4000 defense type, heavy armor. Incurs additional damage from magical attacks. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Yu cast a fireball, striking one of the hell skeletons and causing its health to drop by 1342 points. It must be said that with the acquisition of the flame staff, Ling Yu's fire magic attack had reached an even more formidable level. Scholar. Look, Ling Yu chuckled. What is it? I inquired, turning my gaze. Ling Yu lowered her flame staff and said, Observe how long it takes for this hell skeleton to reach us. I was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood her intent. The hell skeleton staggered forward, dragging its heavy sword, moving at an infuriatingly slow pace. After nearly 10 seconds, it finally approached us. Ling Yu raised her hand and cast another fireball. Instantly depleting its health, I followed up with a piercing arrow, which shattered the skeleton into pieces, yielding dozens of silver coins. Moreover, the experience gained from the skeleton was quite substantial. Hesitating for a moment, I turned and asked, Ling Yu, did you level up here before? Ling Yu nodded with a smile. Yes, it's quite good here. The monsters wear heavy armor, making them easy prey for magic, especially after you gifted me the Red Flame Sea skill. Using area of effect spells has become even more convenient. I chuckled. I'm glad to be of assistance. I initially thought that skill book was rather useless. Ling Yu smiled lightly. All right, let us split up to level. She pointed to the left, saying, You go to that hill, and I'll take the one on the right. We can draw monsters and use our area skills to eliminate them. I nodded and leaped over. The two hills weren't far apart, but the area was filled with gravestones and wisps of ghostly fire, crawling with hell skeletons, creating an eerie atmosphere. Perhaps Ling Yu was somewhat frightened, which is why she didn't let me stray too far. Looking back, I saw Ling Yu's graceful figure weaving through the throngs of hell skeletons, quickly drawing dozens of them before unleashing her red flame sea. The fierce blaze rapidly diminished the health of the hell skeletons, and in an instant, they collapsed in droves. Since we were in the same visual field, I still received experience points, albeit reduced. In Ling Tong, experience is distributed based on the damage output and healing contributions of party members. Thus, I ventured toward the left graveyard, employing the same tactics to attract a group of hell skeletons. Their movement speed was so slow that they quickly clustered together, allowing me to unleash 1,000-blade arrows. With a resounding crack, a burst of colorful light erupted, as arrows transformed into a multitude of projectiles cascading down upon the hell skeletons. Damage numbers soared, ranging from 200 to 300. I couldn't help but inhale sharply. With my attack power, I could only deal that much damage. It seemed this truly was a mage's leveling paradise. Ordinary physical attack classes would likely struggle to significantly breach the skeleton's defenses here. However, while individual attacks were modest, 1,000-blade arrows could simultaneously strike nearly 30 monsters. Thus, when calculated, 200 multiplied by 30 equals 6,000. This meant that a single cast of 1,000-blade arrows could inflict a total of 6,000 damage upon these creatures, a remarkable feat. Moreover, compared to Ling Yu, I possessed an additional advantage. The innate attack speed of agile classes, such as archers and assassins, was 50 higher than that of other professions. This meant my skill activation speed far surpassed that of Ling Yu. Consequently, while Ling Yu was dispatching her cluster of monsters, I was likewise eliminating my own, and the experience points surged rapidly. Under the auspices of high attack power, Utilizing area skills to slay monsters proved to be a most delightful endeavor. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed, and my supply of blue potions was nearly depleted. I even made a trip to deliver potions to Lingyu, as mages have frail physiques and limited carrying capacity. After all, it would seem a bit absurd for a delicate girl like Lingyu to lug around a whole sack of blue potions. Over the course of 3 hours, I reached 34th level with 98 experience. Just 2 percentage points shy of leveling up to 35, I must admit. The further I progressed, the more challenging the leveling became. The experience required for 34 had likely been sufficient for other players to ascend from level 25 to 32. As for equipment, the Hell Skeletons proved quite generous, providing me with 4 pieces of armor, each around level 28 black iron grade, which could each fetch a few gold coins at the square in Twilight City. Just as I was preparing to return to the city, Ling Shui finally logged on. I immediately sent her a message. "How did your exam go?" Ling Shui replied, "Considering I logged on so late. What do you think?" I must have flunked. I couldn't help but chuckle at her nonchalance. A few seconds later, Ling Shui asked, "Are you leveling up with sister?" I responded, "Yes, I found a great spot to grind my skills. I am almost ready to reach intermediate thousand blade arrows. Also, let us meet at the Eastgate Square in 1 hour. I've summoned Ling Yu and another priest. We're heading to the ghostly ancient temple to level up. I aim to reach level 36 today." Ling Shui sent a smiley face emoji. "Alright, I'm logging off to eat now." "Okay." Less than 2 minutes after logging on, Ling Shui logged off again. At that moment, Ling Yu gathered the gold coins and equipment dropped by the monsters and approached me, saying, "Scholar, I'm logging off to eat. See you in an hour." I nodded, just about to return to the city when Ling Yu gently placed her delicate hand on my wrist and, with a playful blink, said, "I have 6 pieces of black iron equipment here. Selling them to the vendor would only yield a few silver coins." "What a waste. Do you want them?" "I don't have time to set up a stall." I paused briefly before nodding and smiling. "All right, give them to me, and I'll sell them and return the gold to you." Ling Yu could not help but smile radiantly. "You needn't bother." "Am I that stingy?" I smiled slightly as Ling Yu handed me the 6 pieces of black iron armor. Then she returned to the city. I opened my inventory and found that I now possessed 10 pieces of black iron armor. And fortuitously, I had collected 5 pieces of a set known as the Sunbai set, which granted an additional 5 physical defense. How delightful! A commendable low-tier defensive set. I couldn't help but chuckle and return to the city. Arriving at the square and called out, selling a black iron armor set of level 28 at a low price. "Hurry, or you'll miss this opportunity." Soon, a throng of heavily armored players who looked like beggars surrounded me. Marveling at the attributes of the equipment on my stall, a swordsman player inquired, "How much for the entire set?" I replied, "What's your offer?" 50 gold coins. The player said earnestly. I shook my head. 100 gold coins, fixed price. The swordsman pondered for a moment, then nodded. "All right, deal." Thus, I sold 5 pieces of Ling Yu's unwanted black iron set for the high price of 100 gold coins. Women? Even though Ling Yu is the heir of the Blue Star Group and undoubtedly more adept in commercial matters than I, when it comes to gaming, her skills in this regard were far less impressive than mine. Subsequently, I sold the remaining 5 pieces of idle black iron armor at a modest price, averaging 5 gold coins each. Altogether, these coins were more than sufficient to cover all the expenses incurred by our 4-member leveling party for the evening. Thus, with a broad smile illuminating my face, I logged off, warmed up the lunch I had, and indulged in a hearty meal at the dining table. Chapter 42. The unyielding duo. After satisfying my appetite, I patted my belly and noticed that it was already 5:50. I poured myself a cup of jasmine tea and returned to my room to log back in. In a flash of light, I found myself in the square near the eastern gate of Twilight City. From a distance, I spotted a beautiful girl glancing around at the city gate. It was Ling Shui. Seemingly waiting for something, her enchanting eyes sparkling with life, I approached her, and she quickly noticed me, gracefully walking over with a smile. "Silly, you've finally logged in. Where's Big Sister?" I glanced at my friends list and saw that Ling Yu's name was lit up. So I replied, "She has probably gone to buy some potions." "Ling Shui, have you restocked your supplies?" Ling Shui nodded. "I bought plenty." Just then, Ling Yu walked over from the distant apothecary and, in the blink of an eye, stood beside Ling Shui. I was momentarily taken aback. 2 identical beauties stood before me. If it weren't for their differing equipment, I truly wouldn't have been able to distinguish between Ling Shui and Ling Yu. Caught off guard, I realized that such exquisite maidens were a rarity in the world, and I even questioned whether they were one and the same. However, with both girls standing before me, my mind was thrown into tumult. Overturning all previous thoughts, it became evident that the true allure of online gaming lay in its beautiful maidens. Not only I, but even other players in Twilight City halted in their tracks. Struck dumb by the sight, how wondrous the creator must be to fashion such enchanting maidens as Ling Shui and Ling Yu. Truly a manifestation of celestial beauty. I couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Ling Shui's face was as delicate as snow, her lips curling into a playful smile, while Ling Yu stood gracefully beside her, her equally stunning visage radiating a soft smile. Ling Shui playfully remarked, "Big sister, I flunked my Mao Zedong thought exam this afternoon." Ling Yu inquired with a smile, "Why did you fail?" "Because I miswrote several key concepts." What key concepts were in Mao Zedong thought? "Well, I wrote about them, so I'm definitely going to fail this course." Ling Yu smiled gently and said, "It's all right. If you fail, you fail. As long as your level is high, that's what matters." Ling Shui chuckled. Yes, I listened in, feeling a mix of awe and amusement. This pair of sisters was undeniably extraordinary. By now, numerous players had opened the screenshot system to capture images of this stunning duo. I stood sandwiched between Ling Shui and Ling Yu, inevitably becoming the background foliage. Many players were eager to approach them. Fortunately, just then, Ziyuner finally arrived. She glanced at Ling Shui and Ling Yu, her eyes widening in surprise, murmuring, "Qing Feng Lan Yu, Qing Feng Fei Shui." "Oh my!" Ziyuner turned to me and asked, "Scholar, you mentioned looking for two experts to level with. It wouldn't be them, would it?" I nodded yes. "Why? Are they not qualified?" Ziyuner wore a look of helplessness. Chuckling, "Not at all. I just fear that I might hold you back." Upon checking, I noticed that Ziyuner had already reached level 30, which meant she would likely not be a hindrance, especially since the priests in Ling Tong were generally not high level, making her quite proficient at her level. Thus, I declared, "Let us set off. If we don't leave soon, there will be a riot." Ling Shui blinked and asked, "Why would there be a riot?" Ling Yu explained, "Because Scholar is well equipped, and others might covet his gear." Ling Shui understood. I was left speechless as I swiftly exited, forming a party of 4, it was and T until we entered the Qing Feng forest that I finally relaxed. Relieved to be rid of the oppressive feeling of envy that accompanied grouping with such exquisite beauties. Previously, in the Nether Cave, Ling Yu had met Ziyuner, so they exchanged greetings, while Ling Shui simply smiled at Ziyuner, acknowledging her presence. Under my encouragement, Ling Shui and Ling Yu added Ziyuner as a friend. When the topic of Ziyuner's team, Jinhua, came up, Ling Shui remarked, "I know Jinhua. My sister mentioned it to me." Ziyuner smiled. "Is that so? I saw the PK video of Qing Feng Fei Shui and Scholar this morning. I never expected to meet the real deal now." Indeed, Qing Feng Lan Yu and Qing Feng Fei Shui are twin sisters. Ling Shui exchanged pleasantries but then asked me, "Silly, how's work at the company? Has anyone been giving you a hard time? You can tell me. With my sister here, I can help you out." Ling Yu shot me a curious glance, then sent me a private message. "Scholar, don't mention anything about me and Wang Junjie to Shuier." I paused for a moment before telling Ling Shui, "Everything is fine." Ling Shui blinked but did not press further. By this time, we had arrived at the ancient temple of the ghostly souls. The first-time visitors, Ling Yu and Ziyuner, were visibly astonished at the sight of the ancient temple tower, while Ling Shui and I were already familiar with it. The two hurriedly pushed open the grand doors of the temple. Immediately, 3 blue wolf guardians lunged at us. Ling Shui and I were prepared, each taking on 1 guardian. With 2 rapid shots of my golden Bao's armor-piercing arrows, I swiftly eliminated one, while Ling Shui, with remarkable efficiency, dispatched another with a sweeping strike. Ling Yu, quick on her feet, sent a fireball soaring through the air, working in tandem with Ziyuner's judgment to easily dispatch the remaining blue wolf guardian. Within a brief half-minute, we had vanquished the 3 guardians, a feat that clearly demonstrated our party's formidable prowess. In the distance, a group of players approached the Ghostly Souls Temple. I immediately instructed, "Let us hurry inside, bypass the monsters on the first floor, and head directly to the second floor." The girls nodded in unison and followed as I leaped into the temple. On the first floor, blue wolf guardians roamed. But given our comparatively high levels, their awareness was significantly diminished. We deftly maneuvered through the throng of monsters, dispatching only a few essential foes. Upon reaching the second floor, I was exhilarated to face a horde of ghostly warriors. These were practically moving experience points for our current team. Ling Shui inquired with a smile, "How shall we tackle them this time?" Ling Yu and I exchanged knowing glances, and I replied, "Ling Shui, you'll draw and tank the monsters, while Ling Yu and I will unleash area attacks. Zi Yuner will handle the healing for you. Are both of you okay with that?" Ling Shui beamed. "If it's just drawing and tanking, that's no problem at all." Zi Yuner nodded, smiling, healing just one person. "With Ling Shui's gear, I certainly won't have any issues," I proclaimed. "Then let us get to work." No sooner had I spoken than Ling Shui nimbly stepped into the horde of monsters. Her graceful figure skimming across the surface like a dragonfly touching the water, in an instant. She had drawn not less than 100 ghostly warriors. As the warriors attacked, Ling Shui's health rapidly plummeted. Zi Yuner swiftly raised her staff, and a soft white light enveloped Ling Shui, restoring nearly 400 points of health. Within merely 3 seconds, the second healing spell followed, bringing Ling Shui's health back to full. Ling Yu and I immediately sprang into action, with the brilliance of my Flame Sea and Ling Yu's thousand-blade arrow illuminating the second floor of the temple. Against the dense ocean of monsters, our area attacks unleashed their maximum potential, and a flurry of red damage numbers erupted as the ghostly warriors' health rapidly dwindled. In less than 2 minutes, the first batch of nearly 50 ghostly warriors lay defeated. Gold coins scattered across the ground, with glimpses of equipment drops visible. What was even more gratifying was the experience gained. In just a few minutes, Zi Yuner leveled up to 31, her mouth agape in astonishment. This is too fast, isn't it?" Ling Yu offered a slight smile, while I replied, "You'll get used to it." Chapter 43. The Ironclad Guardian. In less than an hour, we had thoroughly cleared the Ghostly Souls Temple of monsters, marveling at our team's sheer might. Within this short time, Zi Yuner leveled up again to 32, while Ling Shui reached 34, and I had already attained level 35.as for Ling Yu. She remained the highest leveled among us. Now at level 37, the ghostly warriors had dropped several bronze tier items, which we divided among ourselves. I received a leather helmet with a defense of 55. Although its attributes were commendable, it was clearly unable to replace my fiery armor set, so I tucked it away in my inventory for eventual sale back in town. During this time, I ventured to the first floor of the temple, only to find a sizable guild monopolizing the area. Believing they had stumbled upon a treasure, and joyfully claiming the first floor for themselves, preventing anyone from ascending to the second. This worked to our advantage, alleviating any concerns. The second floor's boss, the ghostly general, had already been slain by Ling Shui and me in the early hours, and it wouldn't respawn anytime soon. Thus, having eliminated the lesser monsters, we could now freely access the third floor of the temple. As I stepped into the third level of the ghostly ancient temple, a chilling breeze swept over me, causing me to look up in astonishment. Before us stood a group of demonic warriors, each wielding shields, their lifeless faces wind-dried and grotesque. In their grasp, they held shields in one hand and short blades in the other. Ironclad Guardian, enhanced monster, level 40 attack, 200 to 280 defense, 400 health, 4,000. Ling Shui was momentarily startled, her expression marred by the terrifying visage of the Ironclad Guardian. She quickly turned to grasp my arm, exclaiming, "Fool, this creature is utterly revolting." I chuckled softly, "You simply need to acclimate." "Never mind, I'll take care of these monsters," Ling Shui beamed. "Thank you." I smiled slightly. There was indeed rationale behind my decision to draw aggro. My current defense stood at 225, allowing me to withstand the Ironclad Guardian's 280 attack without issue. This type of monster boasted exceptionally high defense, with 400 heavy armor defense, making it likely that even my armor-piercing arrows would inflict minimal damage. Conversely, Ling Shui, wielding the Radiant Blade, could penetrate their defenses, and of course, the true powerhouse against such heavily armored foes would be Ling Yue, with magic inflicting an additional 25 damage. Using the Fiery Sea spell against these heavily armored adversaries was particularly fitting. I stowed my golden bow and equipped the glimmering dagger. Plunging into the fray in less than half a minute, I returned, leading a throng of ironclad guardians. Though my health was nearly depleted, I hastily downed a health potion, and just in time, Ziyun's healing spell arrived. In an instant, Ling Yue unleashed her Fiery Sea upon the third level, the intense flames scorching the heavy armor of the ironclad guardians. doubling the damage dealt. 1 by 1. These level 40 enhanced monsters fell, granting us 4 players a generous share of experience. Ling Xue, wielding the radiant blade, stood at the forefront, dispatching the fleeing ironclad guardians with ease, her attack power exceeding 500, undeterred by their formidable defenses, inflicting consistent damage above 500. At this juncture, one could not ignore the fact that the initial lack of equipment had rendered the heavy armor class less resilient. However, as we progressed, the emergence of various heavy armor gear significantly bolstered the defenses of classes like the swordsman. Often, archers of the same level found it nearly impossible to breach the defenses of knights and berserkers, leaving magic users as the sole solution against such high defense classes, a predicament for archers and assassins, who could only flaunt their prowess against mages and priests. Lacking the firepower of the 1,000-blade arrow, Ling Yue found the task slightly more challenging, yet within a span of 10 minutes, she managed to vanquish the entire batch of monsters. And my 1,000-blade arrow skill ascended to an intermediate level. The loot that ensued, gold coins and equipment, was left for Ling Xue to gather while I prepared to lure the next batch of monsters. After nearly 2 hours, the monsters of the ghostly ancient temple's 3rd level were completely eradicated. As we stood at the edge of the arena, we could all feel the menacing aura emanating from within. We exchanged glances, and it was clear that the guardian boss of the 3rd level awaited us. Ling Xue inquired, "Fool, shall you enter to draw aggro, or should I?" I pondered momentarily, let Ling Xue handle it. "Why?" she asked. Looking up at me, I shrugged. "You possess nearly double my defense, and your health pool exceeds mine significantly." Ling Xue chuckled softly. "Your explanation is valid." "Very well, I'll be right back with that." She leaped into the arena. Not entirely at ease, I followed closely behind. Suddenly, the ground erupted, and a colossal figure emerged, clad in sleek black armor, its 2 scythe-like protrusions gleaming menacingly. This behemoth resembled an oversized dung beetle. "What is that?" "Fool, flee for your life," Ling Xue gasped, her face drained of color as she seized my hand, pulling me out of the arena. Stumbling out, I heard Ling Yue's concerned voice. "What happened? Why do you both look so flustered?" Ling Xue pointed back. "Sister." A beetle-like creature emerged from within. Ling Yue retorted, "What's so frightening about a beetle? You two are being ridiculous." Just as the words left her lips, a thunderous crash resonated as the wall before us shattered. The beetle's scythe-like appendages piercing through the thick barrier, its massive form breaking free. Unable to discern the boss's attributes, I asked, "Ling Yue, can you see the boss's level?" She cast a quick glance while fleeing, then relayed the monster's attributes. Rotting Devourer, Silver Tier Boss, level 42 attack, 350 to 440 defense, 500 health, 50,000 defense type, heavy armor, susceptible to additional magic damage. Goodness, such high defense, I exclaimed, and upon realizing the boss's attack was not overwhelmingly fierce, Ling Xue's confidence returned, and with a flourish of her radiant blade, she declared, "Let us get to work. Ziyun, be sure to keep my health up." Ziyun nodded, pausing briefly to acknowledge her. Ling Xue surged forward, raising her radiant blade to strike. With a resounding thud, the blade left a scar on the beetle's armor, inflicting 324 points of damage. I was taken aback and immediately launched a piercing arrow, which flashed with white light and registered 326 points of damage atop the beetle's head. It seemed I was not far behind Ling Xue in terms of damage output. At that moment, Ling Yue cast a fireball that soared through the air, crashing into the beetle's heavy armor and dealing a staggering 1024 damage. Truly, the first sorceress of Ling Long was unparalleled. The beetle retaliated, its scythe slicing across Ling Xue's shoulder, causing her to sustain 500 points of damage. Fortunately, Ziyun's healing spell arrived just in time, restoring her health. With this support, Ling Xue needed merely to use a few health potions to withstand this boss without issue. In a cacophony of sounds, the battle raged fiercely at the terminus of the 3rd level of the ghostly ancient temple. Meanwhile, players of only level 25 were still struggling against 28-level Blue Wolf guards, likely oblivious to the spectacle unfolding before us. A level 42 boss would surely seem like an ethereal dream to them. Moments later, under the relentless assault of Ling Yue's fireballs and fiery seas, the beetle's health steadily dwindled as Ling Xue relentlessly utilized her sweeping skills. Ultimately, with my final piercing arrow, the beetle succumbed, its massive body crashing to the ground. Ding! System notification. Congratulations! Your party has slain the silver tier boss, Rotting Devourer, gaining 70,000 experience points and 350 reputation. Our quartet divided the boss's experience among ourselves. While it was not an insignificant amount, it was not overwhelming either. Disgusted by the beetle's grotesque form, Ling Xue allowed me to clear the battlefield. Beneath the carcass, I discovered 27 gold coins, a pair of armored leggings, and a skill book. The leggings shimmered with a faint radiance. Clearly not an ordinary item. Chapter 44. Frostguard leggings. The girls quickly gathered around, and Ling Xue smiled sweetly. Fool, quickly, take a look. I proceeded to share the attributes of the skill book. Resurrection Prophecy. Grants a resurrection effect to a teammate, allowing them to respawn at their location within 60 minutes of death. Requirement. Apprentice Priest level 30.as is commonly known. The priests in Linglong cannot learn resurrection skills from their mentors. They can only acquire relevant books from monsters. It appeared we had indeed found one. Ziyun smiled brightly. So this means I can learn this skill, right? I glanced at Ling Xue and Ling Yue. I agree to give it to Ziyun. What say you? Ling Yue nodded. Smiling, of course. Ling Xue, with a twinkle in her eye, remarked, now we 1T need to fear being one-shot anymore. Thus, I directly traded the invaluable book, Resurrection Prophecy, to Ziyun. A flash of light signified her acquisition of the skill. And shortly thereafter, with a graceful wave of her hand, a soft white beam descended upon Ling Xue, gradually forming a swirling halo at her feet. This halo moved beautifully as Ling Xue walked, truly a sight to behold, while, ding. Battle notification. Player Qingfeng Feixue has gained the effect of Resurrection Prophecy. They can respawn within 60 minutes of death. Ling Xue cheered with delight. Now, even if we get one shot, we need not worry. Ziyun nodded in agreement. Yes, this skill has a cooldown of 10 minutes, meaning I can grant everyone the resurrection effect shortly. I smiled and proceeded to share the attributes of the armored leggings within the party. These exquisite leggings glimmered with blue patterns. Captivating to behold. Frostguard leggings, silver tier, armor, defense, 75 strength, 10 stamina, 6 additional. Increases water-type skill attack power by 15 required level, 35, unidentified. The group gasped in astonishment. These leggings boasted impressive attributes even before identification. What marvels might they reveal once identified? Thus, I promptly tossed the leg guards to Ling Xue and exclaimed, once you reach the next level, you can equip them. Ling Xue beamed with delight and nodded, him. Ling Yue then glanced toward the staircase leading to the upper levels and suggested, let us ascend to the 4th floor. We should first defeat some minor monsters. As we entered the 4th floor of the ghostly ancient temple, a chilling wind howled through the air, enveloping the entire tower in a frigid atmosphere. I in the distance, pairs of blood-red eyes fixated intently on us. The players who had just arrived at this level. Ling Xue gasped in surprise, instinctively stepping back until her back rested against my shoulder. I was gently nudged by her movement and, after regaining my balance, I patted her delicate shoulder to reassure her not to be afraid. Ling Xue looked up at me, flashed a smile, and stood resolutely by my side with her sword drawn. Meanwhile, Ling Yue seemed to take note of the exchange between Ling Xue and me, letting out a soft sigh that hinted at a touch of melancholy. Holding her staff, Ziyun cast her resurrection spell for the 2nd time, and to my surprise, I was the target. Perhaps it was because I was the 2nd player here capable of melee combat. Before us stood the source of Ling Xue's fear, a mounted beast rider. Its hollow, dark eyes glimmered with an eerie light, and its tattered leather armor revealed decayed flesh and exposed bones beneath. These fallen soldiers clutched the reins, controlling the savage beast beneath them. The beast itself was also lifeless, its eyes reduced to hollow sockets, emanating a foul stench of decay, with its bones protruding and spewing foul air. Entirely reliant on the soldier atop it to guide its attacks. Beast Rider Corpse, Enhanced Monster, Level, Attack, Defense, Health, Attack Type, Bonus, Inflicts tearing damage, doubling damage against cloth armor targets. Gazing at the array of question marks, I was startled to see only one visible attribute. I turned to Ling Yue and asked, can you see the attributes of this monster? Ling Yue shook her head in silence. I cannot see them. It must be around level 45. Ling Xue gasped, astonished. So high. Ling Yue nodded with a smile. Yes, the higher the level, the more experience and equipment we will gain. Ziyuner chimed in, then, shall we lure one over to defeat? Everyone agreed, and I stepped forward, casting an ice arrow to draw one of the beast rider corpses towards us. The corpse's vacant eye sockets abruptly locked onto my position, and it yanked the reins. Urging the savage beast to charge at us, Ling Yue raised her hand and cast a fireball, which struck the corpse's chest with a resounding boom, causing it to stagger as a damage number of 764 floated above it. Not bad for an attack. I followed up with a piercing arrow, which struck the corpse's neck, revealing a prominent damage number of 823. It appeared that my piercing arrow was slightly more potent than Ling Yue's fireball. Ling Xue, wielding her radiant sword, gracefully advanced and delivered a powerful strike to the forehead of the beast beneath the corpse. With a thud, the beast let out a pained grunt, yet only lost 435 health points. Ling Xue immediately cried out in frustration, I can't reach the rider. I can only hit the mount. What should I do? Ling Yue couldn't help but chuckle and replied, that's because Snowy hasn't grown tall enough yet. Ling Xue pouted playfully, I'm already 1.68 meters tall. If I grow any taller, no one will want me. Ziyuner stifled a giggle nearby, and at that moment, the beast rider corpse launched an attack, driving the savage beast forward. The creature suddenly twisted its head, its sharp fangs grazing Ling Xue's delicate shoulder. A sharp sound echoed as Ling Xue was jolted back a few steps, with 769 points of damage appearing above her head. I felt a pang of concern and exchanged glances with Ling Yue. This seemingly ordinary monster was indeed formidable, even surpassing the guardian boss from the third floor of the temple. It was clear that luring multiple monsters for a group attack was no longer feasible. Otherwise, Ling Xue, the little warrior, would be unable to withstand it. I quickly instructed, Ling Xue, fall back a bit and lure the monsters one at a time. We shall defeat them together. Ling Xue understood and nodded with a smile, gracefully enticing the relatively agile beast rider corpse towards us. This allowed Ling Yue and me to separate, positioning ourselves on either side of the beast rider as we delivered heavy blows, while Ziyuner swiftly restored Ling Xue's health to full, then cast a curse upon the beast rider corpse. Instantly, the ferocious creature was enveloped in a purple haze, its movement speed slightly diminished. Most importantly, Ziyuner's curse significantly reduced the defense of the beast rider corpse, making it easier for both Ling Yue and me to strike, and even allowing Ling Xue to inflict nearly 1,000 damage with each hit. Although our method of defeating monsters was cautious, our speed was not hampered. Especially after Ziyuner successfully cursed the beast. The beast rider corpse's health, which was around 10,000 points, began to plummet. When I fired my fourth piercing arrow, the beast let out a mournful cry and collapsed. Both rider and beast falling together, dropping several gold coins. I clearly saw that it was indeed a few gold coins, quite a rare find, as a non-boss enhanced monster had generously dropped them. This was something I had not witnessed before. The three ladies collectively expressed their disdain for such repulsive monsters, leaving the task of collecting the coins to me. I stepped forward, kicking aside the beast rider corpse's ghastly bones to gather the coins. Meanwhile, under Ling Yue's direction, Ziyuner had already lured another beast rider corpse over, prompting the three ladies to commence their frenzied assault. Once more, I quickly moved in, raising my hand to unleash another piercing arrow. However, just as I prepared to fire my second piercing arrow, Ling Xue executed a sweeping strike, obliterating the beast rider corpse in one fell swoop. With a thud, not only did we acquire gold coins, but this time a shimmering blue bracer fell to the ground. Chapter 45. Gale Armor set. Ling Xue nudged my arm playfully with her elbow and remarked, silly, go and inspect that equipment. I smiled faintly, bemused by the fact that these ladies were so fearful of undead creatures. The world of Ling Tong was fundamentally a battleground of light against darkness, where humans, elves, and half-orcs united to combat the invading dark legions. Led by nefarious demons accompanied by sinister sorcerers, death knights, and skeletal warriors, none of which were endearing in the slightest. However, back in the novice village, the slimes and little goblins had indeed been rather benign, likely the type that Ling Xue would prefer. Yet, those were merely low-level creatures. In a game like Ling Tong that prioritized realism, the higher the monster's level, the more daunting its appearance. For instance, great wizards and corrupted dragons were among the most fearsome. As I approached the beast rider corpse, I reached down to collect the bracer and the coins. Upon touching the exquisite bracer, I felt a solemn aura resonating from it. Without hesitation, I shared its attributes with the team. Gale Bracer, silver equipment, armor, defense, 72 strength, 10 stamina, 4 bonus. Increases the user's attack speed by 1 required level, 40 set bonus. Undetermined. In an instant, everyone was left speechless, astonished by the fact that the Gale Bracer was a piece of silver-grade equipment, and furthermore, it was part of a set. More importantly, it increased attack speed. A true treasure. Logically, if we managed to gather a complete set, it could yield an increase of about 10 in attack speed, which was quite impressive. I glanced at Ling Xue, who had only just reached level 34, and remarked, "You still have quite a way to go." Ling Xue swiftly took the Gale Bracer from my hands, a hint of shyness evident as she smiled brightly. "It's good to be prepared." Everyone chuckled, and Ziyuner added, "Then let us get to killing. Let us aim to clear out all the monsters on the 4th floor today. It would be wonderful to complete the Gale set." I nodded and inquired, "Ling Xue, do you have an exam tomorrow?" Ling Xue chuckled lightly. "Silly, did you forget? Tomorrow is the weekend." I paused, momentarily stunned, and glanced at Ling Yue, who smiled gently. "Yes, that means you don't have to work tomorrow or the day after. You can focus on leveling up. Let us see who among us reaches level 41st and gets to advance their profession. I've heard that the first player to transition will receive substantial rewards from the system." Ling Yue's eyes sparkled with anticipation. In these next few days, many will likely forfeit their rest to level up. I took a deep breath and declared, "In that case, I shall also push myself without rest to reach level 40. I cannot allow the title of the first level 40 player in Ling Tong to be snatched by someone else." Ling Yue nodded with a smile. "I think the same." At that moment, Ziyuner had already lured the 3rd Beast Rider corpse, and we once again engaged in a fierce battle. However, to everyone's surprise, the drop rate for the Wind Fury set, a piece of silver-grade equipment, proved to be remarkably low, aside from the second piece we acquired. After half an hour of relentless battles against a dozen more, we astonishingly did not obtain any additional items from the Wind Fury set. Instead, we were rewarded with several pieces of black iron-grade armor, which left us quite speechless. Nonetheless, I eagerly accepted all these black iron-grade items, and soon my inventory was filled with a collection of assorted black iron armor. Unbeknownst to us, several hours had passed, and when I glanced at the real-world clock, it was already past 3 in the morning. The few ladies around me showed signs of fatigue, but the one consolation was that the experience from these beast-riding corpses was exceptionally bountiful. I had already reached level 36, while Ling Yue remained at level 37. She confidently declared that once we defeated the boss on this floor, she would surely reach level 38. Ling Xue had also attained level 35. Yet the one who leveled up the fastest was Ziyun, who had miraculously jumped from level 30 to level 34. The Wind Fury set yielded 2 more pieces, leaving only the helmet and boots yet to drop. The attributes of the armor and leggings were quite impressive. However, the issue was that we had already cleared all the beast-riding corpses on the 4th floor, and it would likely take several hours before they respawned. Ling Xue stood before me, her charming demeanor slightly weary as she rubbed her eyes and softly said, "I'm so tired it seems we won't be able to gather the full Wind Fury set today. Silly, shall we come back tomorrow night?" I nodded in agreement, delighted that the leveling speed here was rapid. If I had the assistance of sisters Ling Yue and Ling Xue, it would be simply perfect, of course. Ziyun's healing was indispensable as well. At that moment, Ling Xue glanced towards the arena in the center of the ancient temple's 4th floor and said, "I'll go lure out the guardian boss of this floor. Once we defeat it, we can log off and rest." "Okay." Ling Yue nodded with a smile. "Yes, get some rest early, or Dad will once again say we're not being industrious." With a chuckle, I observed the expressions of these 2 sisters and felt a twinge of discomfort in my heart. I had no sisters. My parents had divorced and hadn't seen me for over a decade, reportedly having gone abroad. I had finished university under the care of an aunt, and familial affection seemed a distant and unattainable concept. "Hey, scholar, what are you thinking about?" Ling Yue's voice broke my reverie as she stood beside me, gently nudging my arm. I snapped back to reality and awkwardly smiled. "Oh, nothing really. Just thinking about when I could have a group of friends, so I wouldn't have to be all alone like a lone commander." Ling Yue smiled lightly. "Aren't we all your friends now? Why speak so tragically, as if you were a cursed lone star?" Ziyun, standing nearby, nodded with a smile. "Yes, everyone in our Jinhua group is your friend. Unless they look down on us," I quickly replied with a laugh. "How could that be?" I'm afraid I wouldn't even be worthy of associating with Jinhua. Just then, Ling Xue's beautiful figure appeared ahead. She turned around and glanced back before swiftly dashing to our side, wielding her radiant sword. With a clang, the ground trembled beneath us, and with a thunderous crash, the arena's grand door shattered into fragments. A colossal beastly head emerged, followed by an enormous body. Atop the creature's back sat a fully armored boss, a blue cape billowing in the wind, exuding an imposing presence. Beast Riding Corpse King, Golden Grade Boss, level? Attack? Defense? Health? Bonus: attack paralysis, with a certain chance to stun opponents. As anticipated, the attributes of this boss remained unknown, yet it was evident to all of us that this boss far surpassed the previous ones. For it was a Golden Grade boss. A Golden Grade boss meant there was a chance for Golden Grade equipment to drop. Although the odds were slim, acquiring a single piece could elevate a player from novice to expert. Thus, holding my golden bow, I excitedly exclaimed, "Ladies, the final battle of the night is upon us." Chapter 46. Moonshadow Cloak. Ling Yue raised her flaming staff with a smile. Wonderful. After defeating this boss, I can finally get some sleep. I couldn't help but feel speechless. It turned out she was so eager for sleep. Yet, it was understandable. People say beauty is born from sufficient rest, and every girl loves to be beautiful. I believe that once their levels stabilized, Ling Yue, Ling Xue, and Ziyun wouldn't need to stay up so late anymore. Staying up late was a privilege reserved for single youths like me. At that moment, the beast-riding Corpse King charged forth, its massive form shaking the very ground of the ethereal ancient temple. I drew my golden bow and released an ice arrow, which struck the boss's chest with a resounding pop, dealing a mere 124 points of damage. Quite low. Therefore, I switched to a penetrating arrow and fired again. This time inflicting 437 points of damage, a much better result. Meanwhile, Ziyun's curse skill, after failing 3 times, finally succeeded, enveloping the beast-riding Corpse King in a sickly purple aura. Ling Yue's fireball and ice arrow spells rained down upon the boss's chest in rapid succession. Everyone understood that attacking the mount wouldn't yield significant results. Striking the main body was essential to defeat the boss. With the beast-riding Corpse King's defense greatly reduced by Ziyun's curse, my penetrating arrow now dealt a staggering 821 points of damage. Ling Yue's fireball also reached nearly 800 points, demonstrating our formidable assault. Though we could not see the boss's health bar, after approximately 10 minutes of battle, we noticed a considerable reduction in its health. It seemed we could finish the fight within an hour. After Ziyun's curse succeeded, she switched to her judgment skill, but it only dealt a pitiful 30 points of damage each time. Nevertheless, Ziyun remained undeterred, continuing her relentless assault. Meanwhile, my and Ling Yue's attacks were well balanced, causing the boss to shift its focus between us. Fortunately, our maneuvers were quite adept, allowing us to maintain a safe distance, in the blink of an eye. Another half-hour had passed, and as the clock approached 4 in the morning, Ling Yue finally displayed signs of weariness. Just then, the boss abruptly launched an attack, seizing the brief window of the slow effect. It surged towards Ling Yue, its massive sword transforming into a beam of light that shot forth. Thud. Ling Yue was instantly eliminated, her white light gradually condensing as she began to respawn. The boss, having lost its target, immediately turned and charged at me. Caught off guard, I released an ice arrow just as the boss's sword energy struck me, leaving my chest in excruciating pain, as if I had been torn apart. Ding. Battle alert. You have been attacked by the beast-riding Corpse King's sword energy skill, resulting in paralysis and dizziness, losing 3,345 points of health. You have met your demise. Almost immediately, a sound rang out. Ding. System notification. The effect of the resurrection prophecy has taken effect. You have been revived on the spot, without any loss. A false alarm. I couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, hastily retreating a few steps. The boss, hindered by the slowing effect of the ice arrow, found it difficult to pursue me. Behind me, the recently revived Ling Yue launched her attack, fireball and ice arrow whistling toward the enemy. Boom. The fireball erupted with radiant light upon striking the chest of the Beast Rider Corpse King. Finally, after emitting a thunderous roar, this golden tier boss collapsed like a small mountain, dropping some equipment and a substantial amount of gold coins. Ling Yue let out a sigh of relief and murmured, "That was close." Ling Xue and Ziyun also approached, while I naturally stepped forward, kicking aside the boss's arm to collect the gold beneath it. An astonishing total of 257 coins. Upon further inspection, I noticed a sapphire blue cape lying nearby, alongside a piece of equipment that made my heart race. A beautifully curved, exquisite longbow. Ling Xue, witnessing this, couldn't help but smile lightly, saying, "Finally, the fool can upgrade his weapon." I smiled knowingly and picked up the two pieces of equipment. First, I shared the cape's attributes with the team. Moonshadow Cloak, Golden Tier, Armor, Defense, 85 Strength, 12 Stamina, 8 required level, 35, unidentified. To my astonishment, it was indeed a Golden Tier item. I was momentarily taken aback and handed this rather elegant armor cloak to Ling Xue. As it was something she could equip with this, she now boasted 2 Golden Tier pieces of equipment. In terms of gear, Ling Xue was likely the best equipped player in the world. It was rather unfortunate that the monsters on the 3rd and 4th floors of the ancient temple were all heavy armored, and the equipment dropped was also heavy armor. This inadvertently benefited Ling Xue, and I could only hope that the monsters on the 5th and 6th floors would drop some mage or assassin-type gear, which would also benefit me, Ling Yue, and Ziyuner.at that moment. With the Moonshadow Cloak in her hands, Ling Xue beamed with joy and urged, "Scholar, quickly check the attributes of that bow." I nodded and promptly shared the longbow's attributes in the team channel. Star Chaser Bow, Golden Tier, Attack, 225 to 250 Strength, 10 Agility, 8 required level, 45. Unidentified. Instantly, everyone seemed to be petrified, and after a while, Ling Yue murmured, "It hasn't even been identified, and its attack power can rival that of the Radiant Sword. From now on, Scholar's attack will be extraordinarily formidable." Chapter 47. Star Chaser Bow. I was equally elated, never expecting the bow's attack power to be so formidable. However, upon seeing the required level, my spirits plummeted. It demanded level 45. How long would it take for me to reach that? Seemingly sensing my disappointment, Ling Xue smiled and said, "Fool, don't be disheartened. Let us return to town and identify it." I nodded and addressed the 3 ladies. "Let's head back to town. Those who wish to see the equipment can go to the identification center, while those who don't can wash up and sleep." Wishing everyone sweet dreams, Ling Yue and Ziyuner exchanged smiles and chimed in unison, "Of course, we want to see." Thus, we all returned to town together. With a flash of light, it was nearing dawn, and the plaza of Twilight City was still bustling with players setting up stalls. This vividly illustrated the game's allure. It was said that within just 3 days of its launch, nearly 100 million players had flooded in, a staggering impact on the once dwindling gaming industry. I headed straight to the identification center, and upon arrival, I found the 3 ladies already waiting there. Ling Xue was in the midst of identifying the Moonshadow Cloak. After the appraiser collected 50 gold coins, the attributes of the Moonshadow Cloak were shared within the team. Moonshadow Cloak, Golden Tier, Armor, Defense, 128 Strength, 18 Stamina, 14 additional. Increases the user's movement speed by 10 required level, 35. Everyone gasped in unison. This cloak truly lived up to its Golden Tier status, as it increased movement speed. One can only imagine how crucial movement speed is for a melee class player. Although it was merely a 10 increase, it was sufficient to make Ling Xue a fearsome opponent in PK scenarios, capable of advancing to attack or retreating to escape, leaving others unable to catch or contend with her. Ling Xue, with a charming dimpled smile, donned the Moonshadow Cloak. As the light shimmered, the little beauty's blue cape billowed gracefully in the wind, complementing her fair visage and exquisite gear, exuding both beauty and valor. Satisfied, Ling Xue, without even having time to identify her 3 pieces of gale armor, urged, "Fool, hurry and identify your new weapon." I nodded and placed the Star Chaser Bow on the appraiser's table. He glanced at it, immediately taken aback, and with hands like gnarled vines, he gently caressed the bow, exclaiming, "A divine artifact? Truly a divine artifact." I was slightly astonished. Could it be a legendary weapon? That seemed absurd. If legendary items were already dropping, the game would likely meet its end soon. The old appraiser raved about the Star Chaser Bow for quite some time, and a few minutes later, he suddenly changed his tone, saying, "Identification fee, 300 gold coins." I was taken aback again. What? So expensive? 300 gold coins. That is equivalent to 1,500 RMB. My heart ached. Is it so difficult to play a game? All I wanted was to earn some money to buy a house and marry a beautiful wife. Why must identifying an item come at such a steep price? noticing my pained expression. Ling Yue couldn't help but chuckle. Scholar? Didn't he, the boss beast rider corpse king, drop 257 gold coins? Just add a few more, and you can identify it. Hurry up. We need to log off and sleep. I hesitated no longer, glancing at the gold in my inventory. 389 coins in total. I reluctantly parted with 300 coins, feeling the sting. The old appraiser, upon receiving the 300 gold coins, wore a satisfied smile. His gnarled hand brushed over the Star Chaser bow, and amidst the shimmering light, the bow began to radiate, the bowstring emanating a soft blue glow, looking magnificent. Without a moment's pause, I seized the Star Chaser bow and shared its attributes in the group channel. Star Chaser bow, golden tier, attack. 325 to 380 strength, 21 agility, 15 additional. Increases the user's skill attack power by 25 special skill. Familiarity required level, 45. In an instant, everyone was left speechless, stunned by the bow's formidable attack power. Even the radiant sword paled in comparison. Ling Yue murmured, such powerful attack power. Indeed, it's extraordinary. Ling Xue then laughed, saying, hee hee, from now on, we can continue leveling up with the fool. Xiyun'er's beautiful eyes glistened with moisture as she softly remarked, Xingtian told me he is a master. Perhaps, after Scholar equips this bow, a single penetrating arrow could take down Xingtian, that expert. I shook my head and laughed. No, this bow requires level 45. I still need to reach level 9, however. Ling Xue blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled. Fool, did you see that special skill, familiarity? What does it mean? I was momentarily stunned. Ling Xue seemed confident, her charming smile making my heart race. Thus, I quickly checked the special skill attributes of the Star Chaser bow. Familiarity. Reduces the required level for equipment use by 10 levels. Those few short words sent my spirits soaring once more. Goodness. I was finally going to be amazing. The first player to reach level 40 would undoubtedly be me. Without further ado, I equipped the Star Chaser bow, and instantly the longbow shimmered and radiated light, significantly boosting my attributes. Light-hearted Scholar, Apprentice Archer, level 36 health, 1120 attack, 465 to 550 defense, 225 reputation, 5541 luck. 0. My attack power surged dramatically from 210 to 265 to 465-550, effectively doubling. This was beyond mere upgrading. It was akin to transforming a humble rifle into a formidable transformer. I was overjoyed, not only for acquiring this powerful longbow but also for the golden bow, once a coveted silver-tier equipment. Now a means to earn money. In the span of a single evening, everyone had made considerable gains. I had obtained the Star Chaser bow, while Ling Xue acquired 3 pieces of the Gale armor set and a splendid golden-tier cloak. The Moonshadow cloak. Xiyun'er, on the other hand, had advanced from level 30 to 34 and obtained the exceptional skill Resurrection Prophecy, ensuring she would become a beloved priestess. The least fortunate was Ling Yue, who had received nothing. But at least she had gained ample experience. Thus, everyone basked in their satisfaction, and I said, you all should get some rest. Don't wear yourselves out. The ladies nodded in unison, and Ling Xue sent me a private message. Fool. I'll contact you tomorrow. Share your phone number with me. I promptly replied, sure, my number is 139. What about yours? Without revealing anything, Ling Xue smiled faintly before logging off. Ling Yue similarly sent me a private message. Tomorrow evening. Same time. Let us continue leveling up together. Naturally, I graciously accepted her invitation. Besides, Ling Yue's magical attack power was extraordinarily formidable. Leveling up alongside such a charming character was nothing short of a delight. Hence, I replied, I await your command at any time. Consequently, Ling Yue responded with an adorable smiley face. Finally, I glanced at Xiyun'er, who immediately pursed her lips in a smile and sent me a message. What are you looking at? I replied. Admiring beauty? Xiyun'er retorted playfully. Have you seen enough? I answered, enough for now, but I shall continue tomorrow. Xiyun'er couldn't help but smile, looking directly at me and messaged. All right then, I'm off to sleep. Chapter 48. The Gravekeeper. After playfully teasing a few charming ladies, my spirits soared as I watched the lovely players log off one by one. Sleep eluded me. At that moment, clutching the starlight bow, I felt an invincible sense of power. The players around me, who were grinding through the night, soon turned their gazes toward the starlight bow in my hands. After a moment's contemplation, I promptly turned off the weapon's glow effect. After all, it's wise to remain low-key. I then spent 12 gold coins to fully repair my gear and proceeded to the square. Raising my voice to declare, high-grade black iron armor on sale. Instantly, a crowd of players gathered around. However, as I showcased the gear, I was met with a chorus of disdainful gestures. "Shit? Knowing we aren't even level 30 yet? You dare to sell us level 40 gear? Are you mocking our intelligence and levels?" I was at a loss for words. After a prolonged effort, I failed to sell anything. It seemed I would have to wait a couple of days until more level 30 players emerged. Only then would there be a market for such equipment. Thus, I headed directly to the warehouse, storing away the 20 high-grade black iron pieces, then visited the apothecary to fill my inventory with blue and red potions before setting off towards the east of Twilight City. The destination was unmistakably the hero's graveyard that Ling Tong had shown me during the date in the afternoon. I had already discovered that deeper within the graveyard, there were swathes of high-level undead monsters. Perhaps that would be a more suitable place for leveling, considering my current high level. Venturing to common leveling spots could hinder my progress, while the elite leveling spots like the Ghost Ancient Temple were beyond my solo capabilities. After all, despite my impressive attack power, my defense remained minimal. Even a few ghostly warriors could easily end my life. After nearly half an hour traversing through the ordinary leveling zones, although it was already early morning and the eastern sky was beginning to lighten, many players were still diligently grinding. During the day, organized teams would monopolize these spots, leaving solitary players to enjoy a peaceful leveling experience only during these quiet hours. My objective was not to engage with those level 30 monsters. I directly passed through the forest, reaching the rear of the hero's graveyard. I ventured far beyond, for the hellish skeletons I had fought alongside Ling Tong earlier were no longer sufficient for my leveling needs. The monsters I sought now needed to be at least level 40 to provide a worthwhile experience gain. As I parted a cluster of withered branches, a vast graveyard unfolded before me. Here, human presence was scarce. Tombstones lay askew. Many graves had been looted, clearly the work of grave robbers, while more undead creatures roamed aimlessly throughout the cemetery. Not far from me was a skeletal warrior dragging a rusted sword, moving laboriously and at a sluggish pace. Corrupted skeleton, common monster, level 42 attack, 280 to 370 defense, 200 health, 5000 a rather mundane creature, albeit with slightly elevated defense. However, at this moment, 200 points of defense posed no challenge to me. Opening the equipment leaderboard, unsurprisingly, the top spot was occupied by my Starlight Bow, followed by Ling Xue's Flowing Light Sword, then Ling Xue's Moonshadow Cloak, and finally Ling Yue's Flame Staff. It was undeniable that among the top 10 pieces of equipment, 3 were golden and 7 were silver, with 3 golden pieces located in China and 5 of the silver pieces also within China. The early game was evidently dominated by Chinese players. With this thought, I smiled slightly, launching an ice arrow that exploded upon the corrupted skeleton, revealing a terrifying damage number that soared to 1276. Although it wasn't a critical hit, such a damage output was remarkable. Following up with a shattering arrow, the damage escalated even further, reaching an astonishing 1889. And right after that, a fire arrow followed suit. Before the corrupted skeleton could take a few steps, it had already collapsed. Showering the ground with a bounty of silver coins, I couldn't help but smile. It seemed these skeletons moved at a similar pace to those I had battled earlier in the day. I could easily draw a horde and take them down in droves. Just as I was about to act, I noticed a dilapidated wooden cabin atop a low hill in the distance. Perhaps there was a quest to be found. Intrigued, I approached with my Starlight Bow in hand. Upon pushing open the wooden door, a foul stench wafted toward me, yet I also heard a faint groan. On a filthy wooden bed lay a figure clad in a black robe, his legs grotesquely decayed to the bone. It was a horrifying sight. Thankfully, it was me and not Ling Xue, or she would surely have screamed in fright. This individual was evidently an NPC, with the title Gravekeeper floating above his head. He glanced at me and weakly spoke. "Are you a warrior sent by the Alliance of Light?" I nodded affirmatively and inquired, "Yes." "May I ask what has transpired here?" The Gravekeeper gritted his teeth and replied, "I have been the guardian of this graveyard for 20 years. However, half a year ago, an evil sorcerer arrived, spreading a necrotic plague and resurrecting the dead from their graves. As you can see, the hero's graveyard has become a desolate wasteland. teeming only with those cursed undead. Young man, I have grown frail and succumbed to the plague. Could you do me a favor? Ding, system notification. Do you wish to accept the quest? Without hesitation, I clicked to confirm. System notification. You have accepted the quest, the Gravekeeper's request. Current quest difficulty, 280, quest content. The Gravekeeper has been infected by the undead plague and is no longer able to patrol the graveyard. He hopes you can slay the corrupted skeletons within the cemetery, collect 400 skeletal ribs, and grind them into powder mixed with medicinal herbs to cleanse his wounds. I couldn't help but smile slightly. The only challenge of this quest was the sheer quantity of materials required, 400 skeletal ribs. Killing one by one would likely necessitate slaying around 2,000 corrupted skeletons to complete the task. However, at this moment, that posed no issue for me. I promptly returned to the edge of the graveyard. The instant I stepped inside, several corrupted skeletons in the distance became alert. Without hesitation, I charged in, weaving through the mass of monsters and quickly drawing a significant number of corrupted skeletons toward me. When I turned back to look, I found myself followed by a horde of dark skeletons. I swiftly turned around, and the starlight bow unleashed a barrage of 1,000-blade arrows, showering down in a cascade of colorful light. Instantly, numerous damage numbers erupted above the heads of the corrupted skeletons. All exceeding 500, the 1,000-blade arrow had reached an intermediate level, and combined with the starlight bow, my attack power was now unparalleled. In mere minutes, the corrupted skeletons fell in droves. After 10 minutes, I had amassed hundreds of corrupted skeletons, transforming them into experience, alongside a glimmering array of equipment, coins, and quest items that lay quietly on the ground. Elated, I began to collect the spoils of battle, ensuring not a single item was left behind in my inventory. To my delight, I discovered that nearly every corrupted skeleton dropped about 50 silver coins, and in that short span of 10 minutes, I had gathered nearly 200 coins. The cost of the potions I consumed barely amounted to 10 gold coins. Glancing at my inventory, I noted the haphazard collection of quest items, skeletal ribs, already exceeding 40.400 was hardly a concern, and as for the equipment, I had amassed 7 or 8 pieces, all black iron, except for a bronze-tier mage priest item. In just a few days, these items would fetch a handsome price. Thus, I continued diligently drawing monsters and executing them, thoroughly enjoying my solitary leveling session. Time flew, and 2 hours later, as I cleared the corrupted skeletons from the nearby graveyards, I finally collected the full 400 skeletal ribs. To my further astonishment, my level had also risen to 37, finally catching up to Ling Yue's level for the first time. Upon opening the leaderboard for the Chinese region, the rankings are as follows. 1. Qingfeng Lanyu, level 37, Apprentice Mage 2. Qinghuang Shushang, level 37, Apprentice Archer 3. Jinhua Guizhi, level 36, Apprentice Dark Mage 4. Zhangguang Outyan, level 35, Apprentice Berserker 5. Bingsha, level 35, Apprentice Swordsman 6. Qingfeng Feishue, level 35, Apprentice Swordsman 7. Luayu Wuxing, level 34, Apprentice Archer 8. Ziyue, level 34, Apprentice Assassin 9. Jinhua Longhun, level 34, Apprentice Swordsman 10. Tianzijiatzi, level 34, Apprentice Mage. I am acquainted with most of the individuals in the top 10. Bingsha, Luayu Wuxing, and Ziyue, among others from the Shiyue studio, have also made an appearance on the leaderboard. It appears that their recruitment by the Laneying group indeed reflects some measure of capability. As for the last individual, a mage named Tianzijiatzi, I am left wondering about their origins. However, this ranking is merely domestic. On a global scale, the top player from China, Ling Yue, only ranks 4th worldwide, while the global champion is a formidable level 38 mage. I glanced at my own level, which places me at 7th in the world. My experience is not far behind, and given 2 more hours, I could easily reach level 38 as well. Thus, I made my way to the small wooden cabin with 400 skeletal ribs in hand. Chapter 49. The Ebony Ghost House. Upon presenting the 400 skeletal ribs, a glimmer of hope flickered in the previously vacant eyes of the Gravekeeper. He struggled to sit up and gasped. Brave young one, you have indeed completed this task. Very well, here is your reward. Ding, system notification. You have completed the quest, the Gravekeeper's Commission, earning 200,000 experience points, 40 gold coins, and 250 reputation. While there were no quest items, I felt content. With 100 slots in my inventory, Half are now filled with black iron equipment around level 30. Upon returning to town, I am certain to reap a substantial profit. After the task was complete, the gravekeeper fell silent once more, and after a lengthy pause, he spoke. However, these alone cannot heal my wounds. The vile plague toxins are far too potent. I require a very rare herb, young one. Can you assist me in locating it? Without hesitation, I promptly confirmed my acceptance. Ding, system notification. You have accepted the quest, collecting Orchidaceae, current task difficulty, 240, quest details. To the east of the gravekeeper's cabin lies a cemetery deeply afflicted by necrotic plague. In that cemetery grows a precious butterfly orchid, a herb that aids in countering the gravekeeper's toxins. I hope you can collect 100 butterfly orchids to deliver to the gravekeeper, but be cautious, for unimaginable dangers often lurk near these orchids. Upon reviewing the quest details, I noted the difficulty level of 240. The warning regarding dangers surrounding the orchids implied that I would need to slay some monsters to gather them. Nevertheless, such concerns were trivial. Armed with the Starcatcher bow, no creature would pose a challenge. Thus, I headed eastward. Not long before I stumbled upon a vast cemetery ahead, the soil dark and dotted with sporadic blue flowers, likely the butterfly orchids I sought. However, above that cemetery loomed a horde of new undead creatures, a cluster of skeletal warriors clad in armor. Bone demon. Ordinary monster. Level? Attack? Defense? Health? Damn. Another set of question marks. I muttered a curse under my breath, raised my Starcatcher bow, and unleashed an ice arrow. 768. A number leapt from the bone demon's head, and suddenly its health plummeted significantly, roughly by an eighth, indicating its total health was around 6,000. Thus, its level was likely around 45. Not too formidable. Oh my delight. I discovered that the bone demon's speed was not particularly swift. It staggered, and its attacks lacked ferocity. Without further ado, I dashed into the cemetery, employing my self-created 7-star steps to weave a circle, and soon found myself pursued by nearly 100 bone demons, deliberately guiding the bone demons into a singular line. I turned and unleashed my 1,000-blade arrow in a fan-shaped area. Numerous bone demons suffered damage, and my every attack consistently depleted their health, with impressive damage numbers flashing before me in the blink of an eye. One bone demon after another fell, and my experience surged. My experience skyrocketed from 12 at level 37 to 23, a remarkable increase of 11 percentage points. I calculated that I should first gather the coins and equipment. Each bone demon dropped nearly 60 silver coins, netting me an additional 57 gold coins. Coupled with the gold gained from the corrupted skeletons, my inventory now boasted an impressive 763 gold coins. I felt a strange sense of confusion. Was I here to level up or to amass wealth? However, once the in-game bank account is activated in a few days, selling gold alone would yield a fortune. 700 gold coins could fetch around 3,500 renminbi at the current exchange rate in a few days. The price may slightly decrease, but it should remain above 2,000 RMB. It seems that earning money might surpass the income of many white-collar workers. The equipment dropped by the bone demons was of decent quality, all around level 35, but entirely comprised of black iron gear, no bronze items in sight. Clearly, bronze gear is a premium commodity, exceedingly rare from ordinary monsters. After clearing the cemetery of bone demons, the butterfly orchids became visible. Approaching a small flower, I reached out to collect it, and immediately a system alert rang out. Ding, system notification. Successfully harvested butterfly orchid. Obtained item, butterfly orchid, 4. I felt a surge of joy. It seemed I could save considerable effort, as I managed to gather 4 in one go. Thus, I swiftly traversed the cemetery, collecting numerous times until my inventory held 57 orchids, necessitating another sweep of the cemetery. Without a moment's hesitation, I charged toward a spacious cemetery on the right, employing the same strategy to lure a horde of bone demons. After dividing them into 3 groups and spending nearly an hour dispatching them, my experience leapt from 37 to 87. Should I complete this quest, I would be the first player in the Chinese region to reach level 38, although my hit rate decreased slightly after losing the guaranteed hit effect of the golden bow. As an archer, and with my equipment boosting my agility, my accuracy against the present monsters remained above 90. Thus, the output from switching weapons had multiplied, rendering the occasional miss inconsequential. However, my career path now appeared somewhat uncertain. As a full agility archer, Unless equipped with a complete set of top-tier gear and significant agility boosts, I would likely struggle in the later stages. Glancing ahead, I noted that all monsters had perished, leaving a carpet of silver coins and scattered equipment strewn across the cemetery. Following the principle of gathering all, I spent nearly 10 minutes collecting every silver coin into my inventory, finally surpassing the 1,000 gold mark. Then, I cautiously harvested the butterfly orchids that grew within the cemetery, taking another half hour to secure a total of 100 orchids. Checking the time, it was already past 8 a.m., and I felt an overwhelming weariness wash over me. As if I were under a spell, my eyes yearning to close. Thus, I hurried back to the gravekeeper's cabin, and upon presenting the 100 butterfly orchids, the gravekeeper's eyes sparkled with renewed brightness. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Brave young one, you are indeed remarkable. I never anticipated that you would accomplish this." Ding, system notification. You have completed the quest, collecting orchidaceae, earning 280,000 experience points, 80 gold coins, and 400 reputation. Once again, there was no equipment reward. But to my delight, a golden radiance cascaded from above, and I successfully ascended to level 38. Now, I am the foremost player in the Chinese region. A hearty laugh escaped me as the frustrations I had harbored for years dissipated. Yet, the gravekeeper's expression shifted to one of sorrow, murmuring, "Though I possess the skeletal ribs and butterfly orchids to cure the necrotic toxins within me, I require one final crucial herb." Ding, system notification. Do you accept the quest? I was momentarily taken aback. Damn, is there no end to this? Another follow-up quest? It felt as though the game was deliberately preventing me from resting. It was already morning, and I hadn't closed my eyes at all. Leaving me in a daze, however, the thought of abandoning this task was equally unappealing, especially since such outdoor quests are rare and the rewards so bountiful. Thus, I gritted my teeth and decisively pressed the confirm button. Ding. System notification. You have accepted the quest, Heart of the Sorcerer. Current task difficulty, 450, task description. As one of the ingredients for the antidote, you must venture to a graveyard in the southwest, where you will locate the Ebony Haunted House. Within the haunted house, you must eliminate the spectral sorcerer, Ages, and retrieve his heart to present to the gravekeeper. MD. Yet another formidable task with a difficulty level of 450. It seems I must vanquish a boss to complete it. Gritting my teeth, I tightly gripped my star-chasing bow and pressed onward to the southwest, battling against waves of drowsiness. 10 minutes later, I found myself atop a high ground, looking down upon a sprawling graveyard, where silence reigned and a horde of soulless skeletons wandered aimlessly. Straining my eyes, I quickly spotted a small black house on the ridge, constructed from dark ebony. Hence its name, the Ebony Haunted House. Surrounding the haunted house, a dozen skeletal mages roamed without purpose. To avoid interference from these mundane creatures, I decisively unleashed my armor-piercing arrows, swiftly dispatching them one by one until only the solitary haunted house remained. Chapter 50. The Gravekeeper's Ring. Inside the haunted house, an eerie ambience enveloped me, rendering visibility nearly impossible. I cautiously peered inside, only to be struck by a searing dark fireball to my chest, causing me to stumble backward. When I looked up, a spectral sorcerer cloaked in darkness stood before me, precisely the target of my endeavor. Spectral Sorcerer. Ages, Bronze Tier Boss, Level, Magical Attack, Defense, Health. A series of question marks left me speechless. However, it was fortunate that this boss was merely a bronze tier, indicating I still had a fighting chance. The sorcerer's recent dark fireball had depleted over 200 of my health points. Yet it was not overly concerning, for as an archer, my magical resistance was commendable. Had I been a swordsman or a berserker, the damage would have been far more severe. I immediately retreated, calculating my distance from the spectral sorcerer, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that his attack range was only about 15 yards, while mine extended to 20 yards. Realizing this, I sprang into action, beginning with an ice arrow, then gulping down a health potion, retreating further as I unleashed fire arrows in a fierce exchange with the spectral sorcerer. My fire arrows soared forth, striking the sorcerer in the chest, and I was astonished to see a damage number of 1268 appear above him. To my disbelief, with the golden tier star-chasing bow, my attack power had surged dramatically. A single strike had whittled away a portion of the boss's health. After retreating 2 more steps, I continued my assault. While the spectral sorcerer, hindered by the slow effects of the ice arrow, could only move sluggishly in pursuit. As a result, after launching 3 attacks, the sorcerer managed to hit me only once, and with my health potions. I could have easily tanked his blows. I was on the verge of fainting, my mind clouded with fatigue. All I longed for was a bed. I had lost track of time, continuously consuming health potions. And the spectral sorcerer was quickly reduced to a sliver of health under the relentless barrage of my star-chasing bow. Just then, a notification chimed. Your friend Xia Tian has logged on. As expected, Xia Tian immediately messaged me, curiously asking, why are you still awake, Shusheng Gij? I was at a loss for words and replied, I'll be sleeping soon. How come you're up so early? Xia Tian promptly responded. I drank too much water last night and woke up to relieve myself, and now I can't get back to sleep, so I got up to level up. By the time her message arrived, I had successfully defeated the spectral sorcerer. This bronze tier boss, ding system notification. Congratulations, you have slain the boss spectral sorcerer ages, earning 250,000 experience points, reputation 600. I rushed forward, rummaging through the sorcerer's corpse, extracting the glimmering dagger. With a mere thought, I dug out the sorcerer's rotting heart and tossed it into my inventory. Upon inspecting the loot from the sorcerer, I found only 75 gold coins. I felt a twinge of disappointment, but I had gained a substantial amount of experience. Upon completing the task, I should reach approximately 50 of level 38. Thus, I quickly tidied up and hurried back to the gravekeeper. When I presented the sorcerer's heart, this 3-part quest was finally completed. The gravekeeper took the sorcerer's heart, combined it with the orchids and skeletal ribs, performed a slight enhancement, and applied it to his toxin-ravaged leg. Instantly, I observed the decaying flesh transform into a vibrant red. In just half a minute, the gravekeeper was able to stand once more. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, Brave young one, the light will always be by your side, guiding you to conquer the evils that emerge from the abyss. Ding, system notification. You have completed the quest, Sorcerer's Heart, earning 350,000 experience points, 100 gold coins, reputation 400, and the quest item, Gravekeeper's Ring. Finally, I received some equipment. I couldn't contain my excitement and quickly located the ring in my inventory. I beheld a small blue ring that shimmered faintly. Gravekeeper's Ring, Silver Tier, Ring, Strength, 12 Stamina, 10 Bonus. Increases the wearer's critical hit rate by 3 required level, 35. I couldn't help but chuckle. A silver tier ring that required no identification was a stroke of luck. It appeared that rings were scarce within the realm of Ling Tong, and to have obtained such a silver tier ring through a quest was truly fortunate. I promptly equipped the Gravekeeper's Ring, and my attack power increased slightly, while my stamina rose by 70 points. In truth, the ring's most valuable asset was the 3 critical hit rate. It is well known that agile classes rely on critical hits, and with a higher critical hit rate, attack output naturally increases. As an archer focused on strength, I would need to rely on equipment to compensate for my low agility. After completing this series of tasks, I had finally surpassed Ling Yu in levels. Not only that, the star-chasing bow I had just acquired from the super boss Beast Rider Corpse King propelled me past 50 into level 38. I had climbed to second place on the world leaderboard, trailing just slightly behind the first place. Ideally, I should capitalize on this momentum and push to level 40 for my class promotion. But I was utterly exhausted after spending a grueling 16 hours in the game. Xia Tian wanted to chat a bit more, but I had to decline. As sleep beckoned, I returned to town and logged off. Removing my helmet, I felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over me. I could think of nothing else and collapsed onto my bed, sinking into a deep slumber. I lost track of time and was suddenly stirred by a knock at the door. I glanced at the clock. It was only 1 p.m., and I had only slept for 5 hours. Upon opening the door, I was taken aback, exclaiming, Auntie, what brings you here? Indeed, it was my aunt, who had been supporting me through university ever since my parents went abroad. She surveyed my disheveled appearance and couldn't help but say, Quickly wash up and tidy yourself. We're going out to meet a young lady. Huh? A young lady, you say? My aunt retorted with a hint of exasperation. I am introducing you to a potential girlfriend. Aren't you anxious? I certainly am. Lacking any offspring of her own, my aunt treated me like a surrogate son, yet I never anticipated that such matters would become a source of great distress for me. Despite my countless reservations, I could hardly oppose her wishes, so I proceeded to freshen up and donned a somewhat more presentable outfit. Descending the stairs, I noticed the many scratches on my aunt's old car. Clearly a testament to the passage of time, yet it remained steadfastly in service. Truly commendable, my aunt said. Get in. This girl I'm introducing you to is said to be quite beautiful, I replied. Forget it. Auntie, the last girl you introduced me to was also said to be stunning, but I nearly fainted when we met. She looked like a flower but had a beard longer than mine. My aunt chuckled. Enough chatter. Let us go. The car started, and after a quarter of an hour, we arrived in front of a mid-tier restaurant. My aunt declared, Today, we're treating her to a meal. You should chat with the young lady. If it goes well, I'll help you buy an apartment in the city for your wedding. I was at a loss for words, feeling despondent, for such matters should be based on mutual feelings. However, my aunt seemed unconcerned about that. Chapter 51. My blind date. Moments later, my aunt's car stopped in front of a second-rate restaurant. Upon entering, we spotted a mother and daughter already waiting. A quick glance revealed that the daughter had almond-shaped eyes, slightly raised eyebrows, and an overall haughty demeanor, as if the entire world owed her a debt. She bore a striking resemblance to my previous company's HR supervisor, who spent her days nitpicking employees and playing Farmville during work hours. My aunt approached them warmly, smiling. I apologize for the wait. My nephew has little sense of time, but he is quite genuine. The mother of the other party cast a couple of glances at me and remarked, Well, it seems acceptable, but I wonder about his dental health. I was taken aback. What were they assessing, a potential son-in-law or a donkey? Just then, they began to order dishes, and I was slightly startled upon seeing the menu. I patted my pocket and realized, to my dismay, that in my haste to leave, I had forgotten to bring any money. The mother and daughter duo, quite composed, ordered several extravagant dishes, totaling around 200 yuan. My heart raced with anxiety. Thankfully, I had my aunt with me, or I would have surely embarrassed myself. However, at that moment, my aunt suddenly glanced at her phone and said, I'm sorry, I have some matters at the company to attend to. I must leave you to your conversation. I was flabbergasted and hurriedly grasped her arm, exclaiming, Wait, you're leaving just like that? My aunt turned back in surprise and asked, What do you mean? I'm giving you a chance to be alone together. With that, she pushed my hand away and sped off in her car, disappearing down the street. I plopped down onto the chair, realizing that, traditionally, it is the male's responsibility to pay for the meal during such meetings. And here I was, not a single cent to my name. Nevertheless, I maintained my composure and engaged in light banter. The woman then inquired about my family background and profession, to which I candidly replied that I had nothing to my name. Merely working at a company with a meager monthly salary of just over 2,000 yuan, without any benefits. Instantly, the woman's interest waned, and she hastily urged for the dishes to be served as if eager to finish and leave without wasting too much time on me. Having been famished for quite some time, I began to eat heartily. In no time, the table was cleared of dishes. Just as the waiter approached to collect the bill, I furtively scanned the surroundings. Hoping to make a discreet exit that moment, my phone rang unexpectedly. It was an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, I was greeted by a familiar voice. It was Ling Tong. She asked, Fool, where are you right now? I queried her purpose. But she insisted, Don't ask so many questions. Just tell me where you are and I'll come find you. I thought to myself that it would be beneficial if Ling Tong arrived. I could borrow some money from her to settle the bill. Thus avoiding an awkward situation, I relayed my location, only for her to immediately hang up. In that instant, I heard the sound of a car horn. Within minutes, a pristine, cream-colored BMW came to a halt outside the restaurant, drawing the attention of diners who seemed puzzled as to why someone in a BMW would dine at such a modest establishment. The car door opened, revealing a charming young lady, Ling Tong, dressed in a pink coat over a white shirt adorned with a red tie. Her glossy black hair cascading elegantly over her chest, and a light pink skirt accentuating her alluring legs. With a swift motion, Ling Tong closed the car door and breezed into the restaurant, spotting me blushing and anxiously seeking an opportunity to escape. She approached me with a cheerful smile. The patrons in the restaurant were taken aback, many rubbing their eyes in disbelief at the sight of such an ethereal beauty arriving at this second-rate eatery. Ling Tong adjusted her skirt and sat beside me, asking with a smile, What brings you here for a meal? I felt utterly embarrassed and glanced at the mother and daughter, who immediately displayed expressions of disdain. With the woman muttering in frustration, No wonder he is so indecisive. He has such a beautiful backup. Her mother echoed the sentiment, grumbling softly, "How inconsiderate. Let us leave, dear." I quickly whispered to Ling Xue about my predicament with the bill, and she looked at me with a tinge of disdain, saying, "So, you came out for a date without a single cent to your name." I was taken aback. "How did you know I was on a date?" Ling Xue chuckled lightly and replied, "I'm quite perceptive. I could easily guess that." At that moment, the mother and daughter stood to leave, but Ling Xue interjected, "Don't rush off. You should settle your 2/3 of the bill before departing." The woman's face flushed with anger as she retorted, "What a miserly person." I deliberately averted my gaze, thinking how unfortunate it was to be in such a position without any money. Ultimately, the woman slapped down a 100 yuan note, stating, "Today has truly been an eye-opener." Ling Xue, however, merely adjusted her hair and smiled. "For 3 people dining at 200, shouldn't you at least cover 130? The woman, visibly agitated, was left speechless, unable to contend with Ling Xue, the stunning girl who arrived in a BMW. Ultimately, she begrudgingly retrieved 3 10 yuan notes from her wallet and slammed them onto the table before storming out. Ling Xue giggled as she collected the money and headed straight to the cashier. I awkwardly followed her out. Nearly every man in the restaurant fixated their gaze on me, as if I were an alien. Ling Xue opened the car door, saying, "Get in." It was my first time in such a luxurious vehicle, and once inside, the comfort was remarkable. After Ling Xue started the car, she suggested, "Shall I take you home?" I nodded, lost in thought about the earlier embarrassment, remaining silent. Ling Xue turned to me, asking, "Why the silence? Are you upset about what just happened? Are you blaming me for ruining your prospects?" I replied, "Not at all. I simply have nothing to say." "Tisich, I scoff at you," Ling Xue retorted, leaving me bewildered before ignoring me. As we arrived at my apartment complex, my aunt was already waiting below, evidently having received a call from the mother and daughter. She immediately scolded me, "You useless boy. I went to great lengths to find you a suitable match. Although the girl is perfect, you could have handled it better. Now look, you've nearly ruined my reputation." I repeatedly apologized, and at that moment, Ling Xue had parked the car, twirling the keys in her hand, amused by my awkward apologies. However, my aunt's attention swiftly shifted to Ling Xue, her eyes lighting up with fervor as she asked, "Scholar, is this young lady your friend?" Before I could respond, Ling Xue politely smiled at my aunt and said, "Yes, auntie, I'm a friend of the scholar." My aunt's face beamed with delight as she remarked, "Good lad. No wonder you weren't satisfied with the others. You know such a beautiful girl. I've never seen anyone as lovely as her." Ling Xue's smile widened at the compliment, her enchanting eyes gleaming like crescent moons. Captivating everyone around it, I thought to myself that being around a stunning girl like Ling Xue could add years to my lifetime. My aunt continued to inquire about Ling Xue's name and profession, to which Ling Xue responded that her father is a big boss running a company, further delighting my aunt, while I stood by, speechless, unable to fathom what my aunt was truly thinking. After a lengthy exchange of questions, my aunt finally concluded, "You found such a remarkable girl in Ling Xue. You truly are something else. I won't have to worry about you anymore." Ling Xue chimed in, saying she would take me out to explore. Reminding me to return early, I was taken aback, but Ling Xue had already pulled me into the car. Once the car started moving, I asked, "Where are we headed now?" "To the studio," Ling Xue replied nonchalantly. I was astonished. "The studio? Isn't it at the Blue Star Company?" Ling Xue chuckled. "I meant the new studio location. I've already purchased the place. In a day or two, Bingcha and Xiadi will be moving in. So you should pack your things and prepare to join us. We'll be together and look out for one another." I was slightly taken aback. "Huh? Moving in together?" Ling Xue blinked and smiled. "Yes, I'll be moving in during the summer, practicing leveling up with everyone. We must establish Xueyue as the top team in Ling Tong." My heart leaped with joy. It seemed I would be the only man in this studio, living with such a multitude of beautiful women. I couldn't help but wonder what adventures awaited me. The thought of such stunning ladies like Ling Xue and Ling Yue sharing a living space with me sent ripples of excitement through my heart as I eagerly anticipated the blissful life to come. Before I had the chance to shake my head, Ling Xue had already resolutely declined, exclaiming, "No way." Xiatian, slightly disappointed, remarked, "Then I suppose I shall have to team up with Ziyue." Ling Yue chuckled, saying, "Very well, I will share a room with Xuer, and the scholar can have a room to himself." When do you all plan to move in? Bingcha, unable to contain her eagerness, exclaimed, I wish I could move in tonight. Playing games alone at home is so boring. The other girls nodded in agreement. Linghua pondered for a moment before stating, no problem. I will contact the furniture company to have the beds and various supplies delivered immediately. You can head back now to pack your things. Afterward, Linghua turned to me and inquired, Scholar, what about you? I contemplated for a moment and replied, let us wait a bit. My rent isn't up yet. Linghua shot me a teasing smile and commanded, you moving in today as well. Don't you see that we only have a few delicate girls here? If you don't come, how will it be safe? Reluctantly, I nodded in agreement. Lingxue then drove me back to my previous residence, where we hastily gathered my gaming equipment and clothes. To my astonishment, Lingxue, a wealthy heiress, actively helped me tidy up the room. Though I didn't particularly desire her assistance, I was taken aback when she unearthed an old book from under the bed and exclaimed, Silly, you have the hardcover edition of this book? I've been searching for it everywhere. I was taken aback, stammering, that belongs to the previous tenant. Oh? Lingxue remarked, picking up a CD, and what about this album? Goodness, it takes up several gigabytes. You must have treasured it for quite some time. I retorted indignantly, that also belongs to the former tenant. I absolutely despise watching those videos, and as for those people, I don't recognize a single one, and I've never even heard of them. Oh, quite the principled one. Aren't we? Lingxue chuckled. Eventually, she discovered a handwritten notebook and said, Page 24, that night, goodness, you've certainly specialized in quite a bit, haven't you? I was left in tears, realizing the consequences of my negligence. Had I known this would happen, I would have burned all of these things long ago. Nonetheless, Lingxue took matters into her own hands, tossing all my personal treasures into a black sack and discarding them in the trash. With a satisfied clap of her hands, she declared, from now on, let us refrain from viewing these unhealthy items. My heart ached as I clutched my gaming equipment and 2 storage boxes, climbing into Lingxue's car, while my friends, who had shared my residence for the past 6 months, serenaded me with their guitars, singing, Goodbye, neighbor. The usually intimidating landlord stood downstairs, staring blankly at me. As I was pulled into a BMW by a beautiful girl in that fleeting moment, I raised my middle finger at him. GB, I will no longer have to endure your disdain. In the bustling city, Lingxue's BMW streaked like a beam of white light, soon arriving at the studio where we would be residing for the foreseeable future. Upon entering, I noticed a crooked sign affixed outside the room. Shuiu's studio. Inside, I found Xia Tian passionately painting, her enthusiasm highly suggestive of a potential ink spill. A pale blue sheet of paper was affixed next to a room door, inscribed with the word Scholar. Bingcha smoothed out the paper, affixed it properly, and with a smile, warned, Scholar, remember your room. Don't accidentally enter the wrong one at night. I quickly assured her, of course. Bingcha raised an eyebrow and teased. So you're certain you will enter the wrong one? Meanwhile, Xiatian laughed. With him? Humph, I leave my door open every night. I doubt he has the courage. I was left speechless, while Lingxue merely snorted softly. Saying nothing further. As evening approached, around 7 o'clock, we finally finished tidying up everyone's rooms, and I helped the girls set up their gaming equipment. Seizing the opportunity, I logged on to check the level rankings, discovering I was still at level 38, holding the second position, while the first place foreign player had already reached level 39, seemingly quite diligent in his pursuits. Linghua clapped her hands, a satisfied smile on her face, and declared, all done. It's dinner time. Since it's our first day living together, why don't we head to the nearby Tianranju for a nice meal? The cost can be deducted directly from the studio's budget. How does that sound? Everyone readily agreed. Thus, we excitedly descended the stairs, heading straight to the restaurant across the street, Tianranju, where even the guests feel like they've ascended to the heavens. This restaurant's sign read thus, prompting Linghua to express her desire to experience what it's like to be a celestial guest. I seized the opportunity to inquire, Director Ling, will you be pursuing a career as a professional player, leaving behind the operational matters of the company? With a smile, Linghua replied, I'm tired of managing things. After all, Wang Junjia holds all the power there, and I have no desire to fight him for control. It's better to joyfully create a venture with you all in the gaming world. With that, Linghua asked me with a hint of significance, Scholar, would you be willing to assist me? I hesitated for a moment before responding. I am a member of the studio. Once a member of Shueyue. I shall assist you as long as I am here. Ling Yue seemed pleased with my reply and smiled. Good, that puts my mind at ease. When the charming girls arrived at Tian Ranju, the owner was nearly rendered speechless, taking a moment to gather himself before approaching us. Ling Xue requested a private room, and the owner immediately nodded, leading the way with great deference. I must say, the quality of this restaurant far exceeded that of the establishment I had dined at earlier in the afternoon, with their boiled fish priced at 188 yuan per serving. Nevertheless, Ling Yue didn't mind, ordering a lavish spread of dishes for everyone to enjoy. After dinner, Ling Xue drove back to school since her gaming equipment was still there, unwilling to sacrifice valuable leveling time for the night. As millions around the world were eagerly watching to see who would be the first to achieve professional status, upon returning to the studio, the girls retreated to their respective rooms, while I returned to my assigned room, where a soft new comforter had already been laid out on the large bed. Ling Yue treated Shueyue's studio splendidly. Perhaps she had already begun to view us as companions rather than mere employees. Once online, I promptly received a message from Ling Yue. Ah, scholar, you're already at such a high level. Now, go level up. Focus on reaching level 40 for your professional promotion. I immediately agreed, not even bothering to sell the equipment I had acquired earlier, and instead stocked up on potions before rushing back to the cemetery where the heroic tomb lay. Chapter 53. A leaf to level up quickly. One must target high-level yet manageable undead monsters. So I chose to hunt the skeletal mages located deep within the cemetery, around level 45. These creatures had relatively low health and movement speed, making them ideal for my 1,000-blade arrow method of monster hunting. Upon entering the cemetery, I found that the monsters I had slain in the morning had all respawned, aimlessly staggering about in the graveyard. Skillfully, I drew them in and unleashed my 1,000-blade arrow for area attacks. With the star-tracking bow in hand, the process of leveling up became immensely enjoyable, as the rapid gain of experience provided a satisfying thrill. After half an hour, a multitude of skeletal mages lay defeated, transforming into experience points, and my experience surged from 38 level 53 to 38 level 68. The speed of my monster slaying was quite decent at this moment. I began to regret not bringing someone along to collect the gold and equipment. Had I done so, I could have focused solely on defeating monsters without wasting time gathering loot. However, I found it hard to abandon the equipment and gold, so I diligently continued hunting for another half hour before dedicating 5 minutes to collecting the loot. Just as I finished off the second batch of monsters, Ling Xue came online. I quickly drew in more monsters while sending her a message. Need a hand leveling up? Ling Xue replied promptly, not for now. Silly, focus on getting to level 40 and achieving your formal status as an archer. I chuckled and responded, Ling Xue truly understands. Ling Xue immediately countered, of course. Once you hit level 40, use your advanced 1,000-blade arrow to help me level up to 40 as well. I was left speechless again. At that moment, Zener sent me a message. You're leveling up so fast. I replied, of course. What are you up to? Zener responded, Guiji is using the Black Dragon Wave to farm monsters. And I'm healing, so I'm leveling up quickly too. I smiled, and we continued our activities. This straightforward monster grinding, aided by the star tracking bow, allowed my level to progress rapidly. By 9 p.m., I had already surpassed level 39. And nearly every hour, I could gain about 20 experience, meaning I would likely reach level 40 by 1 a.m. Now, I could only hope that the foreign player would level up more slowly than me. The other girls in the studio had banded together to form a leveling group. Bingsha and Luoyu Wuxing had also reached relatively high levels, managing to dominate a leveling spot outside, with the 4 girls claiming a small hill and refusing to let anyone else approach. Ling Yue took Ling Xue, the stunning twin sisters, to hunt monsters together. It is likely that the players witnessing their collaboration were driven to madness, for both Ling Yue and Ling Xue are rare beauties of unparalleled grace, and their identical appearances create an unimaginable visual impact. No wonder, during our meal, with Ling Xue seated to my left and Ling Yue to my right, each time they smiled at me in unison, I nearly succumbed to overwhelming happiness. As time slipped away, 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. I returned to the city to replenish my potions, having reached an impressive 39th level with 97 experience. However, at that moment, the player ranked first, a foreigner, had already reached level 40 and was likely engaged in a class advancement quest. I immediately lured a group of skeletal mages, and after a few minutes of battle, A cascade of golden light enveloped me. I had finally attained the coveted 40th level. Without hesitation, I returned to the city, made minor repairs to my equipment, and hurried towards the vocational training center in Twilight City. Inside the training center, a captivating and alluring bowmaster watched the adventurers outside. As I approached, her expression shifted to one of surprise, followed by the words, "Young man, your skills have reached a new height. Do you wish to embrace a new challenge and become a revered archer?" I promptly confirmed my decision. Ding. System notification. You have accepted the class advancement quest, A Leaf from a Tree. Current quest difficulty, 250. Quest details. Rumor has it that there is a small village named Roy to the northwest of Twilight City, where a brave warrior of the kingdom has sustained injuries. He hopes you will find a leaf capable of healing his wounds. Deliver the leaf to the soldier, and he will grant you the proof of courage needed for your class advancement. It appears I must first reach that village. Without delay, I equipped myself and set off in the direction indicated by the quest. Along the way, many players training saw me and turned their heads, some even recognizing me and pointing from a distance. "Isn't that the top-ranked player from China, the young scholar? What a master!" One player shouted. "Scholar handsome guy, take us along for leveling up." Just say the word. I felt a surge of anxiety and quickened my pace, almost fleeing into the dense forest. Following the coordinates on the map, after about an hour of running, I finally discovered the small village of Roy by a water's edge. At the village entrance, two NPC children were playing rock-paper-scissors. As I approached, one of them stood up and exclaimed, "Big brother, are you a traveler from afar? Please don't wander too far. I heard there are man-eating tree demons to the west of the mountains." The other child added, "Those tree demons are terrifying. Brave Uncle Rhoda is injured and is currently resting with the village shaman." I was slightly taken aback. This seemed to be a hint for my quest. Thus, I inquired, "Children, could you tell me where to find the shaman looking after Uncle Rhoda?" One child pointed, "That greenhouse over there." I swiftly made my way to the greenhouse, where indeed, several beds were arranged, and in the center lay a middle-aged warrior with one leg bandaged and suspended in the air, blood evident on the wraps. Upon seeing me enter, the warrior regained some vigor and said, "Young man, are you an adventurer from the Twilight Kingdom?" I nodded. "Yes, I have come to aid with your injuries." The soldier named Rhoda replied excitedly, "So the kingdom has not forgotten me. That is wonderful. Young man, you only need to retrieve a leaf from the elder tree demon to heal my wounds. But those demons are extremely fearsome. You must exercise caution." Nearby, the elderly shaman handed me a pitch-black staff, saying, "This is a torch that can burn for 2 hours. Once you enter the cave to the west of the mountains, you must kill the elder tree demon and obtain the leaf within that time, or you shall remain forever entombed in that damp, dark environment." I accepted the torch, exited the small house, and opened the map, making my way towards the western mountains. At this moment, no one had successfully advanced their class yet. I must complete the quest before that foreigner. Chapter 54. Successful promotion. Outside Roy Village, the fragrant grass stretched endlessly, and shadows danced among the trees. I had not ventured far when suddenly, a goblin wearing a red hat charged at me with a small axe. I couldn't help but smile and quickly check the properties of this little goblin. Red Hat Goblin, common monster, level, 35 attack, 140 to 210 defense, 40 health, 3000 attack type, multi-hit, leaf language. What a nostalgic little monster this is. I chuckled softly, raised my starlight bow, and launched a fire arrow. 1946. The pitiful defense of the Red Hat Goblin was utterly inadequate, and my casual strike had already diminished its health by more than half. Before the goblin even reached me, I swiftly fired another arrow, and the goblin promptly fell, dropping several silver coins and a bright red helmet. Upon examining the helmet, red goblin helmet, black iron item, armor, defense, 35 strength, 4 agility, -10 required level, 30. I laughed heartily. Such equipment was indeed a rarity, providing a modest boost to strength while reducing agility by 10 points, making it unlikely for any player not wearing white gear to desire such an item. Nevertheless, I tossed the helmet into my inventory. On my journey, I encountered several more Red Hat Goblins, each met with swift defeat, and I collected several additional helmets, unwilling to waste them, and stored them all in my pack. Moments later, I discovered a cave to the west of the mountains. As I ignited the torch and entered, the map's name instantly transformed to Tree Demon Cave. I could faintly see a green, 2-meter-tall tree demon slowly moving within. I quickly checked its attributes. Green leaf tree demon. Enhanced monster, level, 40 attack, 280 to 420 defense, 80 health, 5000 attack type. Multi-hit. I hesitated briefly. This green leaf tree demon was significantly stronger than the red hat goblins outside. With its attack power directly double that of the goblins, drawing my bow, I unleashed a piercing arrow. With a thud, a pale white light erupted upon impact with the tree demon's trunk, causing it to sway and lose 1241 health points. The green leaf tree demon immediately flailed its branch-like arms and charged at me, swinging a limb. With a crack, I felt a slight sting as health diminished, prompting me to retreat and employ an ice arrow to slow it down. I then combined it with my piercing arrows, spending nearly 5 minutes in that confined space before finally slaying the green leaf tree demon. However, to my surprise, this green leaf tree demon dropped no silver coins, let alone any equipment. It was a veritable miser. Perhaps it was due to its status as a quest monster, I thought, in defense of Moonlight Company. Continuing deeper into the cave, I stumbled upon a spacious hall where 7 green leaf tree demons surrounded an elder tree demon. Seemingly engaged in conversation. One remarked, "Those detestable humans dare to treat us as mere stepping stones for their trials. It is truly infuriating." Another added, "The last soldier who came here almost had his leg torn off by the elder. He will never dare to return." The elder tree demon scoffed, "Humph, those self-important humans are no threat. Recently, a bothersome horde of goblins has invaded. I caught one to eat, but that red hat lodged in my throat took days to recover from." The other green leaf tree demons quickly chimed in. "Indeed, those wretched red hats have made us treekin look so foolish." Upon hearing this, I felt a stirring in my heart. Perhaps the goblin helmets I had collected earlier could indeed be of use. In this hall, there were a total of 8 monsters. Confronting them all at once would be tantamount to seeking death unless I could uncover their weaknesses. Thus, I swiftly launched a fire arrow to lure one of the green leaf tree demons. As it drew near, I quickly produced a red goblin helmet and accurately tossed it into its mouth. Instantly, the green leaf tree demon clutched its throat and froze in place. Ding! System notification. The green leaf tree demon is affected by the goblin helmet, resulting in a 50 decrease in attack power, a 50 decrease in defense, a 50 decrease in movement speed, and a 50 decrease in health, lasting for 600 seconds. I had succeeded. My heart raced with excitement. 10 minutes was ample time for me to accomplish many tasks. At that moment, the remaining tree demons rushed towards me, and I employed the same strategy, enduring a barrage of blows to ensure every tree demon, including the elder, received a goblin helmet. As a result, their attributes plummeted, and except for the elder tree demon, none possessed the power to breach my defenses. I disregarded the other tree demons, focusing intently on the elder tree demon. The piercing arrows exploded against the chest of the elder tree demon, causing pieces of its ancient bark to shatter and scatter. In less than 5 minutes, the primary monster of this quest finally succumbed to the ground, leaving behind not a single coin or piece of equipment, only a solitary leaf. I swiftly approached, snatched up the leaf, and dashed out of the cave. Discarding the torch without a second thought, I raced towards Roy Village, seizing the opportunity to potentially become the first player to achieve full status before anyone else did. When I handed the leaf to the soldier Rhoda, he couldn't help but exclaim with excitement, "Young one, your bravery has proven your worth. Here, take this as a testament to your courage." Ding! System notification. You have completed the quest A Leaf. Receiving the quest item, Proof of Courage. With this proof, seek out your mentor to elevate your profession. The proof of courage is essentially a letter of recommendation for promotion. A surge of exhilaration coursed through me, and I returned to the city, racing at a speed of 120 yards straight into the vocational training center. Upon presenting the proof of courage to the archery trainer, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Young one, you are truly remarkable. Come, this honor belongs to you." Ding! System notification. You have completed the vocational promotion quest, earning the title of Archer. As the first player to level up, you receive an additional reward, Evasion. Concurrently, an announcement echoed across the entire server. Ding! System notification. Player Qingshan Shusheng, China, has successfully leveled up, becoming the first player to achieve full status, gaining 1,000 reputation. In less than 3 seconds, another notification chimed. Ding! System notification. Player Uncle Sam, USA, has successfully leveled up, becoming the second player to achieve full status, gaining 300 reputation. Chapter 55. Heartbeat cover. I quickly glanced at the skill book rewarded by the system. Evasion. A certain probability to evade physical attacks from enemies. With effectiveness dependent on skill level, requires archer to be level 40. Without hesitation, I learned the skill. After all, this ability could prove crucial during PvP encounters between archers and melee classes. At that moment, Ling Tong sent me a message. You fool, you've done quite well. Within a second, congratulations poured in from Ziyun and the others. Jian Huolonghun, Jian Waxingxian, Jian Huogizi, and what caught my attention the most was a message from Ling Yue. Log off immediately. We re-celebrating. I felt a bit dazed but removed my helmet. It was already 2 a.m. As I stepped outside, I was greeted by Ling Yue, clad in a light blue nightgown, her beautiful face radiant with joy. She rushed up to me, enveloping me in an enthusiastic embrace, exclaiming, Shusheng, you truly leveled up first. You are the pride of our Shueus studio. I was merely in a shirt, feeling the softness of her youthful figure against my chest. A sensation that could drive anyone wild. The faint scent of a young girl's fragrance wafted from Ling Yue, and soon she realized her enthusiasm was a bit overboard, blushing as she released me and straightened her attire, attempting to appear composed. However, the other girls from Shueus studio had also emerged, witnessing the scene and suppressing their laughter. Ling Yue bit her lip and said, I must continue leveling up to achieve full status within 2 hours. I am off to grind. With that, she dashed back to her room, and I called out, Aren't we supposed to celebrate? A voice from Ling Yue's room replied, Let Bingsha make you a bag of instant noodles with an egg. Consider it your reward. I was speechless, and Bingsha chimed in with a smile. Shusheng, do you need me to cook noodles for you? I shook my head with a chuckle. No need. My noodle cooking skills are quite exceptional. Bingsha playfully stretched, sitting across from me with a smile. In that case, why don't you cook some for me too? I'm far from level 40, so there's no rush. I pondered for a moment and replied, All right, just a moment. Instant noodles were a staple in the studio. I easily found them, boiled 2 packets, added 2 eggs, and within moments, the aroma filled the air. While it may not be gourmet cuisine, in the dead of night, instant noodles naturally transformed into a delicacy. I served 2 bowls at the table and sat across from Bingsha, breaking apart chopsticks, eat while it's hot, and after finishing, drink some water before washing up and heading to bed. Bingsha smiled softly. Thank you. I must say, Bingsha had a rather composed manner when eating. One hand held the noodles while the other tucked her hair behind her ear. Soon beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. Just then, Ziyue and Xiatian emerged from their room, and Xiatian immediately rushed over, exclaiming, What smells so good? Bingsha quickly sipped the last of the broth, savoring it as she said, Shusheng's instant noodles. Xiatian looked at me eagerly. Shusheng, can you make me a bowl too? I raised an eyebrow, maintaining my stance. Not a chance. You girls should make your own. Otherwise, no one will want you in the future. Xiatian puffed out her petite chest defiantly. I have this. Meanwhile, Ziyue appeared worried and entered the kitchen to cook noodles, but soon a burnt smell wafted out, prompting Xian to scold, Ziyue, you silly girl. You only put in that little water. Do you think it's a snail taking a bath? Ziyue looked flustered, while Bingsha licked her rosy lips, laughing, Ziyue is just a bit clumsy. Otherwise, she's wonderful. I chuckled. All right, you should get some rest. I'm heading back to sleep. Bingsha smiled slightly. Oh, I'll take a shower and then sleep. You go ahead. The words carried a hint of ambiguity, and I was momentarily taken aback. Soon, Bingsha blushed as she quickly grabbed her nightgown and dashed into the bathroom. I returned to my room, listening to Ziyue and Xiatian's laughter outside, and sank into a deep sleep. Originally, I had only 5 hours of sleep today, but now I could finally catch up on some of it. My mind drifted into a hazy dream. In this dream, I saw many figures, some laughing, some crying. As people gathered and parted ways, connections formed and faded. 5 years ago, countless friends, now lost to time. And I remembered that year when the top player of Yueheng patted my shoulder and said, Brother, the wolves of the north are now your responsibility. Little did I know how many would remember that young master who led tens of thousands of Chinese players to triumph 3 times against the Japanese main city, the one who stood atop the corpses of millions of enemies in the northern stronghold. Roaring defiantly, the one who instilled fear in countless Japanese players under the ID. Tang Song Yuan Ming Qing. That year, I was still young, with countless dreams slowly coming to fruition. Everything was as beautiful as a dream, and I thought I would harvest my own love, but unexpectedly, a great fire took everything away from me. Yet I constantly reminded myself, no matter how many trials or betrayals I faced, I must confront them with a smile. One cannot lose to oneself, and today, I finally reached the pinnacle of the world for the first time in the sequel of Yueheng, Ling Tong, with only one belief in my heart, to reclaim the brilliance and glory of the past. And with the girls of the studio, create a myth belonging to Ling Tong. The next morning, upon opening my eyes, I noticed the leaves rustling against the windowsill, dewdrops glistening. Glancing at the time, it was only 7 a.m., seemingly too early to rise. Just as I contemplated slipping back into slumber, I heard a man's voice outside. "Where's Lingyue? Is Ayu not here?" My heart jolted. That voice was all too familiar. It was Wang Junjie. But why was he at the Shuiyue studio? At that moment, it seemed to be Bing Cha's voice, saying, "Director Ling doesn't he live here? If you don't believe it, go check for yourself," Wang Junjie replied. "Fine, I'll check, Ziyue. Don't block the door," Ziyue retorted. "This is my room. Why should I let you in?" Wang Junjie immediately became furious. "Stop wasting time. Where have you hidden Ayu? Let her out. I have something to discuss with her." Bing Cha interjected. "If you have something to say, just call her. Why come here in person?" Wang Junjie raised his voice. "Ayu is my girlfriend. Of course, I need to find her." Bing Cha laughed skeptically. "Cut the act." Hearing this, I could no longer remain still and threw off the covers, preparing to see what was happening. Just then, my door swung open, and there was Lingyue, wrapped in a towel, tiptoeing over. The towel precariously clung to her. The alluring contours of her figure subtly visible, her youthful, delicate form enticingly prominent, and her smooth, fair legs seemed capable of captivating anyone's heart with each step. "Huh? Lingyue?" I exclaimed in surprise. Lingyue quickly put a finger to her lips for silence, swiftly closed the door, glanced around, and then climbed onto my bed. Chapter 56. Morning spring light. I was so astonished that I could hardly speak, gaping in disbelief as Lingyue cautiously stepped over me. The towel swaying perilously, the breathtaking sight rendering me utterly speechless. Lingyue hastily threw back the covers, burrowing herself beneath them, and then pulled me towards her, glaring, "Stop gaping. Quickly help me cover. Sit up so Wang Junjie doesn't he discover I'm here." I furrowed my brow, managing to deduce the situation with a fair degree of accuracy. Thus, I turned to my side and lay down, half covered by the blanket, whispering softly, "Are you truly so afraid of Wang Junjie?" Lingyue pouted. "There are some matters you could never comprehend. Regardless, you've helped me navigate this hurdle." I was left speechless when, at that moment, someone finally pushed open the door to my room. Lingyue cautiously nestled beneath the covers, her petite frame almost entirely pressed against my chest. Unbeknownst to us, the towel had slipped away, and as my gaze inadvertently flicked downwards, I caught sight of something I ought not to have seen. My face flushing instantly with embarrassment. Lingyue's cheeks turned a bright crimson, and in a flustered attempt to shield herself from my gaze, she bit her silver teeth and tugged at the towel to cover her body. However, to my surprise, the high-priced bed creaked with excitement, causing Lingyue to lose her balance and tumble forward, landing directly in my embrace. Alas, my shirt was not fully buttoned, resulting in an intimate contact between my chest and Lingyue's body, sending my heart racing to an alarming 300 beats per minute. At that moment, Ziyue peered into the room and remarked to the outside, "You see, the one sleeping in this room is a scholar. Surely, you don't think Lingyue would share a bed with him?" Wang Junjie appeared unconvinced and was about to push the door open. Just then, Ice-T immediately pressed a hand against the door, blocking Wang Junjie's path. As he expressed his astonishment, Ice-T firmly stated, "If you cannot even trust Lingyue in this regard, how can you call yourself her boyfriend? With your demeanor, you hardly merit that title." Wang Junjie frowned, letting out a scoff. "Since Ayu is not here, I'll let it be." I turned to face him, asking, "What brings you here?" Wang Junjie replied coldly, "What a silly question. This suite was purchased by the company. Why shouldn't I come? As for you, as a member of the Shuiyue studio, how can you still be sleeping at this hour? Himph, I must inform you of this." I chuckled. "Then I shall trouble you with that. No need to see me off. Ice-T, please close the door for me. I need to catch a bit more sleep." Ice-T flashed a slight smile and raised an eyebrow at Wang Junjie, saying, "Shall we ask you to leave? Don't be so oblivious." Wang Junjie let out another huff, storming out and slamming the door behind him. Xia Tian expressed her desire to peek into my room, but Ice-T firmly denied her request. Once the door was securely closed, I let out a long sigh, feeling Ling Yue, nestled in my arms, also release a breath of relief, though her body continued to tremble with tension. The situation beneath the blanket was unclear, but Ling Yue remained tightly pressed against me. I lowered my head to her and said, "Wang Junjie intends to report me for sleeping in this morning." Ling Yue's lovely face flushed, yet she feigned a composed demeanor, quickly retreating slightly and using the towel to cover herself. She then said, "Understood. This matter can wait. For now, you must go find me a set of clothes." I promptly rose, relinquishing the blanket to Ling Yue. The moment I distanced myself from her, an inexplicable sense of loss washed over me, however. Seeing Ling Yue wrapped in the blanket, I felt a ripple of warmth within. After hastily donning my clothes, Ling Yue reached out her fair arm to grasp the hem of my shirt, whispering, "Please don't mention this to anyone. If they inquire." Ling Yue's enchanting gaze swept across my room, pointing to the corner where the wastebasket sat. "If they ask, just say I'm hiding in there." I couldn't help but chuckle. Well, hiding like a little kitten might work, but you? Is that feasible? Ling Yue immediately glared at me, asserting, "If I say it is, then it is. All right, if you insist." I acquiesced, stepping outside, only to tragically discover that my body had also undergone a change. Alarmed, I crouched down, clutching my stomach. Outside, Ice-T and Ziyue were staring at me with wide eyes. I feigned calmness and said, "Just now, Director Ling was hiding in my room. Could you fetch her a set of clothes?" My stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom." Ziyue promptly went to retrieve the clothing, while Xia Tian inquired with a laugh, "So, Director Ling was hiding in your room? Where exactly?" I replied, "Behind the cardboard box." Xia Tian chuckled lightly, "Oh, I see." Shortly after, Ling Yue emerged from the room wearing a light yellow dress. After casting me a glance, she settled onto the sofa, exclaiming, "I've finally evaded this crisis. Perhaps I can enjoy a week of peace." Ice-T poured her a glass of juice and asked, "Would you care to share what transpired? You seemed rather fearful of Wang Junjie." Ling Yue sighed, "Fearful? How could I be afraid of him? I merely worry about my father's reaction. Never mind, it's something you need not concern yourselves with. However, you all saw how Wang Junjie has become increasingly brazen. My days ahead may prove challenging." I sat silently beside her, not uttering a word. Ling Yue glanced at me deeply, her beautiful eyes revealing a glimmer of hope. After a while, Ice-T broke the silence with a light laugh. "Don't dwell on unhappy matters, Ling Yue. Rest assured, with us around, you won't be wronged, and no matter how formidable Wang Junjie may be, can he truly wield such power? Hemph, next time he comes, we shall not grant him a pleasant reception." Ling Yue smiled faintly, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the springtime, softly replying, "Indeed." Ice-T continued, "Let us report on the happenings from last night until now. I've compiled the data. Among the 7 of us in the studio, the Scholar and Ling Yue have both been promoted to full-time status. You are among the top 10 players in the world to achieve such advancement. Meanwhile, I and Luo Yuwuxing have both reached level 36, and I believe we shall transition soon. Ling Xue informed me before logging off that she is nearing level 38, so she should advance even quicker. As for Ziyue and Xia Tian, you two may report your progress." Xia Tian immediately chimed in, "Ziyue and I are both at level 35. Actually, we were at level 36, but we accidentally died while leveling up last night and dropped back to level 35. Ling Yue appeared slightly surprised. "How did that happen? Weren't you both leveling up together safely?" Nearby, Ziyue admitted her fault. I made a careless mistake and stabbed Xia Tian, which led to me being swiftly killed by a monster." Ling Yue let out an impressed sound. "Impressive." At that moment, Luo Yuwuxing emerged from the kitchen, cheerfully announcing, "For breakfast, everyone shall have a serving of fried eggs accompanied by pine nut corn soup. I hope you enjoy." I was taken aback, not realizing that Luo Yuwuxing possessed such culinary skills. As we savored the delicious breakfast, Ice-T inquired, "Director Ling, do you have any plans for this morning?" Ling Yue replied, "Let's discuss it once we log in. I haven't quite decided yet. If there are no collective tasks, you all should continue leveling up. Once you hit level 40, you can transition, and after that, your professional skills will advance to a higher tier." making monster hunting significantly more efficient. Ice-T smiled slightly. Understood. Chapter 57. Evasion. After finishing our meal, I logged in and found myself in the plaza of Twilight City. Opening my friend list, I noticed Ling Xue had yet to log on, likely still indulging in her slumber. The thought of her adorable sleeping face elicited a faint smile from me. Among Jinhua's members, only Long Hun was online. It appeared that Ziyun and Xingtian had likely logged off. Notably, Jinhua Guizhi had already reached level 40, suggesting he had transitioned. Browsing the Chinese leaderboard, I noticed fresh changes. 1. Qingfeng Lanyue, level 40, Mage 2. Qinghuang Shusheng, level 40, Archer 3. Jinhua Guizhi, level 40, Dark Mage 4. Zansul Outyin, level 39, Apprentice Berserker 5. Jinhua Xingtian, level 38, Apprentice Berserker 6. Qingfeng Feishue, level 38, Apprentice Swordsman 7. Zansul Fenglu, level 37, Apprentice Mage 8. Zansul Tie, level 37, Apprentice Mage 9. Aoshi Quangren, level 37, Apprentice Berserker 10. Tianzijiatzi, level 36. Apprentice Mage. The Chinese region now boasts 3 players who have transitioned, and I believe that within the day, Zansul Outyin, Jinhua Xingtian, and Ling Xue will surely achieve the same. We have now reached a pivotal moment in the game, where the disparity between high-end and low-end players is about to widen significantly. With 3 members of Zansul on the leaderboard, this underscores the strength of the top Chinese gaming team. Jinhua is not far behind, with 2 members listed and positioned quite favorably. As for the arrogant Aoshi, only the leader Aoshi Quangren has made it to the leaderboard. One cannot fathom the resources expended to elevate his level so high. In terms of true strength, it is indisputable that the Shuyue studio is currently at its zenith, with Ling Yue and me occupying the top 2 spots, while Ling Xue holds the 6th position. It seems that Shuyue's prowess is commendable. However, the gaming landscape is ever-changing, and no one can predict what might transpire next. Moreover, the levels of players on the leaderboard are closely contested, and it is entirely possible that in half a month, the top 10 will have entirely different faces. At this moment, Ling Yue logged on and informed me that there was nothing pressing for now. If I felt in good spirits, I could practice my skills. I was indeed in good spirits, but my desire to earn money was even greater. Thus, I retrieved dozens of black iron equipment pieces ranging from level 30 to level 40 from the warehouse, and laid them out in a row at the East Gate Square of Twilight City, bellowing at the top of my lungs, high-grade equipment on a clearance sale. Even if you don't buy, come take a look. Before long, a large crowd of high-level players gathered around. A quick glance revealed that many among them were equipped quite impressively, with several persons possessing between 2 to 5 pieces of bronze gear. However, some of these bronze items were of such low levels that one could hardly expect the attributes of a level 10 bronze piece to rival those of a level 30 black iron item. Hence, many approached my stall with the intent of finding rare treasures. In no time, a young warrior set his sights on a bracer that boasted an impressive addition of 12 points to strength. The warrior inquired, "How much for this bracer? Please give me a fair price." I shot him a glance and replied, "As a legitimate businessman, my prices are always fair. This bracer is not available for less than 50 gold coins." The young warrior glanced at his coin pouch, his expression wavering as he stared at the bracer in a daze. I sighed and asked, "How much do you have?" 24 gold coins, to be honest. I was not cut out for business, for I was too soft-hearted. Thus, I sold the bracer for 20 gold coins, and upon witnessing the young warrior's jubilant departure with his new bracer, an unexpected sense of satisfaction welled up within me. After this initial transaction, a cascade of wealth followed. The onlookers finally began to part with their coins, and those clad in low-level black iron gear eagerly exchanged their equipment for better ones. However, I adhered to a principle. Black iron equipment of level 30 and above would not be priced below 10 gold coins, yet I would not exceed 50 gold coins, for the attributes of black iron gear were evident, and exorbitant prices would deter buyers. In less than half an hour, I had successfully conducted multiple transactions, and when my inventory of black iron equipment had been completely cleared, I found myself with a tangible profit of over 500 gold coins. Coupled with the 1,700 gold coins I had amassed from grinding the previous day, I now possessed a staggering total of 2,300 gold coins, enough that, if converted to real currency, I would be on the cusp of becoming a wealthy individual. Once my equipment was sold out, I proceeded to repair my gear, only to discover that the durability of my starlight bow had been halved, with repairs costing an astonishing 42 gold coins. Fortunately, I was not lacking in gold at the moment, so I was unconcerned. I purchased another inventory full of red and blue potions, ready to venture out and practice my new skill. As the first player in the world to reach the next tier, I had also acquired a skill pertinent to my class: evasion, level, beginner, effect, 2 chance to evade physical attacks. I mused that as this skill leveled up, my physical evasion would surely increase by a significant margin. At present, it stood at 2, but if each skill upgrade doubled it, then the intermediate skill would grant 4, the advanced skill 6, the master level 8, and the divine level 10, with even greater potential beyond that. Lost in thought, I couldn't help but smile. Such a skill was undoubtedly a prized asset for an archer. Therefore, I promptly teleported back to the novice village. Venturing deep into the forest, I attracted the attention of several goblins whose attacks ranged from 4 to 8. Standing still to let them assault me, I was delighted to see, after 2 minutes, that their attacks had shifted from dealing 1 point of damage to a resounding miss. Simultaneously, my evasion skill proficiency surged by 10 points. I was overjoyed and promptly circled around again, drawing the ire of as many as 10 small goblins who began to pummel me, while my evasion skill proficiency soared rapidly. I focused solely on monitoring my health, ensuring I did not fall. Before long, a group of novice players who had just exited the novice village caught sight of me from afar, astonished. "Look over there, there's an idiot. He's being attacked by monsters without fighting back, and he doesn't even know to escape." Another novice chimed in, "You're the idiot. Can't you see he's surrounded by monsters? How could he escape? Should we rescue him?" "Rescue? Just sit tight and wait for him to die. We ready to loot his equipment." Thus, from a distance, several novice players stealthily hid behind a large tree, waiting for me to perish. Half an hour later, I finally heard the familiar sound of a system notification. Ding. System prompt: your skill evasion has reached the intermediate level. I quickly checked the skill attributes. Evasion, level, intermediate, effect, 6 chance to evade physical attacks. In that moment, I was so elated that I could hardly speak. This skill was undoubtedly at least a golden tier skill, with its effectiveness having grown 3-fold. It seemed that if I were to train my evasion skill to the divine level, it could potentially exceed 20, which would be nothing short of remarkable. In a state of excitement, I continued to consume potions and train my skill, when suddenly, I received a message from Ling Tong: "Scholar, hurry to the west gate of Twilight City. If you don't arrive within 5 minutes, you'll be in grave danger." Startled, I realized Ling Tong must have something urgent to convey. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent such a message. Without hesitation, I drew my starlight bow, and with a single shot from my 1,000-blade arrow, a flurry of damage numbers exceeding 1,000 erupted above the heads of the goblins, bringing them down in an instant. In the distance, the novice players who had been waiting for so long stood agape. "Holy cow, that's not an idiot. We're the idiots." I swiftly made my way back to the novice village and teleported back to Twilight City. The east gate was roughly a 5-minute sprint from the west gate, and I dashed over without a moment's pause. Upon my arrival at the west gate, I was greeted by Ling Xue, and several other members of the Xue studio, all of whom appeared to be quite exhilarated. As for when Ling Xue had logged in, I must have been too engrossed in practicing my skills to notice. Gasping for breath, I approached Ling Xue and Ling Yue, inquiring, "What's the matter?" Ling Xue smiled gently. "Players from the Blue Star Group, sent to gather wood in the game, have been piked. We're going to teach those unwise individuals a lesson." Chapter 58. We shall group PvP'd. I grasped my starlight bow tightly and replied, "Then let us move swiftly." Ling Yue shot me a sidelong glance, exclaiming, "What's with you? You are just as excited as Ling Xue when you hear about PK." Ling Xue and I exchanged amused glances, while Bing Sha drew her sword, grinning. "Shall we set off then?" Ling Yue smiled slightly, gripping her flame staff, her lips curling into a smirk. "Let us go. Let those fellows know that we Xue are not to be trifled with." Thus, under Ling Yue's leadership, our group surged towards our target. The west gate of Twilight City was bordered by a dense forest rich in precious timber, and our destination was the logging area for silver birch trees. Silver birch wood could be harvested with intermediate logging skills, serving as essential materials for constructing buildings and crafting sturdy bows and other weapons. In all of Twilight City, only this forest possessed such timber. Likely the root of the conflict, the fragrant wildflowers danced in the breeze as Ling Xue sped ahead, leaving us behind. IT was no surprise, given that her moon shadow cloak provided a 10-speed boost. Ling Xue was mindful, pausing on the grass ahead whenever she gained some distance, her charming figure captivating our hearts. After approximately half an hour upon our arrival, we discovered dozens of level 15 players blocked outside the forest, each bearing the prefix Yue in their names, undoubtedly employees of the Blue Star Group. A middle-aged man, a lumberjack by title, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "These people are truly overbearing. Why do they claim this forest as their own? Now we can't gather materials, our skill proficiency is increasing. How are we supposed to practice in this production profession?" I was taken aback. I recognized this individual as an esteemed figure from the operations department. At that moment, Ling Yue parted the crowd and asked, "What is going on?" A group of production players immediately responded respectfully, "Director Ling." The middle-aged man pointed angrily at the forest, saying, "Those folks have killed us once already, causing us to lose half of the wood we harvested, and the several high-level combat players allocated to us by Director Wang have also been slain by them." Ling Yue's expression darkened with indignation as she stepped forward. And our studio members quickly followed suit. I activated my name display and opened my equipment effects, creating a dazzling display of light. Ling Yue and Ling Xue's gear was equally impressive, their graceful appearances causing the onlookers to drool. At that moment, the group occupying the silver birch forest finally emerged, nearly 50 individuals, all bearing the title Pride of the World. Humph. So it's them again. Ling Xue's expression turned frosty. I felt equally displeased. The Pride of the World family was like a stubborn dog, impossible to drive away. Among the crowd, the arrogant figure known as Pride of the World stepped forward, surveying our group with a disdainful smirk. I wondered who it was. So it's the first female mage, Qingfeng Lanyue, along with that so-called scholar Anqingfeng Feishue. TSK, 3 top 10 players from the heavenly ranking are here. Ling Yue coldly replied, "Pride of the World? What do you mean by this? The woods in this game do not belong solely to your Pride of the World. Why have you attacked our Shuiyue members and even stolen their materials?" Pride of the World chuckled mockingly, "Very well, today, I shall leave my words here. From this moment forth, this grove of birch trees shall belong to our proud faction. You, Snow Moon, may seek another place to reside. Should you be unwilling to accept this, then by all means, attempt to reclaim this woodland from us. However, I fear you may lack the capability to do so. It is evident that there are currently as many as 50 players from our faction present, many of whom are high-level players ranging from levels 30 to 33. If a confrontation were to ensue, despite our commendable levels, our chances of victory would be slim. Nevertheless, nearly half of the individuals within this faction bear the mark of infamy, which presents us with a potential opportunity. Observing the arrogant demeanor of the proud world lunatics, Ling Yue smiled faintly and communicated through the team channel. "Prepare to strike." Ling Xue, wielding her radiant sword, beamed with excitement. "I shall take the lead and draw their fire. Ice-T, join me in the fray, if you please." Ice-T raised her blade and replied with a smile. "I am eager to accompany you." At that moment, Ziyue had already entered stealth mode. This level 35 assassin, when cloaked, could easily evade detection from most adversaries. Luoyu Wuxing retrieved an iron arrow from her quiver and cheerfully announced in the team channel, "Allow me to deal with their clerics." Last summer was equally unyielding. With a flourish of her staff, she summoned a level 31 dire wolf, which, without awaiting commands, darted towards the enemy leader, Proud World Lunatic. Ling Yue commanded in a firm voice through the team channel, "Commence the attack." As her words fell, Ling Yue unleashed a fiery torrent, targeting the foremost mages, who were instantly reduced to half health, their faces displaying sheer terror. Ling Xue, like a whirlwind, had already arrived before Proud World Lunatic, her radiant sword erupting in brilliance. A sweeping strike, 1059, 1184. The 2 damaged figures leapt above Proud World Lunatic's head, driving his health to the brink of depletion. He gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom that this delicate-looking girl possessed such formidable offensive power. With a swift motion, a flash of crimson light appeared as Ziyue's dagger sliced across Proud World Lunatic's neck. In an instant, he fell without uttering a sound, succumbing to the combined assault of the 2 young women. Simultaneously, Xiaoyan's fire arrow obliterated a mage, while Ice-T charged into the enemy ranks, her blade glimmering with lethal intent, swiftly dispatching 2 infamous clerics. Of course, The reason I had refrained from engaging thus far was that I had unconsciously infiltrated the grove to the right of the Proud World faction. When the mages hiding in the rear discovered my presence, they gasped in shock. What the hell? When did the arrogant scholar arrive here? Warriors and berserkers moved forward at once. Alas, it was too late. With a flash of brilliance from my starlight bow, a deluge of multicolored arrows rained down upon the enemy's clerics and mages, instantly causing a flurry of damage numbers to erupt above the heads of these fragile classes. 876, 764, 578, 1027. Undoubtedly, my assault was utterly devastating. A single volley of arrows had claimed several mages' lives, and as I unleashed another barrage, despair filled the eyes of the remaining mages and clerics with a series of resounding cracks. A host of mages and clerics disintegrated into white light, returning to the city. My volley of arrows had managed to reduce nearly 80% of the mage's health, a salvation that clerics could not provide. Meanwhile, the sound of the system notifications rang in my ears. Ding, system prompt. You have slain player Proud World Tyrant, Infamy 100. Ding, system prompt. You have slain player Proud World Girl, Infamy 100. Ding, system prompt. You have slain player Proud World Remnant Sword, Infamy 100. Ding, system prompt. You have slain player Proud World Gale, Infamy 100. In an instant, my name transformed into a haunting crimson. Chapter 59. Consecutive level drops. At that moment, a shadow emerged before me, revealing the stealthy assassin, Proud World Bloodthirsty. This was not our first encounter, and I smiled slightly, swiftly retreating. A red flash indicated my previous position as Proud World Bloodthirsty's ambush missed its mark. Perhaps taken aback by my speed, a look of malice crossed his face as he brandished his dagger and lunged at me once more. Yet I would not allow him to act with impunity for long. As the string of my starlight bow vibrated, a shard of icy light shot forth, an ice arrow. 1289. A damaged figure soared above Proud World Bloodthirsty's head. He clearly did not anticipate my assault to be so potent, yet still gritted his teeth and cursed at me. Undeterred, he lunged forward. Noticing his dwindling health, I couldn't help but smile. Proud World Bloodthirsty had taken down numerous Snow Moon players, and now his retribution had come. With a swift motion, I drew back my starlight bow, and my left hand's waved dagger sliced through the air. 564. The waved dagger transformed into a glimmering arc of frost, leaving a crimson mark upon Proud World Bloodthirsty's neck. And he gradually knelt beside me, his body dissolving into white light, leaving a scattered array of potions and equipment behind. Ding, system prompt. Player Proud World Bloodthirsty has been slain. Due to exceeding 100 infamy, level has dropped to 34, remaining infamy 300. Ding, system prompt. Player Proud World Bloodthirsty has been slain. Due to exceeding 100 infamy, level has dropped to 33. Remaining infamy 200. Ding, system prompt. Player Proud World Bloodthirsty has been slain. Due to exceeding 100 infamy, level has dropped to 32. Remaining infamy 100. Ding, system prompt. Player Proud World Bloodthirsty has been slain. Due to exceeding 100 infamy, level has dropped to 31. Remaining infamy 0. Observing the series of system notifications, I was left speechless, realizing that the penalties for red-named players in this game were exceedingly harsh. Each additional kill resulted in a level drop upon their demise. The unfortunate Proud World Bloodthirsty plummeted from level 35 to 31. A fate that surely warranted his lamentation. Turning to look, I found Ling Xue and Ling Yue already tidying up the battlefield. The enemy's mages and clerics had been swiftly eliminated, leaving the frontline warriors and berserkers unable to inflict any significant damage upon Ling Xue and Ling Yue. Meanwhile, Ice-T had been reduced to a critical state, also marked with infamy, desperately consuming potions to recover. Scanning the surroundings, I noted that every member of the Snow Moon studio bore the mark of infamy. With my own name glowing the brightest, a deep and ominous crimson hue accentuated by the glaring red of my Flame Inferno set, Ling Xue approached me, gazing at my condition, and playfully inquired, "Silly one, how much infamy do you have now?" I opened my attribute panel to check. 1,500 points. Ling Xue smirked. "If you were to fall now, you would drop straight back to level 25. Hee, my mental math skills are quite impressive. Aren't they?" I could only respond with a sigh. Indeed, Ling Xue's arithmetic is commendable. At that moment, Ice-T stood up and addressed the production players of the Proud World faction. Your support has been eradicated. Now scram, for I have no desire to slay you." The Proud World production players exchanged glances before one by one vacating the grove, while the Snow Moon production players entered in succession to commence harvesting birch wood to enhance their production skills. Just then, a system announcement suddenly floated above Twilight City. System announcement, player Proud World lunatic shouts Snow Moon players, "If you have the audacity, just wait for me. I shall soon bring my men over. Qingfeng Lanyu, arrogant scholar, Qingfeng Feishue, you all better be prepared. If I don't eliminate you today, I shall no longer show my face in Twilight City." Lingyue evidently received this message as well. Chuckling, "It costs 5,000 gold to send a system shout. The Proud World faction is indeed wealthy," Lingxue queried. "Sister, should we retreat? If they bring over a few hundred low-level characters for us to slay, would we not incur a loss?" Lingyue couldn't help but smile. "Very well, let us proceed as per Schwer's suggestion." Ice-T, however, raised a concern. "But if we leave, what will happen to the production players if Proud World returns?" Lingyue furrowed her brow momentarily, then resolutely stated, "We shall remain. Whatever number they bring, we shall slay. I refuse to believe we cannot quell the turbulent winds of Proud World." I nodded in agreement. Smiling, "Yes, that would be best." Lingyue flashed a smile at me but did not elaborate further at that moment. I received a message from Zioner, who inquired, "What exactly is happening?" I activated the communicator and recounted the events that had transpired. And Zioner seemed concerned, stating, "I shall look into this matter." Shortly thereafter, a message from Jianhua Longhun arrived. "Brother, I am aware of your situation. I was left somewhat bewildered and chose not to inquire further." Not long after, the combat-oriented players who had been eliminated by Shuiyue returned, mostly novice players under level 30. For these elderly gentlemen, who typically spent their days sipping tea and reading newspapers in the office, leveling up was no simple task. Lingxue and Bingxia had already gathered the equipment dropped by the players from Aoshi. Lingxue cheerfully reported, "Sister, 4 pieces of bronze gear, 24 pieces of black iron gear, 5 white items, and 3 rough items." Lingyue smiled faintly. "Let us set up a stall in Twilight City later and tarnish the reputation of that group from Aoshi," Lingxue replied with a sweet smile. "Yes, but my crime value has reached 500. I need to kill monsters for 5 consecutive hours to turn back to white name," Lingyue remarked. "Well, you're better off than I am. I'll need to defeat monsters for 10 hours to revert to white." "But the scholar has it worse," I couldn't help but retort. "Please don't add salt to our wounds," Lingyue chuckled and said, "No need to worry. I'll arrange for someone to bring us potions. Just focus on leveling up." It seemed that was the only option we had, but our real headache lay in how to deal with the impending retaliation from Aoshi. After nearly 20 minutes, a large group of Aoshi players finally appeared in the distance. They did not approach, instead gathering players, evidently waiting until their numbers were sufficient to deliver a fatal blow to us. "Shuiyue," I glanced at my companions. The 6 girls from the studio had already turned red-named, while the 20 or so newly arrived players from Shuiyue seemed rather weak, likely to be mere cannon fodder. Just as Lingyue had told me earlier, to dominate in this game, we needed to have our own talents. Relying solely on the pampered white-collar workers in the company would be utterly futile. A few minutes later, Aoshi had amassed over 200 players, all with conspicuous IDs beginning with Aoshi. They slowly approached, and at the forefront, Aoshi Quarren sneered, shouting from afar, "Damn it! This time I want to see how many of you can kill us. I'm going to make sure all 3 of you drop out of the top 10 on the level leaderboard." Chapter 60. Swordfire Shuiyue. Seeing Aoshi Quarren's fierce and arrogant expression, Lingxue couldn't help but mutter, "What a despicable person." I was taken aback and said, "Try to maintain some composure." Lingxue hesitated for a moment, then looked up at me, her beautiful face radiating an enchanting smile as she said, "I simply can't find other words to describe him at that moment." Ziyue appeared slightly anxious, saying, "They brought over 200 people. Can we hold them off?" Lingyue sighed, "Let us just do our best. We might really drop below level 30 here at that point." A player from Shuiyue suggested, "Why don't we escape? A wise man doesn't take unnecessary risks." Lingyue chuckled softly, asking, "Scholar, what do you think?" I replied, word by word, "I'm a stubborn person. I believe that in a narrow path, the bravest will prevail. If we show fear today, we'll never stand a chance against Aoshi in Twilight City and will always tremble beneath their swords." Lingyue smiled slightly. "Well said." Lingxue also looked pleased, holding her flowing sword and declaring, "Then let us meet courageously in this narrow path." Bing Chao raised her sword enthusiastically, saying indifferently, "Let us fight together. If we fall, we fall." Luoyu Wuxing held her longbow, smiling, "Don't be so glum. We still have a chance." Ziyue and Xiaotian exchanged a glance and smiled, saying nothing further. Aoshi Quangren let out a cold laugh, commanding, "Charge. Sweep them away." Without hesitation, Ling Yue threw a red flame sea right in front of us, causing several Aoshi players leading the charge to halt in their tracks. The Aoshi Quangren urged them on. "What are you afraid of? If you die, I'll compensate you with 10,000 bucks, damn it." It was evident that Aoshi Quangren was likely a child of a wealthy family. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so generous. As a tide of Aoshi players surged forward, Ling Xue turned to me and said, "Fool, you should focus on killing those red-named players first. That way, you can lower your level." I smiled slightly. "If I drop to level 25, will you look down on me?" Ling Xue replied with a gentle smile. "Silly, of course not. I'll help you level up." I chuckled. The scene felt so poetic, as if I could die without regrets. Just then, a sudden chaos erupted from behind Aoshi, a cacophony of battle cries as a large group of high-level players surged in, their sights set squarely on the Aoshi family. Ling Xue blinked in surprise, exclaiming, "What is that?" Ling Yue was equally stunned, murmuring, "Swordfire Long Soul, Swordfire Executioner, why are they here?" In the distance, a multitude of high-level players joined the fray, each bearing the words Swordfire above their heads. A dozen Aoshi players were instantly torn to shreds. And amidst the flashes of white light, Aoshi Quangren seethed, shouting, "What the hell did we do to Swordfire? Why are you targeting us?" Swordfire Long Soul raised his sword, proclaiming, "Brothers, we won't act unless Aoshi does. But if Aoshi dares to attack Shueiyue, it's a declaration of war against us." Swordfire. Swordfire Executioner swung his battle axe, laughing arrogantly, TSK, "I've never had the pleasure of killing more than 10 at once in this game. Aoshi friends, why not indulge a little more? It would fulfill my wish." Swordfire Gueji, clad in a vanishing suit, resembled a reaper lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, Ziyun smiled at me from afar. Soon, several key figures from Swordfire, surrounded by a throng of high-level players, reached us, while Aoshi Quangren and Aoshi Shishue stood not far away. Suppressing his rage, Aoshi Quangren hissed, "Long Soul, what do you mean by this? Speak plainly, or we at Aoshi won't hold back." Long Soul chuckled, "Speak plainly? I just said, if you touch Shueiyue, it's a declaration of war against us." Swordfire. "It's as simple as that." Aoshi Quangren retorted angrily, "What do you mean? Are you trying to protect Shueiyue?" After a long silence, Gueji coldly interjected, "Enough with the nonsense. Today, we Swordfire are clearly here to protect Shueiyue. What are you going to do about it? Himph, with the people you brought, you're not even worth considering." Clearly, Aoshi's 200 players were inferior in both level and equipment compared to Swordfire, and having rested for several days, Swordfire now boasted nearly 500 members, all with IDs beginning with Swordfire. Their presence formidable enough to make even an organization like Aoshi lose its confidence. Aoshi Quangren's face turned ashen as he said, "Are you implying that Swordfire has become Shueiyue's lapdog? Emph, have you forgotten your initial declaration when entering the game? You said you would dominate the world without being driven by others." Swordfire Long Soul snorted, "If it's for a friend, for a brother, that's a different story." Aoshi Quangren's face darkened as he pointed to the birch forest behind him, saying, "This area belongs to all the resource players in Twilight City. If you occupy it, what will happen to those of us in Aoshi who want to level up in logging?" Long Soul chuckled lightly, "You must be mistaken. This area now belongs to Shueiyue and Swordfire, and has nothing to do with you Aoshi." "Damn!" Aoshi Quangren was furious, gritting his teeth. "Damn Swordfire, are you set on siding with Shueiyue?" As the leader of Swordfire, Long Soul laughed heartily. "Even if so, what does it matter to you?" Aoshi Quangren's face was filled with resentment as he raised his thumb. "All right, you Swordfire or something else, just wait. I will settle this score with you." With that, Aoshi Quangren shouted to his family members, "All back to town. Continue leveling up, brothers in logging, head east to chop Mungzong bamboo." Soon, the Aoshi players retreated into the distance. I stepped forward and smiled at the Swordfire group. "Thank you all so much. Otherwise, we Shueiyue would have been reduced to 0 levels." Long Soul replied, "No need for thanks. We all brothers." At that moment, Executioner asked, "Boss, when you said we Swordfire would join Shueiyue, was that true or just a bet?" Long Soul paused for a moment, while Ling Xue beside me gently held my hand, appearing quite excited. Ling Yue's beautiful eyes sparkled with hope. If Swordfire truly wished to join Xue Yue, then without a doubt, Xue Yue would possess the strength to rule Twilight City. After contemplating for a moment, Long Soul suddenly looked up at me and said, word by word, as long as the scholar doesn't mind us brothers, I, Long Soul, am willing to lead the Swordfire brothers to join Xue Yue. In an instant, both Ling Xue and Ling Yue turned to look at me, their expressions of delight mirrored. I, of course, wasn't he foolish, and thus exclaimed, welcome, friends from Swordfire, to join Xue Yue. Instantly, the players from Swordfire displayed joyous expressions. Long Soul remarked in surprise, why are these guys so happy to join Xue Yue? Executioner glanced at the two beauties beside me and immediately laughed. Boss, did you forget? Xue Yue has the super beauties Qingfeng Lan Yu and Qingfeng Fei Xue. Fighting alongside these two beauties is surely more enjoyable than just following a single bachelor like you. The Dragon Soul let out a hearty laugh. At that moment, I leaned in and whispered, Dragon Soul, have you truly made up your mind? To join Snow Moon? He glanced at me with a profound look and replied, my joining Snow Moon is not motivated by the allure of beautiful women, but rather by you. I was momentarily taken aback. Why me? I possess neither vast wealth nor am I surrounded by beautiful women. Dragon Soul's expression turned earnest just as Ghost Flame approached us. Chuckling softly, what we seek to serve is not merely Snow Moon, but a name that has become legendary. What? I exclaimed in astonishment. Ghost Flame smiled faintly, enunciating each word, Tang, Song, Yuan Ming, Qing. I stood there, rendered speechless. How could they? The members of Swordfire recognize me? Ghost Flame grinned knowingly. Years ago, when that fearsome ID vanished, none of us knew where you had gone. It wasn't until Ling Tong opened up that we began researching the top 100 Chinese players on the leaderboard every day, which ultimately led us to you. I was momentarily dumbfounded and asked, why did you seek me instead of the former top player Lin Fan or Mu Rong Shan Shan? Dragon Soul chuckled. Lin Fan? Forget him, he has declared on his blog that he won't invest his efforts in Ling Tong. Perhaps he's busy playing Bubble Trouble with his girlfriend. Besides, among the legendary figures of the previous game, you are the only one we hold in high regard. I couldn't help but chuckle. It seems you have conspired against me for quite some time. Ghost Flame smiled slightly, not for too long. When we were grinding for the Annihilation set, you looked familiar to me. It was only after digging up game screenshots from 5 years ago that I confirmed it truly was you. However, what puzzles us is why you haven't established your own faction and instead joined someone else's team. Dragon Soul's gaze flickered to the enchanting figures of Ling Xue and Ling Yu behind me, and with a knowing smile directed at Ghost Flame, he said, this is as obvious as can be. When there are two stunningly beautiful twin sisters around, who would want to be the emperor? Let alone the leader of a guild. Ghost Flame quietly gave a thumbs up. A master? I smiled, feeling a surge of happiness, and said, from now on, we are brothers. The Snow Moon studio is quite promising. I will do my utmost to help them build it, and of course, your joining greatly boosts my confidence. Dragon Soul laughed heartily. Excellent. We will leave 100 brothers here to protect this place, while the rest go level up. After a few hours, we will rotate .as for you. Having turned red, where do you intend to grind? Do you need us to send brothers for protection? I shook my head and chuckled. No need. You all go have fun. As long as someone is here to protect the production players, I am at ease. You don't think we can't escape with just the few of us, do you? Dragon Soul replied. That's true, in that case. We'll go level up. Feel free to contact us if anything arises. Also, make sure to obtain the guild establishment order soon, as we don't want to be hanging the Snow Moon banner without a name or status. I reassured him, rest assured, I will handle it promptly. Thus, the group from Swordfire left 100 high-level players nearby to level up, while the rest dispersed. Yun followed Ghost Flame and the others as they departed. I then privately messaged her. Thank you, Ziyun. Ziyun replied. Hee, no need for such insincerity. Treat me to a meal sometime. All right. I turned back to see several girls chatting and laughing, and Ling Yu asked, where shall we go to level up and grind for red names? I suggested, let us head to the Eastern Heroes Cemetery. It hasn't been discovered by other players yet, and there are plenty of monsters, making it a suitable place for us. Ling Yu nodded. Great. Let us go burn some skeletons. Just then, a few players from Swordfire ran over, and leading them was a swordsman clad in top-tier equipment, named Tianji Jiaozi. I was taken aback. He was the one ranked 10th on the leaderboard. When Tianji Jiaozi reached us, I was even more shocked to realize he was Wang Junjie. Wang Junjie hurried over, noticing that Ling Yu and Ling Shui had both turned red, and inquired with concern, "I was just in the city looking for gear. How did things go with you all?" Ling Yu coldly scoffed. "What were you doing while Snow Moon's survival was at stake?" Wang Junjie looked a bit awkward. "I was busy in the city." I smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate, and said to Ling Shui, "Let us go to the hero's cemetery." Ling Shui sweetly agreed and followed behind me as we left the woods, while Bing Cha and Ziyu quickly trailed us. Ling Yu, wielding the flame staff, left with an unamused expression. Wang Junjie initially intended to follow but was halted by Ling Yu's sharp remark, "You, the general manager, should stay here and protect the employees." As Ling Yu caught up, Ling Shui remarked, "Sister, you're not very nice to Wang Junjie." Ling Yu smiled. "Why should I be nice to him? I don't like him." Ling Shui blinked and giggled. Choosing not to say more, at the hero's cemetery, skeletal soldiers, corrupted by demons, roamed the graveyard. Nearby, in the dark mountains, several scavenging vultures scanned the ground intently, ready to swoop down and feast upon any fresh, meaty skeletons that dared to emerge from their graves. The skeletons wielding rusted swords could hardly strike those greedy vultures, and soon their flesh was entirely devoured, transforming them into true skeletal warriors. It seemed every newly formed skeleton had to undergo this grim initiation. As I observed this chilling scene in the cemetery, the girls from the Snow Moon studio frowned. Ling Shui looked up at me and asked, "Silly, why must we choose this place to level up?" I smiled lightly. "This is a place where the faint-hearted dare not tread. Thus it is relatively safe that as for us, with our red names, we would be targets anywhere. And the allure of our equipment is quite significant." Ling Shui smiled and nodded, but then asked, "What was all that about Tang, Song, Yuan Ming, Qing that ghost flame and dragon soul mentioned?" I hesitated, quickly saying, "It's nothing. They probably have a patriotic fervor and a fondness for Chinese history." Ling Shui shot me a skeptical look and said, "If you don't want to share, then fine, don't use such excuses to brush me off. Do you look down on my intelligence?" I chuckled, opting not to respond further, while Bing Cha exchanged a knowing smile but said nothing more. Ling Yu surveyed the surroundings and said, "Let us form a party to level up right here. Stay safe, and make sure not to die, especially you, scholar. If you fall, we can't bear the penalty of losing levels." I shook my head, chuckling. "The monsters here are not terrifying enough to that extent. So don't worry." At that moment, Ling Shui had already lured a bunch of skeletons over. Bing Cha and Ziyu immediately engaged them, while Xia Tian summoned a giant wolf. Ling Yu and I began to unleash area attacks on the horde of monsters. As I watched my proficiency with the 1,000-blade arrow steadily climb, I felt a delightful sense of joy. The intermediate version of the 1,000-blade arrow was already quite powerful, and I could only imagine how formidable it would be at an advanced level. With both Ling Yu and me in the fray, the swarm of skeletons was easily dispatched, providing a wealth of experience that thrilled Ling Shui and the other girls. Bing Cha couldn't help but smile. "This leveling is so fast. Director Ling and Scholar truly are the secret weapons for leveling up." I replied with a smile. "You and Ling Shui should aim to reach level 40 today. And then go for your promotions. The sooner you get promoted and level up your skills, the faster you'll progress." Bing Cha nodded with a smile, and Ling Shui beamed sweetly. We continued leveling until nearly 2 in the afternoon when Ling Shui, Bing Cha, and Ziyu, along with a few other girls, had all reverted to their original names, while Ling Yu and I still bore our crimson titles. Given the number of players we had dispatched, it was no surprise we wouldn't see our names return to normal until late into the night. During this time, some players from Twilight City arrived to level up here. A few swordsmen, upon seeing our group of red names from Snow Moon, initially intended to attack us for our gear but quickly abandoned the idea when they witnessed our monster-slaying prowess, dispersing instead. After a brief break, we logged off for a simple lunch before resuming our leveling. By around 5 in the evening, Ling Yu's red name finally reverted, leaving only mine still crimson. At that moment, a group of players appeared in the distance. It was once again the members of Aoir. From afar, Aoir Quangren held his battle axe, his gaze icy as he stared at us. Behind him, dozens of Aoir players were poised for action, clearly ready to rush in at a moment's command. Ling Shui felled a corrupted skeleton with a swing of her sword and remarked, "They truly are persistent." Ling Yu, gripping her flame staff, smiled slightly and said, "Everyone, prepare for battle." In truth, they had brought less than 50 players. And we held no fear of them. Aoir Kwangren, fully aware of this, sneered coldly. I've already stated that I would settle this score. Don't think that just because you have Swordfire backing you, you can truly run rampant in Twilight City. Today, you will all fall here. Beside him, Aoir Shui gripped a new dagger, the former bronze dagger now resting within Ling Shui's satchel. At this moment, even after dropping 4 levels, Aoir Shui had barely managed to maintain his standing at level 31, and his once pristine bronze leather armor was now only half intact. He had scavenged a few black iron pieces to fill the gaps, rendering his appearance less than impressive. With a cold snort, Aoir Shui venomously declared, "Arrogant scholar, today I shall ensure you experience the bitter taste of continuous level drops." I glanced at my own notoriety, which stood at over 600 points. In truth, if one were to slay monsters with sufficient intensity, it was possible to shorten the time one was hunted. Thus, I chuckled softly, "Aoir Shui, do you truly believe you can kill me? You must be greatly overestimating your own capabilities." Aoir Shui's complexion darkened, while the nearby Aoir Kwangren chuckled sinisterly. "Why bother getting your hands dirty when I can have others do it for me?" I was taken aback, and both Ling Yu and Ling Shui cast incredulous glances my way, unable to fathom the source of Aoir Kwangren's confidence. Just then, a system announcement shattered the tense silence. Ding. System announcement. Player Aoir Kwangren speaks. Attention all players in Twilight City. Qing Feng Lan Yu and the Arrogant Scholar have been marked as murderers for indiscriminately slaying innocent players. Their coordinates are located in the eastern Twilight City, 5620-2473. All brave brothers, form a party and come swiftly to eliminate the threat for Twilight City. These individuals possess equipment worthy of the leaderboards, and their defeat promises great rewards. I couldn't help but smile at the clever ploy to use others as pawns. I had thought the Aoir clan consisted solely of fools, but it seemed a modicum of intelligence resided among them. Luo Yuwusheng chuckled. "Enough banter. Let us discuss how we can extricate ourselves from this predicament." I glanced at Ling Shui, who appeared to be deep in thought, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. Thus, I suggested, perhaps we should consult Ling Shui. I am confident she will have a sound plan. Ling Shui spoke up. "Let us eliminate them all and continue to rack up notoriety." I was taken aback. "Well, that is precisely what I wish to do." Ling Yu interjected with a smile. "Let us not act rashly. Taking lives comes at a cost. There's no need to waste time on this rabble. It would be wiser to retreat for now, avoid confrontation, and clear the scholar's name first." I chuckled lightly and replied, "In truth, you could all return to the city and train in the ghostly ancient temple. As for me, rest assured, I can manage on my own." Among the players from Shueyue, I was the only one marked as a murderer, thus unable to use the return scroll, while the other girls could. Ling Shui shook her head. "That's out of the question. It's far too dangerous for you to remain here alone." Xiatian added, "Indeed, scholar, if you were to fall, no one would be left to retrieve your gear." At that moment, Ling Yu smiled gently. "I believe scholar's approach is the most pragmatic. If he is alone, it will be more convenient. Having us along may only hinder him." Ling Shui cast a worried glance at Ling Yu, saying, "Sister, how can you say that? Letting the fool face so many alone." Ling Yu smiled with resignation. "It's merely a matter of weighing the pros and cons." Shui aired, "I care for the scholar's well-being as much as you do." Beside them, Bing Cha stifled a laugh, and upon realizing her words could be misinterpreted, Ling Yu's cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly amended, "That is not what I meant. Now, you all return to the city and let us venture into the ghostly ancient temple to tackle the monsters on the 3rd and 4th levels." With that, Ling Yu turned to me, smiling, "Do not fall. I have faith in you." I nodded, "Of course." Ling Yu chuckled, and soon after, Bing Cha and Yu returned to the city. Ling Shui cast me one last glance, offering a sweet smile before she too departed, leaving only Ling Yu behind. She approached me, smiling. "We will wait for you to log off in an hour for dinner." A flicker of emotion stirred within me, and I replied, "I'll do my best. If I exceed the time, it may indicate I've run into some trouble, so don't wait for me." Ling Yu smiled softly. "We will wait for you without fail." With that, Ling Yu's enchanting figure gradually faded, drawn back to Twilight City by the magic circle, leaving me to confront the Aoir clan alone. In the distance, numerous players from Twilight City began to appear en masse, evidently intent on causing us trouble. Without hesitation, I made my way deeper into the heroic cemetery, where the monsters exceeded level 40. I could handle them with relative ease, but the Aoir clan would find them troublesome. However, Aoir Quangren had already led a dozen berserkers charging forward, and among them were even a few marked players. With blood-red eyes, Aoir Quangren bellowed, "You arrogant brat, today you shall learn the consequences of crossing me." In truth, the darker aspects of human nature were laid bare in the game, and Aoir Quangren was surely no saint in reality either. Angered, I swiftly turned, raising my chasing star bow. A beam of light shooting forth to strike a berserker beside Aoir Quangren, a damaged figure of 1984 soaring into the air, and the level 28 berserker was instantly slain. The Aoir clan was taken aback. Berserkers were renowned as the second tankiest class after knights, yet one had been effortlessly dispatched by an archer. I chuckled, maneuvering around four corrupted skeletons. Due to our similar levels, they did not target me, instead turning their wrath upon the advancing Aoir players, who soon found themselves beset by the skeletons' gnashing teeth. Chaos erupted among the Aoir clan, and before a few priests could react to heal, one berserker's health had already been halved. Seizing the opportunity, I released another shot from my chasing star bow, a beam of creamy light soaring towards the berserker's chest. 1872. Another staggering damage figure. The already wounded berserker fell without doubt. Aoir Quangren's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted, "Damn it! Eliminate him. He must be taken down today." I remained silent, and as the 3-second skill cooldown expired, I swiftly drew my chasing star bow once more, aiming a piercing arrow directly at Aoir Quangren's chest. Boom! The creamy light erupted, and 1754 points of damage floated above his head. Such an astonishing damage figure left Aoir Quangren terrified. One more hit, and he would undoubtedly perish. Yet I refrained from continuing my assault, for my name had turned gray, meaning any player could slay me without consequence. And my goal had already been achieved. The Aoir clan was now gripped by fear, fully aware that pursuing me would only lead to their demise at the hands of this high-level archer. Aoir Quangren raised his hand to shield the players behind him, coldly instructing, "All assassins, assemble." Chapter 63. A desperate escape figures began to move, and several of Aoir's assassin players gathered. Seamlessly entering stealth mode, I felt a chill run down my spine. Assassins were killers concealed in shadows, and underestimating them could lead to dire consequences. Without hesitation, I sprinted down a narrow path in the cemetery, fleeing towards the distant forest. Behind me, a horde of Aoir players emerged, and countless experts from Twilight City joined the hunt for the marked player. At the rear of the heroic cemetery lay an ancient mountain range. And as I stepped into this map, a prompt appeared, System Prompt. You have entered the territory of the Dark Faction, the Forgotten Canyon. Player killings do not accrue notoriety here. I was taken aback. So the legendary tales were true. The maps in Ling Tong were indeed divided into two sections, the territory of the Light God race and that of the Dark Faction. However, I hadn't anticipated that entering the Dark Faction's land would mean I could kill without restraint. The moment I stepped into the Forgotten Canyon, a palpable sense of danger enveloped me. Peril lurked at every turn, yet, with Aoir players pursuing me like wolves and those who fancied themselves righteous closing in, I could not afford to linger. Fortunately, the one advantage of the Forgotten Canyon was that I could unleash my full potential against the Aoir clan without the fear of accruing notoriety. The Forgotten Canyon was a vast basin, filled with lush forests, forgotten long ago by the peaceful light races, who had no recollection of the myriad dark creatures dwelling here. Not far ahead, several creatures wielding axes emerged, their black skin resembling charred flesh, with glowing green eyes that instilled dread, and astonishingly, they bore small, fleshy wings. Green-eyed demon, enhanced monster, level 45 attack, 320 to 450 defense, 100 health, 8,000 attack type, ranged. Before I could react, one of the green-eyed demons hurled its axe. Crack! A sharp pain shot through my chest as I lost over 600 health. I was taken aback. Indeed, the archer's defense was woefully inadequate. Swiftly administering the potion, I immediately unleashed a penetrating shot that struck the green-eyed demon, reducing its health by an impressive 1546 points. Despite this, confronting such a fortified creature remained a formidable challenge, especially due to its troublesome throwing attacks. Thankfully, as a resilient archer, I could endure the blows. Had it been a frail mage like Ling Tong, she would have surely succumbed to the demon's axe strikes without a chance. After several successive penetrating shots, the green-eyed demon's health was depleted. With a mournful wail, its colossal frame, towering at approximately 2 meters, collapsed, dropping 2 gleaming gold coins. At that moment, several phantoms materialized around me, revealing themselves to be the assassins of the Aoir Guild. I was taken aback, utterly unprepared for their rapid arrival. Suddenly, a flash of red light flared behind me, and I felt a sharp pain in my back as one of the assassins executed a backstab, inflicting a grievous 700 points of damage. Turning around, I was met by the sinister grin of Aoir. Humph! I shall make you die like a dog at my feet, Aoir declared with a malevolent smile. In response, I quickly consumed a potion that restored 500 health, sweeping my left hand to send a shimmering dagger flying into one of the assassins, sending him sprawling. With a swift change, I unleashed an ice arrow that landed squarely on Aoir's head, dealing a disappointing 1029 points of damage. Failing to eliminate him, Aoir hastily pulled out a health potion and began to chug it, while the other 4 assassins, unable to contain their eagerness, launched their assault. With 2 swift strikes, I was caught off guard and my health plummeted. Just as the assassins reveled in their apparent victory, I rolled into a nearby thicket, enduring the painful thorns without uttering a sound. Instantly, the assassins leaped after me, but as they soared halfway, a radiant burst of colors erupted, transforming into a myriad of dazzling lights. The 1,000-blade arrow struck the assassins squarely in the chest, sending them reeling back, for the power of the star-chasing bow was not to be underestimated, especially as their equipment paled in comparison to Aoir's, rendering them incapable of withstanding its might. Before they could regain their footing, my second volley of 1,000-blade arrows was unleashed, and all 7 assassins fell victim to the overwhelming firepower, scattering in panic. This was the moment I had been waiting for. Amidst the dense forest, I dashed several yards, and the star-chasing bow glimmered with frost as a penetrating shot flew forth, catching one assassin off guard. He stood there, stunned, until the arrow pierced his chest, resulting in a cascade of potions spilling forth as he vanished in a flash of white light. Another assassin, in a frenzy, sought cover, but as he lifted a foot, he was met with a searing blast of heat. The fire arrow tore through his leather armor, delivering a staggering 1,652 points of damage, instantly slaying him. I smiled faintly and glided forward, the shimmering dagger slicing through the throat of the 3rd assassin. He gaped in shock, unable to utter a sound before dissipating into white light. Now that I had revealed myself, I intended to conceal my presence once more. Swiftly retracting the shimmering dagger, I let another penetrating shot fly, which struck the 4th assassin squarely in the chest. A clatter of potions fell to the ground, and he too was slain without a sound. Caught off guard, 4 of the 7 assassins dispatched by Aoir had been eliminated, leaving only Aoir, who was frantically healing himself, unwilling to engage, fully aware of my formidable attack power. At that moment, Aoir coldly commanded, "All-out assault, eliminate him." Instantly, 3 assassins activated their charge skills, their speeds dramatically increasing as they raced towards me like shadows. However, I remained calm, observing their movements with clarity. With a deft lift of the star-chasing bow, I released a fire arrow that struck the leftmost assassin in the chest, causing him to emit a muffled groan before collapsing. Meanwhile, the cooldown for my potions had expired, and I calmly consumed another health potion, restoring my vitality to roughly half. As I swiftly retreated to the right, the remaining assassin closed the distance, startled and uncomprehending. Before he could react, my shimmering dagger found its way into his chest. With a sickening sound, the dagger tore open his torso, blood gushing forth. This mere level 27 assassin stood no chance against such ferocity and quickly transformed into white light. Returning to the city, now, only Aoir remained. Appearing utterly frantic, he lunged at me recklessly, his dagger thrusting towards my abdomen. I did not flinch, absorbing his attack, and a damage number of 624 appeared above me, leaving my health perilously low. Yet, before Aoir could revel in his apparent victory, he noticed my star-chasing bow leveled at him, a cold iron arrow poised against his throat. I coldly declared, "Go back and inform Aoir that if he wishes to play, he should send more people to the Forgotten Canyon. For everyone that comes, I shall slay one, and for every pair. I shall vanquish two. With a swift motion, the white light erupted, and Aoir, without a moment's hesitation, felt the penetrating arrow pierce through his neck, leaving a gaping wound. He remained frozen for half a second before hastily dissipating into white light and returning to the city. With a soft clatter, Aoir's dagger fell to the ground. I picked it up and grinned. Assassin's dagger, silver tier, dagger, attack, 85 to 140 agility, 15 stamina, 9 additional. Increases user's agility by 2 level requirement. 30. No wonder Aoir was able to inflict over 600 points of damage on me. It turned out he wielded a level 30 silver dagger, a rare weapon indeed, likely among the top 50 in the equipment rankings. I could only imagine how much gold he had spent to acquire it. And now that it had dropped, he must be heartbroken. I stowed the dagger in my inventory. It could fetch a nice price, or perhaps I could amuse Ziua with it later, as I was aware her dagger was merely of bronze quality. This level 30 silver dagger would undoubtedly make her drool. After organizing the potions dropped by Aoir's assassins, I retained the higher quality ones, discarding those that only restored 100 health, as my inventory space was limited. Having dealt with the assassins dispatched by Aoir, I remained vigilant, cautiously advancing through the forest, earning notoriety by slaying more green-eyed demons, ensuring I wouldn't waste too much time. Within the Forgotten Canyon, where demons and undead thrived, I soon found myself on a patch of corrupted ground amidst a desolate wasteland, where skeletal warriors wielding bone shields and dull swords wandered slowly as I approached. An ominous premonition washed over me, and I sensed a magical disturbance in the air, indicative of an incantation being cast. Quickly, I retreated several paces, only to witness a flash before several bolts of lightning struck the ground where I had just stood. "Who goes there? Show yourself," I bellowed, scanning the thicket, certain that the ambushers lay concealed within. At that moment, 3 mages emerged, all clad in identical bronze gear. I gasped in astonishment. Kadong Yushajia, level 36 mage. Yechai Guafumin, level 35 mage, and Shuahao Buxiang, level 36 mage. These are true pinnacle experts. Their levels were among the top 20 in Twilight City, if not higher. Calculating my options, I forced a smile and said, "Gentlemen, we harbor no enmity. Why pursue conflict?" Kadong Yushajia sneered, "Spare me your pretense. That longbow in your hands, is it not the number 1 ranked star-chasing bow?" A chill ran down my spine. This was bad news. I raised the star-chasing bow with a smirk. What of it? What if it's true or false? Yechai Guafumin retorted with a mocking laugh. "Regardless of the truth, you will die here today." My expression soured as I inquired, "Are you from Aoir?" "No." "Then what is your intent?" Kadong Yushajia chuckled darkly, raising his staff. "We simply find it intolerable that the second-best player in China is in our midst. We wish to eliminate you and elevate our ranking." Yechai Guafumin and Shuahao Buxiang readily echoed their agreement, seemingly confident of their success. Clutching my star-chasing bow, I chuckled. "Is that so?" Kadong Yushajia suddenly exclaimed, "Watch out, third." But it was too late. In a flash of light, I unleashed a fire arrow that pierced through Shuahao Buxiang, reducing him to fragments and even causing a bronze staff to drop. Enraged, Kadong Yushajia swung his staff, summoning a powerful bolt of lightning that struck my shoulder, sending a jolt of paralysis coursing through me, momentarily hindering my movements. Yet, I had already closed in on the second mage, my shimmering dagger slicing through his chest, blood erupting forth. 768, to my surprise, Yechai Guafumin survived, albeit in a wretched state, retreating with his health dangerously low. My adept movement in close combat, carefully avoiding their line of sight, allowed me to escape while Yechai Guafumin turned to face me. Wind blade technique? In a sudden turn of events, the Night-Kicking Widow launched a counterattack, and a whirlwind swept through, causing me to lose an additional 300 health points, leaving me at half health. The Night-Kicking Widow was regenerating health, and without hesitation, I released a time-saving ordinary attack arrow. Although it lacked the power enhancement of skills, it still dealt a decisive blow, inflicting 809 damage and resulting in an instant kill. The tide of battle had turned overwhelmingly in my favor, and soon, only one person, Kadong Yushaki, remained. I smiled faintly and taunted, "Did you not claim that killing me would elevate your rank? Now, with the other 2 having lost levels, Your ranking will surely plummet. Is this the outcome you desired? Kadong Yushaki's face turned ashen as he raised his staff and began to chant a spell. However, I was determined not to grant him the opportunity to strike back. I unleashed a penetrating arrow from my star-chasing bow, the pearlescent light piercing through him, leaving him momentarily stunned before he slowly knelt, dropping a plethora of potions. I let out a cold laugh, stepped forward to collect the staff, and began gathering the potions as well. These individuals were truly perplexing. Were they here to kill or merely to provide me with potions? Once everything was tidied up, I resolved to commence leveling up. Just then, Linghua sent a message, logging off to have dinner. If you're not busy, of course, I was not busy. It was already past 7 in the evening, and my stomach was growling in rebellion. Moreover, if I logged off to eat, my character would not be present here for a while, and perhaps those pursuing me would abandon their search. Thus, I logged off. As I removed my helmet, beads of sweat trickled down my face. The air conditioning in the room could not quell the fervor of the game. Stepping outside, I noticed Ziyue, holding a glass of juice while adorning a nightgown. I must say, despite her lack of intellect, Ziyue possessed a figure that could induce heart palpitations, fitting the archetype of beauty without brains. I took a seat opposite Ziyue and calmly remarked, "Let us not forget that there are men residing in this house. Additionally, with your ample proportions, it would be wise to wear a supportive bra. Otherwise, you might find yourself sagging at a young age." Ziyue chuckled, puffing out her chest. "At least they aren't sagging yet." I was left speechless. That moment, Linghua and Iced Tea emerged, with Iced Tea promptly heading to the kitchen to heat up the dishes she had bought. Once everyone was seated, Linghua inquired with concern, "It has been 2 hours. Scholar, how are things on your end?" I briefly recounted the events in the Forgotten Canyon, leading Linghua to bite her lip and exclaim, "Those members of the Aoshi family are truly overstepping their bounds. Humph, we shall ensure they regret their actions." I smiled slightly. In the early stages of the game, they may be arrogant, but as levels widen the gap, they will have their moments of despair. Linghua nodded and added, "By the way, Schwer and Iced Tea are nearing their class promotions. Ziyue, Luoyu, and Shatyin are also approaching level 39. I chuckled. Not bad. I spent my time escaping and engaging in PK earlier. Once I log back in, ILL grind in the Forgotten Canyon. I hope to wash away my red name tonight. Otherwise, it will be extremely inconvenient, as I'll be restricted at every turn." Iced Tea chimed in, "Exactly. We were hoping you would take us leveling." Linghua declared, "Let us eat. Our next target is level 50, Chapter 65, Advanced Thousand Blade Arrow after dinner." I resumed my adventure online at 8 o'clock. The atmosphere in the Forgotten Canyon was considerably quieter. Before logging in, I had perused the game forum and discovered numerous posts from players discussing the dark domain of the Forgotten Canyon. The most explosive topic was the revelation that malicious PK actions within the dark territory do not incur sin points, effectively transforming it into a vast arena for vengeance. Within the Forgotten Canyon, 3 renowned mages were swiftly dispatched, and all 7 assassins dispatched by the Aoshi family met their demise, leaving the players in shock. I had quickly become a legendary figure in Twilight City. Whenever players mentioned the ID Qingquang Shusheng, they would express their astonishment, exclaiming, "Isn't that the one who boldly roamed alone, taking down countless experts while sporting a red name?" In truth, since entering the Forgotten Canyon, I had not eliminated many pursuers. The reason I could slay the 7 assassins from Aoshi was that 6 of them were below level 30, equipped with subpar gear. Had they sent 7 assassins above level 30, I doubt I would have fared as well. As for the 3 mages I later dispatched, they had clearly underestimated me, resulting in my surprise attack eliminating 2 of them. Such scenarios emphasize the importance of striking first. One must maintain an imposing presence, or else risk becoming reactive and ultimately falling within the Forgotten Canyon. Upon logging back in, I found myself on the decayed ground of the canyon, where distant groups of dazed, corrupted skeletons emitted low wails while wielding iron swords in search of targets. The monsters in the Forgotten Canyon were undoubtedly of a high level, and I promptly examined their attributes. Corrupted skeleton, common monster, level 45 attack, 280 to 375 defense, 250 health, 7500 attack type. Tier. With a certain chance to cause continuous bleeding, raising my star-chasing bow, I unleashed a penetrating arrow. With a resounding thud, the damage indicator above the corrupted skeleton's head displayed a remarkable 1546 points. A satisfactory outcome. Considering its level of defense, following the assault, the skeleton shrieked and charged towards me. Unfortunately, its speed was subpar, slower than that of an average player, as an archer. My class attributes granted me a 10 speed advantage over regular players, enabling me to outpace the skeleton effortlessly. With a slight smile, I turned my gaze toward a small hill behind the skeleton, noticing several monsters staggering about. It was an ideal opportunity for farming. Without hesitation, I consumed a red potion and, while enduring the skeleton's attacks, plunged into the horde of monsters, weaving through the gaps between the corrupted skeletons and drawing their attention one by one. In less than 5 minutes, when I emerged, I was followed by a throng of corrupted skeletons, perfectly positioned for a 1,000-blade arrow attack. With a flourish, vibrant colors cascaded down as arrows transformed into a torrential rain, showering the skeletons and unleashing a flurry of damage indicators. At that moment, I received a system notification. Ding! System alert. Congratulations, your skill 1,000-blade arrow has successfully upgraded to advanced, increasing its power by 50. I could hardly contain my joy, gazing at the 50 increase and erupting into hearty laughter. I had anticipated that skill upgrades would significantly enhance damage output, yet I never imagined it would be to such an extreme. With this in mind, I immediately utilized the newly advanced 1,000-blade arrow. As the arrow soared, a golden light enveloped me, startling me momentarily. I had not expected such an effect from using an advanced skill. Simultaneously, a multitude of damage indicators erupted above the corrupted skeletons, each exceeding 800 points. One skeleton even suffered a critical hit, registering an astonishing 2044 damage, its health bar plummeting dramatically. The advancement of 1,000-blade arrow to such devastating power filled me with exhilaration. It seemed I could enjoy a fruitful night of leveling in the Forgotten Canyon while simultaneously cleansing my red name. Within minutes, the horde of corrupted skeletons began to collapse en masse, dropping heaps of silver coins and potions. Once the last skeleton fell, I breathed a sigh of relief as I began to collect the spoils. Gathering the silver coins was tedious, but I finally amassed nearly 100 gold coins along with several pieces of black iron armor. I chuckled, accepting it all. Looking up, I suddenly noticed a dilapidated tower looming ahead, perched atop a hill I had not observed before. Upon entering this area, I received a prompt indicating it was called the Tower of Oblivion. The hill twisted and turned, approximately 100 meters wide, ascending to great heights, with the tower stationed at its peak. Clearly, something mysterious lay hidden within. As I made my way up, the ground was littered with crawling corrupted skeletons, which were quite intimidating. However, in my eyes, they were merely walking experience points. Thus, I resolved to begin my grind here. Who knows what quests might await within that tower? With that thought, I once again attracted a horde of corrupted skeletons. The enhanced 1,000-blade arrow significantly increased my kill speed, and it also reduced my potion consumption. Although the advanced 1,000-blade arrow consumed 120 mana points per use, its terrifying attack power made it worth every bit. Furthermore, the corrupted skeletons dropped potions, and with plenty of blue potions in my inventory, I was confident that regaining my white name would be no issue. Just as I was reveling in my monster-slaying spree, I received a message from Ziyuner. Scholar, are you safe in the Forgotten Canyon? Should I, along with Guizhi and Xing Tian, gather a team to protect you? I smiled faintly, relishing the warmth of being cared for, and thus replied, no need, focus on leveling up, achieve your promotion soon. I am doing quite well here, and currently, no players can reach this place. Well, that reassures me. Have fun. Ziyuner sent a smiley face emoji, and then fell silent. I hesitated for a moment, contemplating that indeed, the corrupted skeletons here are merely ordinary monsters, respawning at an astonishing rate. The skeleton I had slain half an hour ago on the slope below had already returned. And while these level 45 skeletons posed little threat to me, they were quite deadly to the average player. Assassins below level 40 could not stealthily approach within the normal sight range of the level 45 corrupted skeletons. So I had no need to worry about ambushes. As for players of other classes, they would have to defeat a multitude of corrupted skeletons to reach me. At this moment, I had the advantage, overlooking them from above, and thus was free from concern. I opened the leaderboard, and after a day of PK and counter hunts, my global ranking had slipped to 16th place. The top player had already reached level 43. While in the Chinese region, Ling Yu dominated at level 42. I found myself languishing in 5th place at level 40, with Gue Ji at level 42 in 2nd, Zhan Hun Ao Tian at level 41 in 3rd, and Zhan Hun Tai Yi at level 40 in 4th. Meanwhile, our studio members Bing Cha and Luo Yu Wu Shang had fallen out of the top 10, replaced by several newcomers. It seemed the competition in Twilight City had become quite fierce. Upon glancing at my friends list, I was astonished to find Ling Shui offline. I wondered where she could be. As I pondered this, I suddenly received a notification. Your friend Xing Feng Fei Shui is now online. Before I could react, Ling Shui had already sent me a remote party invitation. I was taken aback, but quickly accepted her request. Upon opening the large map, I noticed Ling Shui's orange dot moving from Twilight City towards the Forgotten Canyon. Chapter 66. The Heart of Oblivion. In the party channel, Ling Shui's sweet voice resonated. Silly, I'm coming to the Forgotten Canyon to find you. I exclaimed in surprise. Ling Shui, don't come. It's too dangerous. Ling Shui merely smiled. No need to worry. Just stay put. I'll be there soon. I was at a loss for words. However, having a clever and charming beauty accompany me for leveling was delightful, so why should I stop her? I plunged down the mountain path towards the Forgotten Tower, perhaps to clear a path for Ling Shui. Half an hour later, I stood at the edge of the forest. Suddenly, I heard a rustling in the nearby thicket as branches parted, revealing Ling Shui's graceful figure emerging from the woods, her armor glimmering softly. A few red maple leaves clung to her hair, and when she approached me, I noticed her lovely face was flushed, with droplets of morning dew clinging to her long eyelashes. Her lively eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, making Ling Shui utterly breathtaking. My heart raced, and I quickly recited the Diamond Sutra to calm the surge of emotions. Ling Shui cast a glance at my name and teased, "The red is fading. Let's see how much sin value you have left," I replied. "For 27. Oh, that should be about 3 or 4 hours more." Ling Shui winked and mischievously added, "Silly, after tomorrow, the game will launch the personal banking interconnection system. Why not sell some equipment and take me out for a meal?" I was taken aback, realizing the system was launching earlier than expected. With over 2,000 gold coins in my inventory, I possessed a considerable fortune. Of course, that was significant for me. For someone like Ling Shui, who drove a BMW, 10,000 yuan was hardly remarkable. Thus, I smiled and said, "That goes without saying." "Good." Ling Shui nodded. I reached out to brush the leaves from her hair, only to find that this small gesture caused her cheeks to flush like a tempting autumn apple. With Ling Shui by my side, I returned to the Forgotten Tower, and this time it was much easier. Ling Shui's gameplay was remarkably adept. Her movements for drawing and defeating monsters were fluid and precise. She even positioned herself to block attacks aimed at me, allowing me to focus solely on dealing damage with my 1,000-blade arrow. When a corrupted skeleton approached, raising its iron sword to strike at Ling Shui's shoulder, she seemed unfazed, merely sustaining 42 points of damage, which astonished me. I quickly examined Ling Shui's pristine armor and could not help but exclaim, "Ling Shui, have you completed your Gale set? Humph, you finally noticed?" Ling Shui shot me a playful glance, then proudly declared, "This afternoon, my sister and Bing Cha helped me farm the entire Gale set from the 4th layer of the Soul Ancient Temple. My defense is now 650 points. I gasped in disbelief. "What? 650 points? That's outrageous." I hastily corrected myself, but Ling Shui caught my slip. With a raised eyebrow and a mischievous smile, she remarked, "Well, look at you, getting bold enough to say such things. Humph, I hereby sentence you to level with me until midnight. But, don't you have an exam tomorrow?" I couldn't help but ask. Ling Shui effortlessly dispatched a skeleton and replied, "Did you not notice I only logged on around 8? Today's exam is in the evening, and as for tomorrow, I have nothing planned. So, you'll be treating me to a meal at school." I had forgotten why I was to treat her, and feeling too lazy to inquire further, I nodded in agreement. The two of us continued to swiftly hunt monsters, the experience points accumulating rapidly. Before long, I had reached level 41, while Ling Shui was just shy of leveling up to 40. Days spent in the company of a beautiful girl were anything but dull, especially with someone as captivating as Ling Shui. Moreover, she was not shy about asking me questions. "Silly, have you ever had a girlfriend?" I responded, "No. What's your angle?" Ling Shui blinked innocently, "Just curious. Why haven't you had a girlfriend? You must be wasting your 4 years of college." I felt a twinge of frustration. Her logic was baffling. Back in school, I was immersed in gaming, My social circle was small, and the girls in the game were difficult to approach, so I rarely interacted with them. Naturally, I didn't meet anyone, Ling Shui pouted and chuckled. Oh, really? If you met someone, why didn't you pursue it? I was left perplexed, unsure how to respond to her reasoning. Not long after, Ling Shui led a horde of monsters back to my side, grinning mischievously. Silly, that day you rescued me from downstairs, when I was lying on your bed. Did you have any improper thoughts? I was taken aback, thinking to myself, I must not expose my thoughts. Thus, I declared with righteous indignation. It is the duty of every citizen to protect the weak. Do you think I would take advantage of someone in distress? Ling Shui batted her lashes, suppressing a giggle. Really, not at all. I shook my head resolutely, thinking, of course, I wanted to test the feeling when you were asleep and so vulnerable. Seeing my serious demeanor, Ling Shui seemed convinced and replied, All right then, since you didn't take advantage of the situation, I want to tell my sister about it. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Thankfully, I had not revealed anything. Otherwise, I would never pass Ling Yu's scrutiny. Yet, as I pondered this, my thoughts drifted to that intoxicating moment with Ling Yu in the early morning. Although it occurred under special circumstances, I could never forget Ling Yu's delicate and soft form. Hey, silly, what are you thinking about, grinning so lewdly? I snapped back to reality, continuing to eliminate monsters with my 1,000-blade arrow while casually replying. I was contemplating where to take you for dinner tomorrow. Should we have sauerkraut fish or jumping bullfrogs? I heard there's a fantastic bullfrog restaurant near Guanxian, known for its tender meat. It has been ages since I last went. Ling Shui smiled sweetly. It's up to you. After all, you're treating. Even if you take me to eat street-side barbecue, I would accept it. I chuckled, realizing Ling Shui was quite easy to please. By nearly 11 that evening, we finally cleared the last of the monsters, arriving at the base of the Forgotten Tower. To my surprise, I found several human warriors clad in tattered armor seated on the stone steps within the massive iron gate. There were about a dozen of them, and nearly every piece of armor was in disrepair. Some even had broken swords, rusty and worn. The moment Ling Shui and I appeared, the soldiers' faces lit up with joy. An officer swiftly approached, saluting with one arm. Brave warriors, are you adventurers from Twilight City? I was momentarily taken aback. Although I had not accepted any tasks from the Adventurers Guild, every player entering the game was technically an adventurer. So, I nodded and replied, Yes. Ling Shui stood beside me with a cheerful smile, eagerly awaiting me to accept the quest. As expected, the ragged officer expressed his delight, saying, We had thought that the kingdom had forgotten our patrol team. Yet, unexpectedly, they have finally sent reinforcements. Look, we have been besieged here for 6 long months. What was once a 1,000-strong force now dwindles to mere dozens. Those despicable undead have slain our comrades. And had you arrived even a few days later, we would surely have starved to death here. With a heartfelt plea, the officer continued, We implore you, take us alive from this place and lead us back to Twilight City. Ding! System notification. Do you accept the quest, Forgotten Heart? Ling Shui and I exchanged knowing smiles. How could we possibly decline? As we both confirmed our acceptance, another system alert chimed in. Ding! System notification. Your team has accepted the quest, Forgotten Heart. Current difficulty, 350. Quest details. Eliminate all undead creatures beneath the Tower of Forgetting, then unlock the tower and escort the Forgotten Army back to Twilight City. At that moment, a message appeared in the quest log. Current remaining undead monsters, 2073. Ling Shui and I exchanged glances and she asked, These skeletons, once defeated, shouldn't respawn, right? I nodded. Probably. Chapter 67. The battle outside the city. Thus, Ling Shui and I descended the mountain, leaving no foe alive. With each monster we vanquished, the number in the quest notification decreased by 1. Naturally, I was not content with merely defeating them one by one. That would take an eternity. We needed to act swiftly, for the next morning held important matters to attend to, namely, managing my personal bank gaming account. Ling Shui lured a throng of monsters over, grinning, It's all yours. And like a whirlwind, she vanished, returning only to find a mass of ghastly skeletons. I took on the role of the primary damage dealer, my 1,000-blade arrows shining brilliantly, sweeping through the foes. By the time Ling Shui turned back, I had already dispatched over half of them. In less than an hour of intense monster slaying, we had reached the foot of the mountain, surrounded by a heap of white bones. Moreover, Ling Xue had finally reached level 40, yet she showed no haste to promote her class. After all, more than 20 players had already advanced, and becoming a veteran offered little advantage at this stage. It was better to focus on completing the quest. Standing side by side at the mountain's base, we opened the quest notification, revealing remaining undead creatures, 2. I sighed in frustration. I've searched thoroughly. What could I have possibly missed? Ling Xue chuckled softly, stepped forward, and with a swift strike, beheaded a struggling skeleton on the ground. Reducing the count to 1, I scanned the area, but Ling Xue tugged at my arm, pointing and laughing. Look, you fool! Following her gaze, I spotted a corrupted skeleton sitting on a boulder halfway up the mountain, one hand supporting its skull, with an iron sword resting at its feet. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, there's a thinker here." I quickly approached and launched a high-level armor-piercing arrow, reducing the thinker's health by nearly 2,000. Ling Xue then leaped forward, her radiant sword flashing, and the thinker was swiftly reduced to a pile of shattered bones. Finally, the monsters were cleared. With renewed determination, Ling Xue and I ascended the Tower of Forgetting once more. The Human Alliance warriors trapped within the tower were visibly famished and exhausted. As Ling Xue shattered the iron gate with a decisive strike, the warriors poured out, making their way towards Twilight City. I asked in astonishment, "Is this how we complete the quest?" Ling Xue smirked, "You dolt. Hurry and clear a path for them." Only then did I realize, and I quickly pulled Ling Xue ahead of the NPCs, as the journey to Twilight City was fraught with monsters along the way. Although the green-eyed demons remained fierce, their axes clashing audibly, they paled in comparison to the might of Ling Xue. The flowing light sword danced as effortlessly as a shadow, dispatching a green-eyed demon in mere moments. And the demon's attacks barely scratched Ling Xue, who donned an exceptional set of silver armor. Before long, it was already midnight. Yet neither Ling Xue nor I felt remotely tired, diligently clearing a path for the NPCs. Meanwhile, a delightful revelation came to light. After prolonged and intense monster slaying, my infamy had finally faded. The sensation was akin to a long-suffering patient recovering from illness. The return to normalcy felt immensely precious. At the hero's cemetery, numerous players were grinding levels, and before long, many recognized me, whispering, "Isn't that the reckless scholar who took down countless masters in the Forgotten Canyon? Impressive, single-handedly withstanding so many attacks." As a result, many players grew restless, yet they hesitated, deterred by my current lack of infamy. Had I still been marked as a criminal, they likely would have attacked without a second thought. Observing their predatory gazes, Ling Xue immediately raised her flowing light sword, fiercely addressing them. "What are you staring at? Want to fight? Come on." Seeing such a delicate beauty issuing a challenge left the players dumbfounded, many drooling as they watched us depart, their courage to engage dissipating. Nevertheless, Ling Xue remained uneasy, sending a message to Ling Yue. Shortly after, 5 more members of the Shuyu studio appeared, with Ling Yue at the forefront wielding the blazing staff, followed closely by the icy Bingsha, the silent Lu Wu, and the cheerful Tunyang from last summer, while Ziyue cautiously surveyed the surroundings with a bronze dagger in hand. Ling Yue glanced at the group of NPCs behind us and smiled. "So? You're escorting them back to Twilight City?" I nodded affirmatively. Ling Yue chuckled softly. "Let us go. Everything is finally returning to normal. If we encounter any PK situations again, remember to protect yourselves. Don't let your infamy rise so easily again. It truly becomes a hassle." I chuckled in agreement. Indeed, after a full day without repairing my gear, my entire set of Qian armor had only 10% durability left, and my frequently used star-chasing bow was even worse. Nearing a state of irreparable damage, in the distance, a few arrogant players vanished in an instant, causing both Ling Yue and me to frown. Trouble might still be lurking. Twilight City lay ahead, just 10 minutes away. And within the city, no one dared to engage in PK. After all, killing would lead to infamy, and the NPC guards, at least level 60, would show no mercy. Should a criminal die, not only would their gear drop, but the likelihood of their equipped items being lost was exceedingly high. Moments later, I received a text from Guizhi. "Scholar, we've spotted numerous proud players gathering at the eastern gate of Twilight City. Are they up to something again?" My heart sank, and I quickly recounted the details of this quest. Guizhi responded promptly, "Haha, in that case, Xingtian and I will rally our brothers to intercept them inside the city." So you can proceed without worry. A smile spread across my face. Having brothers truly felt different. Just then, 3 proud players approached, a pair of level 27 berserkers and a level 29 mage. The mage suspiciously exclaimed, "Isn't that the reckless scholar our boss has put a bounty on? Brothers, let us take him down." The 2 berserkers closed in on me, their axes gleaming as they gathered the momentum for their earth-shattering strike. I felt no fear and stepped forward. Crack! The war axe fell, and the level 27 berserker's attack failed to harm a level 41 archer. I merely felt a slight sting, and before me, the berserker transformed into a gray name, while I had lost less than 300 health. Swiftly, I drew an iron arrow and unleashed an armor-piercing shot in a flash. A burst of white light erupted, and the berserker's chest erupted in blood, revealing a damaged figure of 1984, resulting in an instant kill. The other berserker looked on in shock, clearly not expecting my defense to be so formidable. He swung his axe, attempting to test my defenses, but before his axe could fall, a delicate beauty appeared before him. Clad in stunning silver armor, wielding a sword of radiant brilliance, Ling Tong declared, "Come on, hit me!" The berserker gritted his teeth and swung his axe. A light clink echoed, and Ling Tong's form didn't even flinch. She had only lost 21 health points. Her defenses were impenetrable. The berserker stood dumbfounded, unable to utter a word, while Ling Tong smiled and swung her flowing light sword, leaving a deep gash across the berserker's chest. 3782. Another critical strike. Ling Tong's blow had nearly taken 4,000 of his health, a shocking display of damage that rendered onlookers speechless, and I could even hear the collective gasp of the Twilight City players around us. With only the mage remaining, he glanced at us and suddenly made a dash for it. Ling Tong called after him with a smile. Humph. Chapter 68. Ling Yue's tears. With this, the observing players had witnessed our remarkable attack power. And considering the formidable presence of the renowned first female mage of China, Qingfeng Lanyue, along with Bingsha and Lu War, it was clear we were not to be trifled with. Consequently, the players grew timid, and none dared to approach us for provocation. A few minutes later, we had already stepped into Twilight City once more. Gazing at the friendly glances of the NPC guards, I felt an overwhelming sense of harmony enveloping this world. After entering the city, Ling Yue also appeared relieved and smiled, saying, "You all should go complete your tasks." The forgotten army we had brought along immediately began to move autonomously within the city, heading towards the palace of Twilight City. Before long, an NPC officer emerged, visibly excited, exclaiming, "Lost warriors, you have finally returned home. On behalf of His Majesty, I salute your indomitable courage." The tattered armored officer of the forgotten army added, "Indeed, my lord. However, without the assistance of these 2 adventurers, I would not have escaped from those undead." The NPC soldiers expressed mild surprise, then turned to smile at Ling Tong and me, saying, "Brave adventurers, we thank you for your contributions to the Twilight Kingdom. I shall bestow upon you generous rewards." After a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, the long-awaited task rewards finally arrived. Ding! System notification. Your party has completed the quest, Heart of the Forgotten. You have gained 350,000 experience points, received 200 gold coins, reputation 500, and obtained the task reward, Lost Necklace. I was momentarily taken aback and quickly opened my inventory, where I found a silver necklace quietly resting in the corner. Lost Necklace, silver item, necklace, strength, 16 agility, 14 bonus, increases user's attack speed by 5. I was filled with a mix of surprise and joy. A 5 increase in attack speed was precisely what I needed. Other archers focused entirely on agility, their attack speed so rapid that their arrows flew like a machine gun, while I, with my strength build, could hardly boast of such speed, my shots resembling an old man pushing a cart, slow and sporadic. Now, with the 5 speed boost from the Lost Necklace, I felt significantly compensated. Meanwhile, Ling Tong beamed with delight, clearly pleased. Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked, "Ling Tong, what equipment did you acquire that has you so elated?" With a playful smile, Ling Tong promptly shared an item in the party channel. Water Moon Slash. Skill book. Utilize water-based combat energy to unleash a crescent-shaped energy blade, dealing 120-150 damage to surrounding hostile targets. The skill's effectiveness increases with level, requiring a novice swordsman to be level 40. For a moment, my mind went blank. This skill seemed excessively powerful, boasting an initial damage potential of up to 150. And it was an area of effect attack. As I equipped the lost necklace, Ling Xue learned Water Moon Slash and smiled at me, saying, "Silly. You are the first to witness Water Moon Slash." After speaking, Ling Xue raised her flowing light sword, infusing it with energy. With a gentle shout, she drew a graceful crescent arc in front of her, the aqua-blue radiance brimming with formidable power that could surely inflict pain upon anyone struck. At that moment, Ling Yue sent a message. "Scholar, take Xuer to formalize her title, and then you can log off to rest." I gladly accepted the task and accompanied Ling Xue to the Profession Training Center. The burly swordsman trainer, with his piercing gaze, scrutinized Ling Xue's charming figure, which made me quite uncomfortable. Just as I contemplated teaming up with the nearby archer trainer to deal with him, Ling Xue had already accepted the formalization task, winking at me and saying, "I just need to deliver a letter to the blacksmith Wang at the eastern part of the city." I was left astounded. Is it really that simple? Yes. I felt like crying. Why must my fate be so unfortunate? When I formalized, I had to travel all the way to Roy Village and light torches to slay tree elder monsters. Ling Xue chuckled, patting my shoulder. "Don't complain after gaining something good. Didn't you also receive a rather impressive skill book? Yet here you are, grumbling. I almost feel like giving you a beating." I was at a loss for words. "All right. Let us head to the Eastern Blacksmith shop." "Okay." Thus, Ling Xue and I walked side by side, chatting and laughing as we made our way to the eastern part of the city. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, Ling Xue handed over the letter and shamelessly completed her formalization task, returning to the Profession Training Center to finish the quest. Although she received no substantial reward, at least the prefix novice was removed from her profession title. Glancing at the time, it was already 1 a.m., and Ling Xue said, "Silly, log off now, and be at school by 11 a.m. tomorrow. Remember, Sioux University, East Campus. Call me when you arrived." I nodded, checking my friend list, which had halved. Several members of the Shui studio had already logged off, while a few from Jinhua were still battling. However, Ziyun had also logged off, likely because girls generally disliked staying up late. Removing my gaming headset, I headed to the living room, poured myself a cup of warm water, and waited for the tea to cool. Suddenly, I heard a soft sound as the door opposite me opened, revealing Bingcha, dressed in a blue t-shirt that accentuated her ample curves. Paired with denim shorts that showcased her snow-white legs, I merely glanced at her and felt my heart race. I must say, the girls from the Shui studio had stunning figures, even the least attractive among them. The girl from Summer compensated with her alluring legs and shapely backside, making them all quite captivating. Noticing my gaze, Bingcha said, "Scholar, you worked hard today. Do you need me to prepare something to eat?" Unwilling to accept anything without giving back, I shook my head with a smile. "No need. I can just make some noodles myself." Bingcha immediately smiled, saying, "Then prepare one for me too." I chuckled and nodded, thinking to myself, I should have asked her to prepare it from the start instead of fussing about. After cooking the midnight snack, I finished eating, and Bingcha poured me a cup of iced tea, saying, "This is a detoxifying red tea. Drink plenty, it's good for your health." I nodded and smiled. "Thank you." Bingcha returned the smile, saying, "I'll head back to sleep now. You should rest early too." Watching her return to her room, I found myself increasingly awake. Thus, I took the iced tea to the balcony on a summer night. The breeze was gentle, and the air outside was particularly refreshing. Taking a sip of the tea, I detected a hint of bitterness. Much like life itself, everyone's attitude towards life varies. Some savor the sweetness while others endure the bitterness. Yet for me, I would prefer to remember only the sweetness. As for the bitterness, if one chooses to overlook it, it truly does not seem so bitter after all, having entered Ling Tong for several days now. My accomplishments were somewhat acceptable. I still couldn't comprehend why I chose the archer class when I first entered the game. However, one reason stood out. The archer's low defense and lack of survival ability necessitated reliance on the strength of the team to showcase the high damage output of an archer. I smiled gently. Perhaps what I truly sought was the feeling of camaraderie. After years of gallivanting in the game, I had mostly played the role of a lone wolf. Even if I could single-handedly conquer foes, the loneliness was unbearable. Now, with the delightful company of the girls from the Shui studio, the gaming experience felt much more enjoyable. At that moment, I heard a soft sound behind me as the glass door opened, revealing Ling Yue approaching with a cup of tea. She looked slightly surprised and couldn't help but say, "Scholar, you're here too." After speaking, She seemed about to leave, but I smiled and said, since neither of us can sleep, why not come over and enjoy the evening breeze together? Ling Yue couldn't help but smile, saying, all right, let's enjoy the breeze. A pleasant fragrance wafted through as Ling Yue stood beside me, dressed in a white blouse and a knee-length gauzy skirt. The contours of her figure subtly revealed themselves beneath the blouse, captivating to behold in the distance. A shooting star streaked across the sky, prompting Ling Yue to look up with a sigh. I asked in surprise. Most girls wish upon a shooting star. Why do you appear so disappointed? Holding her cup, she bit her lip and replied, since I know it cannot be realized, why bother to make a futile wish? I was momentarily taken aback, exhaling softly. Actually, there's no need to be so rational. Hee hee. Ling Yue turned to smile at me, saying, if I could truly forget all my worries, I would gladly spend my days staring at the stars, waiting for shooting stars to appear. But, gazing at her delicate face illuminated by the moonlight, I couldn't help but say, Ling Yue, you and Ling Xue are of the same age. You should be as joyful as she is. Why do you carry so many concerns? Ling Yue smiled faintly and replied leisurely, because I am the heir of my family. I must understand two words, responsibility. I looked at her and asked, is it this responsibility that makes you willing to accept Wang Junjie as your boyfriend? The one imposed from above? Nonsense. Ling Yue appeared somewhat agitated, raising her voice slightly. I would never. It's just, forget it. Don't meddle in my affairs. I was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless for quite a while. I had genuinely tried to help but felt it was in vain. Yet what astonished me was, Ling Yue lifted her face, softly saying, I'm sorry. Suddenly, she stepped forward, opened her snow-white arms, and gently embraced me. Her face resting against my neck, her delicate shoulders trembling slightly, I stood there, momentarily frozen, unsure of how to respond. After a long while, Ling Yue finally murmured with a quivering voice, what am I to do? Many matters are far from being as simple as they appear on the surface. I find myself powerless to resist, yet unwilling to accept such a fate. Scholar. Although my faith in you is not unwavering, I recognize that you possess a good heart, in this era. Such a term seems to have lost its positive connotation. Unconsciously, I extend my hand to embrace Ling Yue from behind, feeling her softness and resilience against my chest, while simultaneously, my shirt becomes soaked with her tears. Perhaps it is only at this moment that one can glimpse the helplessness and sorrow concealed beneath the strong exterior of the beautiful director of the Blue Star Group. After a considerable time, until both of us can barely stand from numbness in our legs, Ling Yue finally lifts her head. Tears streak down her snow-white face as she smiles faintly, saying, it's getting late. Let us rest. Schwerer mentioned that you are to visit her tomorrow, so please do not mention what transpired tonight. I inquire, what happened tonight? Ling Yue purses her lips in a light laugh, her arms still wrapped around my neck, her beautiful eyes gazing into mine, and she states, what I have said remains here. Once this moment passes, I shall deny everything, and you are not to tell Schwerer. She need not bear that burden. She should relish her youth. I am momentarily taken aback and respond. You could too, however. Ling Yue releases her hold and steps away, lifting the cup of tea with a gentle smile, saying, sleep now. The night is long. Chapter 69. The journey to Shanghai the following dawn. I am awakened by the cheerful voices of summer girls outside. Upon exiting my room, I find the girls in a state of excitement. What's with you all? What have you taken today to be this happy? I ask in astonishment. The iced tea girl replies with a smile. Scholar, today marks the day when our game connects with real bank accounts. Our studio's income is finally coming to fruition. Aren't you thrilled? Haha, of course I am delighted. I touch my nose and add, I just remembered that my bank card was swallowed by the ATM last time. And I have not had it replaced? The iced tea girl chuckles. That's simple. After breakfast, come with me to the bank, and with your documents, we can handle the account opening right there. I nod, and after breakfast, I locate my ID and head out with the 5 girls from the studio. Ling Yue is dressed in a pink wool coat, paired with a white shirt and an adorable red tie, while her lower half is adorned with a short pink skirt. This outfit looks familiar, and I suddenly recall that the last time Ling Xue came to find me at the restaurant, she was wearing this very ensemble. Thus, I approach her, staring intently, and ask, Beauty, are you Ling Yue or Ling Xue? The girl smiles. Scholar, are you itching for trouble? Indeed, it is Ling Yue. Generally, Ling Xue refers to me as fool. As if sensing my confusion, Ling Yue smiles gently and says, don't stare. This outfit was bought by my distant aunt from abroad, 2 sets, one for me and one for Schwerer. What do you think? Does it look good? As she speaks, the little beauty twirls gracefully before me, the skirt fluttering enticingly that I nod repeatedly, swallowing hard as I say, in the future, you and Ling Xue wearing this outfit together will make it quite hard to tell you apart. Ling Yue teases, so? You should refrain from speaking carelessly, or it may lead to trouble by the time we arrive at the bank not far from our community. It is still early, and there are not many people in line. Moreover, the bank has set up a window specifically for opening game accounts, which is quite considerate. When I present my ID, the teller swiftly helps me to obtain a new card and then asks, what is the game account code you wish to bind? I think for a moment and reply, 0000000002. The teller is astonished, glancing at me several times before entering it into the computer, stating, the account has been verified against your identity and it is now linked. Would you like to exchange gold coins? The current official exchange rate is 1 gold coin for 4.93 RMB. I ponder briefly and say, let us exchange for 2,000 gold coins, in no time. The teller smiles and says, all set? You can now redeem them at your leisure when you enter the game. I nod, retrieving my bank card, which now holds nearly 10,000 RMB, certainly enough for a lavish meal with Ling Xue. After me, Ling Yue presents her bank card and game number, and I distinctly see her number is 0000000001, which is notably the one preceding Ling Xue's helmet. The teller is even more astonished, unable to close her mouth as she alternates her gaze between me and Ling Yue. Exclaiming in disbelief, you two are truly impressive, Ling Yue graciously replies. Thank you for your assistance. Soon, after Li Wishing binds her account as the third, a long line has formed behind us. Thankfully, we arrived early. Otherwise, the opening might not have occurred until noon. Li Wishing exchanges for 300 gold coins, while Iced Tea exchanges for 200 gold coins, resulting in her receiving 1,000 RMB, after which she cheerfully declares, I must earn well. Soon I'll be able to buy an LV handbag. Ling Yue, standing beside her, retorts, you lot should be more frugal. Recently, the production department players in the company are busy securing their positions, and each player transitioning to a permanent role requires 200 gold coins for the fee, which we have to shoulder. Scholar, when you return tonight, let us go to the hero's graveyard to grind for money. I nod in agreement. Sounds good. As we exit the bank, it is nearly 11 a.m. I recall that the time I arranged with Ling Xue is exactly 11, so I promptly hail a cab and head directly to the campus at Tsu University in less than half an hour. The taxi stops beside the school gate, where lush bamboo flourishes and girls linger, creating a scene where both lowly and mature women coexist beautifully. By the bamboo grove, a little beauty in a pink suit is peering outside. Who else could it be but Ling Xue? Swiftly, I dial Ling Yue's number, and upon answering, she asks, aren't you supposed to be having lunch with Schwerer? Are you thinking of me? I reply, after eating. Drink some tea, that way. You want to gain weight. Is that it? What a waste of phone credit. I smile slightly and hang up, confirming that the person before me is indeed not Ling Yue. I step forward and call, Ling Xue. Ling Xue immediately turns around, and upon seeing me, she exclaims, you made me wait so long. If you were any later, you'd be in trouble. I feel somewhat helpless and say, there was traffic on the road. The gentle breeze ruffles Ling Xue's long hair, her pink dress swaying slightly, causing several boys nearby to become infatuated, while the girls beside them fiercely pinch their boyfriend's sides, angrily saying, what are you looking at? A girl as rich and beautiful as Ling Xue would never look at you? Humph, save your breath. Look at that boy beside Ling Xue. He is not even that handsome, not tall, and dressed in Benny Road. How could Ling Xue be with someone like him? My scalp tingles at their sharp observations. They can dissect a man's worth with a mere glance. However, Ling Xue, indignant, strides over and provocatively addresses the girl. What did you say? What is wrong with him? I see he 100 times better than you. The girl is taken aback, her boyfriend stammering. I didn't mean it that way. I feel incredibly awkward, looking around and saying, never mind. Ling Xue, where shall we eat? After lunch, we still need to level up and earn some money, Ling Xue responds. Get in the car first. Just tell me where to go. Do you have enough money? I open the rear door. But Ling Xue immediately narrows her eyes and says, does sitting beside me make you uncomfortable? Move to the front. I hesitate for a moment but ultimately comply, as Ling Xue is Ling Yue's sister. And I cannot afford to offend Ling Yue, so it's best not to antagonize Ling Xue. Ling Xue slowly starts the car and turns to ask, "Where shall we eat the authentic spicy bullfrog?" I reply, "There is one in Suzhou, on Ganjiang Road, but the most authentic one seems to be in Shanghai." "All right, then let us go to Shanghai." I am slightly taken aback. "For a meal, do we really need to go to Shanghai?" Ling Xue beams sweetly. One must be persistent in life. Thus, in less than an hour, we find ourselves on the streets of Shanghai, having arrived at the legendary eatery according to the 114 inquiry. At noon, it is bustling with patrons, and there is even a line. Ling Xue scans the waiting area with a smile and says, "Fool, let us go sit for a bit." I nod, but after only a few minutes, we hear a commotion at the front of the eatery. It turns out a woman holding a baby is seated at a table, while several young individuals glare at her, saying, "One person occupying a table. Why don't you go eat outside?" The woman protests, "I was here first. How can this be fair?" The others, however, rudely slap down 200 yuan bills and demand, "Take this and be satisfied? Now get lost." The woman nearly bursts into tears, her eyes brimming with tears. Chapter 70. Playing together, I almost stand up alongside Ling Xue. "Hey, how can you all be so unreasonable?" Ling Xue exclaims loudly. The three boys and one girl turn around, and in an instant, both Ling Xue and I are left speechless, while they, too, appear equally dumbfounded. The individuals before me are strikingly familiar. The leader among them is none other than the audacious, prideful madman, who appears exactly as he does in the game. To his left stands a dapper gentleman clad in a suit, known as Bloodthirsty, while the girl on his right must surely be Drifting Rain. "So, it is indeed you all!" exclaimed Ling Xue in astonishment. The prideful madman, equally taken aback, gazed at us for several moments before exclaiming, "How could it be you? Are you Qingfeng Feishue or Qingfeng Lanyue? I never expected the brash scholar to actually be your partner in reality." Ling Xue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retorted sharply, "I never imagined that the arrogant, prideful madman would display such a demeanor in real life." Bloodthirsty, feeling the weight of the situation, turned to the prideful madman and asked, "What should we do, bro?" The prideful madman snorted dismissively and replied, "Well, encountering old acquaintances here calls for a drink together, of course." Seeing Ling Xue's irate expression, I worried she might stir up trouble, so I quickly interjected, "Even if we wanted to drink, there are no seats available here. Let's save it for another time. I certainly don't wish to occupy a seat that was seized from someone else just to chat and drink." The prideful madman shot me a cold glance. Humph. Meanwhile, the youthful girl, no older than 18, known as Drifting Rain, tugged at the madman's hand and exclaimed, "Brother, how can you act this way? When we return, I shall tell father everything that transpired today." Instantly, the prideful madman appeared flustered, hastily imploring, "Rain, please don't. Father would surely have my head." With that, he turned back to me with a smirk and declared, "I want to entertain you today. However, the scores from the game shall be settled in the virtual realm." TSK, Qingfeng Feishue is truly stunning. The glances directed at her made Ling Xue visibly uncomfortable. She waved her delicate fist and huffed, "What are you staring at? Do you wish to fight? I'm ready whenever you are." I inwardly groaned, realizing Ling Xue was quite the handful. Fortunately, under Drifting Rain's threat, the prideful madman reluctantly departed from the establishment, while Bloodthirsty cast a venomous glare in my direction, evidently seething with resentment after being demoted from level 36 back to 30 within a single day. He must have wished nothing more than to devour me whole. As I watched their retreating figures, Ling Xue gritted her teeth and muttered, "These wealthy young masters are nothing but societal scum." I offered a faint smile, choosing to remain silent. That moment, a woman carrying a baby flashed us a grateful smile. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Xue promptly sat opposite her, sweetly inquiring, "Auntie, how old is your little brother?" Observing Ling Xue's attempt to ingratiate herself, I nearly believed she would shamelessly mooch a meal. However, by now, we had found an empty table, and we settled down near the window, ordering several signature spicy Sichuan dishes. "The kind that could set your taste buds ablaze," Ling Xue grumbled. "I can't believe I ran into the prideful madman here. I never expected him to be in Shanghai. Humph, I really wanted to give him a good thrashing just now." Gazing at Ling Xue's eager demeanor, I couldn't help but chuckle. Do you really think you could take him on? Ling Shui, seemingly unable to tolerate my dismissive attitude, waved her small fist in a show of defiance. Want to find out? My sister and I have been practicing taekwondo since we were young. I didn't argue. All right, I believe you. By the way, this morning, your sister mentioned that I should join her at the heroic cemetery tonight to farm for money. Would you like to come along to level up? Ling Shui blinked playfully and replied, No way. Farming and monster hunting is so dull. Instead, let's take advantage of being among the first batch of players to be promoted and go to the haunted ancient temple tonight. We should aim to clear the bosses on the 5th and 6th floors. Don't you want to see the legendary ultimate boss of the General's Tomb on the 1st floor of the haunted ancient temple? I swallowed hard. All right. If Ziyun also gets promoted tonight, then we shall go. Otherwise, without a high-level healer, we might not withstand the boss. Ling Shui nodded with a smile. Yes. Also, let's invite Bingcha and Ziyue to join us. Having more people is beneficial and Bingcha's equipment is decent, so she can serve as a tank. Sounds good. Just then, our dishes arrived, releasing an enticing aroma of spice. I had grown accustomed to spicy food. Much like I had adapted to living alone, yet now I could change one of those habits, for one must progress with the times. A beautifully antiquated bowl contained sauerkraut fish, while another black pot brimmed with sizzling spicy bullfrog, adorned with red and green chilies alongside gleaming white meat. The visual impact was already overwhelming. Ling Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement as she picked up a tender piece of frog meat and popped it into her mouth. And in an instant, I noticed a rosy hue blossoming on her fair cheeks. Hey, Ling Shui, aren't you unable to handle spicy food? I thought to myself, regretting not asking her beforehand. To my surprise, Ling Shui raised an eyebrow and laughed. Who said I can't eat spicy food? Seemingly determined to prove herself, she devoured several pieces of the fiery meat, and soon her entire face was flushed, her rosy lips glistening with oil. Making her all the more adorable and enticing, I found myself momentarily entranced. When Ling Shui caught my gaze, she burst into laughter, raising her beer and teasing, Silly, stop staring. Want to share a drink? I quickly shook my head. No. You still have to drive back to Suzhou. You can't drink. Very well then, I shall substitute tea for wine. Ling Shui ordered a glass of iced tea. I chuckled, downing my drink in one go. While Ling Shui took a sip and remarked, Silly, after being in the game for so long, do you have any aspirations? Like becoming the top player in China, dominating the realm, just like Lin Fan. The first expert from Yueheng? I paused, then smiled faintly. I haven't given it much thought yet. For now, my focus is simply on earning some money through the game to make ends meet, and then helping your sister build Shuyue's studio into the finest team in the country. Ling Shui laughed playfully. So that's how it is. Just remember to invite me along when you're off committing arson and robbery. I couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness. You hardly resemble your sister. Ling Shui, her spirit soaring, teased back. You don't think I'm inferior to her, do you? Of course not. In my eyes, you are the greatest, possessing both literary and martial prowess. Uniting the realm, casting a glance at Ling Shui's proud figure, I hastily uttered several compliments, aware that her words carried a hidden danger. One misstep and I might find myself in a precarious situation. Satisfied with my flattery, Ling Shui resumed eating, while I continued to gaze across the table. The phrase "a feast for the eyes" rang true, and with a table full of delectable dishes before me, one might wonder what more could one desire. This was my first time dining with Ling Shui, and it felt almost surreal that I, a near-starving lad, was sharing a meal with her, a stunning beauty driving a BMW. The two of us seemed worlds apart, yet perhaps it was fate that had brought us together, especially after my unfortunate encounter with dog droppings that morning. Good fortune was indeed a fickle mistress. It wasn't until past 2 in the afternoon that we finally left, satiated and content. Ling Shui accompanied me back to the studio before returning to school herself. Upon opening the studio door, I heard a voice. Ah, Ziyue truly has some real talent. Huh. It sounded like Xia Tian's voice. I glanced over to find Ziyue, and Xia Tian playfully tussling on the sofa in the lobby. For a moment, it was a scene of springtime exuberance, with Ziyue lying back on the couch, her clothing disheveled, revealing a pink bra, while Xia Tian perched atop her, seemingly evaluating Ziyue's physique, her own curvaceous form swaying enticingly. I stood frozen for several moments before finally asking, "What on earth are you two playing at?" Ziyue's face flushed crimson, while Xia Tian, with a playful grin, provocatively asked, "Scholar, want to join in the fun?" I was taken aback, my heart racing. This was rather inappropriate. As a result, the two girls swiftly slipped into the room, while Bingsha offered me a resigned smile and said, "Don't mind them. These two have always been this way." I replied, "It's quite all right, Dado." "Is that so?" Bingsha seemed to smile with a hint of deeper meaning. After retrieving a bottle of cola from the refrigerator, I returned to the room, sipping it while glancing at the official homepage of Ling Tong. I noticed the ranking had once again shifted. I had fallen to 8th place in China. Indeed, in this vast land, numerous remarkable individuals emerge, and if one is not careful, they can easily be overshadowed by others. I promptly logged in and found myself in Twilight City. Upon inspecting my inventory, I realized that after exchanging 2,000 gold coins in the morning, I now had just over 900 left. However, given my current attack power, coupled with the formidable attributes of the star-chasing bow and the advanced 1,000-blade arrows, I could confidently declare myself an ultimate money-making machine. 5,000 gold coins were hardly a daunting sum. After spending a few gold coins to repair my equipment, I replenished my potions and iron arrows, then ventured eastward, keeping my name concealed. As long as no one engaged me in battle, I could maintain my mysterious aura and avoid trouble. Half an hour later, I arrived at the hero's cemetery and spotted, from a distance, a charming female mage gleefully playing with a group of skeletons using the Crimson Flame Seed. I dashed over and, with 2 rounds of 1,000-blade arrows, swiftly cleared a bunch of low-health monsters. Upon recognizing me, Lingyue immediately invited me into her party. Though my surprise, there were 3 players from Xianyue in the party, all at level 20. Seemingly reading my thoughts, Lingyue smiled gently and said, "They are here to collect equipment and gold coins, allowing us to focus on slaying monsters." I nodded. This was certainly for the best. Otherwise, we would waste half our time gathering coins, especially since extracting a pile of silver coins from the uneven cemetery ground was quite laborious. Later, Ziyue and Xiaoyan logged in, followed by Lingxue. Xiaoyan and Ziyue volunteered to come to the hero's cemetery, trailing behind me to clean up the battlefield, thus gaining quite a bit of experience. Meanwhile, Lingxue and Bingsha, the 2 swordsman girls, set out to slay monsters and level up. Bingsha had already been promoted, and her equipment included several pieces of silver gear, so she wouldn't hold Lingxue back. In my inventory, I found the bloodthirsty dagger that had dropped from the boss and immediately traded it to Ziyue. The dagger shimmered as layers of light rippled outward. Rogue, silver equipment, dagger, attack, 85 to 140 agility, 15 stamina, 9 additional. Increases user's agility by 2 required level, 30. Seeing the formidable attack attributes, Ziyue couldn't help but beam with delight, almost ready to give me a warm embrace. "Scholar, how would you like me to thank you?" "I will do my utmost to fulfill any request," Ziyue inquired with a smile. I swallowed hard. This temptation was indeed considerable. However, not far away, Lingyue cast a glance in our direction, sending a chill down my spine, prompting me to resolutely decline Ziyue's affectionate offer. Yet, when Ziyue shared the dagger's attributes with the party, Lingyue also revealed a pleased smile. After all, Ziyue, as an assassin, had significantly boosted her attack output, enhancing our studio's overall strength, a truly positive development. The entire afternoon passed in a blur, and by around 7 p.m., we had been diligently grinding monsters for experience. Thanks to Ling Tong's reasonable experience distribution settings, I garnered over 90 of the experience as the primary damage dealer, without much being snatched away by Ziyue and Xiaoyan. I had successfully leveled up to 43, while Lingyue, who had been consistently online and leveling up, had reached 45, standing at the pinnacle of the Chinese leaderboard. The girls and I calculated our respective gold coin totals. Lingyue's group had collected a total of 3,147 coins, while Xiaoyan had gathered 1,784, and Ziyue managed to collect 1,180. Given Ziyue's clumsiness, I was quite pleased that she had managed to gather that much. Thus, the 5,000 coins required by Blue Star Company had been amassed, and Lingyue instructed a trusted employee to deliver them. The 5,000 coins converted to nearly 20,000 RMB, a significant sum for me. I informed Lingyue about our plan to visit the ghostly ancient temple that evening, to which she readily agreed. Next, I took the initiative to contact Xianyue from the Swordfire group, as I was more familiar with them, and Lingyue had tacitly acknowledged me as the leader of the Swordfire crew. Glancing at my friends list, I noticed that Xianyue had reached level 40, likely becoming the first priest player in Twilight City to be promoted. After all, Priests level up slowly, and even a level 30 priest is considered a treasure. Thus, a level 40 priest with advanced skills had become a national treasure. The national treasure girl playfully asked, "Why do you only remember me when you need something?" I replied, "The pressure to level up is intense. By the way, have you advanced your healing spell to a higher level?" Xehanort responded, "I reached it in the afternoon. And even the resurrection prophecy has been upgraded. Now it lasts for 2 hours." I was mildly astonished. "That's impressive. How did you level up the proficiency of the resurrection prophecy?" Xehanort chuckled softly. "It's quite simple. I stood at the entrance of Twilight City with a bag full of blue potions, and every time I passed a player, I cast the resurrection prophecy. They all think of me as a living benefactor." I was speechless. "Keep it up. You might be able to make money from this in the future." Xehanort retorted playfully, "I already can't. Today someone contacted me and offered 1 gold coin for the effect of the resurrection prophecy, but I found it too little and declined." I laughed. "You should have dinner soon. Let's log in later and head to the 5th level of the ghostly ancient temple." Okay. Chapter 72. The Demonized Swordsman after logging off. The dining hall was already filled with delicious dishes that Ling Yue had ordered from a nearby hotel. After a delightful meal, we logged back in. Ziyue, Xiaoyan, and Luoyu Wuxiang formed a party to grind levels, while Bingxia was left with Ling Yue and me to accompany us to the ghostly ancient temple. Upon logging in, we gathered at the eastern gate square of Twilight City, where Ling Yue and I arrived first, followed by Ling Xue. The 2 stunning twin beauties attracted considerable attention, nearly being surrounded by throngs of admirers. When Xehanort and Bingxia arrived, I pulled Ling Xue and Ling Yue through the crowd. Once outside the city, everyone sighed in relief. Bingxia remarked, "Beauty is invincible." Ling Yue and Ling Xue blushed, while Xehanort smiled softly beside us. I continued to lead the way. At this point, the coordinates of the ghostly ancient temple were no longer a secret, as they had long been disclosed on the forums. Consequently, many players flocked here seeking high-level equipment. Unfortunately, the drop rates of monsters on the 1st and 2nd floors were far too low, while the ironclad guards and beast rider corpses on the 3rd and 4th floors were exceedingly fierce, often overwhelming average players. Countless eager parties had come here only to experience the bittersweet taste of annihilation. When our group of 5 arrived at the ghostly ancient temple, we found the 1st floor already bustling with players occupying various sections. Almost every wave of blue wolf guards was immediately overwhelmed by a mob of attackers. Ling Xue and I took the lead, walking side by side at the forefront, while Ling Yue and Xehanort followed closely behind, with Bingxia providing protection from the rear. Our formation left the players on the 1st floor dumbfounded. Some could not help but rub their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Did you see that? Did you see that? It's the beautiful ladies from Xinyue. The one in front is none other than the top female mage, Qingfeng Lanyue. Nonsense. That's the top female warrior, Qingfeng Feishue. Can you not even read names?" Another exclaimed in astonishment. "Incredible. They are all experts above level 40. Look, the renowned scholar who has slain countless elites in the Forgotten Canyon is also here. He is simply the paragon of archers in the China region. Look at our own 3rd member. That guy is pathetic, barely able to defeat an 18-level monster at level 28. We did not linger on the 1st floor and ascended directly to the 2nd floor. In the distance, we spotted a team named Blood Drinkers valiantly battling against the Phantom Warriors. Though it was challenging, they were managing to hold their ground. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, we found very few players, with groups of 3 to 5 attempting to engage a single ironclad guard. Unfortunately, the guard's defense was outrageously high, making it virtually impossible to break through. After half a tea's worth of time, they had barely depleted half of the guard's health. It seemed it would take an eternity to finish off the ironclad guards here. The 4th floor was practically devoid of players, with the beast rider corpses proving too formidable to confront. The last time we had visited, we couldn't even discern their levels, but now we finally saw that they were level 45 enhanced monsters, with terrifying attack and defense capabilities. Not far ahead, a pile of potions lay scattered, likely the remnants of players who had attempted to challenge the beast rider corpses only to be sent back to the city. Ling Yue chuckled. "Let us head to the 5th floor. Battling 45-level monsters lacks excitement." Xehanort laughed. "Yes, let us go to the 5th floor." After a few rounds of cooperation, Xehanort had become acquainted with Ling Yue, Ling Xue, and the others, no longer feeling as awkward as their first meeting. Meanwhile, Bingxia remained reticent, quietly smiling as she followed behind us. As I surveyed the monstrous surroundings, I swiftly plunged into the throng of creatures, executing a rapid turn towards the entrance leading from the 3rd to the 4th level. My speed was unparalleled, leaving a horde of beast-riding corpse soldiers trailing behind, ultimately rendering them aimless as they remained at that entrance. Consequently, any player brave enough to venture into the 4th level would likely face imminent demise. A few of the female players gaped in astonishment, finally grasping my intention. Ling Xue chuckled softly, "You mischievous fool," to which I replied with a resigned smile. One must ensure a secure retreat to level up comfortably in the 5th level. This was a rather straightforward notion. After all, human nature is inherently selfish. Years of gaming had ingrained in me the habit of always leaving an escape route before undertaking any task, ensuring that I never left a threat alive. The boss of the 4th level, the beast-riding Corpse King, had yet to respawn, having just been defeated a few days prior. It was estimated that a golden tier boss like this would take at least a week to reappear. Thus, we ascended directly to the 5th level, with Ling Xue and Bingxia leading the way. Upon entering the 5th level, I beheld a brilliant icy blue radiance, and above the heads of 2 monsters, damage numbers floated into view. 15681873. It was indeed Ling Xue's new skill, Water Moon Slash, demonstrating formidable power capable of inflicting such tremendous damage on the creatures of the 5th level. However, the 2 monsters were also capable of breaching Ling Xue's defenses. Just then, Ziyun appeared, casting a high-level healing spell that restored nearly 1,000 points of Ling Xue's health. Finally, I had the opportunity to scrutinize the 5th level's monsters, which resembled towering warriors standing about 3 meters tall. Cloaked in black armor, wielding a 2-meter-long sword that unleashed a fierce sword wave, imbued with a hint of magical attack. Each strike caused Ling Xue's health to drop twice. Demonic Swordsman, Enhanced Monster, Level, 48 Attack, 375 to 500 Defense, 200 Health, 8,000 Additional. Long-term exposure to dark energy has corrupted these once elite swordsmen, leaving only their formidable martial skills intact. I was taken aback. I could just discern the boss's attributes due to my level. I had to admit, the demonic swordsman's attack power was quite intimidating, reaching 500, which explained why even Ling Xue, clad in a gale set, could be breached. Bingxia fared even worse, losing over 500 health points with a single strike, causing her to retreat in shock. In this critical moment, we had to rely on Ling Xue, but this time, we couldn't depend on her to lure a group for a mass kill, as the demonic swordsman's attack was actually ranged, striking targets within 5 yards with each swing of its sword. If Ling Xue attempted to draw the monsters, she could be eliminated midway, and the rest of us lacked the capability to withstand the onslaught. Ling Yue shot me a peculiar look and remarked, "You should really choose a high-defense melee class. It would make the battle feel more exhilarating." I was at a loss for words. A high-defense class would certainly not match my current attack output. How could one have both fish and bear's paw? Thus, I lured a demonic swordsman over, raising my hand to unleash a piercing arrow that struck the demonic swordsman's chest with a resounding thud, inflicting 1892 points of damage. Ling Yue quickly altered her stance. "Well, your current attack power isn't too shabby," I sighed. "What exactly do you want?" "Oh, nothing much, just killing monsters." Ling Yue waved her flame staff, sending fireballs and ice arrows hurtling through the air. Chapter 73. Meteoric Fire Rain Swish. 2 damage numbers soared above the demonic swordsman's head. 1462, 1481. Finally, after Ling Xue delivered a sweeping strike, the 3rd demonic swordsman fell with a lamenting cry, dropping 2 gold coins and a gleaming longsword. I promptly picked it up and shared the attributes of the longsword in the party chat. Black Stinger, Silver Weapon, Attack, 120 to 180 Strength, 10 Additional. Increases the user's physical attack power by 1 required level, 40, unidentified, to have an attack power of 180 even before identification. It was likely that once identified, the attack power would reach 240. While it may not rival the golden weapon, Flowing Lightblade, it was still a silver weapon of a higher level by 10. Meaning its attack power would surely be impressive. I inquired about everyone's opinions. Ling Xue and Ziyun had none. While Ling Yue chuckled, "Isn't it perfect? Give it to Bingxia. She's in dire need of a powerful weapon." I nodded with a smile and traded the silver tier longsword to her. Bingxia's face lit up with surprise as she accepted the longsword, instantly enamored with it. After all, high-level weapons were scarce in Ling Tong. And this 40-level silver weapon was particularly rare. If we hadn't ventured deep into the 5th level of the ghostly ancient temple, it would have been nearly impossible to obtain such equipment from non-boss monsters. However, she couldn't equip it immediately, so Bingcha had to temporarily continue wielding her 25-level bronze longsword, though I imagine she was quite pleased nonetheless. We continued our monster slaying, requiring the full force of our team to dispatch each demonic swordsman decisively, even utilizing Ziyun's curses. Yet, no further equipment dropped. The stingy 48-level demonic swordsman seemed to have a glitch that allowed for that one longsword to drop. It wasn't until past 11 at night that we managed to clear out the majority of the 5th level S monsters. Although no more equipment emerged, the experience gained was substantial. I jumped from 23 to 87 at level 43, while Lingxue reached level 42, and both Ziyun and Bingcha advanced to level 41, leaving Lingyue firmly at level 45. The top player in China. Next, we gathered at the center of the 5th level, where a colossal cage contained the third-to-last super boss of the ghostly ancient temple, causing a palpable tension among us. Bingcha stepped forward, sword in hand, declaring, "I'll draw it out," but Lingxue immediately interjected, "Let me handle it. My defense is higher." Bingcha hesitated, but Lingyue laughed. "Let Snowy do it. It's safer." Thus, with a cheerful smile, Lingxue brandished her flowing light sword and sliced through the cage. Yet, in that instant, the cage erupted in a violent explosion, and a blinding sword light struck Lingxue's shoulder. Bang! Battle alert. Player Qingfeng Feishue has been attacked by the demonic overlord, losing 1247 health points. In a heartbeat, half of Lingxue's health had vanished. Stunned, she quickly retreated to my side, but thankfully, Ziyun, equipped with exceptional healing gear, utilized a high-level healing spell that nearly restored Lingxue's health, bolstered with renewed confidence. Lingxue advanced once more, flanking the boss alongside Bingcha. I immediately unleashed Ice Arrow to slow the creature, combining it with Piercing Arrow to deal damage, while Lingyue unleashed fireballs in rapid succession, and Ziyun focused on healing Lingxue and Bingcha. Remarkably, despite being a female player, Ziyun exhibited exceptional skill. In moments where lives hung in the balance, the precision and foresight of a healer became increasingly vital. Having entered the Swordfire team, Ziyun was undoubtedly a formidable player, and within minutes, her prowess was acknowledged by Lingyue. Seizing a moment to observe the boss amidst the chaos, it appeared nearly identical to the demonic swordsman, save for a massive cloak, its body bathed in a sinister red hue. Exuding an air of dominance, the boss's attributes were Demonic Overlord, Golden Tier Boss, Additional, an elite leader under the command of the ghostly general, who continues to follow after death, possessing numerous unique skills. As expected, I couldn't discern the attributes of the Demonic Overlord. It was likely level 50, but I could tell it had an array of formidable skills. At that moment, the Demonic Overlord raised its sword high and bellowed, "Ding." System alert. The Demonic Overlord has used the skill Fearsome Roar. Your attack power has been reduced by 25. I was taken aback. Upon checking, my attack power had indeed diminished by over 100 points. What once dealt 800 damage with Piercing Arrow now only inflicted 500. Lingxue groaned. "This boss is utterly outrageous," Bingcha added. "One strike nearly took me out. If it had been a critical hit, I would have been finished." I chuckled. "Fear not. You have resurrection prophecies. You have one more chance if you fall." Just then, the boss lifted its sword again, chanting a spell. Suddenly, ominous red clouds loomed overhead, followed by a barrage of blazing meteors descending from the sky. Ding! Battle alert. The demonic overlord is using the skill Meteoric Fire Rain. Bang! I was struck on the shoulder, my health plummeting by nearly 1,000 points. Such terrifying damage. I could no longer afford to linger. Swiftly moving to embrace Lingyue, whisking her away in a desperate flight for survival. As we escaped that perilous area, I glanced back to see Ziyun, looking exasperated as she hurriedly healed Lingxue and Bingcha. As Lingyue's face turned pale with fear, she recounted the harrowing moment when she was struck by a barrage of fiery rain. Despite the protection of her blazing shield, she had been left nearly depleted of health. "It was utterly terrifying." With lingering trepidation, Lingyue remarked, while gently patting my hand and chuckling softly, "You can let go of me now. It wouldn't be good if Schwerer saw us like this." I glanced back to find Lingxue engrossed in battling monsters, blissfully unaware of our predicament. Meanwhile, the boss continued to swing its long sword, unleashing a relentless downpour of fire in the area where we had just stood, leaving the 5th floor of the phantom ancient temple in utter disarray. However, this chaos afforded us a brief respite to unleash our attacks as the boss's skills went uninterrupted, allowing it to rain meteors down upon the empty ground. Yet, this reprieve was short-lived. The boss had no intention of allowing us to rest. In the next instant, it raised its long sword, radiating a brilliant light, and a crimson halo rippled throughout the 5th floor. Ding, battle notification. The demonized commander has used the skill Death's Embrace, reducing your defense by 10. In an instant, our defenses plummeted by another 10. Ling Xue was struck by the demonized commander's sword, suffering over 1,600 points of damage, leaving her pale with fright. Meanwhile, Bingxia was in a state of panic. Retreating rapidly, Ling Yue raised her hand, casting an ice arrow to slightly slow the boss's movement, her expression grave as she said, "This is not good. At this rate, we might perish here." I focused on drawing the boss's fire with my armor-piercing arrow while communicating in the team channel. "Everyone, stay calm, Ling Xue, don't run too far. Return when you're at full health. Bingxia, back off a bit, and Ling Yue, come with me to kite the monster. Ziyuner, make sure to heal and cast curses." Under my directive, our 5-member team finally stabilized our formation. Ling Yue and I took turns kiting the boss, while Ling Xue provided slight relief to our pressure. After enduring multiple positive and negative effects, Ling Xue could no longer withstand the boss's assaults head-on. Time passed slowly, and the demonized commander, a golden tier boss, continued to give us a headache. With its Death's Embrace and the occasional meteor shower, Ling Yue and I were in agony, though we managed to adapt quickly. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Ling Yue cast several fireballs at the boss's chest plate, with flames bursting forth, but the damage was less than satisfactory, each fireball inflicting barely 500 points of damage. I gradually noticed that the demonized commander would deliberately lower its wrist to block Ling Yue's fireballs with its armor or arms whenever it was attacked. Thus, I suggested, "Ling Xue, can you draw the boss's attention upward? Ling Yue, aim for the boss's armpit." The two sisters understood my intent immediately. Ling Xue swiftly approached, spinning like a whirlwind to stand before the demonized commander. With a flash of her flowing light sword, she executed a water moon slash, dealing 1102 points of damage. Simultaneously, the boss lifted its massive sword high, preparing to strike down at Ling Xue. "Sister, hurry," Ling Xue called out, just as Ling Yue launched a fireball that struck the boss's armpit. A resounding thud echoed, and a massive number erupted above the boss's head. 2896, a critical hit. Even without the critical hit, Ling Yue's magical attack had significantly surpassed her usual output. It seemed my conjecture was correct. As the official game data stated, every boss has its weak points, and once exploited, they could be easily defeated. Ling Yue's face lit up with joy as she smiled. "Just like that. Swear, let us do it again." However, Ling Xue had already been knocked back by the boss's sword. Under Ziyuner's healing spell, she quickly regained health, while I continued to use my armor-piercing arrow to hold the boss's attention, allowing Ling Yue and Ling Xue some breathing room. Our strategy progressed methodically. Despite the boss's myriad abilities, its demise was merely a matter of time. That moment, I received a message from Jian Hualonghan. "Scholar, have you borrowed our Ziyuner again? How is she? Quite a gem, isn't she?" I couldn't help but chuckle, quickly replying, "Just borrowing her for leveling. You won't be jealous, will you?" Jian Hualonghan responded with a laugh. "If jealousy were effective, we would have kept Ziyuner long ago. When she levels with us, her mind is clearly elsewhere. It's obviously with you." I remarked, "Ziyuner is truly wonderful, beautiful, and considerate. You should have made your move sooner. After all, you're in the same city. Don't let someone else take her." I felt somewhat helpless, replying, "What are you thinking? I don't even know her name, let alone if she is married. Why dwell on that? Let us focus on leveling." Jian Hualonghan replied, "Leveling is fine, but without our number 1 beauty, morale drops by 90. The other priestesses can't hold a candle to Ziyuner." I felt a pang of sympathy and said, "Just make do with what you have." At that moment, Jian Hualonghan turned serious, stating, "Today, I checked the information on the Aoshi Quarren gang. Let me share what I found. The Aoshi family is an organization under a commercial group in Shanghai, and that Aoshi Quarren is the son of the group's president, originally named Lin Aode. He has a sister named Lin Piaoyu, likely the Aoshi Piaoyu in -game.as for Aoshi Shirshue. He is the adopted son of Lin Ao's father, and his character is rather despicable. For now, that's all we gathered. What are your thoughts? I replied, understood. Today, Ling Xue and I went to Shanghai and indeed encountered Lin Ao and Lin Piaoyu. Just as you said, Lin Ao is merely a second-generation heir, and Aoshi Shishue is nothing more than a thug. Is that so? Jian Hualonghun remarked with a teasing tone. No wonder he looks down on our Xioner. It turns out you know Qingfeng Feishue in real life. That explains a lot. Hee hee. I chuckled in response, understanding the unspoken camaraderie among men. After ending the communication, I turned my attention back to the boss we had been relentlessly attacking. The demonized commander had reached a state of rage, its health reduced to a thread, swinging its sword wildly and unleashing a meteor shower that wreaked havoc on the 5th floor of the phantom ancient temple. The alluring screams of several girls echoed through the chaos. The area around me was lit up with meteoric fire, and suddenly, a cluster of meteors, engulfed in fierce flames, plummeted from above, crashing down upon Lingyue's blazing shield. The fiery red barrier shattered explosively, and in an instant, Lingyue was annihilated by the meteor shower. As the light began to coalesce, Lingyue resurrected once more, yet remained trapped within the meteor rain's reach. Alarmed, I dashed toward her without a second thought, throwing myself in front of her to shield her from an incoming meteor strike. She could not resurrect again in such a short time. Dying now would mean losing a level. Boom. A searing pain tore through my back, and I was instantaneously slain. Only to revive immediately, Lingyue gazed at me in astonishment as I swiftly pulled her along. Fleeing forward, behind us, a barrage of meteors crashed down, rattling the entire ancient temple. Lingyue grasped my hand, laughing. Scholar, you just died. Internally, I lamented. It seemed the demonized commander had locked onto us as its targets. Another round of meteoric fire was already descending from above. Lingyue, being a little mage, could not move quickly, so I had no choice but to drag her along to escape. Surprisingly, Lingyue wore a radiant smile, running alongside me in the spacious hall of the 5th floor to evade the boss's onslaught. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped us as the scorching meteors vanished into thin air. Looking up, I was stunned to see the massive form of the demonized commander collapsing, with Ling Xue slowly withdrawing her flowing light sword from its chest. Ding! System notification. Congratulations! Your team has defeated the Golden Tier boss, the demonized commander, earning 350,000 experience points and 1,000 reputation. The girls erupted in joyful exclamations. This arrogant boss had finally fallen. Ling Xue, beaming, rummaged through the boss's armor, uncovering a shield and 2 skill books. Chapter 75. Ice armor. To my astonishment, it was indeed a shield, something I had never encountered since entering the game. Typically, only swordsmen can equip shields to enhance their defense, significantly bolstering their role as frontline infantry and forming an impenetrable barrier in large-scale battles. One of the prerequisites for equipping a shield is that the swordsman must reach level 40 and successfully transition to their primary class. Ling Xue swiftly shared the shield's attributes within the team. Flame Shield, Silver Tier, Shield, Defense, 200 Strength, 12 Stamina, 9 additional. Increases the user's defense by 2 required level, 44, unidentified. Everyone was taken aback. The shield's defense was already 200 even before identification. Once identified, it would undoubtedly exceed 250, surpassing even my current defense as an archer wearing the Qian set. The archer, as expected, is not a class built for withstanding blows. Although leveling up is somewhat swift, I cannot help but salivate at the sight of those armors with extraordinarily high defense. How I wish that one day I could don such formidable armor as an archer. The flame shield glimmered with faint red magical patterns, quite a sight to behold. Ling Xue, captivated, looked up at us with a smile and said, "This shield, is it for me?" Everyone nodded in agreement, for it is a customary practice in the realm. And besides, we are all comrades here. No one would mind such trivialities. Next, we turned our attention to the 2 skill books at hand. Ling Xue cradled one in her hands, the book in her right emanating a soft blue glow, while the one in her left radiated a gentle red light. Ice Armor Technique. Skill book utilizes water magic to conjure an indestructible armor around the user, significantly enhancing their defense, and can reduce the opponent's movement and attack speed when attacked. Requires a level 45 mage. What a treasure indeed! Hope sparkled in Ling Yue's beautiful eyes, while Ling Xue grinned and offered, "Sister, Learn it and show us. Ling Yue accepted with a cheerful smile and in a flash of brilliance. She learned the skill. With a graceful flourish of her fiery staff, an ethereal ice blue shield rapidly formed around her, and her defense surged by 200 points. I was momentarily speechless. At this rate, Ling Yue's defense had already surpassed that of me. A leather-clad archer. Indeed, in this world, the truly skilled are astonishing. With the acquisition of the ice armor technique, Ling Yue's survivability had significantly improved, especially in close combat against melee players. The ice armor technique could undoubtedly alter the tide of battle. Once the opponent's attack is slowed, with Ling Yue's skills, she could effortlessly dispatch any melee player. Meanwhile, Ling Xue held another red skill book, sharing its properties within the party. Fire Dragon Technique. Skill book utilizes fire magic to summon a magical fire dragon, capable of inflicting immense damage to enemy units in the vicinity. The duration of the magic is related to the skill level and requires a level 45 mage. Everyone gasped in unison. Today truly seemed to be Ling Yue's lucky day. During her previous visits, she had not gained much, but it appeared that fate was compensating her today with 2 skill books. Ling Yue quickly learned the Fire Dragon technique, and with a flourish of her staff, a resounding dragon roar echoed as a blazing fire dragon manifested before us, rampaging forth with the might to consume everything in its path point. One could only imagine the devastation it would wreak upon any players caught within its fury. After dividing the spoils, Ling Yue's confidence soared as she gazed toward the 6th floor, exclaiming, "Tonight, let us tackle the 6th floor as well." The ladies all nodded eagerly in agreement. The experience from the recent boss had elevated Ling Yue to level 46, while I reached level 44, reclaiming a position among the top 3 in the Chinese rankings. Ling Xue remained at level 42, and both Bingsha and Ziyun were still at level 41. Nevertheless, our party was now unprecedentedly powerful. It would be challenging to find a team with such high average quality globally. Otherwise, we would not have managed to ascend to the 5th floor and vanquish that boss. However, recalling how we had been thoroughly overwhelmed by the demonized commander earlier made for quite an amusing thought. On the 6th floor of the ghostly ancient temple, the last guardian, the imprisoned ancient general, awaited us. Ascending further, we would disturb the long-sleeping general and engage him in a formidable dialogue. Peering into the dim entrance of the 6th floor, I voiced my concerns. There may be formidable monsters above. Should I scout ahead? Ling Xue shook her head with a smile. No need. I can handle it myself. With that, Ling Xue's graceful figure vanished into the entrance. Yet within moments, as I took a couple of steps forward, I suddenly felt a soft body fall from above. It was Ling Xue. Upon closer inspection, I saw that her health was depleted, her armor charred and tattered. What happened? I asked, helping her up in astonishment. Ling Xue's face turned pale, her finger pointing above. The system is truly devious. A horde of high-level mage-type monsters was guarding the entrance. I nearly got one shot. Thankfully, I am quite clever and agile. Ling Xue couldn't help but bask in her own cleverness. I couldn't help but chuckle. Let me check the battle log. How much health did you lose in one hit? 400 points, but there were about 10 monsters. If I hadn't dodged quickly, I might have actually been finished off, Ling Xue replied, blinking her eyes. I sighed. The difficulties were mounting. I had anticipated that the ghostly ancient temple would not be easily conquered up to its final layer. Turning around, I cautiously ascended the stone steps, and Ling Yue, taken aback, asked, "Scholar, what are you planning? Do you wish to court danger?" I smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I will be fine." With that, I leaned forward to the 6th floor, only to be greeted by a brilliant light as several mage-type monsters began chanting spells in unison. In an instant, fireballs erupted toward me. I quickly recoiled and retreated back to the 5th floor. Feeling the scorching projectiles was past my head. Had I delayed even half a second longer, I might have been turned to ash. "What is going on?" Bingsha inquired. I replied gravely, 13 mage-type monsters. I cannot see their levels, but I estimate they are all above level 50. Their casting time is approximately 1.5 seconds. Bingsha chuckled. "What use is this information?" I smiled slightly, my gaze shifting to Ling Yue and Ling Xue. The 2 clever ladies immediately displayed knowing smiles. Ling Yue confidently stated, "My Crimson Flame Sea has a casting time of 1 second. I believe I can make a difference." I nodded. "Be cautious." Ling Yue smiled mischievously and slowly ascended the stone steps. Suddenly, she dashed to the 6th floor but returned just a second later. her cheeks slightly flushed with evident nervousness. Still, she flashed us a smile and said, "In 15 seconds, I wonder if the Crimson Flame Sea's damage can eliminate them." Moments later, to our astonishment, our experience began to rise. Indeed, Ling Yue's Crimson Flame Sea unleashed upon the 6th floor was capable of taking down the monsters there. Since the 6th floor monsters could not descend to the 5th, we could exploit this minor flaw to systematically clear out the gatekeepers on the 6th floor. In less than 10 minutes, Ling Yue signaled us with an OK gesture, and we boldly entered the 6th layer of the ghostly ancient temple. Chapter 76. Dark Thunder in the 6th layer of the ghostly ancient temple. Dark mages draped in cloaks prowled the corridors, wielding ebony staffs, poised to attack any intruders. I could not see the monster information, but Ling Yue was able to discern it. These mage-type monsters were indeed level 50, Dark Priest, Elite Monster, level 50 magic attack, 300 to 450 defense, 120 health, 5,000 additional. These humans, long corrupted by darkness, now possess formidable magical powers and remain eternally loyal to their former masters. I must say, these mage-type monsters have low defense and health, making them prime targets for leveling. I imagine the experience they yield is considerable. The only drawback is their high magic attack. Should one be caught in a mass attack, survival becomes exceedingly difficult. Wow! An elite monster! Ling Xue exclaimed in astonishment. Elite monsters, as the name implies, are among the more formidable types of regular monsters, thus yielding greater loot and experience, often even double. Not far from us, several dark priests defeated by Ling Yue's Crimson Flame Sea dropped a fair amount of gold. Though no equipment, likely due to the low drop rate, Ling Yue softly chanted a spell. The magic she wielded must be impressive. Indeed, as she waved her fiery staff, a fire dragon soared forth, directly lunging at a nearby dark priest. Boom! Flames raged as damage numbers exceeding 1,000 erupted above the dark priest's head. In mere seconds, the level 50 elite monster collapsed, transforming into a pile of gold and experience. The potency of this new fire dragon technique, even at its initial level, left us all momentarily stunned. Ling Yue herself stared in astonishment, her mouth agape, before finally exclaiming, "This seems a bit overpowered." I raised my starlight bow and launched a fire arrow, which struck the dark priest's chest with a resounding explosion. Revealing a damage number of 2104, we all gasped in surprise. Clearly, the defensive capabilities of these mage-type monsters were woefully inadequate. Just as we were reveling in our fortune, we failed to notice the dark priest suddenly raise its staff and chant loudly, causing the skies to darken as several purple bolts of lightning descended from above. Boom! After the thunder, I felt a jolt of pain as my health plummeted by 1207 points, nearly resulting in my demise. Damage numbers erupted above everyone's heads. Ling Xue and Bingxia had both suffered over half of their health, while Ling Yue managed to barely survive under the protection of the fiery shield. Ziyuner was instantly eliminated, but fortunately, she possessed the effect of a resurrection prophecy. However, she would be unable to revive for the next 2 hours. Quick-witted, Ling Yue immediately unleashed a combination of fireballs and ice arrows, swiftly dispatching the dark priest who was left with half health. At that moment, we all exchanged glances, finally understanding the terrifying nature of the monsters on the 6th level. Despite our high defenses, we were still caught off guard. If players of lower levels were to face this lightning strike, they would undoubtedly be obliterated. Reviewing the earlier messages, it was clearly recorded. You have been struck by the Dark Priest's Dark Thunder, losing 1207 health points. It turned out this skill had such a reputation. Indeed, dark mages were formidable. If that rascal Guizhi could wield such dark thunder, it would be utterly terrifying, a hidden class. What an alluring title it is, given the sheer ferocity of the Dark Thunder. Ling Yue and I quickly devised a new strategy. We would serve as the main attackers, ensuring to eliminate one dark priest within 2 seconds, while Ling Xue and Bingxia would be responsible for collecting the coins and items dropped by the monsters. As for Ziyuner, well, she could simply observe the battle from the sidelines. This way, Ling Yue and I possessed sufficient firepower to swiftly eliminate a dark priest, although the pace of monster hunting would inevitably slow down. And our coordination still required improvement. 2 dark priests began chanting the Dark Thunder spell simultaneously, causing several of the girls to pale with fear and hastily retreat. Ling Yue looked at me in exasperation, saying, "Scholar, what are you doing? Didn't I say to kill the shorter dark priest?" Indeed, He is shorter, but didn't you notice he was standing on the steps? I replied. Woo, you scoundrel. Ultimately, with Ling Xue's assistance, we managed to deal with the two dark priests. Yet the 6th level remained fraught with peril, providing an exhilarating experience. Ling Yue was troubled, while Ling Xue was thrillingly ecstatic, flitting about me like a joyful little bird, impulsively rushing in to eliminate a dark priest with a sweeping strike, subsequently attracting a horde of dark priests, which sent everyone fleeing back to the 5th level for refuge. Unbeknownst to us, we had been grinding until after 5 in the morning. However, the girls showed no signs of fatigue. For the experience offered by these elite monsters was simply too bountiful. In just 5 hours, Ling Xue reached level 44, Ling Yue attained level 47, I had reached level 46, and both Bingsha and Ziyuner had also advanced to level 43. Moreover, these dark priests dropped several pieces of priest equipment, all of which were level 40 silver items, significantly enhancing healing effects, far superior to the items Ziyuner had equipped, prompting her to don the new gear. Eventually, we reached the end of the 6th level, where a heavy iron door barred our path. Ling Xue stepped forward, pushing against the door, and chuckled. It's so heavy. It seems I can't budge it. I couldn't help but smirk. It was only natural, as Ling Xue's petite form appeared diminutive before the 5-meter-high iron door. If she could move it, it would be a marvel. At that moment, Ziyuner exclaimed, pointing at a door knocker near the bottom of the door. Look, what is that? I was immediately drawn to it. The knocker was deeply embedded in the door, with only a small portion protruding. Ling Xue blinked and said, Silly, pull that iron ring out. Maybe the door will open, and we can finally meet the final boss of the 6th level. I nodded. Since there was no other way forward, I might as well give it a try. Grasping the iron ring, I pulled with all my might, and a cacophony of mechanisms whirred into action as the iron door suddenly collapsed, cascading down towards us. If it landed on anyone, would they still be alive? I was taken aback, quickly grabbing Ling Xue and sprinting outside as Ling Yue. Bingsha and Ziyuner also fled in panic. Boom. At the moment the door struck the ground, Ling Xue and I barely escaped the danger zone, drenched in sweat from the close call. As the dust settled, glimmers of red light flickered in the darkness ahead. The final boss of the 6th level was about to make its grand entrance. Chapter 77. The dark high priest clad in a voluminous black robe that danced wildly in the sinister wind. With hair resembling shattered grass swirling around, and a staff adorned with a white skull coiling a black serpent at its tip, this boss was indeed a well-equipped archmage. Yet, the hollow gaze and the stark whiteness of its bones revealed that it had become a servant of darkness. Dark High Priest, Golden Tier Boss. Description. Once a royal mage of the Empire, now corrupted by darkness, it remains a terrifying entity with unparalleled magical power. Countless valiant warriors have perished under its formidable sorcery over the millennia. As anticipated, the level of this Dark High Priest was entirely invisible. Not even Ling Yue could discern it, likely hovering around level 55. A fierce wind howled as the High Priest strode forward, casting a dismissive glance around as if our group was insignificant to him. Ling Xue, feeling anxious, grasped my hand tightly and whispered, "The ordinary dark priests almost obliterated us with their dark thunder. This high priest must be even stronger. What should we do?" Before I could respond, Ling Yue had already taken the initiative, unleashing a massive fire dragon amidst a surge of magical energy, which charged directly at the dark high priest. Damage numbers exceeding 1,000 erupted in succession. It turned out this high priest's attributes were quite ordinary. However, having learned from our earlier encounter, I dared not underestimate this golden tier boss exceeding level 50, while Ziyuner remained cautious, casting curses, and Bingsha wielded her sword with a conflicted expression, uncertain whether to engage or retreat. At that moment, Ling Xue dashed forward, her sword flashing brilliantly as she executed a series of powerful attacks, swiftly dealing nearly 5,000 points of damage to the boss. As a mage-type boss, it was evident that the Dark High Priest was particularly vulnerable to physical attacks. I quickly followed up with my star bow, managing to inflict nearly 1,000 points of damage with a fire arrow. Thus, in the wake of our initial onslaught, the High Priest lost nearly 1/10 of its health. Ling Yue, seeing a glimmer of hope, encouraged everyone, "Let us go." However, the boss's subsequent action plunged Ling Yue's heart into despair. Suddenly raising its skeletal staff, the Dark High Priest radiated dark energy, conjuring a massive black dragon in an instant. Ling Yue gasped in horror, "Be careful. It's the Dark Mage's Black Dragon Wave." Clearly, Ling Yue had witnessed Guizhi's Black Dragon Wave before, hence her deep-seated apprehension towards this spell, but it was too late to warn anyone. The Black Dragon surged forth, sweeping across Lingxue and Bingxia. 2104, 2870. Two damage numbers erupted consecutively. Lingxue was left with critically low health, while Bingxia was utterly annihilated. Fortunately, Bingxia had the Resurrection Prophecy effect, but she would not be so fortunate in the next encounter. Without hesitation, Ling Yue decisively commanded, "Bingxia, retreat. Leave the battle and return to town. You can no longer assist." Bingxia, understanding the gravity of the situation, quickly backed away and retreated to town after disengaging from combat. Meanwhile, Ziyuner hurriedly restored Lingshue's health, while Lingxue herself chugged down red potions, barely managing to regain her vitality. However, if the boss unleashed the Black Dragon Wave again, Lingxue would surely be unable to withstand it in such dire circumstances. Lingxue, the brave swordswoman, resolved to fight to the end, continuously consuming red potions without retreating, bravely facing the Dark High Priest's relentless attacks with her radiant sword. Not far away, Ziyuner, attuned to the situation, diligently replenished Lingshue's blue potions. Casting high-level healing spells one after another, miraculously, the duo managed to withstand the Dark High Priest's terrifying magical onslaught. Importantly, the High Priest's Black Dragon Wave had a cooldown, while its standard Dark Fireball attack only inflicted 1,000 points of damage on Lingxue, which she could endure. Compared to battling the demonic overlord, facing the Dark High Priest was far more exhilarating. Throughout the battle, Lingshue's health fluctuated around 1/3, while Ziyuner remained fully focused on healing her. If she let her guard down even for a moment, Lingxue would surely perish. Half an hour later, Lingshue's first piece of Gale equipment finally dropped below 10 durability, significantly diminishing its attributes, causing her great distress as she lamented, "I can't hold on any longer. My defenses have dropped drastically. I fear I won't be able to withstand much longer." Lingyue urged, "Schwer, hang in there a little longer. The boss is about to fall." Just as Lingxue opened her mouth to respond, the Dark Priest unleashed the Black Dragon Wave once more. This time, Ziyuner was unable to heal in time, as the Black Dragon Wave struck Lingxue, whose defenses had already weakened, dealing a staggering 2,904 points of damage, exceeding her maximum health. A flash of white light signaled her demise, and Lingshue's beautiful figure vanished, having returned to town to revive. My heart sank. It was over. Lingxue had lost a level. The absence of our main defense caused our team to collapse entirely in an instant. From a distance, the Dark High Priest unleashed a dark fireball that swiftly obliterated Ziyuner, and the priest fell shortly thereafter. Lingyue gazed at me, her eyes filled with resignation. I immediately unleashed a barrage of skills upon the boss, who was already at a critical health state, clinging to the hope of a final counterattack. Unfortunately, the Dark High Priest's health seemed inexhaustible. That minuscule sliver of vitality could very well exceed 10,000. Suddenly, amidst the swirling black magic, a sharp pain coursed through me, as if I were being torn apart, and I was instantly transformed into a beam of white light. Returning to the city, ding, system notification. You have been attacked by the Dark High Priest's Black Dragon Wave, losing 3,201 health points. You have died, and your level has decreased by 1. With a flash, I found myself resurrected at the revival circle in the plaza of Twilight City. Beside me, Lingxue and Ziyuner were present, both of them smiling at me in unison, exclaiming, "You're back too?" I could only manage a rueful smile and replied, "Lingyue will probably return as well." Regrettably, we did not wait for Lingyue. Instead, we were met with a system chime. Ding, system notification. The energy of the General's Tomb magic circle is slowly dissipating. Please return here in 48 hours to access the 7th level of the General's Tomb. I was momentarily taken aback and asked Lingxue, "Did your sister defeat the boss?" Lingxue immediately responded with a charming smile. "Of course, my sister is incredibly formidable." Less than a minute later, Lingyue returned to the plaza. Running towards us with a radiant smile, I remarked, "We all perished, and yet you still smile." Lingyue replied, "Well, I didn't die, my frustrations mounted." But just then, Lingyue cheerfully approached me and traded a black cloak, saying, "Here, the boss left this for you." I was taken aback and hastily opened my inventory, revealing the cloak shimmering with a faint light. Shadow cloak, golden item, leather armor, defense. 100 strength, 15 agility, 10 required level, 45, unidentified. Chapter 78. Shadow stealth. To my astonishment, another golden item had emerged, and this one was a remarkable level 45 golden piece. I was utterly amazed, while Ling Yue erupted into laughter, saying, "Hurry and identify it. This boss is quite stingy, only leaving behind this single cloak." Ice-T and Zeuner immediately chimed in, expressing their eagerness to accompany us to view the equipment, and Ling Xue also wished to identify her flame shield. Thus, we all ventured to the identification office at 6 in the morning. Ling Xue placed her flame shield on the table, and the identifier glanced over it, stating, 5 gold coins. Great. Ling Xue promptly paid, and with a flourish, the identifier revealed the true form of the equipment. Flame shield, silver item, shield, defense, 320 magic defense, 100 strength, 18 stamina, 15 additional. Increases the user's defense by 5 required level, 44. The formidable defense left everyone gasping in awe, but the most astonishing feature was the additional 100 points of magic defense. Generally, low-level equipment lacks magic defense, which is why the mage class dominates in the early stages. We had all assumed that only golden items would possess such effects. Yet, surprisingly, Ling Xue's silver shield could provide magic defense. Consequently, Ling Xue's magic defense significantly improved, and when we ventured to the 7th level of the ghostly ancient temple in 48 hours, she would likely withstand magical creatures with greater ease. Ling Xue quickly equipped the shield, but to our surprise, the massive shield merely transformed into a small red emblem on her left arm armor, only manifesting as a giant shieldless illusion during an attack, leaving her overall beauty unblemished. Immediately, Ling Xue became enamored with it, laughing sweetly, "Silly. Hurry and look at your golden cloak." Only then did I remember that I had an item to identify as well. Momentarily distracted from Ling Xue's flame shield, when I placed the shadow cloak on the identification table, the identifier displayed a look of surprise and declared, "Identification fee, 200 gold coins." I couldn't help but chuckle. The identification fee for the Starlight Bow was merely 300 gold coins, so it was no wonder this shadow cloak also demanded 200 coins. With over 1,000 coins in my inventory, I readily paid the fee. A radiant light enveloped the cloak, which began to shimmer with an ominous glow, reminiscent of a deathly light descending from the abyss. Shadow cloak, golden item, leather armor, defense, 150 magic defense, 75 strength, 20 agility, 12 additional skill, shadow stealth required level, 45. I was slightly taken aback and promptly examined the additional skill. Shadow stealth allows the wearer to enter stealth mode using the cloak's concealment. The stealth effect is cancelled after attacking, with a cooldown of 10 hours. Wow. This skill seemed somewhat lackluster. I had imagined it would allow for stealth akin to an assassin, but it appeared that using it would require a 10-hour wait for the next activation. By then, I would likely be obliterated. Perhaps it could be useful for one-on-one encounters, but in group PvP, its utility was limited. Nonetheless, the cloak's attributes were impressive, providing an unexpected 150 defense and a delightful 75 magic defense. I quickly donned the cloak, and immediately, a long black cape flowed behind me, bestowing an air of grandeur, transforming my appearance from a novice into that of a master. Ling Xue smiled softly, circling around me twice, teasing, "Oh, look, silly, you look much more handsome now." I retorted with mock annoyance, "I was always handsome. You know." Ling Xue merely giggled, and at that moment, Ling Yue yawned, saying, "It's getting late. Let's all get some sleep. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll level up, and the night after, we'll prepare to venture to the 7th level of the ghostly ancient temple to confront that mysterious ultimate boss." Everyone immediately agreed, and Ling Xue waved goodbye before logging off, her beautiful figure gradually fading away. Zeuner wished us good night and departed as well. Ling Yue and I exchanged smiles, then logged off together with Ice-T. As I removed my headset, I noticed it was already the early hours of the morning, with the sky lightening outside, leaving me feeling somewhat dazed. Upon stepping outside, as expected, Ling Yue entered the bathroom clad in her pajamas. Girls are quite particular about cleanliness and cannot sleep without showering. Ice-T had to wait her turn, so I brewed 2 cups of tea, and we sat across from each other in the hall, chatting. I asked, "How are the attributes of the silver sword?" Ice-T replied with a smile, "Not bad. Its attack power is nearly doubled compared to the one I used before. From now on, I can serve as a decent damage dealer. I chuckled and casually inquired, Ice-T, where are you from? Hangzhou. Ice-T shot me a glance, suddenly smiling coyly. What are you up to? Trying to dig into my background. I quickly shook my head, laughing. No, just curious. Do your family members agree with you being a professional player alone? Ice-T paused for a moment, then chuckled. What if they don't? I refuse to live my life according to their plans. That would be so dull. Although I'm alone now, I'm happy I still have all of you as companions. With a meaningful glance, Ice-T's beautiful eyes sparkled with wisdom as she looked at me. Then she smiled softly. Scholar, do you know? I've seen all kinds of players in my few years in this field. Some play for money, some to chase girls, and some just to bully others. Yet you, I find utterly inscrutable. I was taken aback and awkwardly replied, why must you understand someone completely? If everything were transparent, wouldn't that take away all the fun? Ice-T couldn't help but laugh lightly, saying, but I know you're a good person. Otherwise, you wouldn't have given that silver dagger to Ziyue. I chuckled. That's hard to say. Perhaps I've taken a liking to that little girl Ziyue and wish to win her over with a weapon? Ice-T burst into laughter. Ziyue? She is so naive. You don't need to go through so much trouble. Just take her to a couple of movies, feed her some popcorn, and pat her head a bit. And she'll be obedient. Then you can have her do as you please. It wouldn't matter which hotel you took her to. I was left speechless. It seemed that none of the girls from the Shuiwa studio were easy to deal with. Ice-T said she couldn't see through me, but I, too, found it equally challenging to discern the thoughts of this graceful and beautiful girl. I had no idea what her true intentions were for joining the gaming studio. Noticing my silence, Ice-T smiled and said, I cherish every member of Shuiwa studio, including you. From the very first day we moved here, our destinies have been intertwined. Regardless of what happens in the future, we shall face it together and never abandon one another. Wouldn't you agree? The wisdom in her lovely eyes sparkled, and I nodded earnestly. Indeed, we will weather all storms together and make Shuiwa renowned throughout the world. Chapter 79. Resurgence of conflict. The following day, I did not awaken until the sun was high in the sky. Lingyue had already prepared a sumptuous lunch with Xiatian and the other ladies. Upon regaining consciousness, I immediately indulged in the feast laid before us, as the entire group had risen late, their stomachs empty, and swiftly devoured the delectable spread. Just as we were about to savor the afternoon tea brewed by Ice-T, Lingyue's phone abruptly rang. Upon answering, her expression transformed into one of grave seriousness, her delicate face gradually overshadowed by an icy demeanor. With a resounding slap, Lingyue slammed her phone onto the table, shattering the exquisite device into countless fragments that scattered widely. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Eventually, Ice-T exchanged a glance with me, prompting me to cautiously inquire, Lingyue, what happened? Clenching her silver teeth, Lingyue replied, nearly 200 production players from our company ventured to the Forgotten Canyon with substantial funds to mine red copper, only to be ambushed by members of the Aoir family. All of them were slaughtered. Moreover, over half of the materials purchased with the 20,000 gold coins we collected have been lost. Wasn't Wang Junjie supposed to protect them with nearly 100 combat players? What on earth were they doing? Ice-T's expression turned frosty as she remarked, once again, it's that group of scoundrels from Aoir. I exhaled deeply and said, clearly, Aoir Quangren has declared war on US and Twilight City. If we do not strike them down decisively, we may find it impossible to establish our foothold. With gritted teeth, Lingyue declared, everyone, log in. We shall not level up today. Instead, we will hone our PK skills against those rascals from Aoir. Shusheng, accompany me out this evening. I was taken aback. What do you mean by going out this evening? To buy a new phone. Lingyue casually gestured towards the remnants of her shattered device, speaking nonchalantly. Thus, the 6 of us from the studio logged in together. After pinpointing the location of the red copper mine on the map, I promptly messaged Jian Huolong Hun, brother, Shuiwa is in trouble. Gather your forces and meet at the eastern gate of Twilight City. Long Hun replied swiftly, understood. How many should I gather? I pondered briefly. The more, the better. All right, I'm on my way, haha. Long Hun sounded quite excited. Upon my arrival at the eastern gate square, Lingyue and Ice-T had already assembled, but Lingxue was absent due to her university Chinese exam in the afternoon. Soon, a throng of players converged from all directions, each prefixing their names with Jianhua, all seasoned players brought over by Long Hun from the previous game. Their collective strength and cohesion far surpassed that of Aoshir's contingent. Xingtian wielded a glowing battle axe, while Guizhi stood silently at the front, not uttering a word. Long Hun, seemingly just finished with lunch, rubbed his belly and bellowed, "Brothers, the time of life and death has arrived. Once again, someone has dared to defecate on our Shueyue's head. What shall we do?" A chorus of Jianhua players thundered in unison. "For every ounce they take, let them receive it back tenfold." Lingyue and I were momentarily taken aback by their fervor. As the players gathered, Lingyue turned to me and said, "Shu Sheng, let us move out." Thus, a formidable force of over 400 individuals set forth towards the Forgotten Canyon. Not long into our journey, we encountered a group of ragged Shueyue production players, bearing mining tools, approaching us with forlorn expressions. One of them spoke to Lingyue, "Director Ling, we've been wiped out 3 times this morning. Over 80 of the ore we mined has been seized by Aoshir, and some of us have even lost our mining tools." With a frosty demeanor, Lingyue inquired, "Where is Wang Junjie? Wasn't he supposed to be online for protection?" The miner scoffed, "Protection? He killed a rookie from Aoshir and turned red, after which he dared not attack anymore. He led that so-called group of combat players to hide in the hero's cemetery, merely watching as we defenseless production players were slaughtered. That scoundrel!" Lingyue gritted her teeth, exclaiming in frustration, "How could my father entrust the industry to such a spineless man?" I stepped forward. "Lingyue, we should hurry over. Let us reclaim the red copper mine from Aoshir. After all, the Forgotten Canyon is under dark occupation, and killing here 1T increase our sin value." Lingyue nodded in agreement. "Yes, let us go." Half an hour later, we easily swept through the monsters on the outskirts of the hero's cemetery. As we entered the Forgotten Canyon, we spotted several Aoshir players lurking at the mouth of the canyon. Upon seeing our large numbers, they promptly retreated, disappearing swiftly into the depths of the canyon. Ice-T pouted. They've gone to alert their comrades. I couldn't help but chuckle. A simple text message would suffice. There's no need to run back. Ice-T smiled sheepishly. I had forgotten. At that moment, I turned to Long Hun, instructing, "Send a few assassins to scout and ascertain their precise location." Long Hun nodded. And soon, a dozen high-level assassins from Jianhua infiltrated the Forgotten Canyon. While the rest readied themselves for battle, I activated the stealth skill granted by my ghost cloak and pressed forward. Prompting Lingyue to ask, "Shu Sheng, where are you going?" I replied, "To see what those Aoshir ruffians are up to. Don't worry. I'll be fine with that." I plunged into the thicket ahead, maneuvering through the forest towards the coordinates of the red copper mine. My stealth was unlike that of the Jianhua assassins. Being level 45, very few could detect my presence. As long as I remained concealed, I was utterly safe. Minutes later, in a clearing near the mountains, I discerned a large congregation of Aoshir players, no fewer than 500. Aoshir Quangren, in his arrogance, stood at the forefront, laughing heartily. I thought Shueyue was something formidable, but it appears they're merely a ragtag bunch. That so-called Tianji Jiaozi is nothing but a coward. The moment he sensed danger, he vanished beside him. Aoshir Shishue licked his lips and remarked, "Brother, to be honest, Qingfeng Lanyue and Qingfeng Feishue are truly exquisite. If we could get our hands on them." Aoshir Quangren's eyes widened in disbelief. "Need you even say that? We saw Qingfeng Feishue last time, and she has been haunting my thoughts ever since. Damn, that beauty is utterly enchanting. I fear I've fallen victim to lovesickness." Aoshir Shishue chuckled, "Brother, you must remedy that lovesickness quickly. Today, let us make Shueyue submit. If we could recruit Qingfeng Feishue and Qingfeng Lanyue into Aoshir, then, haha, you could do as you please." Aoshir Quangren grinned lewdly. I took a deep breath. It was time to strike fear into Aoshir. With a soft rustle, I parted the leaves before me. My chasing star bow cloaked in shadows, and a milky white arrow shimmered to life. With a swift motion, I released the armor-piercing arrow, which soared through the air. A resounding thud echoed as Aoshir Quangren staggered. A milky white glow erupting from his chest, followed by the ominous damage number, 1761. Without pause, my second active skill, Fire Arrow, was unleashed, striking Aoshir Quangren once more with precision, 874. The damage may not have matched the armor-piercing arrow, but it sufficed. Aoshir Quangren's face turned pale with terror. He barely had time to utter a sound before he was annihilated. a plethora of potions scattered across the ground, shimmering brightly. Aoir, taken aback, bellowed, "Damn it! We're under attack. Everyone, charge!" With that, Aoir brandished a new dagger and charged toward me. However, nestled within the dense woods, I felt little fear of his assault. In fact, my aim was not solely to eliminate Aoir. Engaging in PK within the Forgotten Canyon would not incur any sin value, allowing me to play thoroughly with Aoir. With a whoosh, I released another fire arrow that struck Aoir squarely on the shoulder, causing him to stagger. He hastily activated his stealth mode, but it was too late. Being level 32, he was significantly outmatched, and I could easily detect his concealment. As my second armor-piercing arrow soared forth, Aoir realized his fate. Boom! Fire erupted, and Aoir discarded a leather helmet before respawning back in town. I didn't even glance back. Equipment of level 30 held little value anymore. More importantly, my ambush had incited a frenzy among the numerous Aoir players who swarmed toward me. Without a moment's hesitation, I turned and fled. Should I be caught in the crosshairs of their archers or mages' eye spells, escape would be impossible. Just then, a cacophony of battle cries erupted in the distance. It was the Shueiyue combat players, with none other than the Tianji Jiaozi, Wang Junjie, leading the charge. In an instant, the Aoir players were thrown into disarray, as Wang Junjie, at the helm of over 100 players, wreaked havoc, mercilessly cutting down countless mages. Only when a minor leader from Aoir began to organize them did they slowly regain their composure. Seizing the opportunity, I concealed myself within the forest, awaiting the perfect moment to unleash a fiery arrow upon the arrogant mages. The combination of the advanced fire arrow and the Star Chaser bow's formidable attack power rendered any mage utterly defenseless. Nearly every strike resulted in a mage collapsing to the ground. Wang Junjie raised his sword, cleaving through one of the haughty mages with fury, exclaiming, "Damn it! You bastards think I'm easy to bully." However, before Wang Junjie could revel in his triumph for long, a large contingent of players suddenly appeared on the distant thoroughfare, members of the Blood Drink Alliance. Renowned in Twilight City, Blood Drink was a formidable team boasting thousands of professional players. It was said that after the War Soul team vacated Twilight City, Blood Drink emerged as its strongest faction. I found myself perplexed by their sudden presence, only to witness Wang Junjie advance with his sword, calling out, "Let the leader of Blood Drink step forward and speak." Moments later, a level 36 swordsman named Blood Drink Tianxia parted the crowd. Grinning as he addressed Wang Junjie, "Heaven's chosen, TSK, what wisdom do you have to impart?" Wang Junjie's expression darkened. "This is a conversation between Shueiyue and Aoshi. What is your intention?" Blood Drink Tianxia responded nonchalantly. "Nothing much, just here to join the fray." Wang Junjie furrowed his brow. "Join the fray? Please declare your position. Otherwise, we of Shueiyue shall not be polite." "Oh, is that so?" Blood Drink Tianxia smirked, and in an instant, he charged forward, ruthlessly driving his sword into Wang Junjie's chest. Caught off guard, Wang Junjie, already at half health, had no time to react as his body gradually transformed into a shimmering light. Blood Drink Tianxia chuckled wickedly, watching the remnants of Wang Junjie's form, declaring, "Shueiyue, since when has Twilight City granted you the authority to speak? Aoshi's madman has placed a bounty of 1 million for your disappearance, and thus you shall vanish from Twilight City." Wang Junjie, already marked as a red name, lost all his belongings upon his demise, including a piece of armor that fell from him. Picking up the leg armor, Blood Drink Tianxia laughed derisively. "The leader of Shueiyue is nothing but this, brothers. Attack. Slay anyone associated with Shueiyue. Let this team vanish completely from Twilight City, and let them know that the rules of this game are merciless." Ha ha ha! Wang Junjie's death did not elicit much of a reaction from me, but his insults towards Shueiyue deeply unsettled me, for I too was a member of the Shueiyue studio. Under Blood Drink Tianxia's command, nearly 1,000 players from Blood Drink surged forth, overwhelming the 100 or so Shueiyue players who were unable to withstand the onslaught, resulting in chaos and bloodshed. Amidst the turmoil, I stealthily approached Blood Drink Tianxia from the shadows of the trees. Knocking an arrow, with a soft sound, a piercing arrow whistled through the air, striking him squarely in the chest. 2104. A terrifying damage number appeared, and Blood Drink Tianxia, quick to react, immediately consumed a potion and retreated. Bellowing, "It's the reckless scholar!" Eliminate him. In the blink of an eye, two shadowy figures materialized on either side of me, two assassins from Blooddrink. True to their reputation, Blooddrink had indeed stationed a notable number of assassins nearby. A soft thud echoed as I suffered 243 points of damage from above, momentarily stunning the assassin, who clearly did not expect my defense to be so formidable. I smiled slightly, swiftly advancing toward the assassin before he could comprehend the situation. My shimmering dagger flew through the air, piercing his chest armor. A damage number of 568 burst forth, and the assassin, taken aback, attempted to flee. However, I had already swiftly switched to my Star Chaser bow, unleashing a fire arrow that obliterated him. Simultaneously, the other two assassins charged toward me. I deftly released an ice arrow, slowing one assassin, while the other lunged at me with a dagger. My expression hardened as I swiftly sidestepped to evade the dagger's edge, then unleashed another devastating shot with my Star Chaser bow. A piercing arrow struck true against the assassin's chest, and the level 32 assassin let out a muffled groan before being dispatched. I chuckled, retreating as I fought in this dense forest. Spellcasting for mages was heavily restricted, posing little danger to me, while the warrior class simply could not match the agility of an archer, making it difficult for them to pursue. With a swift strike, I eliminated the pursuing assassin, and I realized that my enmity with Blooddrink had been firmly established. Yet, I was also taken aback. As a major faction, I did not expect Blooddrink to be so easily swayed by Aoshi's wealth. Such a force would inevitably become our enemy in Shueiyue. Blooddrink Tianxia shouted angrily from the sidelines. You useless fools, take him down. Damn it, step aside. I'll handle this myself. However, as soon as Blooddrink Tianxia stepped within my range, a powerful piercing arrow struck him, reducing his health to 0, causing him to retreat in panic. His arrogance significantly diminished. At that moment, my team channel buzzed with Ling Yue's concerned voice. Scholar, how is it? We've entered the mine. I quickly activated the communicator, replying with a smile. This trouble is a bit larger than expected. Blooddrink is involved, and now we face both Aoshi and Blooddrink within the team. Another core member, Jinhua Xingtian, chimed in eagerly. Excellent. Finally, we can make a grandstand. I've long been irritated by that fool Blooddrink Tianxia. Where is he? I'll go take him down. Chapter 81. A narrow encounter as we spoke. A massive contingent of Jinhua players appeared at the edge of the jungle, confronting the Blooddrink players from a distance. Meanwhile, more players from both Jinhua and Blooddrink continued to pour in, engaging in combat at the canyon's entrance. With countless players falling along the way, I swiftly evaded the few remaining Blooddrink players pursuing me and made my way to Ling Yue and the others. Blooddrink Tianxia boldly approached Jinhua Longhun, saying, Brother Longhun, this conflict is between Blooddrink and Shueiyue. Why should Jinhua interfere? If you and your brothers leave now, I guarantee no further grievances. Longhun chuckled. Blooddrink Tianxia. It has been a few days. Your skills in boasting have certainly improved. Do you truly believe Blooddrink can dominate Twilight City? Blooddrink Tianxia replied without a hint of shame. Indeed. With War Soul Outyin leading his team to the secondary main city, Echo City, there is no one left in Twilight City but us Blooddrink to reign supreme. Longhun burst into laughter, waving his sword as he declared, If that is the case, then let us first sweep you away before discussing anything else. Blooddrink Tianxia retorted angrily, Humph, you're pushing your luck? Longhun's brows furrowed in defiance. To hell with you. What kind of clown dares to claim to be a professional team? Why don't you take a moment to look in the mirror? Brothers, when the narrow path meets, the brave shall prevail. Let us eliminate the scum of Blooddrink and Aoshi. Naturally, the negotiations collapsed, and both sides immediately drew their weapons. A large contingent of Jinhua swordsmen surged to the front, while mages unleashed fireballs from afar, swiftly eliminating several Blooddrink players upon impact. Ling Yue softly chanted incantations, and as she waved her flame staff, a fire dragon surged through the ranks of Blooddrink, instantly obliterating several players. Following that, a searing sea of flames engulfed yet more players, leaving them charred and lifeless, with countless potions and equipment scattered across the ground. I did not remain idle, positioning myself at the front line, unleashing high-level 1,000-blade arrows upon the enemies ahead. Not far behind me, Ziyun diligently healed me, providing focused support. Beside me stood Bingcha, her expression cold, expertly wielding her silver sword, rendering the enemy utterly defenseless. The 1,000-blade arrows proved devastating, often reducing the health of players by a third with each shot. With a 5-second attack frequency, the blood-drink swordsmen at the forefront were utterly unprepared. Being slain in droves within mere minutes, undoubtedly, with my 1,000-blade arrows and Star Chaser bow, I had become the primary source of firepower on the battlefield. Blood-drink Tianxia quickly recognized this. Loudly commanding, all nearby mages, focus on taking down the reckless scholar. Quickly, I swiftly countered, healers from Jianhua, all of you, heal me. As a result, a group of female players smiled and cast healing spells on me. At that moment, the true value of my phantom cloak became evident. That 70 points of magical defense was no joke. The mages from Blooddrink could only chip away at my health by around 200 points, allowing me to recover my health while simultaneously drinking potions. Enraged, Blooddrink Tianxia shouted, "Bring more mages." Thus, several nearby mages approached, yet Blooddrink Tianxia failed to realize this was precisely my intention. As the Star Chaser bow gleamed, a spectrum of colors erupted, and the 1,000-blade arrows rained upon the enemy's mage formation, causing nearly every mage to lose over half their health. As they stood in shock, my second barrage of 1,000-blade arrows fell like rain, with a series of damage numbers exceeding 500 appearing, accompanied by cascading bursts of white light. In an instant, a significant portion of Blooddrink's mages was wiped out. Jianhua Xingtian cleaved through a swordsman, laughing heartily. "This feels fantastic. Blooddrink's fools, weren't you just so arrogant? Now, you must surely know who the king of Twilight City is, right?" Jianhua Guizhi unleashed a black wave that surged forth, transforming in an instant into a black dragon that sank into the earth. Within mere seconds, the dragon erupted from the ground, sending several unfortunate Blooddrink players soaring into the air, where they promptly transformed into white light and returned to their city. Everyone was left utterly speechless. Indeed, Guizhi's Dark Mage's annihilation set was no trifling matter. The battle raged on with fervor, as countless players fell in each passing minute. Each death resulted in a loss of a level. Yet the enthusiasm remained unabated, with many players continuing to rush in from the city, even a number of idle spectators joining the fray within the Forgotten Canyon. Although the Blooddrink Alliance boasted a larger number, they lacked heavy firepower, while Shueiyue possessed my 1,000-blade arrow, Lingyue's Crimson Flame Sea, and Guizhi's Black Dragon Wave. Under the onslaught of these three devastating skills, Blooddrink could only retreat in disarray. In the blink of an eye, their defenses crumbled, and despite Blooddrink Tianxia's furious roars, they could not withstand Shueiyue's relentless assault. In less than 10 minutes, Blooddrink's forces dwindled from 1,000 to around 300. While Shueiyue, initially over 500 strong, still retained more than 400 players, a stark contrast. At this moment, Lingyue remarked in the team channel, "More players are coming from outside, including those from Aoshi who have fallen." I glanced at Long Hun, who immediately volunteered. "I'll lead the way to intercept them." Lingyue nodded in approval, and thus Long Hun took nearly 200 elite Jianhua players to engage, while the remaining members coordinated with Shueiyue's players in their assault. In truth, the Blue Star Group had entered the game with approximately 300 players, of which nearly 200 were under Wang Junjie's command. Lingyue could only truly mobilize 100 players, half of whom were production specialists. Hence, when the fighting commenced, the true backbone of Shueiyue lay in Jianhua's strength. Blooddrink Tianxia, filled with resentment, charged directly at Lingyue. A few Jianhua players attempted to block him, but Lingyue, confident and smiling, held them back. As Blooddrink Tianxia's sword struck Lingyue's flame shield, it was immediately rebounded, and even more direly, a layer of frost enveloped Blooddrink Tianxia, clearly under the negative effects of Lingyue's ice armor spell. In that moment, Blooddrink Tianxia was struck with horror. He had thought to reverse the tide by swiftly eliminating Lingyue, but in fact, he now faced his own demise. Lingyue elegantly raised her staff and swiftly unleashed a fire dragon spell. The flames roaring to life as the massive fire dragon engulfed Blooddrink Tianxia, who soon transformed into white light and returned to his city. My armor-piercing arrow missed its mark, thwarting my plan to eliminate Blooddrink Tianxia. Thud! Blooddrink Tianxia's helmet clattered to the ground. This level 36 swordsman must have had impressive gear. The helmet was collected by Xiaotian, who cheerfully remarked, "Loot. This boss certainly looks ugly in defeat." Witnessing this, the Blooddrink players were filled with despair, their morale shattered, and they could only offer token resistance. while many from the rear began their retreat. One by one, beams of white light illuminated the area, as blood drink players either perished or fled. Before long, the Chi copper mine had officially fallen into the hands of Shueyue, with a multitude of production players swiftly taking control. Chapter 82. The first clash. Jinhua Longhun led a cadre of elite players to secure the periphery of the Forgotten Canyon, while Lingyue and I protected the production players mining for Chi copper in the afternoon. Lingjue finally logged on. Upon learning of our situation, she hurried over. Within half an hour, the petite beauty appeared in the distance, adorned in a dazzling windstorm outfit that was truly striking, with a small flame shield flickering on her shoulder and her sword radiating a luminous glow, leaving the Twilight City players utterly astonished. Approaching our group, Lingxue expressed regret, saying, "What a pity. If I had known the PK would be so thrilling this afternoon, I wouldn't have gone to the exam," Lingyue replied. "Academics come first. You should still have gone to the exam. By the way, how did your university literature exam go? Will you pass?" Lingxue smiled slightly and asked, "What is the next line after Zhuangzhou's dream of a butterfly?" I responded without hesitation, "The emperor's heart entrusted to the cuckoo." "Wow, so the scholar is quite talented," Xiaotian exclaimed in surprise. I immediately assumed a necessary posture when a group approached, revealing none other than the illustrious Wang Junjie. He stepped forward, concern etched on his face as he addressed Lingyue. "Ayu, are you all right?" Lingyue nodded but said nothing. Wang Junjie continued, "If all is well, please come to the company this afternoon. There are a few brand plans that require your signature, and we need your input on our cell phone brand's promotional strategy." Lingyue sighed and said, "All right, I'll head over shortly." Wang Junjie quickly logged off, and with Jinhua's protection, the situation stabilized, allowing Shueyue to secure the Forgotten Canyon. Therefore, Lingyue also prepared to log off, turning to me. "Scholar, come with me to the company. You should log off too." I hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded, while Lingxue, after inquiring about the situation, went with iced tea and the others to level up in the canyon. As I prepared to log off, Lingyue had already changed into a stylish women's business suit, looking both poised and charming. She glanced at me and smiled. "Let's go." Downstairs, Lingyue's vehicle was a water blue Audi, which looked incredibly flashy. Both Lingxue and Lingyue owned cars. While I wondered when I would have my own, I couldn't help but start calculating. It seemed I should sell some top-tier equipment in the game to establish my own little treasury as soon as possible. We sped to the Blue Star Digital Plaza, where Lingyue led me into the office area, where countless employees respectfully addressed her as Director Ling, while I was mostly ignored, with only a few expressing surprise at the presence of this seemingly ordinary-looking young man alongside the stunning director. We made our way to a digital chain store, the Blue Star logo representing the group's proprietary brand. The manager, a rotund man, approached and said respectfully, "Director Ling, regarding the brand promotion, we need your final approval. We had planned to invite a celebrity, Lu XX, to endorse, but the fee negotiations fell through. She is asking for too much." "What do you think?" Lingyue frowned slightly. "How much does she want?" 2 million. Oh, Lingyue suddenly smiled and said, "Forget about hiring any celebrities. I'll do it myself." "What? You're going to do it yourself?" The department manager's mouth dropped open in surprise. Lingyue replied, "Indeed, immediately arrange for the set and photographers to come over. We'll shoot now. Do you think I'm not as pretty as Lu XX? Of course not. That second-rate celebrity can't compare to you." The manager quickly agreed, hurrying off. After about half an hour, a crew arrived with filming equipment and lighting, setting up outside the self-operated store. Remarkably, Lingyue didn't even need makeup. She stepped right into the spotlight, exuding a demeanor that was both amiable and dignified. Her noble aura could easily outshine those celebrity actresses. Everyone knew what caliber of women they were dealing with. The shooting process went exceedingly well, with the bearded foreign director expressing immense satisfaction with the results, showering Lingyue with compliments and frequently giving her thumbs up. He even asked her if she would like to join him for dinner, and just as I was about to warn her about potential ulterior motives, Lingyue gracefully declined in fluent English. Given my level of English comprehension, I could only catch her apologetic words. After about 2 hours, the shoot concluded. Lingyue then headed to the director's office, signed a few documents, and sent me to the finance department with a withdrawal slip, citing operational expenses totaling 500,000. In reality, it was meant to raise the living standards of the Shueyue studio. Lingyue said, "I'll use a little of my pocket money. After all, the company's operational funds are in Wang Junjie's hands." Rather than let him squander it, we might as well take some for ourselves. The withdrawal slip bore Ling Yue's signature, but upon reaching the finance department, I discovered that Wang Junjie's signature was also required. At that moment, Wang Junjie was downstairs, addressing a group of supervisors. When I approached him with the slip, he revealed a peculiar smile. Oh, is it Aoir who wants to use this fund? Wang Junjie held the slip, not even glancing at it, and crumpled it into a ball before tossing it into the trash. I felt a surge of anger. What do you mean by this? What do I mean? Wang Junjie replied sarcastically, what is your identity? What qualification do you have to withdraw 500,000? I took a deep breath and said, that slip has Ling Yue's signature. You can't possibly not recognize it. Wang Junjie raised his voice, what signature? I didn't see anything. Clearly, you, this unknown little brat, are trying to swindle our Blue Star's money. Grinding my teeth, I retorted, Wang Junjie, don't push your luck. A group of supervisors exchanged glances, stunned that a mere employee would dare speak so boldly to the general manager. Wang Junjie, equally enraged, charged forward and threw a punch. How dare you speak to me like that? Wang Junjie was enraged, and at that moment, he could have simply summoned a few security guards to have me removed. However, if he chose to take matters into his own hands, it would undoubtedly be a grave error, it's almost laughable. While Wang Junjie was abroad pursuing dual master's degrees, I was not idly sitting by. During those precious and youthful days, I tirelessly engaged in brawls and collected protection fees at school. Honing my skills in the art of combat, well practiced in both punching elderly care centers and kicking kindergartens. Bang. Wang Junjie's fist struck my chest with a resounding thud, causing me a momentary discomfort. But that was hardly significant. I fixed my gaze on Wang Junjie and coldly declared, since you've attacked me first, consider this my rightful act of self-defense. Slap. Wang Junjie's facial muscles contorted violently as my fist sent him flying, his body rolling a considerable distance across the impeccably smooth floor of the hall, which offered little friction. He staggered to his feet only to tumble again, his gold-rimmed glasses shattered as they flew from his face. In our first skirmish, I had nearly triumphed entirely, suffering only a slight abrasion from the button on Wang Junjie's sleeve. Just then, a cold voice came from behind. Scholar, what are you doing? Chapter 83. The turmoil of Twilight City. I was slightly taken aback and turned to respond. Your documents were discarded as if they were trash. A fleeting look of anger crossed Ling Yue's face. But she quickly adopted an indignant demeanor and said to me, but that doesn't justify hitting someone. A group of supervisors immediately nodded in agreement, exclaiming, which department does this person belong to? Someone get him to pack up and leave. Ling Yue stepped in front of me, seemingly quite upset, her back to everyone else, gazing intently at me. Yet, to my surprise, I caught a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth as she leaned in and whispered. "You've got some skills there." I felt a surge of delight. I had initially thought Ling Yue was angry, but it turned out she was secretly pleased as well. Nevertheless, Ling Yue maintained her facade. Raising her voice, "Where are the security guards? Hurry and take Manager Wang to the hospital." In truth, if she were genuinely concerned, Ling Yue would have taken Wang Junjie to the hospital herself. At that moment, a supervisor from the marketing department pointed at me and said, "What should we do about this person? Should we call the police?" Ling Yue nodded but then tugged at my sleeve, saying, "I'll take him to the police station myself. You don't need to worry about it." Once we returned to the car, Ling Yue displayed a hint of disappointment and remarked, "That scoundrel Wang Junjie really holds the financial reins of the company. I can't even extract any funds myself. Humph. It seems we'll have to fend for ourselves from now on. Scholar, where to now?" I teased, "Aren't we heading to the police station?" Ling Yue promptly started the car and laughed. "All right then, since you want to go, I will take you there." I was unconcerned and turned my gaze to the window. At that moment, Ling Yue quietly said, "I'm truly sorry. I didn't expect Wang Junjie to go that far and put you in a difficult position." I shook my head. "No way. How could I feel wronged?" Ling Yue looked up with a smile, parked the car by the roadside, and gently wiped the wound at the corner of my mouth, saying, "You're bleeding. How can you say you aren't wronged? How about we go to the hospital for some disinfectant?" I couldn't help but chuckle. "Let us skip it. It's just a little blood. I even bleed from my gums when brushing my teeth. There's really no need for disinfectant? Then let us head back." Half an hour later, we returned to the Shui's studio, where the other girls had gone offline for lunch. Ice-TMM gasped upon seeing the blood at the corner of my mouth and quickly pulled out a small first aid kit. taking out some medicinal alcohol to disinfect my wound. Both Lingyue and I were taken aback. None of us expected iced tea to have such supplies. Meanwhile, Xiatian glared at my injury, angrily saying, "Which bastard hit our scholar? Tell me, and I'll take care of him." "It was Wang Junjie," Lingyue replied. Xiaodan paused for a moment, then resignedly said, "Well, that's no good. I have no resistance against handsome guys. I couldn't help but be speechless and looked up to say, then perhaps it's best you don't go. You might end up getting yourself into trouble instead of helping me." Xiatian immediately laughed. "Scholar, don't you care about her?" I responded, "Of course I do. If you leave, no one will be left to wash the dishes in the studio." Luo Umm and Ziyu Umm stifled their laughter nearby, while Xiatian shot me a fierce look with her big eyes. Lingyue, seated beside me on the sofa, inquired, "How did things go in the game after I left with the scholar this afternoon?" Iced Tea replied, "Blood Drink and Aoir joined forces and launched 2 powerful attacks, but we managed to fend them off. Later, even Battle Spirit made an appearance, with Battle Spirit Aoir personally leading a group of Battle Spirit members from Echo City, which finally drove Blood Drink and Aoir away." Did the Battle Spirit members also show up? Yes, Battle Spirit Aoir did it as a favor to Jianhua Longhun. Otherwise, our losses would have been significant. With both you and the scholar absent, we lacked sufficient firepower to suppress them. If it weren't for Ling Xue holding back their firepower, we might not have held our ground. Lingyue smiled. "I see. Everyone has worked hard, so let us have a nice meal to reward ourselves. Let us log back in tonight to level up and strive to obtain the Guild Establishment Order as soon as possible. The Guild Establishment Order is said to have a minuscule chance of dropping only from bosses above level 80. Which is also the reason why no guild has yet been established in Linghao. For current players, bosses at level 80 are utterly unattainable, given that the mainstream player base consists of those in the 30 to 40 level range, who simply cannot contend with level 80 bosses unless they can assemble a group of over 1,000 players averaging level 50. Perhaps then, there might be a chance to take down a level 80 boss. After dinner, I returned to my room, holding a glass of cool tea provided by Iced Tea and sat down at my computer to peruse the forum. The game had entered a heated phase where players were striving to widen the gap in levels, each hoping to outpace the others. The complex player dynamics within the major cities were gradually becoming clearer. For instance, in Twilight City, the merger of Shueiyue and Jianhua had become the greatest variable. Blood Drink, which once seemed poised to dominate Twilight City, could only watch as Shueiyue grew stronger, while Aoir continued its rampant pillaging. The existence of a guild like Aoir was primarily held together by monetary interests. It is evident that Aoir zealots had invested considerable funds into the game, attracting a large number of profit-driven players. This afternoon's skirmish had already stirred quite a commotion in the Twilight City section. The strongest professional player alliance in Twilight City was undoubtedly Jianhua, while Shueiyue boasted a cadre of high-end players, with 3 members ranked among the top 10 in the Chinese level rankings. This alone was astonishing, especially considering that several other members from the Shueiyue studio also held commendable levels, placing them among high-tier players. Yet, what truly captivated attention were the beauties of the Shueiyue studio. When screenshots of Lingyue, Ling Xue, Iced Tea, and others were posted on the forum, a wave of admiration ensued. Each of these MMs was a stunning beauty, and the notion of them forming a gaming studio together sent many male players' imaginations running wild. Consequently, some began offering forum currency to purchase the address of the Shueiyue studio, and even a wealthy individual offered 1,000 renminbi in exchange for the QQ numbers of the Shueiyue studio beauties, which sparked an impulse within me to consider this as a potential avenue for profit. Naturally, Lingyue and Ling Xue did not use QQ. They preferred MSN. While QQ is convenient, it is rife with vulgarity and non-mainstream elements, making it less appealing to more discerning beauties who would opt for MSN instead. After reading through several posts, I finally concluded the popularity of the Shueiyue studio was at its zenith in Twilight City. Although China has 8 secondary main cities like Twilight City, I believe that once the primary main cities are opened, Shueiyue will shine just as brightly, for it possesses top-tier players like Lingyue and Guizhi, along with the formidable backing of Jianhua.